This young man refused to choose a specialized class, like an Elementalist. Yun Shen, however, made a completely different choice. He opted to be a freelancer, meaning someone with no specific class. While freelancers can use a variety of skills, they are all typically basic skills with mediocre power. If one chose a suitable class and diligently leveled it up, they would certainly have a much brighter future. After the world changed, the college entrance exam was no longer just about testing academic knowledge. Students now had to face dungeons filled with monsters. Failure meant real death. There are 3 difficulty levels, ranging from simple to hellish. The scores for clearing the stages naturally vary based on that. Students need to gauge their own strength to choose the right difficulty. This entire testing process is being live-streamed. After the exam began, most students chose to form teams to fight together. After all, their own lives are the most important thing, except for a few top-tier students from the elite class who chose to solo. Suddenly, the monitoring team noticed a very familiar figure on the screen. This guy didn't form a team either. He went alone, carrying all kinds of weapons from different classes. He isn't even a member of the elite rocket class. Why is he carrying so many weapons? Could it be that he didn't choose the freelancer class? Most people thought Yun Shen was a complete idiot for choosing to be a freelancer, relying only on those low-level skills that are basically useless. Yun Shen's homeroom teacher also started sweating bullets when he saw this. This idiot really didn't listen. He actually chose that class, and today, he's even attempting a hell difficulty dungeon. Is he trying to throw his life away? The academy dean standing next to him looked even more grim. The homeroom teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile, trying to smooth things over. His talent is actually well-suited for a freelancer. Maybe it won't be a problem, right? Inside the dungeon, Yun Shen was preparing to officially enter. It lived up to its hell difficulty rating. Just standing at the entrance felt eerie and terrifying. Outside, everyone assumed Yun Shen must be scared out of his wits, maybe even wetting himself. But at that very moment, he activated the speed skill of a swordsman. Despite carrying a mountain of weapons, thanks to this skill, Yun Shen was moving like the wind. He quickly closed the distance to the monsters in the dungeon. These guys looked like goblins. As soon as they saw someone coming, they scrambled to attack. Yun Shen immediately used a mage skill, Fireball. A fierce burst of flame erupted, instantly taking out over 10 of those little goblins. Everyone watching through the screen was shocked. This level of power didn't look like a freelancer with basic skills at all. It was actually far superior to many low-level mages. As the goblin formation scattered, the staff in Yun Shen's hand shifted into a sword. He instantly became a swordsman. He finished off the remaining goblins one by one. His movements were beautiful, fast, and decisive. That sweeping slash skill definitely packed quite a punch. The audience was now split into 2 camps, one cheering wildly because Yun Shen's style was so impressive, and the other refusing to believe what they were seeing because, in their minds, a freelancer had always been mediocre and useless. The dean also began to pay attention to Yun Shen. The power of his skills was clearly far too high. The homeroom teacher explained Yun Shen awakened his own talent, and that talent is Omnipotence. Hearing this, the dean just shook his head. People with this talent can learn skills from every class, but the upgrade limit only reaches C+. Facing this young man, the dean could only feel pity, thinking that Yun Shen would become weaker and weaker in the future. But that was only because no one knew what he was holding in his hands. After some slaughtering, Yun Shen cleared the first stage. He pushed open the heavy stone door, preparing to enter the second stage. Inside was a swarm of densely packed robotic goblins, too numerous to count. They weren't just numerous, they were also much tougher than the ordinary goblins in the first stage, because they had higher levels and their own unique skills. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see these details, but Yun Shen possessed the appraisal skill. A single glance was enough to read the level, skills, and attributes of his opponents. There were nearly 100 of them, a bit crowded, and the position Yun Shen was currently in wasn't looking great. This was getting interesting. A leading goblin pointed at Yun Shen, then growled a few times. The rest behind him understood and started charging forward together. These guys even had a support squad, beating drums and blowing horns to boost their fighting spirit. Yun Shen carefully assessed the goblins. They were planning to fight strategically. The ones with combat attributes like knights charged in front, while those with magical abilities stayed in the back to cast spells. So you guys know how to coordinate. That's going to be a nuisance. Yun Shen pulled out his staff. He used flash, creating an incredibly blinding light. This skill serves to temporarily restrict the opponent's vision. Sure enough, the goblin formation started to fall into chaos. Taking advantage of that, Yun Shen quietly approached the goblin mage from behind, thanks to the stealth skill of the assassin class. He quickly finished that goblin mage with a clean, single strike to the throat. The rest of them, once their vision cleared, returned to surround Yun Shen. Facing this situation, he wasn't afraid at all. Yun Shen used the clone skill, followed by a series of moves belonging to the assassin class. He used every trick in the book backstabbing, piercing hearts. Yun Shen used every style to take out the goblins. His movements were agile, and his skills were combined flexibly, so very quickly, more than half of the 7 goblins were dealt with. A red goblin was now furious to the breaking point. Yun Shen noticed it. Perhaps this thing also had the ability to trigger a berserk state. The very next second, just as he predicted, that goblin suddenly increased in size, and its state became much more violent. Yun Shen just lightly jumped up to dodge. His staff rose, beginning to summon the water element. Outside, the live stream suddenly switched to footage of a student from the elite rocket class in our normal language. That's just a top student from a special class. But the audience was busy cursing and swearing. Nobody wanted to watch him. Everyone was intently following the freelancer, Yun Shen. Stones and banana peels are flying from every direction, and everyone is buzzing about this guy. He's mastering every single class and controlling every skill with absolute perfection. Yun Shen is basically a monster right now. Even the swordsman instructor had to praise him, saying his movements are incredibly precise, even better than those who specialize in the assassin class. Under pressure from the audience, the broadcast team has to shift the camera back to Yun Shen. Right now, he's summoned water elementals to deal with the regular goblins, while Yun Shen himself is going head-to-head with a boss. He intentionally dragged out the fight earlier to wait for the monster's berserk state to fade. It's back to its normal form now, but hey, it's still in hell difficulty dungeon boss. It's definitely not going to be a walk in the park. Seeing the goblin boss charging at him, Yun Shen immediately uses a mechanic skill. He lays down a trip mine, immobilizing the boss for 2 seconds. Then, Yun Shen hits it with a fireball spell, aiming straight for its head. It blinds the creature in one eye. Restricted vision and the injury make the goblin panic. In its confusion, it steps right onto another trap, one that Yun Shen had pre-planted. A massive explosion erupts, the sheer power shaking the entire area. But even that isn't enough. Yun Shen knows full well that this skill alone isn't enough to kill the beast. As the smoke and dust clear, it's still alive, and its rage has reached a boiling point. It prepares to unleash its ultimate skill, Stomp of Despair. But Yun Shen already saw this coming. A green glow appears in his hands. Not gonna happen. Numerous tentacles burst from the ground, binding the goblin's limbs tight. Yun Shen commands even more tentacles, creating a flurry of strikes that whip across the monster's face. The goblin is grinding its teeth, its eyes bloodshot, it's reached its limit. Yun Shen continues to show off his skills with ice shard bullets. Once hit, the opponent loses 35% of their attack and movement speed. The goblin is still bound, unable to budge. Then, it's a masterclass of skills from all sorts of classes being cycled through by Yun Shen. One attack flows into the next, all aimed directly at the boss. It can't fight back, only letting out agonizing roars. Outside, the audience is left with their jaws on the floor. A hell difficulty boss, being beaten to the point where it can't even retaliate. And Yun Shen isn't just spamming skills blindly. The way he combos those attacks is incredibly fluid. People are already starting to congratulate Yun Shen's homeroom teacher. With this performance, this kid could easily crack the top 5 in the whole province and break the school record. The principal is stroking his beard, laughing out loud. Based on this performance, he thinks hitting the top 3 won't even be a problem. Teacher Jin, the homeroom instructor, is naturally feeling a bit more pride and favor as a result. Outside, the underclassmen are going wild. This guy is just too cool. Many are even thinking about dropping their current class to follow the classless path like Yun Shen. The second stage has been cleared. Yun Shen takes a few steps and pushes open the stone door, preparing to enter the next stage. He's going straight to the next fight without resting? How arrogant. That's basically suicide. The crowd below starts murmuring. The principal, who had just calmed down a few minutes ago, starts getting worked up again. It's clear Yun Shen had time to rest, but he's choosing to push forward. Not recovering his stamina is a bold, reckless move. The mage instructor shakes his head. The next stage won't be as simple as the last. No matter how talented Yun Shen is, he can't possibly be at the master level of every single class. Entering that next area with his mana and stamina not recovered is just plain stupid. Inside, Yun Shen comes face to face with the third stage, a line of orderly, high-level goblins. They're aggressive and well-disciplined. As soon as they see Yun Shen, they swarm him. The 3 soldiers Yun Shen created with water elements are about to fade. Their summoning time is almost up. Well, might as well use them while I can. Yun Shen orders them to rush in, creating a shield that successfully blocks the flurry of attacks from the goblins. When the dust settles, the goblins are left with their mouths hanging open. The guy standing opposite them has, at some point, pulled out 2 guns, fully loaded. Since he's using guns, the next skill will be from the gunner class. High damage, but notoriously hard to control. One of these skills is called Fervent Pursuit. Every time a shot lands, it stacks damage, up to 25 times. So, to get maximum damage, he has to land every single shot. He can't pull that off. The mage instructor shakes his head again. Inside the dungeon, Yun Shen fires the first shot. A hit. Outside, the underclassmen start cheering loudly. One bullet after another fires off. Fervent Pursuit is already stacking up to the 3rd level. After that, Yun Shen shows off even more, using a whole series of other gunner skills. Saying he lands every shot isn't an exaggeration at all. In the blink of an eye, the goblins are wiped out. The audience outside has been completely conquered. The students who adore Yun Shen are speechless, and even the teachers have to admit he's as strong as a god. The principal and teacher Jin can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The other teachers notice that Yun Shen hasn't touched a single potion since the exam started. No stamina potions, no health potions. The other students have been chugging them until they're about to burst, but he hasn't touched a single one. The principal isn't sure if the kid is arrogant, reckless, or just pure confident. Only teacher Jin knows the truth. He didn't bring any potions from the start. With that pathetic backpack of his, just packing a dozen weapons was already overloading it. Yun Shen checks his 2 guns. He pushed them too hard. They're overloaded. He doesn't hesitate to just toss them aside. The principal is confused all over again. He turns to question teacher Jin, are the guns broken? What's going on? What grade were his guns? They're super cheap, lowest grade, teacher Jin stammers. What kind of homeroom teacher are you? How could you let a student use trash for the college entrance exam? The principal is fuming, but teacher Jin is in a tough spot. Yun Shen's family is dirt poor. He's an orphan with a little sister at home. Telling him to buy high-quality gear for the exam was already asking too much. Hearing that, the principal is moved to tears. If he'd known there was such a talented kid, he wouldn't have hesitated to reach into his own pocket to get him the best equipment. Yun Shen stood before the stone gate. This was the final boss, and at this rate, he was well on his way to securing the top spot. Yun Shen declared loudly that the outcome would be decided here. If he succeeded, he would become the province's first valedictorian, breaking the school's long-standing record as a top-tier prospect. If you can't bring glory to this school just because the gear was subpar, then don't bother being a teacher anymore, the dean said, glancing sideways at the homeroom teacher. Homeroom teacher Jin was sweating bullets, eyes glued to the live feed, muttering, Yun Shen, you have to push through this. Yun Shen pushed open the heavy stone door. While others hadn't even cleared the second stage, he had already entered the final one, drawing thousands of eyes. Everyone was watching Yun Shen, waiting for this historic moment. They didn't care about how the other students fared anymore. But as soon as Yun Shen entered the final chamber, the live feed suddenly cut out. A chorus of curses erupted from the crowd. Are you kidding me? Did you really have to cut the feed at such a suspenseful moment? Everyone was busy venting their frustration, but one female student noticed something off. Looking closely, she realized there were people dead inside the dungeon. They had been so focused on Yun Shen's every move from the start that they hadn't noticed until now. It wasn't just one, countless people had died in the dungeon. Most were finished off by the boss in the second stage, and many others had to quit the exam at that same level. They exited the dungeon in a horrific state, barely clinging to life. Yun Shen's performance had been so brilliant that it made everyone mistakenly believe everything was easy. But in reality, this was the most difficult college entrance exam in history. The underclassmen began to panic. At this rate, even if they studied for several more years, they could never clear the dungeon the way Yun Shen just did. Seeing the situation, the dean ordered the screen to be switched back to Yun Shen. Right now, they needed someone who could restore morale, and the only one capable of that was Yun Shen. By now, he was facing the strongest boss in the final stage. The room was empty, save for the creature, sitting arrogantly on a throne made of gems and skulls. Seeing Yun Shen enter, the boss threatened, Human, this is not a place for you to set foot. The Goblin Lord stood up. Yun Shen felt a wave of pressure hit him. It lived up to its name as the final boss of the Hell-tier dungeon. This kind of pressure was rare. And to think, this monster could even speak. Too bad for you, you'll only be alive for another 20 seconds. Yun Shen activated the warrior's blood explosion skill, boosting all stats by 80% for 20 seconds. Attack speed, movement speed, and armor penetration all jumped by 75%. But once the 20 seconds ended, his body would fall into a weakened state for 3 minutes. In that state, all stats would drop by 75%. Outside, the crowd was in an uproar. He used blood explosion the moment he entered. Yun Shen is going all in. Homeroom teacher Jin was trembling. This decision was way too risky. This was clearly a suicide mission. The dean was so provoked he was about to have a stroke. Get me my blood pressure medication, quickly. After using blood explosion, Yun Shen quickly closed in on the goblin. Despite his incredible speed, this monster was too strong. It swung its axe, cleaving the person in front of it in two. The arena went silent, but the dean realized it the fastest. The thing the Goblin Lord had just struck was merely a clone. Yun Shen's real body had already circled behind it, slashing a long gash across its back. As the goblin turned, Yun Shen continued using optical flash to poke directly into its eyes. This was the best chance to finish off the opponent. It was a great strategy, but it didn't go as planned. Because Yun Shen played dirty, the goblin became enraged and quickly entered a berserk state. His spear snapped in two. Out of options, Yun Shen was forced to use tentacles to temporarily bind the monster's arms, but due to the effects of the opponent's berserk state, his blood explosion time had decreased. Now, he only had 13 seconds left. Things were getting interesting. Yun Shen's spear breaking raised everyone's anxiety, especially the dean's. He believed a battle this grueling shouldn't have been fought with such shabby equipment. Teacher Jin, do you understand what I mean? Homeroom Teacher Jin understood, of course. Knowing how difficult it was, he had even dipped into his own pockets to buy gear for his student. But having entered the dungeon, no one could help Yun Shen now. If he died because of poor equipment, Teacher Jin would become an eternal sinner. The dean would surely have him dead for it. On the other side, Yun Shen was in a tight spot. He had intended to finish off the Goblin Lord before it entered Berserk mode, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Now it was truly hard to handle. With time running out, Yun Shen activated weak spot detection. But to his shock, the creature had no weak points. Things were getting really dangerous. The Goblin Lord swung its axe repeatedly at Yun Shen. The blood explosion state was still active, so with his current speed, he could easily dodge. The goblin stomped on the ground, shattering it. Yun Shen couldn't keep his footing and was injured. He gasped for air. His strength was waning. There were only 9 seconds of blood explosion left. Outside, the girls who had been claiming Yun Shen as their husband were now in tears. The blood explosion time was almost up, and he hadn't even broken through the goblin's defense, let alone dealt damage. The dean and the homeroom teacher were panicking. The spear was broken, the sword was gone, and worst of all, there were no healing potions. At this rate, the poor kid was about to meet his maker. The Goblin Lord took a few steps toward Yun Shen, its massive axe raised high. You can die now. With 7 seconds left, Yun Shen suddenly raised his head and asked a provocative question. Is that so? At that very moment, numerous tentacles emerged from behind the monster. The Goblin Lord hurriedly used its axe to hack at them. The students outside thought Yun Shen was just thrashing about in desperation. Tentacles of the Brit class were only for crowd control. They had no offensive power. But the dean chuckled. It seemed the kid had discovered the core element. Earlier, Yun Shen used his skill to find the boss's weak point, but he couldn't find one. However, no exam would ever set a monster that truly had no weak point. The truth was, the Goblin Lord's weak point was on its back, meticulously hidden by its cloak. The monster, having its secret exposed, began to panic. Yun Shen activated his fighter's Fire Fist skill. Blood burst would end in 3 seconds, but that was more than enough to take this thing down. He vanished and reappeared behind the monster like a ghost. The tentacles were tightly wrapped around its body now. The Goblin Lord wasn't stupid. It didn't want to get hit in its weak spot, so it swung around. The flame Yun Shen unleashed hit it square in the chest. With this level of attack, you can only make me stumble. How could you possibly deal any real damage? You've lost. Blood burst ended. Would Yun Shen lose? No way. The protagonist doesn't just lose. No matter how smart the goblin was, it couldn't calculate, as precisely as a human. Right where the monster fell, Yun Shen had already planted a sword. It fell right onto that blade, a final killing blow. Yun Shen was exhausted now and collapsed to the ground. A notification chimed. Yun Shen, dungeon cleared with hell-grade difficulty. Total completion time, 14 minutes and 47 seconds. His college entrance exam record had been logged. The competition was officially over for him. Continued. Outside, the entire stadium seemed to explode. Everyone was incredibly hyped because Yun Shen had finished the final stage. It took him exactly 20 seconds to take down the monster. Inside, Yun Shen was receiving his dungeon completion rewards. He leveled up 3 times in a row, plus a mountain of skill points and countless items. Moreover, because he was the first to clear this dungeon, Yun Shen unlocked an achievement. Between 3 final options, Yun Shen quickly chose Quick Casting. This achievement was a magic-type skill that helps shorten incantation time and cast spells faster. The new gear he received was also top tier at the very least, much better than his old junk. With this stuff, if I had to fight the Goblin Lord again, it would probably only take 5 seconds. Time to head out. Yun Shen left the dungeon. As soon as he stepped out, the stadium erupted with cheers. Yun Shen is the champion. Yun Shen is the people's hero. What on earth was going on? Yun Shen stood there, looking clueless, as he scanned his surroundings. Dozens of cameras were pointed at him. The principal himself came out to greet him. and teacher Jin's face was beaming with joy. The two each grabbed an arm of Yun Shen to take a souvenir photo. The principal said he would report the exam results as soon as they were out, and for now, he should just go home and rest. And it didn't stop there. He even sent his private driver to take Yun Shen home in his own supercar. This kind of treatment was unheard of. Just as Yun Shen left, the director of the Department of Education called the principal. It looked like this school was really about to hit the big leagues. Back home, Yun Shen's little sister was already waiting. She had cooked up a feast and even splurged on some meat to help him recover, since today was the day her brother took his college entrance exam. Yun Shen looked at his sister, feeling both sweet and bitter. Their father passed away 15 years ago during the war with mutant monsters. Their mother followed a few years later, dying of heart failure from overwork. Over the years, Yun Shen had always worked hard, but his sister was even more sensible. Now that they had their first promising results, life wouldn't be so difficult anymore. "Brother, how was the exam? Did it go well?" Yun Shen didn't hide anything and gently told her what the principal said, that he was guaranteed to be in the top 3. His little sister's eyes lit up instantly. She was ecstatic, knowing that finally there would be meat on the table for dinner from now on. In the following days, Yun Shen continued to diligently do missions to grind for skill points. After all, college required more skill points than high school. If there was a chance, he might even be able to unlock a hidden class. 5 days later, as soon as he returned home from a mission, his sister threw herself into his arms. She happily announced that this time, Yun Shen had reached the #1 spot. He had become the top scholar of the province. Turns out, he had been in such a rush that morning that he left his phone behind, and people had been calling it off the hook ever since. Just as she finished speaking, the phone rang again. It was the principal. Yun Shen answered, and a raspy, anxious voice came from the other end. "Why wouldn't you answer any of my calls?" "Never mind, that's not important. This afternoon, recruiters are coming to the school. Get ready to come and choose a university for yourself." This feeling was surreal. Yun Shen didn't know which school to choose. He was so looking forward to it. Memories from 3 years ago suddenly flooded back. On the day of the talent assessment, Yun Shen was found to possess the all-around talent. Everyone assumed he was a loser, and even he thought he was useless. But at his lowest point, Yun Shen suddenly obtained the system. It was truly a gift from heaven. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He was in a new position now, and he didn't know what the system would reward him with for becoming the top scholar. Initially, Yun Shen thought the reward would be more expensive gear, but unexpectedly, his all-around talent leveled up from rank B to A+. This meant that all his skills could continue to be upgraded. Included with it was a resurrection cross. If the owner dies, it will automatically consume itself and find a safe place for the owner to revive. Having an extra life was incredibly precious. Yun Shen also received a brand new talent, Super Regeneration and God Point. Super Regeneration helped him avoid almost all fatal wounds, while God Point allowed Yun Shen to tear through space and move from one location to another in an instant. Yun Shen's house was surrounded by reporters. It was a struggle just to get out. When he arrived at school, the students were also being blocked by reporters asking about the top scholar. In the principal's office, a meeting was currently underway. Faculty members from various universities had come to recruit Yun Shen, but the people from Khan University, after hearing he was just an unclassed freelancer, were extremely irritated. He demanded that the principal make Yun Shen change his class immediately, or there would absolutely be no chance of him setting foot in Khan University. Furthermore, the old man insisted that even if he was the top scholar, a freelancer with no class had no future. Not stopping there, the student who came with the old man added fuel to the fire. He claimed that Yun Shen must have used some dirty tricks to achieve such high marks in the exam. After some back and forth, the meeting room turned into chaos. The principal had a splitting headache. Just then, Yun Shen kicked the door open. "So, you want to splash dirty water on me?" The principal wanted to make introductions, but Yun Shen signaled for him to stop because he had already been listening from outside. Yun Shen walked straight up to that student. "I'm here now. Do you want to try and see if I use some kind of trick? You want to try something? I challenge you in the name of the top scholar. If I can't beat you in 5 moves, I'll admit defeat." A high school graduate wanting to challenge a top-tier university student? That guy sounds like a total greenhorn, reckless and full of himself. He let out a loud laugh, but agreed to the challenge anyway. The dean's face turned pale. This student was definitely giving him a headache. That guy was already a level 19 job class holder, while Yun Shen was only level 13. How could he possibly stand a chance? Everyone left the meeting room and headed to the training arena. The student, Muan Xiao, was incredibly smug. He thought he could take Yun Shen down in just 3 moves. The dean and department head Kan were extremely worried, but since the challenge was out, they couldn't take it back. Now, the only thing they could do was pray that Yun Shen would pull off a miracle. The opponent was also a mage. He pointed at the staff in Yun Shen's hand. That thing used to be a staff on the outside, but it was actually a long sword inside. However, after the last battle, the blade had snapped, so it could only be used in magic mode. Even so, he mocked, it's more than enough to crush you. Nguyen Chao was infuriated by Yun Shen's comment. You want to defeat me using magic? How arrogant. Nguyen Chao raised his staff and began chanting. With his casting speed, skill, he could cast a spell in just 0.7 seconds. Arrogant as he was, he figured Yun Shen couldn't possibly keep up with that speed, but as soon as he looked up, a fireball was already right in front of him. Nguyen Chao couldn't believe it. Yun Shen's casting speed was even faster than his. Now on the defensive, Nguyen Chao could only cast a temporary magic shield to block the strike. But Yun Shen's fireball was too powerful. Cracks began spreading across his shield instantly. In the end, it shattered completely. A few more fireballs rained down on his head. Nguyen Chao couldn't dodge in time and was quickly engulfed in Yun Shen's flames. Game over. Yun Shen looked at the explosion with satisfaction. Nguyen Chao was left battered, bruised, and covered in soot. All his earlier arrogance had completely vanished. But Yun Shen had no intention of letting him off that easily. He stepped forward, putting a foot on his opponent's back, and said loudly with a provocative tone, "Is that all the elite students from Khan University can do?" The university instructors witnessing the scene no longer doubted Yun Shen's abilities. Their files stated his skill limit was grade C, but looking at the color of those fireballs earlier, it had to be at least grade B. Freelancers only had one fatal weakness, the limit on their skill levels. Since Yun Shen could break through that to level up, then in the future, he would clearly become an all-powerful, undefeated prodigy. The instructors began swarming him, scrambling to recruit him. Only the Khan University instructor stood aside, still sneering. So what if he has a talent for leveling up? He still has no future. Why are you all fighting over him like that? The instructors from other schools weren't children. They weren't about to listen to his provocation. In the end, that Khan University instructor left in embarrassment. He didn't even care about Nguyen Chao, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. The others were still desperately trying to pull him in. Among them, Jingnan University offered the most generous resources. They were willing to provide every single basic skill book for all classes, not just the ones from this country, but also books, teaching professional skills from other nations. Once enrolled, if he performed well, Yun Shen would even be taught hidden skills and gifted a multi-form weapon, the one best suited for a freelancer. Damn, Jingnan is going all out. Books from various countries, hidden skills, and a multi-form weapon, those are top-tier goods, man. Whispers broke out all around them. Yun Shen didn't hesitate for long. He immediately stepped forward to shake the Jingnan University representative's hand. Turning down such good resources would be stupid. Besides, he didn't want to go too far away after all. His younger sister, Yun Tang, was still studying here in Jingnan. If anything happened, he could rush home quickly. With his school chosen, Yun Shen headed to the backyard behind the school. He wanted to test his God Point skill. This talent was truly extraordinary. Yun Shen could teleport instantly from one place to another. This was going to be incredible for both offense and defense, although it drained quite a lot of energy. Looks like he would need to train even harder. Ding. A few pings from his phone, a notification that his scholarship had been transferred. That's quite a decent amount. The other rewards were probably sent to his house already. Just as Yun Shen wanted to test his God Point at a longer distance, he appeared at his doorstep and saw representatives from Jingnan University. Just as they promised, they had brought Yun Shen a gift for his enrollment. It was a gold-tier multiform weapon. That multiform weapon was called the Ethereal Battle Grid. With gold-tier quality, it could flexibly change onto 3 different forms: a rifle, a battle sword, and a staff. Yun Shen toyed with the new weapon in his hands, feeling extremely satisfied. Finally, he didn't need to struggle with carrying a backpack full of trashy weapons anymore. The representative also brought Yun Shen a trunk full of skill books for rare classes. For someone as eager to learn as him, this pile was worth more than gold. And it didn't stop there. Dongvon City, where Yun Shen lived, also sent a special gift, a luxurious villa. It was the first time Yun Tang had lived in such a big house, and she couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. Compared to our old place, the toilet here is even bigger. Yun Shen seemed much calmer than his sister. He had already started reading some of the books. He discovered that in his country, there were actually many rare classes. 75 years before the game merged into reality, players had to choose their race at the beginning. The vast majority chose human, but there were also those who chose to be elves, beastskin, or dwarves. Over many years, quite a few humans married other races, giving birth to children with unique bloodlines. Dongvon was just a small city, so for years, Yun Shen hadn't had the chance to meet other races, but soon he would be going to Jingnan to study. This was a great opportunity to broaden his horizons about this world. Over the next month, Yun Shen diligently completed system quests while working hard to learn skills from new classes. The final half-month before enrollment, he spent time taking Yun Tang out everywhere. Finally, the opening day arrived. Yun Shen had someone coming to pick him up. While Yun Tang was in tears, she didn't want to be away from her big brother at all. Yun Shen gave her all sorts of advice, even though now they didn't have to worry about money anymore. Yun Tang's life, even without him, probably wouldn't be too difficult. I have to go now. He arrived at Jingnan University. The scenery here looked exactly like the Sex and Xianshan movies, not like a 21st century university at all. Crowds of students from all sorts of diverse races gathered around him. Jing University truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 7 universities in the country. It was a real eye-opener for her. A young elf girl greeted him. She was in charge of registration for the freshmen. Yun Shen obediently handed over his application file. When the girl saw his name, she was completely stunned and instinctively read it aloud. Yun Shen, from Dongjun City. That single sentence grabbed the attention of everyone nearby. All eyes turned toward Yun Shen. Some looked on with admiration, while others were simply amazed. But mostly, those were looks of jealousy mixed with hostility. The kind elf girl kindly warned him because Yun Shen received such generous perks from the school. He would unintentionally become a target for many other freshmen. According to tradition, after the freshman orientation ceremony, held tomorrow, the school would host a tournament 1 week later. By then, countless other freshmen would surely be trying to snatch his top-ranking spot. And among them, there was no shortage of high-level experts. Yun Shen looked at his newly appeared status window, which brought with it a new quest. He had to maintain his top 1 ranking during the freshman tournament. The reward for winning was an S-rank skill. Haha, then let them come at me, he thought. The next day, Jing University held a grand ceremony to welcome the new students. Yun Shen stood at the front. Murmurs from other students drifted toward him. So that's him? That classless rogue. Last night, he stayed in that luxury villa on the mountain, while we were stuck at the foot of the slope, being looked down on by him. I'm a provincial top scorer, too. On what basis is he ranked higher than me? I don't accept this. Yun Shen just played deaf to the bitter remarks, but in truth, there were plenty of people willing to speak up for him. For example, Shen Taran, the top scorer from Dazhu Province, or Yi Qingling, the top scorer from Donglin Province. Truly great students always carry themselves differently. This chaotic scene was observed from high above by the Dean of the War Academy, Yi Anfu. He just felt these kids were nothing but green, arrogant brats. Yun Shen's talent had been fully revealed through the recorded footage of the entrance exam. Jing University was divided into many smaller colleges, and not just Dean Ye, but all the other deans had already taken notice. Yun Shen's combat skills, his zero-delay combat intuition, and he can even use multiple types of weapons. I've got my eye on this kid, he thought. The newcomer was the Dean of the Weaponry Academy, named Sha Qingcheng. Everyone buzzed with excitement. It was the first time they had seen Dean Sha take such interest in a freshman. She was usually cold, reserved, and sparing with her words, but Yun Shen was truly a gem. It wasn't just Xia Qingcheng who had her eye on him, but all the other deans wanted to compete to make him their personal student. Haha, looks like I need to speed up the process. Yi Anfu tapped his staff on the ground. He used a teleportation spell to, in a blink, appeared right in front of the students. Yun Shen knew immediately that this was the principal. He also knew that among the 5 academies at Jing University, the War Academy was the strongest. Yi Anfu gently announced that the school was aware of the students' dissatisfaction and frustration regarding the top 1 ranking. Therefore, the tournament will be moved up by a full week. All students, prepare yourselves. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, head to Yunnan Square to begin the live combat trial. The students were fired up and unanimously agreed to the decision. Very quickly, it was 2 o'clock. Everyone gathered in full force. In front of the students were 3 large gates. These were the entrances to the replicas of the white-silver secret realms. The originals were held by the government, but compared to the entrance exam dungeon, these replicas were much harder. It seemed this tournament wouldn't be much different from the recent entrance exams. All students would enter and fight within the white-silver realm to determine the final rankings. Yun Shen, is it? I'm going to trample you like a pebble under my feet. Yun Shen wasn't too happy about hearing his name echoed constantly. Right now, every freshman was eyeing him. Fine, it's time to head into the secret realm. You'll see for yourselves the true strength of these so-called geniuses from all over. The secret realm gate opened, and all the students used the teleportation array to enter. Inside was the lair of the trolls, a species of extremely ferocious creatures. Especially at night, their fighting spirit grew, even stronger. Yun Shen drew his new weapon. Time is money. He had to finish these guys off quickly. At the same time, over here, a student was frantically unloading rounds from a machine gun at his opponents. The deans and faculty in the school were also observing the situation inside via live feed. Yi Anfu seemed pleased, as the quality of this year's freshman was quite consistent. Scanning past a few people, Xia Qingcheng directly ordered the camera to switch to Yun Shen. A scene unfolded before them that left them in disbelief. Yun Shen had already wiped out the trolls in Stage 1 and had entered Stage 2. This speed is just too fast. He's broken the record. How on earth did he do that? The elderly dean of the Element Academy, named Lian Haxuan, finally spoke up. Based on the scene, one can easily guess the method Yun Shen used. Those trolls must have been gathered into one spot by a whirlwind created by a windwalk skill, and then all of them were wiped out in one shot by a fireball. It sounded simple, but it was not easy to execute. Based on this result, his wind eye and fireball spells must be at least B rank. Lian Haxuan let out a few. He chuckles. This kid is a perfect match for my Element Academy. I definitely have to fight to get him. Meanwhile, inside, Yun Shen had stepped into the second room. Something doesn't feel right. This room is entirely a swamp. Yun Shen stopped moving to avoid sinking deeper. He cast a large fireball and precisely leaped into the center of the explosion. Looks like passing this stage quickly requires accurate perception. This question is too easy for me. His Rick profession didn't just stop at controlling a few tentacles. Yun Shen used his natural interaction skill. This ability helped him feel the natural aura, and he had upgraded all his skills to B+. Therefore, when using this skill, Yun Shen could resonate and communicate with all the plants in this vegetation-filled room. There was nothing left that could stump Yun Shen. Relying on the guidance of the plants, he found the way to the third room. Yun Shen leaped like a monkey among the branches. By keeping his body off the swamp, Yun Shen finally made it to the edge of the room where the ground was firm enough to stand on. Just then, a troll tried to ambush him from behind. Without even turning around, Yun Shen blasted it away with a fireball. "I already told you," he muttered. "Every tree in this room is my eyes and ears." There were plenty more trolls hiding in the trees, but Yun Shen didn't have time to hunt them down one by one. He activated his job's growth skill, causing the trees where the trolls were lurking to sprout rapidly. Their thick branches pierced right through the monsters' bodies. With this skill, any living creature struck by the branches would have its nutrients drained until it died. Outside, the instructors were very impressed with his performance. There are many skills for enhancing one's senses, but Yun Shen chose the interaction ability from the start. It was the perfect skill for this situation, proving that this kid isn't just about raw power. He also possesses incredible tactical judgment. Inside, once he cleared the swamp area, Yun Shen could move freely. Even though the room was laid out like a maze that would trap the unwary, Yun Shen had the trees guiding him, so he never fell into such a ridiculous situation. In no time, he reached the stone door leading to the third level. It was guarded by a large troll warrior who was slacking off and nodding off. Feeling the heat, the troll opened its eyes just in time to take a fireball to the face from Yun Shen. "Seriously, man, if you're going to be a guard, at least act professional. Getting taken out while napping is just embarrassing, bro." The stone door opened as the troll warrior was blasted inside. It scrambled to kowtow before its chieftain, crying and explaining its failure to guard the gate. "A lowly human ambushed me while I was fast asleep and sent me flying in here." The troll chieftain remained expressionless. The troll warrior wanted to redeem himself. He stood up, full of spirit, swearing to crush Yun Shen to make up for his mistake. "You're going to crush who?" Yun Shen had already appeared behind him. Before the slow-reacting troll could even respond, Yun Shen used his swordsman skill, Void Slash, slicing cleanly into the troll's back. The troll warrior collapsed right in front of his chieftain. This sight drove the troll chieftain into a frenzy, rightfully so. As the saying goes, if you want to hit the dog, you have to look at the master. Yun Shen had killed the guard dog right in front of the chieftain. There was no way he was going to swallow that insult. Yun Shen activated his appraisal skill. Apart from the level 17 chieftain, there were countless level 15 troll hunters and troll shamans below. This was a massive force, not to mention the boss, which was going to be tough to handle. However, Yun Shen was prepared. He raised his staff. "It's worth it to throw a lavish feast for you all." The troll chieftain raised its weapon, and countless illusions of Yun Shen appeared before it. Blinded by rage and losing its reason, it assumed the boy was using shadow clones. It didn't matter though. No matter how many Yun Shens there were, it would destroy them all. And so the troll chieftain's hammer rose and fell repeatedly. The room was filled with its cursing and the sound of weapons clashing. "Die. Die. Just die." Behind the troll chieftain, a fireball suddenly launched. All of Yun Shen's clones standing behind him were incinerated by this blast. The troll chieftain turned around, and in its eyes, there was a troll shaman holding a staff. It laughed heartily, praising the figure. A wizard like you isn't bad at all. Besides dark magic, I didn't expect you to grasp other elements too. After I kill this human, I'll promote you to captain. The hammer in its hand swung even more ferociously. Every time it swung, more of Yun Shen's clones were sent to the afterlife. On this side, the troll shaman was also enthusiastically using fire magic, so very quickly, only one Yun Shen remained in the room. The troll shaman walked up to him, laughing loudly. All the clones in the room are gone. Only the one in front of me is left. That must be the real Yun Shen. Finally, I can kill you. Ha ha ha. The figure in front of it rolled around, wailing. Then the image in the troll chieftain's eyes suddenly warped. Was his vision failing? Why did the Yun Shen in front of him suddenly turn into a troll hunter? Before the chieftain could understand what was happening, another fireball flew straight at the troll hunter. Boom, it was destroyed, and Yun Shen, who was actually behind the chieftain, slowly returned to his original form. The troll chieftain snapped out of it and looked around. All of his subordinates were dead. What just happened? Through the live feed, the teachers outside couldn't hide their shock. They wondered why the troll chieftain had wiped out its own subordinates, and even watched on as Yun Shen used fireballs to blow up the other trolls. But Headmaster Lian Haxuan quickly realized the method Yun Shen had used, the Command Soul Confusion skill belonging to the Spirit Medium job from the Fu-Tang region. Using this skill, the target's mind can be scrambled. They see only illusions and hear only auditory hallucinations. The reason this skill cannot be used on higher-level targets is exactly why Yun Shen must have put in a lot of effort using his talent to upgrade the quality of this skill. He also killed the troll warrior directly in front of the chieftain, making him even more agitated, which in turn increased the success rate of the Command Soul Confusion. To have planned even this step, he is truly a terrifying student. Now that the chieftain had regained his senses, the instructors were curious to see how Yun Shen would handle him. As for Yun Shen, while the Command Soul Confusion was still in effect, he had prepared plenty of things. From trap explosions to dozens of other skills, the troll chieftain was beaten to a pulp. It couldn't even get within a single step of Yun Shen. After a barrage of attacks, the troll chieftain was covered in wounds. Finally, it dragged its body to stand before Yun Shen and heavily raised its hammer. Die! But unfortunately, what was waiting for it was just another one of Yun Shen's clones. The hammer crashed down, dealing no damage to him at all. Instead, the real Yun Shen appeared behind the troll chieftain. He used his signature move, the Void Slash, a decisive strike that sent the troll chieftain off to reunite with his ancestors. Having dealt with the monster, Yun Shen became the first student to successfully clear the stage. His total clear time was 11 minutes and 43 seconds. The way he set up traps and coordinated his skills so smoothly truly opened the instructor's eyes. The remaining students had barely entered the final stage. Yun Shen undoubtedly had the top spot in the bag. There is no doubt about it, this kid is a precious gem that needs to be protected. Just thinking about my weapons academy getting such an elite student has me feeling a little excited already. Sha Qingchang was very pleased with Yun Shen's potential and spoke up first. Principal Ha, the war academy of mine won't hold back, you know. Yi and Fu wasn't about to be outdone. The two of them, one old and one young, glared at each other with sparks flying, while the rest could only stand by with their arms crossed. The students haven't even finished the dungeon yet, and the instructors are already fighting tooth and nail over them. After taking down this monster, Yun Shen gained a decent amount of EXP and rewards. Right before his eyes, he leveled up 3 times in a row, reaching level 16. Besides EXP and skills, the rewards included a gold-grade axe and the title Giant Demon Finisher. With this title, his damage against the giant demon race will increase by a solid 35% from now on. Because he broke the record for clearing the level, the system generously granted Yun Shen an additional talent, with 3 options to choose from. After considering it for a moment, Yun Shen decided on double spell casting. With this talent, casting a spell triggers the effect twice. Reward selected. He was originally going to head out, but Yun Shen suddenly discovered a secret passage. Could this be a hidden outpost? In Dream Dungeons, there is a very small probability of opening a hidden sub-level. It is packed with monsters, but if you successfully conquer it, the rewards are incredibly generous. If you fail, it doesn't deduct EXP or affect your performance in the main dungeon. Yun Shen didn't even hesitate and stepped straight inside. Outside, students were already finishing the dungeon. He was the first to teleport out, which made him feel quite smug. What kind of garbage is Yun Shen? He clearly cheated to get first place. Shen Taran also stepped out right after. He looked disappointed that Yun Shen wasn't the one in the top spot. Is the path for a classless person like Yun Shen really hopeless? The Jingnan valedictorian was probably just a lucky fluke, right? Shortly after, Yi Qingling and the other students followed suit. Everyone still couldn't see Yun Shen. The student who came out first laughed even more smugly, certain he could humiliate Yun Shen. Yi Qingling was the first to notice the live broadcast screen. Yun Shen was still inside the dungeon, but the scenery was completely different from where they had just been fighting. The student in second place grabbed his head and shouted, "That's a hidden outpost? How could that guy be the first to finish and then go into another dungeon?" The crowd below was in an uproar again. How could Yun Shen's clearing speed be that fast? Is he even human? At that moment, the screen suddenly went black. Principal Yi sat high up, signaling everyone to be quiet and wait for the results. The competition was over. Whether or not Yun Shen could handle the hidden outpost wasn't for these brats to judge. Inside the dungeon, Yun Shen didn't see any demons or monsters at all. In front of him was only a level 1 scarecrow. Unknown intelligence? Are you kidding me? A level 1? Yun Shen thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, monsters that appear in hidden outposts definitely shouldn't be underestimated. After standing across from each other for a while, the thing didn't make a move. Yun Shen twirled the spear in his hand. Looks like he would have to strike first. Just then, the scarecrow also closed the distance at a terrifying speed. Too fast. He quickly used flash to teleport to a different spot. At that moment, the scarecrow had returned to its original position. In its hand were a few strands of Yun Shen's hair. Wait, it didn't plan to attack me from the start? Did it just want my hair? Whatever. Who knows what kind of dirty tricks it's up to, but he better take it down first. Yun Shen lunged forward using swift wind steps to land a flaming punch straight at the scarecrow. But strangely, as soon as his hand touched it, the entire attack was reflected back at him. Yun Shen was left bruised and battered. That last move had used up quite a bit of energy, and having it all reflected back was both painful and infuriating. Yun Shen stared at his opponent. The straw scarecrow had now transformed into his own appearance. What's more, it looked like it had taken the full damage from that last blow. The scarecrow flickered, then walked straight toward the wall behind it and violently smashed its head against the wall. At the same time, Yun Shen felt the exact same pain. Damn it, the damage this bastard takes is actually being transferred to my body. How am I supposed to fight now? I can't attack it, and I can't let it hurt itself. Yun Shen lunged to stop it, but the scarecrow kicked the wall itself, making him hurt so much he rolled on the ground. His legs were shot, so he had to use his tentacles to stop it. But the scarecrow smashed itself into the wall again. Yun Shen's face twisted in pain. He was bruised all over. Yet, suddenly, Yun Shen broke into a smug smile. Thanks to that hit, I've figured it out. So, you're not as tough as I predicted. The students were forbidden from watching, but Principal Yi and Principal Ha didn't take their eyes off the screen for even a second. Looks like the kid is in a tough fight. Yi Anfu frowned. Principal Ha didn't think so. She believed the cursed scarecrow was indeed a difficult opponent, but perhaps it couldn't best Yun Shen because the boy's expression had remained very calm from start to finish. There wasn't even a trace of panic in his eyes. Since he could stay clear-headed enough to think, he would definitely be able to clear the level safely. Over here, Yun Shen had discovered the anomaly of the monster. It didn't actually have the ability to bind his life to it at all. Instead, all the injuries it took were being transferred to Yun Shen, while it pretended to be injured to fool him, even though it was perfectly fine. Conversely, when Yun Shen hurt himself, that damage would also be transferred back to the scarecrow in equal measure. This was the key point. The thing was level 1, while he was 16. A minimal amount of self-inflicted damage would barely hurt him, but it would be enough to take the monster's life. Thinking of this, Yun Shen immediately used a fireball spell on his own chest. Across from him, the scarecrow was instantly burned alive, revealing its true form as a tiny straw scarecrow. It became a reward item for Yun Shen. The effect of this thing is that when you wrap an opponent's hair around the scarecrow's neck, you can transfer all the damage the scarecrow takes to the opponent. What a fearsome item. It should be quite useful when needed. Yun Shen finally exited the dungeon. Outside, more than 2,000 students were waiting for him. Cursing filled the air, because the next stage of the competition could only start once all the students were gathered. Yun Shen sheepishly shuffled back into formation, then Yi Anfu slowly stepped forward. He announced that someone had cheated to get the test questions, which was the only reason they achieved such a high score. Because of this, the competition will now have a second stage. Damn, that old man actually found out. The student who first exited the secret realm earlier. The rules for the second stage are very simple. Students can challenge anyone, and if they win, they take that person's rank and their course credits. Also, each student is allowed to decline one challenge. Yun Shen is the center of attention right now, so there are definitely plenty of people wanting to challenge him. Sure enough, as soon as it started, a few tough-looking guys wanted to take on the number 1 seed. Yun Shen felt one-on-one was too time-consuming, so he bluntly demanded they both come at once to get it over with. Fine, you asked for this. Looks like we need to teach this kid a lesson, to show him what happens to someone so arrogant. Both guys gritted their teeth. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Two strangers who didn't know each other were now, in an instant, teammates with a single goal, taking down Yun Shen. The two split to the flanks, using their signature skills to attack, but the speed was just too slow. Yun Shen effortlessly pulled off a basic stomp maneuver to counter. The moment the move landed, the shockwaves shook the ground beneath them. The instructor had to conjure a sturdy shield to protect the other students from the flying debris. Everyone was trembling in fear. A basic skill with this much power? Are you kidding me? When the dust and sand settled, both challengers were already knocked out cold. Anyone else want to go? The referee hurriedly waved his hands. No more, no more. Yun Shen beat them into this state. We can't keep going. This kid is seriously as strong as an ox and as fierce as a tiger. If someone didn't stop it, he might actually kill someone. Yun Shen stood on the arena, proudly looking down at the thousands of students below. Is there anyone else who wants to fight me? Most of the students below had already been intimidated by Yun Shen's one-shot stomp. It seems this number one really is the real deal. That trust fund kid who knew the questions that Principal Ye hinted at. It probably isn't Yun Shen. I'll fight you. The person who just stepped up was Shen Taran, the valedictorian of Dazhou Province and ranked third in the previous Silver Secret Realm. I'll challenge you too. Next was a beautiful girl from the elf tribe, Nico, the valedictorian of Tianye Province and ranked fifth in the Secret Realm. Now this is a fight between true top scholars. Shen Taran and Nico growled at each other, fighting to get on the arena first. Yun Shen stuck to his usual routine. Both of you at once is fine too. But Shen Taran was also a proud man. Naturally, he wanted a proper one-on-one fight. As soon as the match started, Shen Taran used his Blood Shadow lunge, striking straight toward his opponent. This attack was so powerful that even the arena's protective barrier was about to crack. But Yun Shen wasn't scratched at all. He dodged Shen Taran's attack as easily as if he were just grabbing a piece of candy. Yun Shen dodged once. Shen Taran attacked again, firing off a fireball. Shen Taran nonchalantly pulled out a shield to defend. His defensive gear was top-notch. Yun Shen's fireball spell really didn't do anything. But meanwhile, Yun Shen's tentacles had already snuck up behind and tightly bound Shen Taran. He used his growth skill, just like he did against the ogres. Those tentacles pierced through the armor and started draining Shen Taran's vitality. He realized the situation was bad. He wanted to use Blood Flame to burn the tentacles away once and for all, but Yun Shen wasn't about to let Shen Taran have his way. He used the Water Curtain skill, dumping a massive torrent of water like a waterfall from above. It extinguished the fire Shen Taran created, and what's more, the tentacles grew even stronger when they touched the water. Shen Taran's vitality was about to collapse. He didn't want to use his ultimate move, but if he didn't use it now, he was afraid he'd lose his life. Shen Taran used Blood Escape and instantly vanished from the web of tentacles. He appeared behind Yun Shen, but Yun Shen had already sensed his opponent. He decisively turned around and used his weapon to parry Shen Taran's. That third-ranked valedictorian was starting to lose it now. Every attack he threw was being predicted. How could he not be frustrated? After 49 moves, Shen Taran had his face smashed by Yun Shen using his spear. He originally wanted to use his last bit of strength to trade blows with Yun Shen, but Yun Shen was one step faster. He used invisibility to close in from behind. When Yun Shen's knife was pressed against his throat, Shen Taran had no choice but to raise his hands in surrender. I give up. Below, the crowd of students started buzzing like a disturbed beehive. There was almost no one left who didn't admire Yun Shen now. Principal Ye also stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Shen Taran is a student with great talent. He really is a living textbook. But it's a shame that no book teaches how to deal with an unclassed person like Yun Shen. Nico landed gracefully on the arena. It seemed Shen Taran's crushing defeat couldn't dampen this girl's fiery passion. Nico possessed the Silver Moon bloodline. Compared to an ordinary mortal like Yun Shen, the gap was indeed huge. However, his skills were something everyone had to acknowledge. Who wins and who loses? It was still too early to tell. Nico was incredibly skilled with her sword. Every slash could have been a fatal blow. The limited space of the arena favored her even more, and she pushed the attack even harder. Damn it! First, Shen Taran. Now Nico. That sturdy arena barrier was about to turn into a piece of scrap rags. During the first stage of the battle, Yun Shen only focused on dodging. His speed was not inferior to anyone's, so every swing of Nico's blade could not hurt him. But dodging forever wasn't how a real hero fights. Yun Shen pulled out a pair of low-level combat pistols and started to counterattack. These didn't have a high chance of actually wounding Nico, but they successfully distracted her. Yun Shen took that opportunity to close the distance. Nico had a greater advantage at range Being crowded like this put her in a tight spot, but at that moment, a triumphant smile appeared on her lips. Just as I thought, you'd choose to get close. Looks like I bet correctly. Yun Shen was pushed back several feet by Nico's Silver Moonlight Bloodline's secret art. This skill cost a huge amount of energy, but for Nico, that trade-off was totally worth it. The Yun Shen in front of her was now locked down. He couldn't defend and couldn't counterattack anymore. She raised the bow in her hand, the arrow already knocked, intending to end the fight with one final blow. But Yun Shen's sword blade brazenly appeared, pressed right against Nico's throat, just like how Shen Terran had once suffered. The thing she had spent all her energy trying to lock down turned out to be nothing more than one of Yun Shen's clones. You have to admit, Nico is very smart, and her skills were flawless. All that effort just to lock down Kia, only to realize it was just a clone of Yun Shen. I have to say, Nico is incredibly clever, and her technique was flawless. But Yun Shen was still a cut above her. Devastated, Nico dropped to the ground, crushed. She had lost this match too. To think that at my age, I've lost to someone of the same age. She felt so small and humiliated, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't let this go. Wherever she encountered Yun Shen next, she swore she would challenge him. She had to find a way to win eventually. Headmistress Xia watched the duel and felt that Nico wasn't half bad. She wanted both of these kids under her wing. My dear, aren't you being a bit too greedy? Even after taking down 2 top students, Yun Shen still had plenty of stamina left. This challenge is taking too long, he thought. He decided to just call out the AI system. Fine. If you want to send 5 people, send 5. If you want to send 10, bring them all at once. Let's save as much time as possible. Down below, quite a few people were still annoyed by his arrogance. A whole crowd rolled up their sleeves, determined to teach Yun Shen a lesson together. But facing them all, Yun Shen simply used a light projection spell to blind them, then rained down fireballs one after another to finish the job. It was much quieter now. This match had already gone down in Jing University history. No national history. Never before had a first-year student made such a grand entrance. Facing countless peers all by himself, with high stats, diverse skills, calm judgment, great weapon handling, and real combat experience, Yun Shen had it all. He had naturally become a master. At first, the other students were jealous, envious, and even skeptical. But after seeing him in action a few times, they knew Yun Shen's strength was the real deal. Gradually, those negative feelings faded away. They were replaced by admiration and worship. Some even became die-hard fans. He's ranked number 1 not because the top rank is the limit, but because the highest rank available is number 1. The Secret Realm rankings were in, and of course, Yun Shen was number 1. Second, third, and fourth place went to Shen Terran, Nico, and Ye Qingling, respectively. Yun Shen completed his task of staying at rank 1 in the freshman competition. He received a new S-rank skill called Invincible. It granted immunity to all damage and crowd control for 3 seconds. It also came with a bottle of Lucky Potion. After drinking it, one would possess the highest level of luck for 24 hours. The competition had ended. Next was the academy placement. The War Academy was undeniably the strongest, but everyone knew it was also the easiest place to be sent to the front lines. The students were a bit wary of that. On the other hand, the Weapon Academy had become a hot commodity in recent years. This was because Xie Qingcheng, the youngest headmistress only 27 years old, had already spent 8 years on the battlefield and had even killed a demon lord. Her strength was beyond question. Xie Qingcheng stepped forward, her face expressionless, and said clearly, "Yun Shen, come to my Weapon Academy." The students below erupted like a disturbed beehive. Damn, the recruitment battle is starting already? And doing it so openly? That's the style of someone who's killed a demon lord. All right. Yun Shen, if you join the War Academy, I'll take you as my personal disciple and give you 3 A-rank skill books, offered Ye Anfu. As a welcome gift, Ye Anfu wasn't going to lose out. Only 3 A-rank skill books? That's so stingy. Yun Shen, come to the Elemental Academy. I'll provide you with all the potions and magical ingredients you need, plus a set of gear crafted from diamonds. Li and Haxuan had also joined the recruitment race. Headmaster Ye glared at his old friend until his face was red. This guy clearly came prepared. He's just using his wealth to pressure people. They weren't giving each other any face at all. Yun Shen pondered the offers. Both Headmaster Yi's and Headmaster Lian's conditions were great. Both were very tempting, and both academies suited him, which left him incredibly conflicted. Just then, Xie Qingcheng pulled something out of her pocket. It was the Demon Lord's essence. This item was refined from the Demon Lord's own body, an S++ rank divine object. Once consumed, it could greatly improve one's physique. Every time one leveled up, they would receive double the attribute points and skill benefits, and the effect would last all the way to level 70. Moreover, after using it, there was a chance to awaken the bloodline of the original Demon Lord. This woman is ruthless, the crowd thought. With an offer like that, not just students, even the instructors are jealous. Headmaster Yi let out a long sigh. It seemed the outcome of this recruitment war had already been decided. Yun Shen knew that in most years, academies fought over top students just for their performance records. But Xia Qingsheng was different. She had never recruited students before. He was the exception. And the terms that Headmistress Xia offered were far beyond those of any other academy. Naturally, he had no reason to refuse. I choose the Weapon Academy. Xia Qingsheng didn't smile, but her expression clearly showed her satisfaction. Besides Yun Shen, Nico was also recruited. Both became Xia Qingsheng's personal disciples. As soon as they entered the academy, the two were called separately to the headmistress's office. Inside, it looked like a museum, filled with the skeletal remains of rare magical beasts. Yun Shen gulped audibly. This whole collection. Were all of these taken down by Headmistress Xia? If so, she's way too strong. You're here, are you? The two kids obediently bowed. Xia Qingsheng ordered her trusted subordinate, Caddy, to take some natural secret medicine and give it to Nico. After all, both of them were elves, making them better suited for her teachings. Nico happily followed Caddy. As for Yun Shen, Xia Qingsheng didn't break her promise. She handed the Demon Lord's essence directly to him. Standing before such an item, Yun Shen couldn't help but ask, "Ma'am, is it true, as the rumors say, that you obtained this after killing the Demon Lord?" "That's right," Xia Qingsheng replied without hesitation. "This is the essence refined from the Demon Lord's remains, purified by a god-tier alchemist." For this curious new student, Xia Qingsheng was patient in explaining the Demon Lord's origins. 75 years ago, before the world underwent major changes, many new races appeared, such as beastkin, elves, goblins, and demons. But in reality, they were all just players who had chosen races other than human. At their core, they were still people born in this world. The strongest among the player world were called the four transfer professionals, the War God, Mage God, Blade God, and so on. But parallel to the current world, there existed another dark world. It was filled with demon descendants who invaded the player's world through spatial rifts, causing catastrophe, and the ruler of the dark world was called the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's power was immense, rivaling that of the four transfer professionals. The Demon Lord is that strong? Then how could humans have found a way to refine its remains? Is the strength of two fourth-tier class holders really that formidable? How could humans even figure out a way to refine its remains? It wasn't humans who discovered it, Xia Qingsheng continued, explaining that the mutations in this world were actually created by the heavens. Gods have always existed. Many years ago, through sacrifices to the heavens, humans finally found a way to destroy and refine the Demon Lords. These sacrifices are like a trade deal with the gods. Beyond the Demon Lord essence, things like divine medicines, hidden classes, divine equipment, and divine skills can all be obtained through sacrifice. Yun Shen listened, feeling more and more baffled by this information. He had never heard any of this before. It wasn't in textbooks or on the internet. So the normal monsters he was dealing with were just small fry. The demon descendants and demon lords were the real enemies. The biggest hurdle for players like you. Xia Qingsheng brought the Demon Lord essence out in front of Yun Shen once more, though she wasn't entirely certain, is whether drinking this will actually awaken the Demon Lord bloodline talent or not. Yun Shen thought for a moment and requested an hour to rest before taking it. Dean Ha didn't refuse, of course. She even carefully arranged for Yun Shen to rest in her office to be comfortable. Yun Shen headed to the room. This stuff was too precious to use carelessly. So, he took out that lucky potion and downed it in one go. An hour later, Xia Qingsheng returned to check on him. The Demon Lord essence was incredibly potent, absorbing it would be agonizing. She wasn't comfortable leaving her favorite student alone, so she had to supervise in case of an emergency. Yun Shen gripped the Demon Lord essence bead tightly in his hand. A massive surge of power erupted, piercing straight into his body. His whole body felt like it was dying from the pain. Yun Shen screamed and collapsed. Xia Qingsheng hurriedly caught him and channeled some of her internal energy to help dull the pain. But the agonizing process didn't last long. Yun Shen felt his superhuman healing skill, S+ rank, activate. His entire body quickly returned to its normal state. That's it. Xia Qingsheng had a head full of question marks. Was the Demon Lord essence she had gone to such lengths to get for this kid a fake? How could the pain stop so quickly? But Yun Shen knew it wasn't a fake, because his stat points had surged in an instant. The Demon Lord possessed two types of bloodline talents, Black Eyes and Dark Night. Xia Qingsheng only hoped that Yun Shen would be able to possess at least one of the two, but thanks to the lucky potion, he obtained both. Black Eyes allowed him to control objects within his field of vision that were locked on. Meanwhile, Dark Night increased the effectiveness of attributes and skills in darkness. even though both were relatively low-grade talents. Xie Xingcheng was very satisfied, as both could be evolved later and upgraded all the way to S+ rank. Yun Shen felt truly lucky. Xie Xingcheng looked cold, but in reality, she cared a lot about him. Having a mentor like this, he definitely had to repay her well in the future. At the same time, in a distant place, a bizarre, imprisoned creature was absolutely furious. Damn pathetic humans. How dare they steal the power of the demon lord? Before him, a figure in a red cloak covering his face knelt in extreme reverence. Master, please be at ease. I will definitely destroy him and offer his heart to you, my lord. If you succeed, this god of war essence will be your reward. Today was the second day since Yun Shen moved into the dorms. He was still diligently testing his new talent, Dark Eyes. Yun Shen threw the ceramic plate in his hand into the air. Sure enough, he controlled it, holding it suspended in midair. If this talent was upgraded to S+ later, it would definitely be even more insane. There was still some time left. Before the lucky potion wore off, countless incredible things kept happening to Yun Shen, from picking up gold on the street to free sightseeing and eating for free without paying. That potion really had terrifying effects. He had to figure out how to put it to good use. Come to think of it, Yun Shen still had to do his system quests as usual today, but the reward today wasn't money. It was a random item. The lucky potion was still in effect, so it might just drop something Yun Shen actually wanted. Yun Shen thought to himself, it would be great if it dropped a random enchantment material. Surprisingly, it actually happened. He received Dragon, Flame Blood, S- rank. My god, this was top-tier material. This wasn't a lucky potion anymore. It was clearly a wish-granting potion. As class ended, Yun Shen hurried away, which caught Nico's attention. She subconsciously followed him. And whether it was due to the effects of the lucky potion or not, Nico kept staring at him all day. The more she looked, the more she thought this guy was handsome. Everything, from his appearance to his personality, felt like her ideal type. The place Yun Shen arrived at was the enchantment hall. Nico couldn't help but subconsciously start a conversation with him. This guy was trying to use enchantment methods to strengthen his weapon. He bought a pile of enchantment materials, costing over 3,000 points. Nico was dazzled. This guy spent points like trash without even blinking. The owner of the enchantment shop suggested Yun Shen hire an enchanter to help. However, he refused. With a pile of materials laid out before him, Yun Shen placed his weapon on the table and began to enchant it. After the first enhancement, his multiform weapon upgraded to golden grade. Success! Yun Shen continued to enchant. The powerful purple light was enough to make passers-by almost go blind. This time it succeeded too. A 7-star golden grade weapon. Seriously, going from 6-star to 7-star, the success rate was only 5%. He really was a child of the heavens. Not only was Nico bewildered by the low success rate, but Yun Shen was doing it effortlessly. Other students began to gather because of the commotion here. Yun Shen was about to continue upgrading, but Nico stopped him because the success rate from 7-star to 8-star was only 1%. But the lucky potion wasn't just for show. Yun Shen couldn't waste this opportunity. He continued to enchant. The students around were divided into two camps. One side was eagerly awaiting success to admire an 8-star golden weapon, while the other was just shouting that Yun Shen would definitely fail and that the weapon would explode. But how could it explode? After a while of enchanting, what Yun Shen got in his hands was the demon-breaking blade, golden 8-star rank. Ko was dumbfounded. This guy didn't use any techniques, he just upgraded straight through. Is this terrifying luck even human? Yun Shen held the demon-breaking blade in his hand, admiring it for a moment, feeling it was worth it. He hadn't wasted those over 3,000 points of materials at all. There's nothing else left to rely on luck for right now, so I should just head back. Wait! A burly, fierce-looking guy appeared out of nowhere to block Yun Shen. He spoke in an arrogant tone, ordering him to sell that weapon to him. Naturally, he was willing to pay a price 30% higher than the market rate. And what if I don't want to sell? The two quickly moved to the school courtyard. A crowd gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Who on earth is that kid? He actually dares to mess with Lin Lei. It seemed this guy had quite the reputation. Being both a student council member and having Dragon Clan bloodline, many people called him Brother Lei. Everyone assumed Yun Shen was a dead man. Offending Brother Lei meant nothing but a serious beatdown. Nico stood to the side, hearing everything, and couldn't help but giggle. These people clearly hadn't watched the freshman tournament. With Yun Shen's methods, he doubted that even if everyone here ganged up on him, they wouldn't be his match. Name your price. If the deal goes through, you'll have the honor of following me. Lin Lei, usually hot-tempered, was unusually gentle today. This must be the effect of the luck potion, right? Lin Lei didn't forget to add that this weapon, The strongest golden tier piece in history was only worth owning if it belonged to him. Yun Shen slammed the weapon into the ground. He hadn't even used any skills yet, but the sheer aura radiating from it was enough to be intimidating. Lin Lei suddenly felt afraid. No way. My body contains the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. There's no way I could be scared of a shrimp like Yun Shen. So you mean I'm not worthy of owning this weapon? If I don't sell it, we're enemies then? Yun Shen ground out each word. He slowly lifted the Yao Yi breaking formation spear and moved closer to Lin Lei. Lin Lei became increasingly terrified, stammering incoherently. What is going on here? By the time Yun Shen was right in front of him, Lin Lei fell backward. Don't come any closer. Students are strictly forbidden from fighting. We can't fight here. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded. Yun Shen didn't want to waste any more time, so he slung his weapon over his shoulder and walked straight away. Nico rushed to catch up with him. Yun Shen thought for a while and decided to head to the library. Nico was confused. Today was clearly this guy's lucky day, so why not use it for something good instead of going to the library to read? But Yun Shen knew this was one of the good things he absolutely had to do. The sea of skill books was vast. Choosing a suitable one was hard. While the potion was still effective, he would just flip through them at random. He was bound to find something that fit him. There it was. Yun Shen learned a few new skills in one go, which would help him significantly in battle. The sun was setting, so he had to hurry. Yun Shen decided to go buy a mount. He chose a baby eagle that looked scrawny and weak. Neither Nico nor the shopkeeper understood why Yun Shen would make such a choice. This mount hadn't had a buyer in 3 months, so the shopkeeper decided to sell it to Yun Shen cheaply. After closing the deal, he tossed a portion of high-grade nutrient potion into the cage. The creature immediately gulped it down. After consuming it, it transformed into a massive, fierce-looking griffin with an extraordinary aura. The two onlookers were left speechless. The shopkeeper must have been regretting it deeply, having failed to see the potential in this creature and selling it off so cheaply just to cut his losses. You look a bit dim. Let's call you Little Hand from now on. Yun Shen satisfiedly patted the griffin's head. The next stop was the summoner training base. Yun Shen arrived late, so only the plant-type storage was open. The water element summon he had conjured was too weak. Yun Shen needed a more powerful summon to boost his capabilities in his profession. He needed his own summon, but the quality couldn't be too high, since he was, after all, just an ordinary person. Boo-hoo-hoo. A soft crying sound from the corner caught Yun Shen's attention. It was a small thornflower beast. It looked quite lively, but the base owner complained. This thing is born with poor talent, so it's not as good as its peers. Plus, it's a picky eater and only wants the good stuff. It's really hard to raise. Nico also advised Yun Shen to pick a different one with higher quality, but he had his eyes set on this little thornflower beast. He decided to buy it. Today he had been everywhere and done everything he needed to do. It was dark, so Yun Shen headed back to the dormitory. Nico shyly asked him for a favor. She wanted to borrow 1,500 credits from Yun Shen. At university, everything required credits to spend. In the previous freshman tournament, Yun Shen had won the credits of countless other students, including Nico's. Fine, I'll send it to your student ID. Nico glanced at Yun Shen's account balance. He had spent money like a rich kid all day, and he still had over 8,000 left. She wondered just how many unlucky freshmen had been cleaned out by this guy in the previous tournament. Once the money was in Nico's pocket, Yun Shen left immediately. Nico watched his back, not forgetting to say thank you. This guy was cold on the outside, but actually a pretty decent person. 3 months flew by. Today, Yi and Fu was looking into the situation of the new students. They were all performing steadily. After all, they were all bright seedlings from across the provinces. As for Yun Shen, he had also performed excellently. Every different vocational subject had given him the best possible results. However, apart from occasionally interacting with Nico, Yun Shen didn't have a single friend. Yi and Fu was extremely troubled by this. Being talented was great, but after graduating and heading to the battlefield, if he couldn't coordinate with his teammates, the chances of buying the farm would be much higher. He worried that if things continued like this, Yun Shen wouldn't be able to fight side by side with anyone. Soon, there would be a national freshman exchange competition. As per tradition, Jing University would also send first years to participate. Yi and Fu called the top 20 students to his office. At that moment, the Weaponry Academy was holding an archery exam. Nico was a Silver Moon elf, proficient in both bow and sword. At that moment, she was competing against Yun Shen. Though it didn't take long for Nico to admit defeat, her friends weren't surprised by this anymore. It wasn't just archery. Yun Shen ranked first in all other vocational subjects. Yun Shen, Nico, go take a trip to the Academic Affairs office. Dean Ye has something to discuss with you too. When the two arrived, the top 20 were already all there. It seemed everyone knew about the exchange competition. except for Yun Shen. Even Nico couldn't help it. This guy only knew how to bury himself in training and never kept up with any news from the outside world. In this competition, Jing University had taken the championship for the past 3 years. In previous years, there were 2 rounds individual and team. This year, they added a survival round. The rules were unclear. Perhaps the dean, Yi, called them in for this very reason. No sooner had Nico finished explaining than the system also sent Yun Shen a new task to win the championship in this competition. It looks like I don't have a choice but to join. Just then, Yi Anfu appeared. This year's competition is hosted by Qingyun University, and he will be attending in his capacity as the vice principal of Jingnan University to lead the top 20 contestants. Nico immediately asked, "Isn't it usually just a 7-man team? Why do we need 20 people this year?" Yi Anfu calmly explained, "It's because of the new survival round. All 20 participants will be randomly placed into a dungeon. In there, finding resources and taking down monsters will earn you points. Everyone's total points will determine the ranking." The students clutched their heads in frustration. Sure enough, whenever the competition rules change, the first-year guinea pigs always suffer the most. Jingnan University has been the champion for 3 years straight. If they perform like trash this year, the school will lose face. Ye Anfu appointed Yun Shen as the team leader. Everyone agreed with this decision because, over the past 3 months, his abilities had truly opened everyone's eyes. For the individual round, which requires 3 people, Ye Anfu selected Yun Shen, Shen Tyron, and Nico as the top 3 academic performers. The issue was the team round, which requires 7 members. Even though Yun Shen is incredibly talented, he has always been a lone wolf. Ye Anfu was very worried about his ability to coordinate with a team. "Principal Ye, can you let me choose my own teammates?" Yun Shen asked proactively. Ye Anfu naturally agreed. After all, this kid knows himself best. Letting him choose his own team would surely make executing the plan much easier. But the 5-man team Yun Shen proposed made Ye Anfu so angry he could see stars. Out of 7 people, there were 3 melee fighters, 1 Taoist, 1 summoner, and 1 assassin. They were all focused on offense. In previous years, Jingnan University always organized a 2-2-1-2 formation. 2 warriors specialized in both defense and offense, taking the lead. 2 mages providing magical damage behind them, a healer in the middle, and 2 jack-of-all-trades classes at the back for harassment and crowd control. The formation Yun Shen chose didn't even have a single mage, let alone a healer. What kind of strategy is this? Yi Anfu's secretary suggested scrapping this team. He let out a long sigh and decided to see how it performed before making any further moves. The students were now buzzing with excitement. They all agreed that using the traditional 2-2-1-2 formation was the best, but Yun Shen just coldly replied, "I have my own plan." Just then, the team's instructor pushed the door open. He was a former participant who had won first place in the past. This guy strongly opposed the lack of magical firepower in the team, so he brought along a student who was a mage, Tai Heng. This is the guy who used his connections to cheat during the freshman competition and ended up getting knocked down from 2nd place all the way to 26th. Everyone found him eyesore, so naturally, no one wanted to team up with him. "You can't even make it into the top 20. What right do you have to compete with us? What if I said I don't need you?" In the instructor's eyes, Yun Shen's words carried absolutely no weight. He relied on the fact that he was the one training these kids, so he felt he could change the team lineup however he wanted. The students were strongly against it. They had all worked their tails off fighting to earn their rankings. How could they let some guy who bribed his way and interfere and ruin everything? Because he wasn't in good condition and was challenged repeatedly, he had dropped in rank. Tai Heng flew into a rage and pulled out his weapon to intimidate them. The staff he was holding was at least of diamond quality. Rumor has it, his family is filthy rich. It seems they really were willing to pay to get him through the back door. The instructor became even more arrogant. He ordered them to immediately kick 1 warrior out of the team to make room for Tai Heng. But Yun Shen remained firm in his refusal. Not to mention his ability, he simply despised people with such crooked intentions. "If you're not convinced, we can form our own teams and have a duel. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, get lost immediately." The instructor burst out laughing when he heard this. He was last year's champion, and his teammates were all talented. A 2nd-year student like Yun Shen was just a reckless rookie in his eyes. "I accept this duel. See you at the arena in 3 hours." The news of Yun Shen challenging the 2nd-year student quickly spread across the campus. Hearing that the person being challenged was last year's national intercollegiate competition champion made it even more intense. Students flocked to the arena to witness this historic showdown. Both sides were ready. That instructor, Wei Wu, had no shame and even pulled in some seniors from the 3rd year to join him. The stands were split into two polar opposites. One side wanted Yun Shen to teach Wei Wu a lesson for his arrogance, while the other side wanted Wei Wu to crush Yun Shen into oblivion. Yun Shen's team consisted entirely of freshmen in the top 10. Their combat power was nothing to sneeze at, and Yun Shen had decided from the start that they didn't need any tactics. Just adapt as we go once it starts. This lineup is actually pretty sick. Why are we worried? Our team has 4 provincial top scorers. Our raw strength is enough to crush them. We have to trust Brother Yun. We'll celebrate if we win, and we'll shoulder the burden together if we lose. This time, Yi Enfu's secretary stepped up to act as the referee. It was a good opportunity for her to observe the actual combat skills of Yun Shen's team to report back. If they actually won, Principal Yi would have no reason to try and change the teammates Yun Shen chose. The match began. Wei Wu's team deployed a textbook formation. 2 warriors in front, 2 mages behind, a healer in the middle, and 2 jack-of-all-trades at the end. In contrast, Yun Shen's team had no formation at all and just rushed forward. Hey guys, slow down. I can't keep up. At least let me cast a buff on you. My Thunder Talisman can't reach you. Yi Qingling, the weakest in terms of stamina, was left behind by the group. Seeing this, Wei Wu became even more confident in his victory. Originally, he was worried about Yi Qingling. After all, Taoists have a higher status than healers. However, with such a mess of a team, that Taoist would surely be unable to unleash her full potential, while Wei Wu was still leisurely deploying his formation. Suddenly, countless fireballs rained down from the sky. He immediately ordered the frontline warrior to put up a shield. A massive shield was deployed above their heads, successfully blocking the fireball barrage, but the widened defensive range meant the defensive power would be significantly weakened. Yun Shen surged forward at full speed. The enemy mage was just about to cast a spell when he was tightly constricted by Yun Shen's vine tentacles. The weapon in his hand struck an enemy tank with pinpoint accuracy, instantly sending him flying a kilometer away. The remaining tank tried to counterattack, but hand-to-hand. Even as a pair, they were no match for Yun Shen. Yun Shen leaped high, and Taiheng, realizing that was his opponent's weakest defensive moment, immediately launched an attack. Yun Shen's weapon instantly transformed into a scepter, thanks to several passive talents he acquired after completing the mission. The fireball he cast was both swift and powerful. As the 2 spells collided, it was obvious which side had the advantage. Taiheng couldn't even withstand the first strike. He quickly became dead weight for his own team. The spectators in the stands were absolutely terrified by this whole process. It only took a few seconds. Yun Shen had already wiped out 2 tanks and 2 mages from the opposing team without taking a single hit himself. Is this terrifying strength really that of a freshman? Yun Shen's teammates couldn't help but stare in blank amazement. At this rate, did they even need to lift a finger? They were all top 10 freshmen, yet they couldn't even show a sliver of their potential once the battle started. Their team captain was just too much of a monster. The opponents still had 3 people left. This included Wei Wu, the summoner, and a healer. The summoner finally managed to show a bit of what he could do. He summoned a total of 3 giant beasts. Yun Shen just smirked. If it's monsters they want, that's my specialty. The 2-headed snakes and the lion that were summoned were all platinum grade and over level 20. This guy is among the top summoners at Jing University. Because of that, Wei Wu seemed quite arrogant, but facing Yun Shen, all 3 summoned beasts didn't dare to attack first. The summoner started to feel uneasy. It felt like the gap in strength was just too massive. If you're not going to move, then I'll make the first move. The summoned beasts were mighty, but they were no match for Yun Shen, who told him he had the entire system at his fingertips. The enemy summoner was heartbroken watching his battle beasts get absolutely demolished. He kept pleading, "Stop, don't hit them anymore." But Yun Shen had no intention of stopping. "This isn't fair. I demand a rematch." The fact that Yun Shen was solo carrying the team made him furious. The team competition was supposed to test the coordination between players, but the whole process just now was only Yun Shen fighting. It really felt more like an individual round. Yun Shen finally stopped and slowly descended to the ground. "Who said I was fighting alone? Show me what you all can do." Yun Shen's teammates finally rushed forward, filled with spirit and ready for action. Liu and Guo Feichen were the first to move. They wanted to take out the opposing healer, but Wei Wu stood in the way. Losing their healer would be a disaster. At that moment, Tan Shen-Taran used his shadow swap skill, suddenly appearing right beside him. Wei Wu was caught off guard and took a heavy blow. The summoner was now furious to the point of desperation. He wanted to risk it all with Yun Shen's team, hands poised to execute a frantic summoning technique. Suddenly, 2 golden arrows flew from afar, piercing his wrists. The skill was immediately neutralized before it could even be cast. The one behind this was Nico, one of the best archers among the freshmen. The outcome was set. Yun Shen conveniently finished off the 3 summoned beasts as well. I wonder if killing these beasts drops any extra materials or gives a bit of experience. The summoner quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. These beasts were his vital partners. He couldn't afford to lose them. In reality, Yun Shen didn't even need these minor gains. Since the winner was already decided, that was enough. Wei Wu activated his berserk state, wanting to make one final stand against Yun Shen, but before he could even act, Miko had already casually unleashed his signature move to definitively end the battle. Yi Anfu's secretary returned to report the situation, but he still sighed deeply. Winning this bout was clearly due to overwhelming individual ability, but the other universities were full of elites too. Without a proper strategy, it was going to look very ugly when the time came. However, Yun Shen had already anticipated that. On the contrary, he believed that since Jing University had used the 2-2-1-2 strategy for 3 consecutive years, it would definitely be figured out by now. Furthermore, this class didn't have high-level mages. Forcing one into the lineup would only weaken it. 7 of the top 10 had great skills, using brute force to crush. The opposition is a strategy in itself. It sounded unreasonable, but it was surprisingly convincing. Yi Anfu had no reason to continue opposing it and left it to the students to decide among themselves. On this side, Yun Shen was happily on the phone with Yun Tang. The kid had been doing well in her studies lately and could get into a good high school, so Yun Shen felt much more at ease. In the middle of this, 2 people sought him out. They were demons who had been completely subjugated by Xia Qingcheng as her servants. They came to inform Yun Shen that he had a special class today, so Dean Xia had canceled his other lessons. Yun Shen didn't ask further and just agreed to go with them. Through a teleportation portal, Xia Qingcheng brought Yun Shen to a very eerie place. It was gloomy and silent all around, with only the cawing of crows to be heard. Needless to say, this wasn't a pleasant place. Xia Qingcheng was a woman of few words, only stating a few simple lines. His mission was just one thing. It was to survive until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Yun Shen could sense many monsters lurking in the shadows. Xia Qingcheng simply explained that the Demon Lord's essence inside his body was a fine tonic that helped the monsters evolve. After saying that, she left. No sooner had Xia Qingcheng left than those demonic beasts couldn't hold back anymore. They attacked Yun Shen all at once. The enemies were numerous and very fast, but fortunately, Yun Shen had acquired divine points, so moving and nimbly dodging wasn't too difficult. After fighting for a while, Yun Shen realized it wasn't that these monsters were super fast, but rather that falling into this place had dulled all his senses. Monsters were everywhere, front and back, wanting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yun Shen immediately switched his weapon form to a scepter. Since when did a mage fear being ganged up on? A whirlwind was created, gathering all the monsters into one spot. A few managed to break through the whirlwind's barrier, but Yun Shen wouldn't allow that. He activated the Eye of the Night talent he had just gained after absorbing the Demon Lord's essence. The demonic beasts were trapped within his sight. Then, Yun Shen used his Fireball spell combined with the Blazing Storm combo skill, creating a massive fire that swallowed them whole. In an instant, he had managed to take out quite a few opponents. Next, Yun Shen used the remaining power of the Demon Lord's Dark Knight ability. This place was almost entirely overtaken by dark energy. Being this dark actually turned it into Yun Shen's home field. Once he used it, with this talent, you become much stronger. Moments later, all the demonic beasts were taken care of. However, Yun Shen's outfit was corroded by the demonic energy. It looks like it's done for after this battle. Luckily, the weapon is completely fine. As long as you've got a weapon in hand, you can keep fighting. Time passed, and it reached 12 noon the next day. The mission was complete. Xia Qingcheng led Yun Shen to a high point. Looking down at the location Yun Shen had just crossed, it was a crack in the demon realm, heavily corroded and infiltrated by demonic energy. You were able to cross it easily because you have the Demon Lord's essence within you, but ordinary soldiers aren't that lucky. Once they reach this place, they all get harassed by the demonic energy, leading to weakened perception and drained stamina. That's why, for many years, humans have only been able to hold their ground here. They can defend, but they can't attack. Xia Qingcheng gave this special training exercise so that Yun Shen would clearly understand the situation humanity is facing. In a few years, if this delicate balance tilts toward the demon realm, even by a little, all living beings will fall into misery. Therefore, Yun Shen needs to mature quickly and work many times harder. Put aside the unpleasant thoughts. You've completed the exercise. Do you want a reward? Yun Shen didn't hide his curiosity. He noticed that both Secretary Catty and Xia Qingcheng's 2 demon servants could perform teleportation charms without a staff. Xia Qingcheng immediately handed him a book. That was a manual on the staffless casting skill. Once learned, it helps mages cast spells directly without needing a staff. 2 weeks later, the competition roster was announced. The third-year students were quite surprised because the team leader this year was a jobless freelancer. They were even more curious about how strong this person really was, so they flocked to the teleportation gate to see the starting lineup. Right then, at the teleportation gate in the district, the competition team was ready, but Yun Shen was nowhere to be seen. Yi Qingling and Nico were worried sick. A moment later, Yun Shen arrived. He didn't forget to wear the uniform, matching the whole team. He had just finished clearing a dungeon for a system quest and, at the same time, picked up some suitable combat skills at the library. Everyone was present. Yi Anfu's secretary immediately cast a spell to activate the teleportation array, sending the entire team to Qingyun University. Qingyun University is also one of the top 7 schools, with a prestigious reputation. However, when Yun Shen's group arrived, there was not a single soul there to greet them. In the sky, a large dragon was flying, they say. This school has a contract with a divine beast, the Azure Dragon. It seems the rumor isn't false. Yun Shen suddenly remembered the first time he entered Jia Qingcheng's office. There was a bird that looked like a miniature version of a phoenix. He wasn't sure if that was a divine beast or not. Look over there, it seems like there's a signpost. Everyone looked in that direction. Unexpectedly, on the stone tablet, there were words carved, reserve lane for jobless freelancers. No way could it be that Yun Shen's reputation is actually that big. Yun Shen secretly thought it probably wasn't that optimistic. Just then, some other students suddenly laughed. Hee hee ha ha, walking over. Look, it's really that jobless freelancer that Qingyun University was too lazy to recruit. Who would have thought he'd be the team leader? Nico was stunned. Yun Shen was so outstanding in the university entrance exam. It was unexpected that Qingyun University would pass up the chance to recruit him. Facing those students, Yun Shen's group was extremely annoyed. The top 5 ranked magic swordsman in the school, Lin Yuhu, was the first to speak up. Brother Yun is the top freshman from Jing University. Us. Missing out on such a good seed. Qingyun will definitely regret it to the gut, but unexpectedly, this sentence made them laugh, even harder. Ha ha ha. A jobless freelancer that Qingyun looked down on and didn't recruit, and he's the top freshman at Jing University. It seems this year's championship will belong to our Qingyun University. After all, they were just freshmen. Seeing Yun Shen being humiliated, they couldn't suppress their anger. Their weapons were already in hand, but they were held back. Fighting would violate the rules and lead to disqualification. Yun Shen was too lazy to argue with them. He turned around and walked straight away. The day after tomorrow is the competition. Tomorrow morning, they would have an interview. Everyone assumed the local media would definitely target Yun Shen. However, no one knew the reason why. Yi Anfu's secretary explained. Previously, the decision to reject Yun Shen was made by a large board of directors at Qingyun University. But after he arrived at Jingnan University, he performed too excellently. So, in order not to lose face, Qingyun University reluctantly had to use this underhanded tactic to smear him. So that's how it is. In that case, Yun Shen was looking forward to the competition the day after tomorrow even more. After all, strength will speak for itself. He had to prove to the whole country that Qingyun University is just a bunch of blind fools. The next day, during the interview, the reporters, as expected, aimed their blades at Yun Shen. He straightforwardly asked about the issue of Qingyun University giving up on recruiting Yun Shen. Furthermore, they also mentioned the rumor that Yun Shen only exploited a loophole in the exam to successfully obtain the title of provincial top scholar. This one question made the whole auditorium explode. Everyone felt unconvinced because Jing University brought a student who cheated to participate in the competition and even let him lead the team. Such a public, insulting question. Yi Anfu's secretary couldn't sit still anymore. Jing University considers this top 20 group, especially Yun Shen, a source of pride. The families of the students are definitely also watching the interview live today. She absolutely would not allow anyone to humiliate her students. Secretary Lei, no need to get angry. On the contrary, Yun Shen seemed very calm. To your question, I only have one answer. He raised his middle finger, then turned his hand down, creating a dislike sign. His gaze was full of murderous intent. Anyone from Qingyun University who meets me in the match, no matter who you are, don't even think about walking off the stage. The next day, the National Freshman Exchange Competition officially began. A total of 128 universities participated in this exam. Entering first was the home team, led by Ning Junji. He is the strongest summoner ever recorded in the country's history, once ranked second in the speed of breaking the 6 fastest dungeons in the entire country. Wait a minute, why is he second if he broke the record for 6 dungeons? Because there's a cheating bastard who was even faster than Brother Ning. That person is At this moment, the MC continued to announce the second team entering, Jing University, led by Yun Shen. His status as a jobless freelancer caused countless controversies. So when Jing University walked out, the audience was full of pointing and whispering, completely different from the welcoming look when Ning Junji entered. Yi Qingling and Lin Yuhu, who were hot-headed, couldn't swallow this anger. In the end, Yun Shen was the calmest. He had to reassure his teammates while giving instructions. Everyone, stay calm during your matches and give it your all. High up, a mysterious figure in a crimson cloak, face half hidden, watched everything in silence. Hey. Next up, I should head to the arena, too. Once the opening ceremony ended, the individual rounds kicked off immediately. The tournament followed two rules. First, avoid students from the same school. Second, avoid the number 1 seeds. Excluding those two, the bracket was completely randomized. Yun Shen stepped out to face Zun Wu from Nanzhou University. The referee was the same guy in the crimson cloak. Looked dangerous. After explaining the rules, he invited the two fighters to their marks, being just a 3rd seed, getting paired with a 1st seed right out of the gate. What a stroke of bad luck, Zun Wu thought to himself. However, rumors had been swirling for days that Yun Shen was cheating. He was convinced he still had a fighting chance. The second the referee called begin, Zun Wu scrambled backward. Then, he unleashed. A barrage of machinery, robots, and explosive bombs scattered everywhere. Yun Shen, expressionless, just lifted his right foot. He used a basic gladiator skill, stomp. The sheer force was overwhelming. Zun Wu was stunned for 10 seconds, unable to counterattack, and was immediately ruled out. The entire arena erupted. Holy cow, that was just a basic gladiator skill? Even a gold-tier boss's stomp doesn't hit that hard. Is this guy even a gladiator? With Zun Wu carried off the arena, the next opponent was a mage from a lesser-known university. Yun Shen calmly used a mage skill, Mage's Grasp, something he just learned in the library. Combined with his ability to cast magic without a staff, he easily throttled his opponent into submission. The rest of the team not competing was watching the live feed with Yi Anfu and Secretary Lei. This kid, he really is a show-off. Though, Yi Anfu noticed that Mage's Grasp was a common tier skill. The fact that Yun Shen could combine it with staffless casting to achieve such results. He was truly a genius among geniuses. But along with that came bad news. Shen Taran had just lost his second match after a grueling 3-minute fight. The guy who beat him was a 3rd seed from Victory University, acting incredibly arrogant. Yi Anfu recognized him at a glance. Looks like Victory University raised a monster this year, and they intentionally matched him against other schools' 1st and 2nd seeds just to humiliate them. Meanwhile, Yun Shen had won 4 matches in a row. While waiting for the 5th opponent to take the stage, he happened to glance at the arena next to his. The guy standing there just happened to be the one who beat Shen Taran. You the number 1 seed, right? Better wash your neck and wait. I'm definitely gonna make you hit the dirt. Yun Shen was speechless. Where did this brat even crawl out from? No way. That jack of all trades actually won 4 matches in a row. And he one-shot all of them. Over on the sidelines, the Qing University supporters were starting to panic. One shot just means killing the enemy in one move. For those of you wondering, saved you a Google search. The next person to fight Yun Shen was Ni Qiang, the 2nd seed, from Qingyun University. He possessed the rare bloodline of a polar bear, with strikes as fierce as a storm. Seeing their man step onto the stage, the Qing University crowd started cheering. They were all waiting for their man to crush Yun Shen and show them who's boss. Yun Shen finally got a little pumped up, and Ni Qiang was radiating confidence. He wasn't like those idiots just gossiping on the sidelines. He knew Yun Shen's strength wasn't simple, but even so, he was just a jack of all trades with no future. Today, I'll use my own strength to prove that you aren't worthy of stepping into our Qing University. As soon as the match started, Ni Qiang used 3 skills at once to buff himself. Yun Shen smirked. If he wanted to act arrogant and show off his power, he used the same method to beat him down. Yun Shen activated a flurry of skills on himself. Before the stunned eyes of the audience, Ni Qiang, feeling mocked, charged in first. His axe, filled with immense power, was calmly blocked by Yun Shen's spear. Both sides exerted massive force, creating a huge shockwave. But Ni Qiang was still weaker. He was knocked back by Yun Shen's single strike. He was still wondering why he had fallen into such a disadvantage when Yun Shen moved in. He used a staff barrage skill, landing blow after blow on his opponent. Ni Qiang was beaten until he couldn't even stand. He stammered. I surrendered before he could even finish. He was choked off by tentacles controlled by Yun Shen. His whole body was quickly bound tight. He couldn't move. Want to forfeit? Not so fast. Yesterday, when Yun Shen saw the reporter from Qing University humiliating them on the live broadcast, he'd been fuming all night. This debt had to be collected bit by bit. Yun Shen summoned the thorn beast he'd bought recently. It was only a level 1 monster, with pathetic attack power, but Ni Qiang was now defenseless, forced to let the little thorn attack him, strike after strike. Watching his HP bar tick down bit by bit, the physical pain wasn't much, but the humiliation was beyond words. Ni Qiang was crying, his resentment reaching a breaking point. The Qing University students couldn't watch it anymore. Yun Shen was very patient, letting the little thorn attack Ni Qiang for 2 whole hours. Even the referee couldn't take it anymore and had to announce that the match time was limited. 10 more minutes. If there's no winner, it'll be a draw. Yun Shen had to deliver the final blow to finish him off. After this match, he moved into the top 64 and got a moment to rest. Getting back to the team, everyone was ecstatic. After being humiliated yesterday, Yun Shen using a level 1 monster to humiliate Qing University back really made the brothers in the team feel great. Besides Yun Shen, Nico also won all 5 matches. Shen Taran only lost 1, so they all leveled up. Secretary Lei warned all 3 not to let their guard down. Only after getting into the top 64 would they truly face the strong enemies. Very soon, the second round began. In his first match of the second round, Yun Shen met the 3rd seed from Qing University. The moment that guy saw his face, oh, mother of God. I ran into this little devil. My luck is absolute trash. Even Ni Qiang got strung up and humiliated. How could I possibly have a chance? As soon as the match started, his opponent tried to forfeit, but Yun Shen wouldn't allow it. He used the same method as before, first, binding the opponent with vine tentacles. Then, he summoned the little thorn beast. Seeing it was about to get another full meal, it couldn't help but make excited squeaking noises. Yun Shen didn't forget to point out that it should whip the critical spots to deal maximum damage. The Qing University students were already fuming. Yun Shen had now continuously humiliated their 2nd and 3rd seeds, and he was even enjoying it. Right now, they could only hope that Ning Junji would hurry up and take this guy down. A blood-curdling scream echoed from another arena. That guy, Ba Hezong, who had previously defeated Shen Taran, was still acting out. Even though his opponent had already collapsed, he was still savagely attacking. This wasn't about winning anymore, he was out for blood. He possesses an incredibly powerful, yet wildly uncontrollable, black dragon bloodline. The principal, Thang Dai, let him run wild because of that unmatched combat power. The top 32 were quickly determined. Next was the match for the top 16. Ba Hezong's opponent appeared quickly. It was Yun Shen. Facing the top-seeded contender from one of the top 7 schools, this guy became even more bloodthirsty. Yun Shen observed his opponent for a moment. This guy had completely merged with a demi-human bloodline, pushing his strength to its peak. However, that also cost him his sanity. He was no different from a monster now. Is your family watching this match? Wait, that's not the right line. If they are, that's good. Because next, I'm going to crush your skull right in front of them. Yun Shen was truly provoked by those words from Ba Hezong. He accelerated and lunged toward his opponent. The guy had been arrogant at first, but when the Yu Fa Tran spear brushed against his neck, he suddenly panicked. That's because Yun Shen's weapon has the ability to threaten dragon kin, reducing all of the opponent's stats by 15%. Boom! The arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Ba Hezong was beaten down to his knees by Yun Shen, losing all the arrogant, imposing aura he'd maintained from the start. His eyes were filled with hatred. His mouth was still running, spewing threats and insults, but Yun Shen's next move knocked 2 of his teeth out. Then, he delivered a straight punch to Ba Hezong's stomach. This guy has the dragon bloodline, so his durability is top-notch. Since Yun Shen was already annoyed, he just used him as a punching bag to vent his anger. He used his stomp skill to pin his opponent underfoot, tormenting him. The crowd watching this scene thought Yun Shen looked both ruthless and incredibly cool. It seems his family is his reverse scale. Ba Hezong is in real trouble this time. On the arena floor, Yun Shen was still pinning him down, and the guy was still furious, his face twisted and morph, looking no different from a monster. Yun Shen paused his attack, wanting his opponent to stand up and face him once more. Ba Hezong struggled to stand, hatred clouding his vision. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. His entire body now looked just like a monster. Ba Hezong opened his mouth and spat out a jet of black fire. This thing had immense destructive power, but when he looked back, he saw Yun Shen's spear pressed right against his throat. If you're so tough, try stabbing me again. You're still a long way from reaching my heart, you brat. Yun Shen let out an O sound and drove the spear straight into his chest. It stopped just a hair's breadth from his heart. Even with his sturdy black dragon body, 1 more inch and it would have been game over. Only then did Ba Hezong truly feel fear. He collapsed to his knees and surrendered. He wanted to kill others, yet was terrified of being killed himself. So that's all you've got. The referee immediately declared Yun Shen the winner. After he finished the match, the people watching from the sidelines all let out a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, they thought he was actually going to kill him. Deliberately ending an opponent's life would lead to immediate disqualification. That would be a waste of talent. He was only trying to terrify his opponent, not letting emotions cloud his judgment and staying calm throughout. That's true NDT, zero material. Yi Anfu kept nodding, looking extremely satisfied with this kid. His secretary arrived with some news. They found out Yun Shen still has a younger sister in her 3rd year of middle school. If they could bring her over to look after her alongside Yun Shen, then that would be a great thing. Sure enough, Principal Yi Anfu seemed very supportive of this. After all, Yun Shen's parents were hard workers, treating the two siblings well is only right. And for the Huiyanlong Kingdom, top-tier students hold immense strategic value, especially from the top 7 universities. If they don't fall midway, they will become top-tier forces in the future. They are the core strength needed to fight against the dark world. That's why they need to offer better benefits to this precious gem, Yun Shen. Thinking this, Yi Anfu instructed his assistant to speak with the middle schools affiliated with Jiangdai University, ensuring they always keep a spot open, and when Yun Shen returns, they'll ask for his opinion. A student, this important deserves peace of mind to focus on his training without having to worry about his family. Yi Anfu, do you still want to play? Betting on the individual rounds is an old tradition. Hurry up, the match is almost over. A challenge rang out from the other side of the screen. Yi Anfu chuckled. It looks like he couldn't refuse their betting game this year. After eliminating Ba Hezong, who was the favorite to win, Yun Shen advanced straight to the top 16. However, his next opponent was no simple fighter either. She is also a top seed from the top 7 universities and was everyone's pick to win the championship. She is the successor of the Sword Saint, Bo Thien, the top seed from Dongfu University. She stepped onto the stage, and the principals from the other schools were all pumped up. They started placing bets, and Yi Anfu had just arrived and jumped right into the action. He bet an A-rank skill manual that Yun Shen would be the winner. The vice principal of Than Dai laughed out loud. Yi Anfu, you just got here and you're already playing big. Do you really think your little no-name kid, having beaten that black dragon brat, has it in the bag? Honestly, he didn't rate Yun Shen very highly, because Ba Hezong was ultimately just a blowhard, all bark and no bite. Even though he acted arrogant, he was actually quite cowardly. Why talk so much? Just tell me if you're matching the bet or not. Of course, I'm matching it. Matching it with a copy of an A-rank treasure. Seeing his two friends betting so heavily, the principal of Dongfu also pulled out his stake. It was a soul contract. The value of this item is much higher than those A-rank skills. But before he could even finish bragging about how precious it was, the live screen announced the familiar, resounding declaration, Yun Shen wins. Principal Truong from Dong Dai dropped his jaw. The soul contract in his hand fell. Yi Anfu happily grabbed it. Old Truong couldn't believe his star pupil, Bo Thien, had lost so quickly. And Bo Thien, standing below the arena, couldn't believe what had just happened either. She is, after all, the successor to the Sword Saint, yet her opponent could go head-to-head with her in swordplay. Not to mention, Yun Shen also used skills from other professions to assist in the fight. This clearly isn't an ordinary person, he's a monster. Winning this match, Yun Shen successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Things are looking good for Jiangdai, it's just a shame. Shen Tairen ended up facing the top seed from Kindai and was eliminated early. Nico also leveled up successfully without any obstacles. Yi Anfu's assistant didn't dare to let her guard down for even a second, because right after that, the random pairing list was sent out. She hurriedly opened her phone to check Yun Shen's next opponent, but the moment she saw the name, her face turned deathly pale. Oh no, why did he have to run into him? The audience in the stands erupted into chaos, because Yun Shen's opponent was Ning Junji, a once-in-a-thousand-year summoner and the top seed of Fan Yun Shen University. This opponent was going to be tough to deal with, but the difficulty wasn't just his class, it was the top-tier talent he possessed. Yun Shen's strength lay in his all-rounder talent. He could upgrade all his skills to rank 3 quality. Combined with his already high base stats, he could make his skills, even beginner level ones, just as powerful as any advanced class skills. Plus, his outstanding combat intuition was enough to handle any opponent. However, compared to Yun Shen, Ning Junji's S-rank supreme contract talent was even more outrageous. He could upgrade all his summoned creatures to rank 4 quality. Even if he only summoned a minor monster, it could have the strength of a boss-level entity. Furthermore, the Ning family was a top-tier clan in Thang Yushen province with the financial resources to ensure Ning Junji would never summon anything with low quality. This was definitely going to be a grueling battle for Yun Shen. Down in the arena, both Yun Shen and Ning Junji were craving victory. Ning Junji wanted to crush his opponent to avenge his teammates' humiliation. At the same time, the dignity of the Ning family didn't allow him to lose a single match. But Yun Shen couldn't care less about the other guy's background. He bluntly declared that Ning Junji wouldn't even be able to stand by the end of the match. Arrogant and ignorant. The veins on Ning Junji's forehead throbbed with rage. He spread his arms and began to summon. Yun Shen was a bit surprised this guy's casting speed was way too fast. He had to interrupt him quickly. If he let him summon a whole army of monsters, it would be a real headache. He grabbed his spear and lunged toward his opponent. But Ning Junji had already anticipated this. He used his secret symbiotic harmony technique to temporarily fuse himself with his summoned beast. This allowed him to utilize its skills. Yun Shen's spear struck true, but it passed right through his opponent without leaving a single scratch. Ning Junji laughed maniacally. Your spearman skills are honestly laughable in my eyes. Yun Shen didn't flinch. Relying on the Shadow Demon's abilities was enough to handle most opponents, but that didn't include him. Yun Shen used light projection. Sure enough, the opponent was heavily affected. This skill didn't deal physical damage, but the Shadow Demon absolutely hated it. Ning Junji, currently fused with the creature, was naturally affected too. Seeing the situation turn against him, Ning Junji used the Shadow Demon's ethereal skill, trying to escape. But Yun Shen had countless skills that were the natural enemy of these tricks. He quickly tracked his opponent's aura and hurled his spear. It should have hit the target, but it was blocked once again. This time, it was by a ground demon flower seed that sprouted from the dirt. The audience let out a long gasp. It turned out this was why Ning Junji had been planting ground demon flower seeds throughout the arena since the start of the match while fighting Yun Shen head-on. Now, the seeds had spread across the entire arena. As time passed, more and more roots would sprout. Just thinking about it, everyone could already guess who the winner would be. Yun Shen sneered. Ground demon flower or whatever. In the end, it's just a plant. I just need to use fire. The weapon in his hand shifted into a scepter. Yun Shen's fire attacks rained down on the ground demon flower, but unfortunately, they couldn't damage it. Ning Junji laughed even harder. He didn't stop casting. A pile of monsters was summoned. Finally, here's a big gift for you. This is the best way to send off a delusional kid like you. Ning Junji flicked his wrist and summoned the final monster, a scarlet dragon. The power was indeed far beyond anything before. Yun Shen sighed heavily. What a troublesome opponent, being able to summon so many henchmen at once. The weapon in his hand transformed into an axe. If that's the case, then all of you come at me. Ning Junji thought he had misheard. Assuming Yun Shen still didn't understand the situation, he kindly reminded him. The ground demon flower seeds haven't just spread across the arena. They're already sprouting on your body. Everywhere this thing touches, you'll become fertilizer, and eventually, you'll be drained, dry, and die. In the stands, the crowd kept taunting Yun Shen. They told him to just surrender. Yun Shen just curled his lip in contempt, thinking a few seeds could take him down. He stroked the weapon in his hand. This is the Stormbreaker Axe, once taken from the chieftain of the ancient demon tribe. This type of battle axe has immense power, and combined with my level, it will unleash devastating power. Yun Shen used a beginner skill of the Berserker class, Berserk. He surged with energy, and all the flower seeds parasitizing his body were blown off. Ning Junji huffed coldly. So what if you got rid of the seeds? He ordered all his summoned beasts to attack at once. Yun Shen didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he used 3 skills in a row and stood there, taking the hits. The audience stared with their mouths wide open. Is this kid's brain broken? He just stood there, resisting all of Ning Junji's attacks. But among the spectators, someone quickly realized the issue. In this world, there exists a beginner skill, where the more severe the injury, the higher your stats become. Yun Shen had just used multiple buffs and switched to an axe with massive attack power. I'm afraid that after the rain of attacks just now, his strength has reached a terrifying, unparalleled level. Sure enough, after the barrage, Yun Shen appeared amidst the rubble, in an incredibly berserk state. He growled, then took a stance and hurled his axe with all his might. This single move took all of Ning Junji's monsters out of the game. In the observation stands, the crowd could only gulp in fear. No way. Even Ning Junji started to tremble, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He never dreamed in his wildest nightmares that all his summoned beasts would be wiped out in one single strike. If he hadn't had a spirit form immune to physical damage, he would have been severely stunned or even wiped out by Yun Shen's initial strike. Seizing the chance, Ning Junji hurriedly summoned the Scarlet Dragon to protect him. The dragon took a brutal hit from Yun Shen, but right after, he was ensnared by the Earth Demon Vine erupting from the ground. It wrapped tightly around his legs, dragging him across the arena. Ning Junji began to gloat. Didn't see that coming, did you? As long as its roots remain, my earth demon vine is immortal. Go, Scarlet Dragon, burn him to a crisp. Obeying his master, the Scarlet Dragon unleashed a massive fireball. Yun Shen calmly summoned the water element. Successfully blocking the lethal blow, he said, I hear your roots are still alive. Mind if I borrow them for a second? Yun Shen firmly grabbed the vines that were wrapped around his legs and yanked hard. The earth demon vine's core, buried deep underground, was pulled right out. Yun Shen then used the core to deliver a devastating blow to the Scarlet Dragon. Ning Junji gritted his teeth. He never imagined his opponent would be so difficult to deal with. The situation was dire, so Ning Junji planned to summon some trash mobs to stall for time and secure a win, but Yun Shen saw right through his scheme. He used a basic assassin skill throwing daggers to attack. Ning Junji laughed, You idiot. Don't forget, I'm still in spirit form. You think a simple dagger can hurt me? The dagger passed right through his body. It didn't hurt him, sure, but a talisman was stuck to the blade, and that talisman successfully latched onto his body. Ning Junji finally realized something was wrong. Don't tell me the dagger was just a distraction and this talisman is the real attack? Sure enough, the talisman exploded, and Ning Junji was forced out of his damage-immune spirit form back into his physical body. Yi Anfu watched the match without missing a beat, laughing heartily. This kid is truly something. To think he'd find a way to break the spirit possession. The cleansing talisman is usually a support skill to remove debuffs and dampen attacks. Yun Shen actually used it on his opponent. Who would have thought it could suppress the spirit possession on Ning Junji? His tactical judgment is god tier. He made the perfect choice. A genius in a millennium, Yi Anfu muttered, stroking his long beard. Looks like first place in the individual tournament is already in the bag for our team. On stage, Ning Junji couldn't believe his eyes. He never thought a low-level skill could neutralize his spirit possession. Yun Shen knew the match was decided. Without his spirit form, Ning Junji was nothing. Don't you dare look down on me. Ning Junji was furious. His Scarlet Dragon had been flattened like a pancake by the Earth Demon Vine core Yun Shen had thrown earlier. But Ning Junji forcefully summoned it anyway and merged with it. Old Chu, the vice principal of Qingyun University, became even more panicked. Ning Junji was truly cornered and losing his mind. So what if he turned into a dragon? Yun Shen possessed weapons specifically designed to counter dragons. Didn't he just use the 3-fire bell to beat them senseless? Ning Junji's state sent the crowd into a frenzy. They kept cheering, yelling for him to crush the classless player. The roar of the crowd only made Ning Junji more arrogant. Ha ha ha. This is the power of a dragon. A power that never ends. You're just a nobody in front of me. Ning Junji charged, aiming to crush Yun Shen in one hit, but Yun Shen lightly used his spear to pierce right through his chest. Ning Junji collapsed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. No way, he stammered. I possess the power of a dragon. Yun Shen replied coolly, Too bad. I specialize in slaying dragons. The referee announced Yun Shen as the winner. Many spectators were confused. This was only the quarterfinals. Ning Junji, eliminated in the top 8. What a joke. I'm not watching this anymore. Many people stood up and left, mostly fans of the home team. Ning Junji was carried out of the arena. The first semi-final match started quickly. Yun Shen's opponent was the top seed from Jingyan University, named Bai Wu. His class was an assassin. Upon meeting, Bai Wu was very polite. You're very strong. I admit I'm not your match. I don't expect to win this match, just hoping to learn from you. Fine. I'll only use assassin skills. As the match began, Bai Wu used his speed, charging toward his opponent like a gust of wind. Yun Shen used smoke bombs to create confusion. He struck from behind, but Bai Wu caught him with a tracking skill that allowed him to follow his opponent's position. The two fought head-on in the thick smoke. Bai Wu still thought Yun Shen only had these tricks. If you've only got that much, you better use skills from your other classes or you won't beat me. Bai Wu warned him kindly, but as soon as he finished, Yun Shen's blade was already at his throat. It turned out that when Yun Shen threw the smoke bombs, he had created a clone, and his real self had been hiding in the clone's shadow the whole time. Bai Wu sighed heavily and immediately conceded. The gap between them was too vast. Yun Shen spoke so lightly, but who would have expected that the one fighting Bai Wu to a stalemate was just a clone? Yun Shen advanced to the finals, but no one expected his opponent to be Nico. Yun Shen was speechless, and the audience was stunned. Just forfeit, beauty. Don't waste everyone's time. Nico got annoyed. Yun Shen looked at her, helpless. Are you going to fight or not? Fight. What is there to fight? Even though they sound annoying, I really can't beat you. Nico surrendered cheerfully. Yun Shen, the most unpopular classless player, was now sitting comfortably on the champion's throne. The stadium was deathly silent. Even the MC was incredibly awkward. So this was the disadvantage of a home game. Even though Yun Shen had won, not a single cheer was heard. But Yun Shen didn't care. Compared to those trivial cheers, making Qingyun University unable to lift their heads was what truly brought him satisfaction. After that day's match, news about Yun Shen flooded every social media outlet and the public's ire turned toward Ning Junji, dragging him down from a celebrated golden boy to the disgrace of the Ning family and Qingyun University. Vice Principal Chu was shaking with rage, constantly berating the student he once doted on the most. This defeat would severely damage Qingyun's reputation. Now, to turn things around, they absolutely had to win the overall championship. I don't care what dirty tricks you use, you must win the team round tomorrow. After Vice Principal Chu left, the Qingyun team members started to worry, as the team round had been their weakness for years. Ning Junji suddenly flashed a twisted smile. A golden orb appeared in his hand. Going the normal route is obviously not easy, if someone is willing to be the sacrificial lamb. Ning, what are you doing? Don't. The words hadn't even finished leaving his mouth before they were replaced by a scream. 7 people gone. Meanwhile, the Jing University student team was swimming in joy. And rightfully so. Yun Shen was incredibly cool today. Yi and Fu personally came to greet him and didn't hesitate to hand over some of the spoils. One from that betting spree. Among them, Yun Shen was only interested in that soul contract. Yi and Fu also thought it was a good, rare item. It can connect to the target's soul in a master-servant bond. Once signed, they cannot resist. It's like the 2 elven maids of Principal Xia. They were subdued using a soul contract. The law strictly forbids citizens from using this, as the Ning Junjilong Kingdom puts a high priority on protecting human rights. Therefore, Yi and Fu suggested that Yun Shen should find a magical beast to sign the contract with, preferably a foreign exotic beast. Furthermore, because Yun Shen reached first place, Jing University also prepared a separate reward, 10,000 points, 20 million in cash, and an extremely rare piece of equipment. The students instantly erupted. This reward is too generous. While Ye Anfu was happily chatting with the students, the assistant with a gloomy face brought bad news. Li Huanyu, the mage, of the Qingyun University team, was accidentally seriously injured during training. Because there was no way for him to continue competing, they replaced him with a guardian knight. The kids from Jing University were furious when they heard this. What the hell? That's too far. Anyone can see we're a team, using a scissor formation. They're clearly targeting us by swapping a mage for a guardian knight. This is obviously a shady move. In previous years, when was there ever a mid-tournament roster swap? Yun Shen just sneered, not showing a hint of worry. If the opponent wanted to play a steel wall formation to suppress them, he wouldn't mind letting them get a taste of his own strategy. Very quickly, the next day arrived. The team competition officially took place. The next match was the top 16 versus the top 8 between Bai University and Jingnan University. As soon as it started, Yun Shen led his teammates to charge forward. Yi and Fu and his old friends were still in the monitoring room watching the live broadcast. But today, the betting spree wasn't as lively as before. They were bored of betting. None of the principals dared to place any more bets. Not betting? How boring. Who could have guessed that Jing University would have such a freakish kid this year? This isn't a team competition, it's clearly a solo exhibition. They didn't want to lose any more treasures. Everyone here was advanced in age, having lived many years and seen plenty of geniuses, but even the best could only handle 2 or 3 at most. Yet, from the start, Yun Shen was able to rely on his own ability to break through the opponent's entire defensive line. His multi-class specialty allowed his attack techniques to be diverse, and combined with a sharp mind, Yun Shen could handle any situation. Vice Principal Chu of Qingyun University, who had been sitting quietly, finally spoke with annoyance. I admit the kid is strong, but this is a team competition. Coordination is the key point. His scissor formation is limited. I doubt he'll make it far. Yan Fu just smiled and said nothing more. What kind of strategy? Just watch and you'll see. Right then, down in the arena, Yun Shen was single-handedly taking apart the entire opposing team. His speed was super fast, and his skill power was overwhelmingly strong. The opponent couldn't defend at all. After just a short time, Baye was completely defeated. 1, 2. They'd fought 4 matches in a row. My hands aren't even warmed up and it's already over. I didn't get to do anything at all. I give up. Even applying my buffs, I had to chase after you guys. Who told the 2 of us to stand in the back? Yi Qingling and Sun Kangzhao grumbled to each other. In this situation, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Yun Shen walked over and flicked each of them on the forehead. Stop talking nonsense. You are important tactical supports. It's just that the opponents in the first few rounds were trash, so there was no need for you to step in. Pull yourselves together. The break is over. Next is the quarterfinal. However, The audience in the stands could only sigh because Jing University's team was simply too overwhelming. Not to mention winning against the whole team, even just winning against Yun Shen alone was already very difficult. The next opponent for Jing University was Qingzhou University. The opponent seemed very confident. They believed the scissor formation of Yun Shen was just trash, and Qingzhou was known as a team that specialized in crushing reckless people. They were always famous for their mages. All the contestants were mages. Although their performance in the individual round wasn't very outstanding, the coordination of different elemental magic would bring tremendous effectiveness in team matches. Guo Feichen looked at the opponent's formation and found it ridiculous. Mages are all glass cannons. They clearly weren't taking an assassin like him seriously. Guo Feichen wanted to strike first, directly using his Shadow's stealth skill to lead the charge, but before he could even sink into the ground, he was grabbed by Yun Shen. Everyone was a bit shocked by this action. Yun Shen, what's wrong? Yun Shen observed the opponent for a long time. Don't get excited. These 7 glass cannons aren't easy to deal with. Yun Shen, you're too cautious. No matter how strong they are, they're just weak mages. We're assassins. Are we supposed to be afraid? Guo Feichen looked skeptical, but naturally. He also wanted to charge as a tank because he had his blood shield. The others in the group also started clamoring. Without a tank, how are we supposed to fight them? Besides, we all want to showcase our abilities, not just be here to clean up the battlefield. Yun Shen thought for a few seconds and finally agreed. After all, it was a team, and he had to respect his teammates' opinions. Thinking that, Yun Shen then divided. Assignments have been given to everyone based on their strengths, and the crowd in the stands is buzzing with anticipation for this match. Since the Yun Shen team is purely melee-focused while the Conchao University team is all long-range, both sides are playing to extreme ends. It's anyone's game right now. The referee shouts, "Start," and all 5 members of the Yun Shen team charge forward. Yi Qingling and Sun Kangzhou stay back, acting as support at the rear. They attacked so fast that the backline didn't even have time to cast their buff spells. No choice, Yun Shen had already warned them. Unless there's an emergency, they stay back. Just keep observing the fight, Sun Kangzhou sighs heavily. On this side, Yun Shen is just acting as cover, and while his hands are free, he uses appraisal to gather intel. He's confirmed that the opponents are all specialized single-attribute mages. They know how to coordinate using different elemental magic. He also realizes the opponent's attributes include fire, ice, wood, earth, light, and dark. Fire and light are likely the main attackers meant to suppress, while dark and ice handle support and status effects. Earth is for defense, and there is only one wood mage for crowd control. The only mage Yun Shen can identify an attribute for is the Conchao team captain. Plus, he's standing at the very back, clearly the person being heavily protected. Yun Shen suddenly feels a chill down his spine. Wait, in his magic, I can't sense any attribute at all. The Conchao team captain sees the Yun Shen group charging and chuckles. He orders his team to create a massive explosion, and simultaneously, 4 different elemental attacks are launched. Yun Shen uses his fast casting and double casting talents to quickly conjure a fireball spell to intercept them. He has to give it his all to block the opponent's assault. The spells collide, creating a huge explosion in midair. Yun Shen frowns. There are still many skills he couldn't block, relying on himself alone. To fight 4 mages is just too difficult. The skills Yun Shen missed are getting dangerously close. Shen Taran rushes to cast a blood shield to block the rest. Nico and Lin Yuhu take this opportunity to draw their swords and charge in, but the opponents don't flinch, responding with a barrage of attacks. The Conchao captain is nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Things have only gone their way for a second, and he already thinks he's won. While the captain is basking in his victory, Shen Taran uses Blood Shadow Assault to flank him from behind. Too bad the opposing team isn't that easy to deal with. The moment they saw him flank, their wood attribute mage summoned vines. Shen Taran is tied up, completely helpless. Damn it, these mages keep rotating their support. They're definitely not easy to deal with, but I'm not fighting alone. Guo Feichen finally makes his move, aiming straight for the captain. After all, to catch the bandits, you have to catch the leader first. But just as Guo Feichen's weapon is about to hit him, a circle of light appears around the captain. The guy suddenly disappears. Nico swears under her breath, "Damn it, it's a teleportation circle." All the enemy mages disappear in an instant. Then, they all simultaneously reappear, hovering in the air right above Guo Feichen. Oh no! Guo Feichen's eyes widen as he sees several staves raised in unison. He's not going to make it out of this one. But just then, Yun Shen appears, grabs Guo Feichen by the collar, and hurls him to the side. The volley of attacks lands precisely where they were standing. Yun Shen took the hit for Guo Feichen. Nico's eyes go wide, and even Lin Yuhu can't believe what he's seeing. Even though they are teammates, Yun Shen's combat prowess and skills are far beyond Guo Feichen's. Losing 1-for-1 like this is a huge disadvantage. The team's combat strength will drop by at least 50%. Guo Feichen sits on the ground, tearing up. Why did this happen? I should have listened to Yun Shen earlier. If I had just been more careful, everything would be different. Of course, how could Yun Shen go out so pathetically? While his teammates were busy crying, he appears again, still wearing that same carefree, confident expression. Turns out, the guy who took the hit for Guo Feichen was just a clone of Yun Shen. It's a shame that the clone is gone and can't be used again for another 2 hours, but saving a teammate makes it a fair trade. I didn't expect the opponent to have a teleportation mage anchoring them. This is a real headache. Nico starts to worry, as things aren't looking as good as they thought. Teleportation class mages are incredibly rare. It's not because they are difficult to level up, but because their direct combat power is so limited. That's why none of them predicted the opponent would have this class. The opponent used the time they were busy fighting to silently set up a large number of teleportation circles around the arena. Plus, he's standing at the very back. It's so hard to reach him. What do we do now? Nico is completely lost. It's fine. You guys keep holding them off. Don't let them bother me. Leave the rest to me. In this situation, no one dares to disobey Yun Shen anymore. They can only do their best to provide cover for him. The arena quickly descends into chaos. Everyone from Jiang University is giving it their all, but the opponent's teleportation circles make them move so easily that it's extremely frustrating. The audience above starts jeering. Jiang University has been undefeated for 4 matches, and now they can't even touch the hem of their opponent's clothes. This isn't a fight, it's like they're walking a dog. They never had any hope for Than Yun Shen University to win the championship anyway, so whoever can just make Yun Shen look bad makes them feel absolutely thrilled. Shen Tarin and Lin Yuhu are struggling. They've wasted so much energy, but haven't been able to launch an attack. Yun Shen starts to break through and charge. The teleportation mage notices him, but in his eyes, Yun Shen's magic skills don't pose any threat at all. He can easily predict the reach of Yun Shen's spear. Anyone who enters my range gets teleported away. Don't even think about hurting any of my teammates. But unexpectedly, right after that, Yun Shen pulls out a gun. He pulls the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet pierces the opponent's chest. He drops instantly. Yun Shen lands gracefully. Seriously, when fighting these glass cannon types, firearms are still the easiest things to use. The teleportation mage's jaw hit the floor. What the hell? You know how to use a gun too. And you even fake using a spear first just to bait me. You're too damn sneaky, man. Yun Shen didn't have time for this banter. Honestly, when it comes to being underhanded, who's really worse than who here? Yun Shen stomped hard, launching himself into the air. In a single move, he unleashed 2 of his divine spearman skills. Quick draw and bullet storm. Bullets rained down like crazy, and the enemy mages started scrambling in pure panic. Even their leader couldn't react in time. Yun Shen's volley was way too dense. There was no way to dodge all of that. While the guy was still dazed, Guo Feichen's blade was already pressed against his throat. That guy must have still been salty about almost getting wiped out earlier, so the second he snagged this mage, he didn't hold back, digging the blade right into his neck. Finally caught you, getting flanked that easily. Guess all your focus was on Yun Shen's guns, huh? The captain panicked when he saw his ace get snatched, but he wasn't going down without a fight. He frantically ordered his team to form a defensive line to support the teleportation mage, while he conjured up a massive shield himself. But that weak little trick meant nothing to Silver Moon warrior Nico. She charged in and delivered a beautiful, clean slash. The guy came crashing down onto the platform right at Yun Shen's feet. He let out a pathetic groan. Want to keep going? Yun Shen pointed his gun at him, demanding an answer. The guy wasn't stupid enough to ask for another beating. The game was over. He had no choice but to concede. The announcer immediately declared Jing University the winners, advancing straight into the top 4. The team strutted back to the lounge. It had been a bit of a rough fight, but that just made the victory feel even more glorious. The Qing University students in the stands could only sit there and weep. They had desperately hoped the Changzhou University team would grind Yun Shen into the dirt, but the higher the hope, the harder the fall. Looks like waiting for someone to actually take Yun Shen down is going to take a long, long time. As the Jing team returned to their lounge, Nico, Lin Yuhu, and Guo Feichen were buzzing about the match, while only Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhou sat blankly in the corner. They sighed in unison. Sure, they won, but it felt pretty crummy. They were supposed to be among the top 10 strongest students in their grade, but in these last few matches, they hadn't even had a chance to show their faces. Who told Yun Shen to be so overpowered? Winning without doing anything is basically like being a spectator. Feels like we could win the championship just by sitting on the sidelines, Sun Kangzhou muttered, trying to console Yi Qingling, but Yun Shen had heard every word. Who said I'm letting you two sit out the next match? You two are the main carries." As soon as Yun Shen finished that sentence, the eyes of both Sun Kangzhao and Ye Qingling lit up. "Really, Yun Shen? We're actually going to be the main carries." Once the break ended, they headed out for their first official semi-final match. This time, Jing University had to face the team from Xingli University. This squad was known as the most brutal, terrifying, and bizarre team in the history of the Freshman Exchange Tournament, because every single member possessed monster bloodlines. Their captain was also an old rival of Yun Shen's Ba Hezong. Looking at the team's appearance, it was truly hard to look at. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Look at them. Poor guys. It's not like they wanted to end up looking like that, and whose fault is that? Their elders did this to them." The cause of this mess went back 17 years, before the world underwent the Great Mutation. Some players, just for kicks, decided to act on their own, picking monster races. Some chose goblins, some rock giants, and some even chose the zombie race. The result? Once the game and reality fused, they actually turned into those monsters. That's why their kids ended up looking like neither human nor ghost. Even before the match started, one of the Shangli team members honestly warned Ba Hezong that Yun Shen possessed weapons specifically designed to counter Dragon Kin. Ba Hezong knew that, of course, he'd been served a beatdown just the other day. His body was still shaking from it. But so what? Ba Hezong suddenly roared, perhaps out of resentment, or maybe just to fire up his team's resolve. "Have you forgotten what we've endured over the past few years? Just because of our ugly faces and mixed bloodlines, we've had to suffer discrimination and humiliation." Ba Hezong wasn't wrong. They hadn't done anything wrong. The fault lay in the reckless, irresponsible behavior of their elders. They were supposed to be human, but they'd been humiliated by people their entire lives. Ba Hezong had been nursing a desire for revenge since he was a kid. That's why he didn't hesitate to follow the Black Dragon and fully embrace becoming a monster. Now, standing before him were the elites of humanity from the top 7 universities, and he wanted nothing more than to trample them into the dirt. With monster blood pumping through their veins, the Xingli team was incredibly arrogant. After just a few words from Ba Hezong, their fighting spirit was soaring. Every one of them was burning with the ambition to annihilate their opponents. Yun Shen found this team utterly repulsive, because they were both hateful and pitiable. But he didn't forget to warn his team not to let their guard down, not even for a second. Under Ba Hezong's command, the Shangli team charged in, ignoring victory or defeat, intent only on taking out whoever they could. On this side, Yun Shen directed his team to form a solid defensive line. Everyone put their skills on display, doing their best to protect the backline. And the aces. In the backline for this match were Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao. The two of them finally understood the feeling of being the aces protected by the team, rather than just standing in the back like spectators. Seeing his teammates being hesitant, Lin Yu couldn't help but snap at them. "What are you daydreaming for? Get moving. Yun Shen told you to be the carries because Taoist skills can counter monsters, and your summons can share the burden of the defense. We're not here for you to just sit back and enjoy being protected." Sun Kangzhao was feeling the pressure and the heat of the match, so he hurriedly summoned his prize artifacts. It turns out he also possesses summoning contracts for quite a few high-level magical beasts, like the Earth Elemental, Dryad, Stone Giant, and the 6-armed bear. On this side, Ye Qingling wasn't just standing around either. She started casting spells. She began buffing Sun Kangzhao's summoned beasts, and this combination resulted in an incredibly powerful, devastating attack. Aiming straight for the Shangda team, the shout echoed throughout the entire arena. Several principals and vice principals nodded in approval. A Taoist is a class that can deal damage, provide crowd control, and support with buffs. Their burst damage is also strong enough to counter evil monsters, but the drawback is the short casting range. Plus, the cooldown times are way too long. Yun Shen, as the captain and a freelancer, obviously understands this, and that must be why. He had Ye Qingling hold the backline for defense. A smart tactic indeed. That was only one of many reasons. Yi Anfu watched his student intently. He knew that in terms of pure combat prowess, Yun Shen wasn't necessarily weaker than Ye Qingling. The reason he acted that way was surely to reduce the risk of injury for his teammates and give them a chance to shine. This kid really is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Down on the arena floor, Ye Qingling and Sun Kangzhao were working together perfectly, and the more they fought, the more intense they got. The Ba Hezong squad was getting beaten so badly they couldn't even lift their heads. He lay flat on the ground, feeling incredibly bitter about losing once again. Yun Shen slowly walked up to him. He had never experienced the pain these people had gone through, nor did he want to preach any grand philosophy, but Yun Shen genuinely wanted to knock some sense into these narrow-minded fools. The people you should be lashing out at are the ones who mock and discriminate against you, not innocent people. That's the choice a real person should make. Ba Hezong wore a look of immense distress. It turned out that from beginning to end, Yun Shen had always viewed him as a real human being, yet he hadn't realized it, blindly venting his anger on people who were not at fault. Ba Hezong suddenly had a change of heart, accepting his defeat with complete sincerity. Jingnan University had won another match, and the words Yun Shen said to Ba Hezong left countless spectators deep in thought. That useless freelancer. He's always been so cold, but who knew he was so principled? Since Shangda entered the arena, we have always looked down on them like monsters. Compared to that freelancer, we really are far inferior. Because of this incident, Yun Shen's image in the eyes of the spectators had improved significantly, even among the fans rooting for the Shangda team. The rounds progressed quickly, and the team competition had reached the final stage. In this match, Jingda would face off against the host team, Qingyun University. Ning Junji led his team of 5, charging into the arena full of momentum. Their team consisted of 2 heavy warriors, 2 summoners, 1 guardian knight, and 1 mage and healer. The audience in the stands started mocking this team composition as too stupid. They also began whispering about Shangda swapping players at the last minute. Before the match, no one wanted to say it straight, but almost everyone realized this change was clearly aimed at Jingda. Even the students from Shangda vaguely guessed something, but they could only encourage themselves, saying, "Our school surely wouldn't be that dirty, right?" As soon as the match started, Ning Junji ordered them to set up a defensive formation. 2 heavy warriors and their guardian knight created a solid defensive wall in the front. The healer then buffed everyone with healing aura effects. Meanwhile, Ning Junji and the other summoner in the back started using their summoning contracts, just like in the individual match against Yun Shen. A swarm of monsters was summoned by him again. Faced with this scene, more than a few people were left wide-eyed. 3 defensive tanks plus a healer giving buffs, plus 2 summoners calling out a whole tanky army. This is absolute defense. On this side, Yun Shen had also finished setting up his formation, and coincidentally, their formation was also a defensive one. Shen Taran and Nico stood on the front line, Kuo Guo Feichen and Lin Yuhu protected them, while Sun Kangzhao summoned a bunch of tanky monsters to stand in the back. At the very rear were Yi Qingling and Yun Shen. He was using a series of skills from various different classes, and Yi Qingling was doing her best to buff him and the other teammates. At this moment, Yun Shen looked like he had awakened to a completely different state. If the opponent has brought out the strongest shield, then we naturally have to use the sharpest spear to fight back. In the waiting room with the vice principals, Principal Chu started to wonder, "Yi Anfu, your little freelancer student is in the back, using melee weapons and crazily stacking buffs. What on earth is he trying to do?" Yi Anfu answered calmly, though he was actually sweating bullets because even Principal Yi was seeing this kind of tactic for the first time. Another principal suddenly thought of something. It was a common low-level skill that could allow any class to possess long-range combat capabilities. Ning Junji at this moment had also noticed the anomaly. He didn't think Yun Shen would be daring enough to use a one-time use skill like this. Ning Junji hurriedly ordered his team members, "Mobilize all summoned beasts to stand in front and block it. Simultaneously, use all your strongest defensive skills." On this side, just as they finished reinforcing their formation, Yun Shen had already accumulated enough power and enlarged the spear in his hand. Yun Shen shouted loudly, "Follow my lead." The spear was launched. Relying on the common-level skill called Throw, it pierced through the first layer of Shangda's defense and continued to zoom toward them, leaving Ning Junji's team in a panic. However, faced with this situation, they had no time to react. Yun Shen's spear tore through the air, shattering the defensive line that Shangda had worked so hard to set up. Their formation was scattered. Though not everyone was wiped out, they were in a sorry state. Ning Junji held his head high and let out a loud laugh. "Yun Shen, oh Yun Shen, I didn't think you'd be bold enough to go all in like that. Now you have no weapon, and my formation is still intact. What do you have left to fight us with?" Ning Junji was full of confidence, but at that exact moment, Yun Shen simultaneously used 2 of his talents, no staff casting and Mage's hand. A large hand emerged from the ground, picked up the spear, and threw it back toward him. Yun Shen smirked. "Who said I went all in? Isn't there a second strike coming?" Ning Junji looked as if he had just been slapped in the face, and on the stands, the audience was stunned into silence. Because the biggest drawback of the projectile skill Yun Shen just used is that it's extremely difficult to retrieve the weapon after throwing it, and after Yun Shen threw it, he actually used Mage Hand to pull it back. That's just brutal. In the waiting room, the headmaster started thinking. He had guessed right. Yun Shen really did use a projectile skill, but other than throwing the weapon, that move shouldn't have had any other effect. Why on earth did Yun Shen use it? Because that wasn't just an ordinary throw. Yi Anfu explained calmly. His talent allows him to increase skill quality to A rank. That's why the power of that throw was so much greater. Meanwhile, Yun Shen was already gathering momentum, preparing to launch his second strike. It reached third-tier quality, which is why that last throw was so much more powerful. Yun Shen is already winding up, getting ready to launch his second attack. Ning Junji was already in a miserable state. He ordered his teammates not to let Yun Shen attack again, or they wouldn't be able to hold out. Mages, quickly use your long-range skills to disrupt him. The mages from Fandai Academy obeyed and immediately cast Stone-Crushing Blast. A hail of stones came crashing down, but they obviously couldn't touch Yun Shen, because his teammates weren't just standing there for show. Don't you dare lay a finger on our captain. With the support of his team, Yun Shen's projectile skill was unleashed once more. Seeing this, the Fandai team scrambled for their lives, so much for their formation. If they got hit by that again, they'd be finished. After that projectile strike, the defensive armor formation that Ning Junji had worked so hard to set up officially shattered. Now it was the Jingdai team's turn to show their strength. The whole team surged forward, frantically, slashing and beating their opponents. Ning Junji, hurry and surrender. We can't hold them off. Ning Junji's teammate screamed. He gritted his teeth, but things had reached this point. Ning Junji had no other choice. The team competition was about to end here. I surrender. Before he could even say it, Yun Shen shut him up. What are you doing? Want to surrender? What a pity. The referee didn't hear you. Yun Shen landed in front of him, and his teammates quickly moved in to surround him. Now, only Ning Junji was left from the Fandai team. Yun Shen blocked him from surrendering, obviously, because he wanted to let his teammates vent their anger. Ning Junji was like a piece of meat on a platter. Helpless as he was, he couldn't stop the Jingdai group from taking their frustration out on him. Fandai, you jerks. How dare you use home field advantage to set up such dirty traps? You even use reporters to bully people. Do you think you're the center of the universe? Ning Junji instantly turned into a punching bag, left to be beaten by Yun Shen's group. In the stands, the Fandai students started leaving in droves. They couldn't bear to watch their captain, who was supposed to be dignified, being pinned to the ground and beaten like that. The referee couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. Ning Junji has lost his combat ability. The match is over. Stop right now. The Jingdai team still hadn't vented enough, but since the referee had spoken, they had no choice but to show some respect. Ning Junji was beaten until his face was black and blue. The reputation of Fan Yun Shen University was completely ruined this time. Jingnam University had officially taken first place in the entire competition. High up in the gallery, a figure appeared. It was that mysterious man in red again. He carefully observed the situation, then wore a bizarre smile. Finally, it's starting. After the match ended, Ning Junji sat like a statue in the waiting room for ages. His teammates looked at him with awkward expressions. Ever since the match ended, Ning Junji hasn't said a word. He didn't get beaten into a vegetable, did he? Vice Principal Chu wasn't in a good mood either. He had long guessed his students wouldn't amount to much, which is why he had secretly arranged for Ning Junji's group to only meet Jingdai in the finals. Now, at least they had secured second place. The top 7 spot was basically guaranteed. Pull yourselves together. Ning Junji gritted his teeth. Although the ranking was secured, his dignity had been crushed by Yun Shen. He swore that one day he would find Yun Shen and trample him under his feet. On the other side, in the Jingnam University waiting room, laughter echoed incessantly. They were all ecstatic because they had finally released their pent-up frustration. Perhaps by now, the news of Ning Junji being pinned down and beaten had already hit the hot search topics. Then Dai's reputation was truly trashed. Ye Anfu was also very satisfied with his students. They had won first place in 2 rounds. This result was enough to guarantee the championship. Therefore, Principal Yi told them not to feel too much pressure for the final survival round. This round would take place in an abandoned city in Fan Yun Shen province. It used to be a wealthy city, but 65 years ago, a crack suddenly appeared, and the dark energy eroded everything. Most of the citizens below level 6 died. Those lucky enough to survive fled the city. Over time, the vegetation in the city grew wildly, and more magical beasts moved in to settle. Gradually, some rare treasures and genius resources were born there. Currently, the dark energy there has been purified by priests. Fandai also eliminated the powerful magical beasts, leaving only a portion suitable for freshmen to challenge. As for the resources the contestants collect, they don't need to turn them in. Whoever finds it, keeps it. As soon as the students heard this, their eyes lit up, because they heard that in the survival round, even A+ grade treasures can be found. Getting them would be a huge score. Is there any soul-defying grass inside? Yun Shen asked. Soul-defying grass is an important ingredient for the awakening elixir. His little sister, Yun Tang, had reached the age to awaken her talent. An awakening elixir. could help her obtain a great talent. Yi Anfu had long ago sent people to investigate. There were at least 15 A-grade treasures and 3 A-plus grade treasures in that city. Soul-defying grass was one of them. Once Yun Shen heard that, his determination flared. For his sister's future, he had to get that item. The next day, the teams prepared to enter the survival round. In this round, all 20 teams would participate, and rankings would be calculated based on the total value of resources each team acquired. This meant they not only had to face magical beasts, but also watch out for contestants from other academies. Assistant Lei handed the students a wooden card called a Battle Record Appraisal, which had a small teleportation array installed inside. If you're ever in danger, crush this to withdraw, though that naturally means giving up your spot in the competition. Assistant Lei was worried, constantly reminding the students they absolutely had to protect their own lives. Don't worry, Miss Lei, we've all mentally prepared ourselves. Luckily, with Yun Shen leading us, we've secured first place without even breaking a sweat. The main goal of this trip is to find the soul-binding grass, so Yun Shen's younger sister can awaken a top-tier talent. Everyone, using 3 signal flares is the top priority, specifically the signal that we've found the soul-binding grass. Yun Shen was a bit surprised when he saw his teammates already knew his plan. Turns out, Nico had informed the whole team. The championship title was already in the bag, and since it was mostly thanks to Yun Shen, they all wanted to contribute to helping him out. With instructions finished, the group of 20 was teleported to the abandoned city. As soon as he landed, Yun Shen scanned his surroundings. This place was truly desolate. It was hard to imagine it used to be a bustling city. In this survival round, every contestant was teleported randomly to different spots. He pondered for a moment, deciding it was best to prioritize gathering his team first, then seizing the high ground for better visibility. Only a few steps in, Yun Shen was attacked by a demon bird. He immediately used a fireball spell to blast it away. The monster was sent flying several meters, but the commotion stirred up many other monsters nearby. They all locked onto Yun Shen and charged at him. He quickly activated his roar skill, causing enemies with lower attributes than his to fall into a state of fear. And just like that, the monsters didn't dare take another step. Yun Shen seized the chance and bolted. He didn't have time to mess around with them. He found a high spot and used his eagle eye skill to observe the situation. Suddenly, Yun Shen spotted a group of over 10 people. At first, he thought it was a school that had finished gathering, but looking closer, their uniforms didn't match. It looked like a mix of several schools. Suddenly, 3 flares appeared in the sky. They had set up signals beforehand. 1 flare meant "I'm here," 2 meant requesting backup, and these 3 meant "found the soul-binding grass." Yun Shen anxiously jumped down from his perch. Those 3 flares weren't necessarily good news, because doing that also exposed their location, making them easy prey for enemies. His teammates should have understood that risk. Fearing an emergency had occurred, Yun Shen used his Gale Step skill, moving at maximum speed to catch up to those 3 flares. At the signal site, a 3-headed demon vine snake lay silently beside a stalk of soul-binding grass. The girl who fired the signal felt she couldn't possibly beat it, but because Yun Shen needed that grass, she risked staying behind. Suddenly, footsteps approached from afar. She was both relieved and anxious. If it were Yun Shen or other teammates, that would be great. But if she was unlucky enough to run into enemies from a random school, she might be able to put up a weak defense. But when she peeked out to look, the sight before her terrified her. Why were there so many people? She quickly realized these people weren't from the same school. Every single one of them had a cocky look on their face. "Hey, you trash. Stop hiding. I can already smell you. Being so arrogant with your signal flares. Guess that's only something someone from Jing University would do, not caring about survival round points." Knowing she couldn't hide anymore, she forced herself to calm down, stepped out, and raised her staff, ready to fight back. "You know I'm from Jing University and you still dare to come here. Let me tell you, Yun Shen is on his way right now. If you don't want to die, get lost." The crowd laughed as if it were a joke. Yun Shen was certainly strong, but they had so many people. The leader was even more arrogant. He admitted that normal schools like his couldn't compete with a top 7 university. But with so many people, what was there to fear? Moreover, before the start, 55 average universities had agreed to form a school alliance, totaling 1,100 students participating. They planned to use their numbers to crush the elite students from the top 7 schools, then enjoy looting the spoils and splitting them up. This group was already huge, but according to the leader, hundreds more were on their way. Once everyone gathers, don't talk about just one Yun Shen. Even if your whole Jing University team shows up, you'll be crushed by us. While he was still gloating, commotion broke out behind him. Several guys were suddenly blown away by a terrifying force. Yun Shen walked forward, clutching his spear, every step exuding a sky-high pressure. Who said they wanted to crush whom? The moment the girl saw Yun Shen, she was so happy she burst into tears. Yun Shen, you're finally here. I'm saved. I'm saved. The students in the school alliance were a bit intimidated because Yun Shen's presence was even more terrifying than in the videos. The fireball spell he used earlier was also too intimidating. One shot had blown away 10 of them. Only the leader was as stubborn as a mule. He still insisted that with their numbers, they would definitely win. If each of us just spits on him, we could drown him. He's just a low-level wanderer. What's there to be afraid of? Yun Shen wasn't afraid at all. If they were relying on numbers, he wanted to see which fool wanted to come and throw their life away first. Yun Shen planted his spear into the ground for support, then threw his head back and used his war shout skill, just like he had on the monsters. Sure enough, the average students fell like dominoes. The leader started to get nervous. His mouth kept shouting, "Don't be afraid," but deep down, he was shaking. Don't get cocky. That's just a basic warrior skill. How could it possibly break our spirit? He had just finished speaking when he turned around and saw Yun Shen right in his face. What was that? This expression, this pressure, it was truly terrifying. The bastard was scared, witless, and immediately turned to run. Ah, don't kill me. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. With the leader reduced to this, the school alliance immediately fell apart. Everyone scrambled to flee for their lives. They were no fools. They weren't about to mess with a monster like Yun Shen. Even Yun Shen felt a bit disappointed. He thought the opponent would be somewhat capable, but it turned out they didn't even have the guts to attack. In the end, they were just a bunch of lowlifes. He approached his teammate and said softly to reassure her, "Thanks for keeping watch over the soul-binding grass for me. It's safe now." The girl was overjoyed. Keeping her life was happiness enough. The situation had been observed by several elders, and Yi Anfu laughed heartily. He thought they were going to witness a fierce battle, but who would have thought Yun Shen would handle it so cleanly without shedding a drop of blood? But others aren't so lucky. To be fair, that gathered team of 5, with their 100-plus members, is definitely not a group to mess with. They've already taken out over 10 members from the top 7 academies, leaving the headmasters quite upset. It seems they'll need to tighten the rules for next year. Yi Anfu is starting to worry about the students' safety in this environment. Vice Principal Chu of Qingda is feeling incredibly smug. On the outskirts, Qingda has set up a barrier covering the entire abandoned city, keeping the wild magic beasts outside. Not a single one can slip through. The skies are patrolled by airships with guards stationed everywhere, and there are plenty of examiners hiding within the city itself. Tucked away in the shadows, they are the final line of defense to keep the students alive. Meanwhile, Yun Shen is busy, facing off against that 3-headed hydra. It doesn't even take much effort. With just a few strikes, he sends it packing. He picks up the soul-binding grass, and then tells his teammate to signal for everyone to regroup. She immediately fires a flare into the sky. The Qingda group spots the signal too. They had actually planned to intercept at the first reinforcement rally point, but they never expected Yun Shen to get there first. Ningjia, should we still ambush them? Are we seriously going to fight that lone wolf guy? Ning Junji huffs he certainly doesn't have the guts to throw down with Yun Shen anymore. He gives a cold snort and drags his team away. But the Qingda students suddenly realize something is off. Specifically, they're missing a member named Li Jun. He was just here. So where did he go? Did he run off to pee? But in their eyes, Ning Junji is the only leader that matters. Since Li Jun left the formation on his own, they don't have the energy to care, so they just move on. Meanwhile, that guy, Li Jun, is trudging alone toward a crumbling building. In his eyes, Yun Shen is nothing, and neither is Ning Junji, Qingda or Jingda. It's all just dust to him. As long as my master descends, you will all perish. He pushes open the heavy, rusted doors of the tower and steps inside, approaching an old, decaying statue. Supreme Master, I have arrived. Please, look upon me. I offer you everything, including my own life. As soon as he finishes, Li Jun plunges a dagger straight into his own chest. He collapses into a pool of his own blood, simultaneously activating a dark, forbidden technique called the Sacrificial Gate. The blood flows backward, all of it seeping into the statue. A beam of blood-red light erupts from the tower toward the sky, and suddenly, thick clouds of black smoke appear in the center of the city. As the magic beasts come into contact with this smoke, they become incredibly ferocious, their combat power seemingly boosted by several notches. The headmasters are all inside an airship, hovering high above to monitor their students. The live broadcast feed suddenly cuts out, and the barrier surrounding the city starts having issues. While everyone is confused, someone screams, "Everyone, stop looking at the screens. Look out the windows. Something huge is happening." Yi Anfu and the others rush to the window. Vice Principal Chu is horrified as the city becomes engulfed in the aura of the dark world. Yi Anfu is deeply concerned. I'm afraid a rift has appeared in the city, and it's not just one, either. This aura can weaken human combat strength, corrode equipment, and on top of that, it drives the magic beasts into a frenzy. Without needing to think twice, they all know the students down there are in grave danger. Vice Principal Chu immediately orders a forced opening of the barrier so their airship can enter. At the same time, he uses a secret technique to warn the examiners to protect their students quickly. They absolutely cannot allow large-scale casualties. Yi Anfu's brows are knit tight. To the demon lords of the dark world, the essence of the demon lord is the ultimate insult, yet Yun Shen possesses exactly that. Right now, there's an isolated barrier surrounding the abandoned city. He just wishes he could teleport inside directly to protect his students. Meanwhile, Yun Shen is chilling, chatting with his teammate. The two of them are waiting for the others to arrive. However, Yun Shen suddenly feels something strange. It's like a dark aura. Clearly, Principal Yi had said the dark aura in this place had already been purified by the priests long ago. So why is he sensing it now? Just then, Nico and the others arrive. When they see Yun Shen, they're thrilled. Before they can even finish their greetings, a pitch-black tornado sweeps in from behind. Lin Yuhu and Nico turn around, looking confused. What on earth is that? Now, Yun Shen doesn't hesitate. He grabs his spear and dashes forward. That's definitely dark aura. Don't let it touch you. Quick, get behind me. Nico and the others panic and run toward Yun Shen. After all, they haven't had much real-world combat experience and have only heard about dark aura from the stories of their elders. Countless monsters emerge from that black tornado. This is the first time these students have faced such a terrifying sight, but because Yun Shen takes the lead and uses a fireball spell, they gradually calm down and start using their own skills to fight back against the beasts. However, the corrosive power of the dark aura is too intense. Even elite fighters like Nico are knocked back. Her precious gear slips from her hands, and even her clothes start to corrode. Nico lies sprawled on the ground, and that black smoke is closing in fast. In the nick of time, she's pulled away by some vines and tossed in the opposite direction. Yun Shen saves Nico's life just in time and tactfully uses his own coat to cover her tattered attire. The last of the surviving team members have finally regrouped, but now they have to face a life-or-death situation together. Yun Shen transforms his weapon, then uses a priest's purification skill to fight back against the dark aura. Just then, an emergency broadcast comes from the airship, stating, "All students, abandon the competition immediately and evacuate the arena." Yun Shen immediately reminds his teammates to use their wooden cards to leave. Since his purification skill won't hold out much longer, everyone listens to Yun Shen and crushes their cards to evacuate. Only he and Nico remain. Nico is panicking now. My card. Why isn't it reacting? Nico is terrified. A moment ago, she had clearly used all her strength to crush the card. Yun Shen assumes her card must have been corroded by the dark aura, damaging the teleportation array inside. Knowing it was a lost cause, he didn't overthink it and handed his badge to Nico, though she still hesitated. What about you? I have my own way. Go. That's an order from your team leader. Nico's eyes welled up with tears, but with your current strength, staying back only makes you a burden to Yun Shen. Just stay safe. Nico, resolute, crushed the badge in her hand. She vanished, leaving Yun Shen to face the danger alone. Suddenly, sharp, rhythmic clapping echoed from his side. It was that strange man in the red outfit again, though in reality, this was the first time Yun Shen had officially come face to face with him. The stranger spoke in a mocking tone. Truly a responsible team leader, wasting so much effort for your teammates. Yun Shen shot him a cold, piercing glare. Even though it was their first real encounter, he vaguely recognized this man. He was one of the judges who had presided over his individual tournament round the other day, but Yun Shen had no idea why he was here. The man quickly waved his hand in explanation. He claimed he was there to protect him secretly, saying that elite students like Yun Shen required special care and that absolutely no unexpected accidents should occur. Let's go. Let me take you somewhere safe. The man placed a hand on Yun Shen's shoulder and activated spatial teleportation magic, whisking him away instantly. At that moment, Principal Yi Anfu had just teleported to the spot, but there wasn't a single kid left. He had assumed the whole group had already crushed their badges to leave, but traces of magical fluctuations lingered in the air. Yi Anfu scanned his surroundings, on high alert. Spatial teleportation is powerful magic that bypasses distance and leaves almost no trace. If he's been taken too far, it'll be nearly impossible to track him down. This place where Yun Shen had been dropped off was bizarre. The moment he landed, he realized this wasn't in the abandoned city anymore. But it looked like a place that had been corroded by dark energy years ago. A place like this was definitely not safe. Yun Shen focused his senses. That's because the strange man had appeared again. He lunged down from above, but Yun Shen's swift reflexes allowed him to dodge to the side just in time. The stranger seemed thrilled. This place has been corroded for ages. Your senses should be dull by now, shouldn't they? How could you still detect my attack? He looked at the young man before him, stunned, and let out a surprised, "Oh." Yun Shen had entered a completely different state. Thanks to his Dark Knight talent effect, the experience he gained with Principal Xia wasn't just for show. Sorry to disappoint, but darkness is my home turf too. Although he didn't know the bastard's goal, if he wanted him dead, Yun Shen wouldn't hesitate to take his dog life. No wonder you're so arrogant. So that talent you got from the Demon Lord's essence is this? Huh. The man didn't flinch. He was a level 38, second-tier spatial mage. He didn't think much of a kid like Yun Shen. The stranger stomped his foot, launched himself into the air, and used two skills simultaneously. Spatial Blade and Silent Casting. Yun Shen only vaguely saw the space warping. It was hard to track the trajectory. It was exactly like an invisible attack. However, Yun Shen's abilities were nothing to sneeze at. As soon as he felt the danger closing in, he triggered his Godly Point skill, successfully avoiding a fatal blow. Behind him, the spot where he'd just been standing took the hit, leaving a deep, cross-shaped gash in the boulders. If that had hit him, his body probably would have been sliced into quarters. The man became even more intrigued. Oh, what skill is that? The effect is similar to my spatial magic, must be a god-tier skill. But he wasn't afraid, because, at the end of the day, Yun Shen was still low level. Using a god-tier skill would drain him heavily. He assumed the boy couldn't use it many more times, so he launched another wave of attacks. Yun Shen tossed out a dozen fireballs, but they were pierced right through by those attacks. The stranger laughed smugly. This is the true power of spatial magic. It can tear through space itself. Nothing can stop it. Just give up and die. Yun Shen gritted his teeth, feeling the pressure. The guy was right. He couldn't overuse Godly Point. Now, Yun Shen could only rely on his opponent's movements, and his divine eyes to barely predict the direction of the strikes. But the opponent's assault was relentless. Eventually, Yun Shen took a hit. His body felt heavy, painful, and weighed down like lead. Just one hit and you're already struggling? You're quite the talent. You're good enough to be a strategic reserve for the Nangjun Jilong Kingdom. The opponent complimented him sincerely, not forgetting to flex his own talent. His spatial mage profession was the rarest hidden class in the world. Anyone who possessed it was considered a strategic asset to the nation. In his eyes, Yun Shen's abilities were just parlor tricks, not even worth mentioning. Yun Shen was struck repeatedly. This hit was even heavier than the last. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes burning with hatred. I refuse to accept this. Despite his frustration, Yun Shen collapsed into a pool of blood. Seeing that he had lost the ability to fight, the opponent rushed forward excitedly. He wanted to take Yun Shen's head to claim his reward, the details of which would be revealed later. All we know is that the moment he closed in on Yun Shen unleashed a flame fist, slamming it straight into the man's gut. The opponent coughed up blood and shrieked in pain. You little bastard, you were playing dead. The man was sent flying several yards away. His clothes were shredded, and his stomach was caved in from the impact. Fine then. To pay you back, I'll tear you into pieces. Yun Shen stared at him, expressionless. His body had already begun to mend, thanks to his superhuman regenerative abilities, and by now, Yun Shen had activated his Dark Knight Pagoda talent, ready for an all-out war. I'm looking forward to it. The man seemed to have snapped, screaming non-stop, vowing to rip Yun Shen to shreds. Yun Shen knew this wasn't going to be easy. The guy's level was too high. He had to rely solely on his flame fist. It's impossible to kill him, and the cooldown for my super regeneration skill is way too long. I only faked my death earlier to land a hit. You've already used it once. Besides, that bastard's spatial magic can bypass both distance and defense. One hit, and it's game over. There's no way to counterattack. All his skills deal way too much damage to Yun Shen. You know you can't drag this fight out, let alone rely on defense. It has to be a lightning-fast strike. A quick victory is the only way to survive. Yun Shen summoned a barrage of fireballs, but the bastard blocked every single one. He summoned massive vines next, but the guy used his spatial manipulation to slice them all to pieces. While the enemy was busy dealing with those, Yun Shen activated his assassin's heart-piercing skill to strike. The guy just bent space to keep Yun Shen's weapon from touching him. But just as he did, Yun Shen suddenly vanished, only to reappear high up behind him. He dove down with his spear. He clearly used his signature clone skill again. But that guy was even craftier than he thought. He had already tracked the mana signature of Yun Shen's true body. The ambush failed, and Yun Shen gritted his teeth in frustration. He had calculated his attack vector perfectly to hit the guy's blind spot, yet he still managed to read it. Seeing the guy about to finish him off, Yun Shen was forced to trigger his S+ rank invincibility skill, which makes him immune to all damage and crowd control for 3 seconds. The guy was knocked back and cursed under his breath. He never expected the brat in front of him to possess so many bizarre skills. Taking advantage of the moment, Yun Shen unleashed a terrifying slash. Realizing he was about to get hit, the bastard hurriedly used his spatial travel skill again. It was like teleportation. He vanished to a different spot. That was a close call. The man panted heavily, barely escaping Yun Shen's blade. Just how many skills does this kid have? Why does everyone he uses get crazier than the last? Before he could even finish his thought, he felt a killing intent from behind. Yun Shen had caught up. The bastard scrambled to teleport again. Yun Shen was getting annoyed. Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? Otherwise, how does he dodge so perfectly every time? But there was no time to think. Yun Shen used his god-tier points to chase him down. But after repeating this a few times without landing a hit, Yun Shen's body began to weaken. At that point, the man arrogantly teleported right in front of him, spamming high-tier skills. Your stamina has finally reached its limit, hasn't it? Seeing that Yun Shen was no longer a match for him, the guy smugly decided to spill some secrets. Isn't it strange how I can predict your position every single time? I don't need you to tell me. I already figured it out. Yun Shen wiped the sweat from his face. He had a hunch that the guy had purposely placed a mana seal on him beforehand. It all made sense now in such a massive abandoned city while moving. Yun Shen had been constantly on guard, confirming no monsters or people were following him. Yet, this guy found him, and right after Nico had left, too. Thinking back to when he served as the referee during his match, the truth became clear to Yun Shen. When he won his first solo round, the guy had grabbed his wrist. That must have been when he planted the mana seal. If it weren't for that, you'd have been sliced to pieces a long time ago. Of course, that doesn't change the fact that you've lost, you arrogant brat. So what if you figured it out? You can't use your god-tier skills anymore. What right do you have to fight me now? The guy wanted to land a final blow to blow Yun Shen to smithereens, but Yun Shen just thought he was incredibly stupid for still trying to attack. Haven't you noticed what you're standing on? The man looked down in panic. It was a time bomb that Yun Shen had conveniently planted while playing cat and mouse with this bastard. Damn it, he set a trap. The one who ended up getting blown to bits was the bastard himself. Yun Shen was slightly disappointed he didn't die. If it were a normal glass cannon mage, that would have been enough to send them to the grave. Unfortunately, this guy's level was too high and his skin was too thick. But this was all part of his plan anyway. Yun Shen braced himself, spear in hand. The moment the bastard saw it, he knew what Yun Shen was planning and scrambled to activate his spatial travel skill, trying to flee once more. But right at that moment, he couldn't move. That was the power of the dark eye. The bastard was drenched in cold sweat. He never in his wildest dreams imagined that Yun Shen could inherit all the bloodline talents of the Dark Knight goddess. My level is too low, so the dark eye can only freeze you for 1 second. But 1 second is more than enough. Yun Shen put all his strength into throwing the spear in his hand. The sharp weapon whizzed like a bullet, piercing the target. A pile of items dropped where he fell. This meant that bastard had finally kicked the bucket. Yun Shen collapsed to the ground, exhausted, but he was incredibly satisfied looking at the loot before him. Yun Shen silently hoped that among them would be a beginner-level spatial mage skill. He was so tired he just sat on the ground, panting for a long time. He had used every trick in the book to barely beat that bastard. He was truly a dangerous enemy. It's just a pity that he still had no clue where he was. He also didn't know the guy's true intentions. If he had planted the seal on him beforehand and gone through the trouble of transporting him to this wilderness, then he feared this was a plot that had been carefully calculated from the start. The more Yun Shen thought about it, the more his head ached, so he decided to just gather the loot first. Sure enough, among the items dropped by the man was a spatial mage skill book. It was a shame they were all high-level skills, useless to Yun Shen. After digging around for a long time, he finally discovered a beginner skill called Spatial Tier. Yun Shen was thrilled. This skill only created a tiny spatial crack, which was a bit small, but once his talent leveled up, maybe the quality of the skill would skyrocket too. With a good item in hand, Yun Shen immediately shoved it into his bag. The rest of the equipment was also high quality. It's just a pity Yun Shen wasn't high enough level to wear them. There were also plenty of valuable materials. He collected everything. In the end, only a black feather remained. Yun Shen didn't know what it was for. It had no properties. Even your appraisal skills couldn't uncover any more info. While Yun Shen was busy examining that thing, a vortex suddenly appeared right beside him. I thought it was an enemy ambush. Luckily, the person who stepped out of the vortex was Yi Anfu. Seeing that Yun Shen was still in one piece, he let out a sigh of relief. I never expected an infiltrator to be inside the academy. I'm here to help you, Yi Anfu said, just as he noticed the mess on the ground. It had been pierced by Yun Shen's weapon. He was completely stunned. That was a level 38 second transition space mage, an opponent that tough. And yet, this kid Yun Shen actually took him down? How? It's just because he was careless and didn't dodge in time. Sir, Yun Shen modestly explained before handing that feather over to Ye Anfu for inspection. The moment he saw it, he recognized it. This is the mark of the Advent organization, Yi Anfu muttered. So, it really is them. Yun Shen, on the other hand, didn't have a clue what was going on. It was the first time he'd ever heard of this Advent organization, so Yi Anfu gave him a brief explanation. It's a collective of human traders who have defected to the dark world. They loathe this world and, conversely, worship the darkness, always hoping for its arrival. The chaos during this competition was also their doing. That student from Qingda had joined the Advent organization. He used a self-sacrifice ritual to tear open a rift connecting to the dark world. The dark energy flooded in, disrupting the entire arena. It caused massive casualties. Yun Shen recalled what that guy had said earlier. No wonder he wanted to take his head to claim a reward. It seems that because he possessed the Demon Lord's essence, he had been targeted by the dark world. But since the other side probably couldn't easily cross space to get here themselves, they had to send their underlings to do the job. Ye Anfu then opened a vortex once more to send Yun Shen home. Back when he was fighting the enemy, the barrier surrounding the abandoned city had also been lifted. Many powerhouses from various academies had arrived to join the fight, which quickly turned the tide of the battle. The monsters that had been crazily hunting down the students were quickly wiped out. In just a few hours, the entire city had been completely cleared. And even though the storm had passed, the competition still needed a final result. The organizers canceled the scores for the survival round. They combined the scores from the individual and team events to determine the rankings. It made no difference. Jingnan University had won the championship. But because of what had happened and the losses sustained during the survival round, no one could feel happy. The casualties among the competing students were heavy, and the Advent organization was riding high on momentum. This made everyone realize one thing, that peace might be coming to an end. After the competition, the principals sat down together in a conference room at Qingda. The meeting was chaired by Suo Tianhe, a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Defense. In this survival round, 328 students were killed, and 296 others were injured. And these students were the elite of their respective universities. I must say, the damage is extremely severe. Vice Principal Chu of Qingda was so angry his hair was standing on end. Even he hadn't expected that members of the Advent organization would have infiltrated the student body. Luckily, his sacrifice only opened a very small crack. Otherwise, who knows how much worse this could have been. Weren't those maniacs wiped out 30 years ago? Why are they appearing again? Yi Anfu was also feeling a massive headache. It must be the remnants of the organization gathering and developing in secret. 30 years is certainly enough time to build up some strength, but what worries me most is their true goal this time. The Advent organization made such a huge move. Their target couldn't just be Yun Shen. At this moment, another principal spoke up about a strange discovery. When I was fighting, I encountered a third transition warrior. The opponent was pushed into a corner and actually unleashed a high-level mage skill. As soon as this was said, the conference room erupted. A warrior using a mage skill. Could it be another classless wanderer? This idea was quickly dismissed by everyone, because that guy used a high-level skill, and classless wanderers can only use beginner skills at best. Could it be that dual-class jobs actually exist? Suo Tianhe, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. This was originally a secret of the Ministry of Defense, but given the current situation, I don't think I should hide it anymore. Dual-class jobs do exist. The prerequisite to achieving one is something similar to the Demon Lord's essence. For example, to possess the skills of a war god, you need to obtain the war god's essence. The primary material for the war god's essence is the heart of a war god. From a single heart, you can create 5 pieces of war god's essence. After using it, you can gain more attribute points and more skill points every time you level up. Not only that, but there is also a significant probability of obtaining the war god's talent. If absorbed perfectly, one can even receive the origin power of the war god and become a dual-class practitioner. Doesn't that make them even stronger than the Demon Lord's essence? Old Chu became anxious. Isn't that obvious? Yi Anfu sighed heavily. Even though they didn't want to admit it, the power coming from the dark world was always a step above justice. The fact that they possess more secret techniques wasn't surprising at all. But there was one thing Suo Tianhe was very worried about right now. If they had already obtained the war god's essence, what about the law god's essence? What about the battle god or the spear god's essences? If they used several of them, could triple class, quadruple class, or even quintuple class practitioners appear? Furthermore, he suspected that the dual class practitioner from earlier was intentionally sent. The main purpose was to let everyone know that dual class practitioners truly exist in this world. Possessing a dual class job boosts your strength significantly, not just by double. Will the great families who find out about this be able to resist the temptation? Will humanity turn on each other because of it? If that happens, before we even fight the Dark World, we will have already lost. That was also the reason the Ministry of Defense had always hidden this information, treating it as a top secret. Because once many people know about it, perhaps even the powerhouses of the righteous world might choose to betray them. When all was said and done, Suo Tianhe still had to deliver the final announcement. The righteous faction must raise their vigilance and focus all their strength to destroy the organization. The Dissent organization has returned to Jing'an University. Ye Anfu is meeting with the team that just returned as champions, but it's a shame. Everyone's faces look as wilted as soggy rice paper. Ye Anfu knows these kids are bearing a lot of worries, so he tries to comfort them by bringing out the rewards he prepared beforehand. Every participant receives 3,000 academic credits, an A-rank skill, book, and 5 million in cash. And because Yun Shen made the greatest contribution, Yi Anfu promised him a rare piece of equipment, the toad bone dagger. It's something he's kept hidden for many years. As soon as Yun Shen holds it, his eyes light up. This is truly a rare piece of gear. Even just hearing about its quality is a first for Yun Shen. Yi Anfu explains that it's a one-of-a-kind item. It was crafted from many special ingredients, hence its unique quality. The main material of this toad bone dagger is a rare mineral from the scorched plains, with extreme hardness and is basically indestructible. Its sharpness is comparable to any diamond-quality dagger. Its properties are also one-of-a-kind, as it cannot be damaged by dark energy. Assistant Lei, standing by and watching, can't hide her surprise. Principal Yi Anfu had kept this dagger tucked away for 35 years, only occasionally taking it out to show off. And now, he's giving it to Yun Shen without a second thought. This is both an encouragement and a sign of the high expectations placed on him. Besides that, Yun Shen also receives the school rewards as promised. He immediately gifts 1,000 credits and an A-rank treasure to the friend who helped him find the Soul Echo Grass. She is absolutely flustered hearing that. Brother Shen, I'm already so grateful just to have followed you and gotten my own reward. You don't need to give me so much. But Yun Shen is resolute in giving her the reward. With the rewards settled, they move on. Assistant Lei also has something to discuss with Yun Shen. It's about his younger sister, Yun Tang. Principal Yi Anfu has agreed to arrange for Yun Tang to attend a good school. Yun Shen is very grateful for this, because in Jing'an, the teaching quality isn't just top tier, it's also an incredibly safe place. It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is the weekend, so he plans to return to Dongyun to pick up Yun Tang. But Assistant Lei says the good news isn't over yet. The demon-slaying breaker weapon in Yun Shen's hand was originally crafted by a master blacksmith at the school. In the competition, Yun Shen performed so exceptionally with it that the master was incredibly moved and wants to custom design a new multi-form weapon specifically for him, tailored for his Freelancer class. Yun Shen is so happy his eyes turn into slits. Of course, he wouldn't pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That night, Yun Shen returns to the dormitory. He isn't at peace for long before he starts thinking. Right now, Yun Shen knows he's been targeted by the Dissent organization. He doesn't know what kind of enemies he'll have to face later on, so he must become strong quickly. He already has a good grasp of the dagger Principal Ye Anfu gave him. Next, he needs to check the mission reward the system sent. This time, just like before, it's an S-rank skill called Sure Hit. When used, Yun Shen's next attack will ignore dodging and environmental effects, ensuring he hits the enemy and deals 300% damage. Yun Shen is shocked. This skill is way too overpowered, isn't it? If I had this while fighting that space mage, wouldn't one shot have finished him off? Just then, there's a knock at the door. It's little Yu, the maid of Dean Xia Qingcheng. She's happy because Yun Shen performed so well in the exam, so she was specifically sent to bring him a gift, the Nether Fire Soul. It grows in the scorched plains of the Dark World and is something Xia Qingcheng obtained after killing a demon lord. Absorbing this can increase one's affinity with the fire element. It also boosts the power of fire attribute skills. If absorbed perfectly, one might even become immune to damage from fire-based skills. Yun Shen happily accepts it. Xia Qingcheng is truly thoughtful toward her students. Little Yu doesn't forget to warn Yun Shen that this cannot be absorbed directly. You must pair it with ice attribute herbs to lower its potency slightly, or it will damage your body. But the moment she finishes speaking, Yun Shen swallows the fire seed straight down. Immediately, his body begins to undergo strange changes. Oh no, the maid cries out in a panic. If this keeps up, your body will be blown apart by the demon fire. Spit it out, but it's too late. The demon fire has already surged through his entire body. Just as the maid is at her most panicked, Yun Shen flicks his finger. His super recovery skill restores him to his normal state. Yun Shen pants heavily. Even though he's safe now, the feeling of being burned just a moment ago was truly agonizing. What just happened? Was it really over? Little Yu can't believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Yun Shen is as calm as if nothing had happened. He even casually demonstrates his new skill for her. This demon fire comes from the dark world and is very hard to extinguish, with an incredibly strong soul-burning effect completely different from regular fire. The maid is taken from one surprise to another. She cannot believe Yun Shen absorbed the nether demon fire directly without needing extra ice herbs. Moreover, looking at him, it seems he has already absorbed it perfectly. He truly lives up to being Xia Qingcheng's favorite student. Since the two have nothing else to discuss, little Yu takes her leave. The next day, Assistant Lei takes Yun Shen to the workshop of the master blacksmith. His name is Mu Jiasu. The moment he meets Yun Shen, Mu Jiasu smiles so wide his mouth won't close. He has watched Yun Shen's matches over 10 times now. The demon-slaying breaker in his hands truly makes Mu Jiasu proud. As it turns out, all this time, he has been obsessed with researching multiform weapons, but was mocked by his colleagues for being unrealistic, because who would need both a sword and a staff? Until Yun Shen appeared, Mu Jiasu finally saw how meaningful his creations could be. But at the same time, he also realized that for Yun Shen, relying on just a 3-form weapon isn't enough. This forge is the life's work of Mu Jiasu. He allows Yun Shen to choose whatever he wants, and everything here is top quality. Yun Shen weighs the pros and cons for a long time. Finally, he set his sights on something called the soul-chilling entity, a weapon that's practically a brother from another mother to the one Yun Shen is currently using. It has 2 forms, a sniper rifle and an Eastern-style staff. As Mu Jiasu saw Yun Shen eyeing this weapon, he got even more excited. Do you actually know how to use a sniper rifle? I do. Please, Professor, take it out and let me see. In terms of weaponry, what Yun Shen lacks most right now is long-range damage capability. He can't just keep relying on his ability to hurl weapons around forever. So, a gun is the perfect fit. Mu Jiasu was also quite passionate about the soul-chilling entity because it offers long-range attacks while still being able to counter if the enemy closes in. He brought it out to test both forms for Yun Shen. After thinking it over, Yun Shen felt that having only 2 forms was a bit lacking. He wanted to add a 3rd form, dual guns. Mu Jiasu's eyes lit up. That was a brilliant idea, and the difficulty isn't too high. Then let's ramp up the challenge. I want 1 long gun and 1 short gun. Mu Jiasu felt like he'd finally found a kindred spirit. The 2 of them, 1 old and 1 young, started a heated discussion on modifying the weapon. Assistant Lee stood to the side listening when, suddenly, her phone buzzed with a new notification. She didn't know exactly what it was, but looking at the terrified expression on Assistant Lee's face, it definitely wasn't good news. Meanwhile, Mu Jiasu and Yun Shen had finished their discussion. He handed the soul-chilling entity to Yun Shen to help him get used to it, saying he'd need about a week to draw up the new blueprints for the modifications. Not only that, he generously announced a 70% discount for Yun Shen once the finished product was ready. Yun Shen felt like he'd struck gold. With the credits saved, I can use them for Yun Tang later. Just then, Assistant Lee came rushing over in a panic to announce the bad news. Mysterious rifts of all sizes have suddenly appeared throughout the Ning Junjilong Kingdom. Monsters corrupted by dark energy have infiltrated the city, and a monster tide is expected to form before long. Even worse, the cities surrounding the rifts are all small ones, and they lack the strength to stop the tide. Dongyun City, Yun Shen's hometown, is among them. As soon as Yun Shen heard this, his expression changed instantly. Damn it, my little sister is still back home. At the teleportation hall, Yi Anfu was busy assigning powerful warriors to provide reinforcements. Even though he was old, his sharp, hawk-like eyes managed to spot 2 familiar figures. It was Assistant Lee and Yun Shen. Who else? Yi Anfu roared, Yun Shen, the instructors are going to provide support. What are you, a student, doing here to join the fun? Get back to your studies, now. Yi Anfu's fury seemed capable of sweeping across all of Jingnan, but this time, Yun Shen couldn't follow orders. Because if he couldn't even protect his own family, what was the point of being strong? Assistant Lee stepped in to speak up for him, saying that she was the one who brought him from Dongyun and that she would be responsible for his safety. Yi Anfu sighed deeply. He knew he couldn't stop this kid, so he just told him to be careful. Once the leash was off, Yun Shen immediately soared onto the teleportation platform. He and Assistant Lee headed to the defense regiment, located on the outskirts of Dongyun City. Fan Zhenmin, what's the situation? Fan Zhenmin was the captain of the defense regiment, a second transition, level 35 warrior. As soon as he saw Assistant Lee, he hurriedly reported the situation. The monster tide was attacking the city gates. The soldiers had already engaged them, but Dongyun hadn't seen a monster tide in nearly 20 years, so the soldiers were mostly unprepared and lacked the strength to fight back. Assistant Lee was a 3rd transition powerhouse, so her arrival in Dongyun was like a lifeline. Yun Shen, follow me. Assistant Lee wanted to lead Yun Shen to the gates, but when she turned around, the kid had vanished like a ghost. Assistant Lee scrambled to catch up. Outside the gates, the monsters were attacking like a storm. The soldiers fought bravely, determined not to let them break through. However, because peace had lasted so long, the elite forces had all been moved to the front lines. The strength of the people here was basically like a mosquito bite against steel compared to the tide. Just as the soldiers thought they were done for, a giant fireball and a tornado appeared, combining into a blazing flame storm absolutely epic. A bunch of monsters were instantly blown away, unable to fight back. The soldiers stared in confusion. They initially thought a powerful mage had come to their rescue, but what mage uses Wind Eye? That's a beginner skill for a shaman. Just then, Yun Shen rode up on his mount. Seeing the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief. The tide was at least being held back. The soldiers were left wide-eyed, just looking at that mount. It was enough to know how formidable its owner was. Yun Shen jumped down from his beast and introduced himself briefly. First-year student from Jing'an University, Yun Shen, here to provide support. More people are on the way. The soldiers heard the name and thought it sounded familiar, then immediately realized this was the top-scoring graduate from their own hometown. They were filled with admiration and pride, showering him with praise. Yun Shen had no time for such empty words. He just wanted to know the situation had anyone from the Advent organization appeared. But none of the soldiers had seen any. There was just a pack of monsters. Yun Shen knitted his brows tightly. These bastards weren't staying to support the monsters at the gates. That meant they had sneaked into the city. If so, what was their goal? Before he could find the answer, Yun Tang called him. Needless to say, Yun Shen was overjoyed to hear his little sister's voice. It turned out that because the city issued an alert about the monster intrusion, the teachers had led Yun Tang and the others to the school's safe room to take shelter. Yun Shen let out a breath, thank goodness she was safe. But Yun Tang's next sentence made his scalp tighten like a stretched wire. But it seems like some people just arrived outside the safe room. They're dressed quite strangely. They don't look like teachers, and I don't know who they are. Yun Shen didn't have time to think. He dashed straight toward the school. Don't you dare open that door. I'm coming right now. Meanwhile, at No. 3 Middle School, where Yun Tang attended, those strange guys had already reached the safe room. To them, however, this room was no different from a flimsy shack. The target of these scumbags really was Yun Tang. Because it was too hard to get to Yun Shen at Jing University, they switched their target to his little sister to try and control him. The leader, already daydreaming about the demon god Essence reward, grew wild with excitement. He charged forward with his massive blade. He unleashed a violent skill, slamming into the safe room door. It shattered instantly, filling the air with dust and debris. The students inside were like helpless lambs, trembling in terror. Those men in black stormed in, scanned the room, spotted Yun Tang, and made a beeline for her. Yun Tang's homeroom teacher lunged at them with a dagger, but she was no match for these scumbags. A single strike of flame breaker sent the teacher crashing straight into the wall. No surprise there, she's just a level 23, first transition assassin. These guys in black are all second transition or higher. With that kind of gap, it's no wonder she lost. They didn't have time to waste here. Grab Yun Tang, then we teleport out of here immediately. The leader, dragging his huge blade, stomped down the stairs. Yun Tang trembled, calling out desperately, Big brother, save me. In Yun Tang's darkest moment, a miracle happened. Yun Shen was nowhere to be seen, but his weapon had already arrived. He unleashed his throw skill, and the scumbag standing in front of Yun Tang was instantly skewered through, just like a kebab. The remaining thugs went pale. Seeing the demon piercer here, they knew Yun Shen had arrived, but these losers had come prepared. They knew throw was Yun Shen's strongest long-range attack and knew how he recalled his weapons, so they had studied ways to counter it. Don't let him pull it back. Seeing the demon piercer on the ground, one of the thugs got greedy. This is an 8-star weapon, a rare treasure indeed. Now it belongs to me, heh. But before his filthy hand could even touch the demon piercer, it was crushed underfoot. Yun Shen appeared, throwing a glare of pure hatred at the guy. Right after, he executed a dash punch from his martial arts skills, sending his opponent straight to the grave. With 2 left, Yun Shen tossed out the flash daggers that Principal Yi had gifted him. Those 2 idiots saw just a pair of normal daggers and grew careless, but these were genuine treasures. A single strike, and one of them was dead before he could even gasp. Yun Shen reached out and pulled Yun Tang into his arms. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm okay. Big brother, look behind you. The bad guy is trying to run. The last thug was frantically scrambling to escape. Yun Shen had taken out 3 men in just a few seconds. This was definitely beyond the realm of a normal person. When the space mage had been defeated, they thought it was Yi and Fu who had stepped in. But seeing this, it was clear that Yun Shen had turned the tables on him that day. The scumbag was running for his life, but Yun Shen was incredibly calm, comforting Yun Tang. Don't worry, he won't get away. The next second, he withdrew a new weapon and transformed it into a sniper rifle. Yun Shen leveled the barrel and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A bullet, surging with terrifying magic, punched right through the thug. Finally, Yun Shen brushed off his hands. A nice quadra kill. His display just now left Yun Tang's classmates in complete awe. They looked at him with admiration. Yun Shen had suddenly gained a few future wives he'd raised from childhood. Just then, Assistant Le caught up. She loudly scolded Yun Shen for abandoning his post. But upon seeing the corpses on the ground, Assistant Lee immediately understood the situation. These are all second transition professionals. This kid is a monster, isn't he? Assistant Le said. Given the current situation, possessing the Demon Lord essence meant Yun Shen had become a prime target. It looked like they would have to take Yun Tang with them. Assistant Lei returned to Jing University to report the situation to Principal Ye immediately. They still weren't sure about the goal of the coming organization, but it was plain as day that Yun Shen was being targeted. Now, Assistant Lei really wondered if the Demon Lord essence that Yi Anfu insisted Yun Shen take was a blessing or a curse. Yi Anfu stroked his long beard. He knew the Demon Lord essence was just a spark, and the war between the forces of righteousness and darkness had existed for a long time. It was just that, in the current situation, Yun Shen was a genius of the righteous side, so the coming organization wanting to kill him was understandable. Of course, they wouldn't just play defense. Now, all the academies had established slaying demon squads to fight back. This was both an opportunity for a counterattack and a way to help students gain experience. Jing University had also selected a team to head to the front lines along with other academies, led by their instructors. As for Yun Tang, Yi Anfu had already made arrangements. In 2 days, she could enroll in a school affiliated with Jing University. She would be kept safe, so Yun Shen wouldn't have to worry his heart out anymore. Yun Shen had brought Yun Tang to his dorm to show her around. She was incredibly excited, maybe because she was used to living in poverty. She wasn't quite used to such luxury. Even Yun Shen's magic flower was being played with like a toy. Yun Tang's schooling was settled, but Yun Shen was still thinking of a way for her to be truly worthy of entering the affiliated high school of Jing University. Thinking of this, Yun Shen started to probe. At your age, you must have awakened your talent, right? Yes. At this, Yun Tang sighed deeply. Their classes over the past few days were supposed to be about talent awakening, but the beast tide had wreaked havoc in Dongyun, and everything was interrupted. Seeing this, Yun Shen tossed her a bottle of activation potion. This thing was crafted from the soul-binding grass he'd spent so much effort to find. Yun Tang held the bottle in her hand, both happy and worried, because she had heard this stuff was incredibly expensive, even rich kids couldn't afford it. Big brother, should we sell it for money? Yun Shen felt a vein pop in his head. He'd gone to so much trouble to get this, and she was only thinking about money. You're so materialistic. He urged her to drink it quickly. When they were kids, Yun Tang's potential had been measured even higher than his. With this potion, she was sure to awaken a great talent. Yun Tang obediently listened and downed it in one gulp. Yun Shen was incredibly expectant. Normally, the first awakening of a talent brought some kind of phenomenon. Even if it was just a cooking talent, you feel your hands itching to touch food. Do you feel anything strange now? A little bit, but I don't know how to describe it. But I really drank it all. If you don't believe me, look. Yun Tang ran over and held the empty bottle right in front of Yun Shen's face. You were stunned not because Yun Tang actually finished the potion, but because her speed just now was insanely fast. Could it be that she has an innate talent for acceleration? No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than Yun Shen dismissed it. If it were just a standard acceleration talent, it wouldn't have slipped past his notice. Besides, Yun Tang is only a level 5. She had been standing 2 to 3 meters away from the flower demon, but in the blink of an eye, she appeared right in front of him. Yun Shen felt this wasn't a spatial ability. Then there was only one other possibility. Yun Tang, when you ran toward me, did you feel anything strange? Yun Shen asked urgently. Nothing, I just walked over normally, she replied. But you were acting a bit weird, staring at the flower demon the whole time instead of looking at me. Yun Shen confirmed his hypothesis. It wasn't that Yun Tang ran fast, it was that she had directly skipped the process of moving from the flower demon's location to his. By making him see only the result and not the journey, he realized her talent was time-based, a talent even rarer than the spatial element. Yun Shen was more thrilled than if he had won the lottery. If a spatial mage is considered a strategic-level genius, then a time mage is the very core of strategic assets. Yun Shen immediately called Assistant Lei Ya, and shortly after, they brought Yun Tang to the university's awakening room. Jing Nan and Yi Anfu arrived as well. Yun Shen felt a bit apprehensive. Yi Anfu is just a level 2 talent assessor, after all. Is this really worth bothering the professor? No sooner had he said that than Yi Anfu snapped at him. What do you know, you brat? That is an extremely rare time-based talent. It hasn't appeared once in the entire history of Jingnan. Do you have any idea how rare that is? Yun Shen thought he was going to drown in Ye Anfu's spit, but then, their eyes locked onto Yun Tang. She really had awakened it, an S+ rank flowing time talent. Its effect is to accelerate or decelerate the time flow of any target she touches. Ye Anfu was so excited his hair stood on end. Lei, yeah, hurry. Arrange for her to skip the general classes and go straight to the elite track. Find the vice principal, the magic god, to teach her. Also, keep this absolutely secret. It's top-tier classified information. Under Yi Anfu's orders, Assistant Lei Ya didn't dare waste a single second. Yi Anfu was beaming from ear to ear. You've done a great service, Yun Shen. It really is the time element. I'm going to contact the Ministry of National Defense now. Yi Anfu teleported away, leaving only Yun Shen and his little sister, who was still completely clueless. Yun Shen was overjoyed, but he couldn't explain it to her yet. He could only warn her to keep this a complete secret. Otherwise, he feared the Advent organization would stop at nothing to kill them both. In reality, they were already stopping at nothing. Sitting still and waiting for death wasn't Yun Shen's style. Rather than waiting for them to find him, he decided to strike first. Thinking it, he did it. That same day, he went to the Jing University dungeon hall. He walked up to the registration counter and declared, Nam Nat, Yun Shen, requesting dungeon access. Scope, levels 21 to 30. Difficulty, Nightmare. Participants, all Jing University students. With the war situation heating up, students were racing to clear dungeons to sharpen their strength and survive. 2 second-year students arrived at the hall today to request access, only to be told that all dungeon access from levels 21 to 30 had been monopolized by one student. And on top of that, he's obsessively breaking all the clear time records. No way, for real. Whose kid is that strong? Who else could it be but Yun Shen? At that moment, he was frantically grinding monsters and setting new records in the Dwarf Underground Palace. As soon as the notification hit the hall, the students were stunned. Are you kidding me? That's the 4th dungeon record he's broken today. Yun Shen is a beast. Hey, look at his moves. Does he even plan on stopping? Indeed, he didn't. Yun Shen didn't take a single second to rest and headed straight for the next dungeon. In all of Jing University, Yun Shen was likely the only one crazy enough to play this big. This time, he entered the graveyard dungeon on nightmare difficulty. The atmosphere inside was mournful and terrifying, filled with creatures ranging from skeletons to zombies. Yun Shen scanned the area with a lethal gaze. They were mostly undead. So, fire and light attribute skills should be most effective. It just so happened that Yun Shen wanted to test out his new nether magic flame. Compared to ordinary fire, this had much greater power. It could take shape and burn the soul itself. Yun Shen flicked his wrist. The green sparks in his palm grew larger, taking the shape of 2 massive dragons. Wherever the blue dragons flew, the undead were completely incinerated. That was a nightmare-level dungeon, and this guy cleared it in the blink of an eye. It was a bit exhausting, sure, but Yun Shen didn't want to rest. He went straight to the next dungeon. Outside in the hall, notifications of Yun Shen setting new records kept popping up. The students grew more and more dumbfounded. How many records does this guy have to break before he calls it quits? Nico had seen it too, and she couldn't stop herself from trembling. Shen, are you trying to? The situation was getting more and more serious. By the time Assistant Lei Ya reported the news to Principal Ye, many students had seen Yun Shen return to the dorms, looking nearly collapsed. He could barely even walk. After all, a normal student could only clear 1 dungeon a day, maybe 2 if they were in a party. But Yun Shen was clearing at least 4 a day. He was clearly gambling with his own life. Yi Anfu pondered for a long time. He knew striving to level up was good, but he couldn't shake a bad feeling about this kid. Before he could even find Yun Shen to settle the score, the boy had already come to him. The moment he saw Yun Shen's face, Yi Anfu knew this brat was about to stir up more trouble. Sure enough, Yun Shen pulled out an application. Principal Ye, I want to join the demon hunting squad. His words were light as a feather, but Yi Anfu was furious. You lunatic. Joining the demon hunting squad is only for 3rd-year students and above. You're a sophomore, you want to break the rules? Joining the team requires elite-level skill, and Yun Shen is just a wet-behind-the-ears freshman. Even if I agreed to this, Dean Xia would never sign off on it. Yi Anfu couldn't control his volume anymore and just shouted straight at Yun Shen. About that. Yun Shen gave an awkward smile and pointed to the note in his hand. Master already gave his approval. Yi Anfu opened the note. Inside, it was indeed Xia Qingcheng's signature, and the message was incredibly simple. Yi Anfu, approve this immediately, or I'm coming to find you. Note, put him in Caddy's squad. Yi Anfu was so furious he couldn't even speak. Like master, like student. Both of you are just a pair of hot-headed brutes. Yun Shen knew Principal Ye was still worried, so he proactively suggested the man use the appraisal skill to check him. Yi Anfu did as he asked. After a few days of grinding, Yun Shen had reached level 26. His core attributes, strength, physique, agility, and stamina were all hovering around 300 points. A bunch of his innate skills were high level, with the lowest being B rank and the highest being S+. On top of that, he had 2 special skills, Divine Sight and Night Eye. Not to mention anything else, just his innate skills were enough for Yun Shen to crush most other students, and his stats were incredibly well-rounded. Yi Anfu, old as he was, couldn't stop this kid anymore. He let out a long, heavy sigh. If you're that confident, then do as you please. Yun Shen left in triumph. After he departed, Assistant Le and Ye Anfu began to discuss the situation. Le Ya was very worried, because they both knew the Advent organization was targeting Yun Shen. Yi Anfu understood the kid's heart all too well. He had already guessed that Yun Shen wanted to take the initiative and hunt them down. Before he gets beaten up by the enemy and quits, if Xie Qingchang specifically put him in Caddy's squad, he must have a plan. That day, at the assembly point, Caddy's squad was absolutely livid. They all thought a freshman like Yun Shen would just be a burden to the entire team. On top of that, he was a classless freelancer. Even if he was a national champion, he was just a champion among a bunch of amateurs. Some thought Yun Shen was just a legacy kid parachuted in. Others thought he was a coward who used connections to join the squad and freeload off their academic credits. Caddy was also dealing with a massive headache seeing the team's morale slipping. She really didn't understand what Xie Qingcheng was planning. Yun Shen's strength was certainly impressive, but he already had enough resources and credits. There was no reason for him to risk his life joining a demon-hunting squad. She had also heard about the beast tide in Dongyun, which made her even more worried that Yun Shen wouldn't be able to keep his emotions in check. While she was lost in thought, Yun Shen finally arrived. Captain Caddy, I apologize for being late. The final member of Squad 7, Yun Shen, reporting for duty. Caddy announced loudly. Yun Shen walked over slowly. He heard quite a few nasty whispers about himself. Look, the walking credit delivery is here. But he didn't pay it any mind, because right at that moment, the system sent a new mission. This mission was to rank number 1 in contribution within the demon hunting squad. The rewards were a breakthrough stone and a 10-death rebirth grass. Yun Shen was a little disappointed. Because the mission was so simple, the rewards didn't include new skills or innate talents. But the other 2 rewards weren't bad at all. The rebirth grass could be given to Yun Duan, and the breakthrough stone could enhance the quality of his equipment. Once Yun Shen successfully joined, Kati immediately briefed the squad on their upcoming operation. Lately, the Advent organization had been coordinating with the demon race to wreak havoc in the smaller cities of the Ning Junjilong Kingdom. Even worse, they were specifically targeting elementary and middle school students. These tactics were absolutely despicable. Kati had just received intelligence from the local defense corps, reporting that a group of people had been occupying a warehouse at a harbor in the lakeside area. Based on the investigation, they were likely cultists from the Advent organization. Their mission was to wipe them out. Kati led her squad, full of fighting spirit, to the lakeside area. She released her nature-sensing skill and could see there were 28 people inside the warehouse. They all radiated dark energy, so they were definitely from the Advent organization. Kati also appraised their strength. Most of them were second tier. Among them, there was one stronger individual, likely a third-tier officer. The squad members weren't afraid at all. On the contrary, they were a bit excited. They were all elite students from Jing University. To them, the people in the warehouse were just walking academic credits. If you're also confident, then let's move. As soon as Caddy finished speaking, the students rushed toward the warehouse. The first person used explosive slash and with a single blow, tore the roof off the building. The people inside panicked and looked up, only to see 10 kids diving down from the sky, charging in like maniacs. They had different jobs, but they all shared one thing. They were attacking with wild abandon. The low-level cultists were getting crushed and started to panic. They ran to the third-tier officer to report the situation. High Priest, there are many people attacking. We don't know the exact number of enemies. Should we abandon the operation? The third-tier officer wasn't a pushover either. Just like Caddy, he had sensed the enemy's strength. There are only 10 of them attacking. Most of them are only second tier. Kill them all, he ordered coldly. The situation shifted rapidly. The cultists from the Advent organization realized the situation and became much more confident. At first, they were terrified, thinking a massive army was attacking. Once they realized the actual strength of both sides, they became extremely arrogant. 2 Jing University students charged in together. One used Purple Flame Slash, and the other used earth-shattering slash, striking both of the cultist's shoulders. But the cultist just laughed. He had elementalized his body into ice and didn't take any damage at all from either strike. It was clear this was a water elementalist. The two students began to worry. Damn it, you're clearly so strong, why would you betray humanity? Compared to our supreme master, what are pathetic humans worth? The elementalist became enraged. The two students immediately fell onto the defensive. They knew they should run, but their hands and weapons were frozen and stuck to the guy. They couldn't pull away at all. Right then, a bullet flew in, piercing straight through the elementalist. The students looked in the direction the shot came from. It was Yun Shen. They were completely stunned. This kid had taken out a second-tier elementalist with just one shot. And even stranger was the bullet. Your shots can pierce through their elemental forms, making them completely vulnerable. The others were stunned, but Yun Shen was clearly enjoying it. This sure-hit skill I just got is proving to be incredibly useful, especially when paired with the sniper rifle from earlier. You intentionally aimed for the legs but hit them in the chest instead. Even bypassing their defenses, Yun Shen accelerated, reloading as more enemies hid nearby. Perfect opportunity to practice my sniping skills. Yun Shen stacked a series of effects, and every bullet struck the heart of an opponent, leaving them in absolute panic. They were clearly hiding in blind spots, so how did they still get hit? Only Yun Shen knew the reason. Meanwhile, the students watched with wide eyes. Staring at Yun Shen's display, they were stunned. What kind of terrifying, demonic skill is this? Seeing the situation turn south, the boss of the three transition group quickly ordered them to take out the enemy sniper first. As soon as the command was given, at least 10 fanatics charged at Yun Shen simultaneously. You shameless bastard, how dare you ambush us? Die. The students finally snapped out of their shock, seeing the enemy trying to overwhelm Yun Shen. They rushed to support him. But Yun Shen, standing before these second transition professionals, didn't flinch at all. The weapon in his hand transformed into a sword. Oh, you want to play close combat? Fine, let me play with you lot. Yun Shen gripped his sword and confidently charged forward. Every place he swept past, his sharp blade greeted the opponents with a lethal slash. Yun Shen was surrounded by fanatics, yet he was clearly the one dominating the fight. The other 9 students didn't even have time to help him. They just stood below, dumbfounded, eyes wide, observing the scene before them. My God, am I seeing things? He's single-handedly taking on so many dark fanatics. They finally realized the reality of the situation. Yun Shen wasn't some pathetic freeloader. After all, he was the one carrying the whole team. Within the flickering blue flames, it sounded as if demons were howling. Yun Shen stepped out casually, surrounded by raging blue flames. Old Chu gasped in shock. That's the netherworld flame. Only the dark world has that. How could it be on a kid under level 30? Plus, he looks familiar. Old Chu watched Yun Shen's back, his entire body radiating a haunting aura. Yun Shen was too focused on the fight to care about Old Chu, who was muttering to himself like a madman. I remember now. Yun Shen, that trash without a class who absorbed the demon lord's marrow and got a bounty on his head. Old Chu wore a sneer of utter contempt. At this point, the mission doesn't matter anymore. Just bringing back this kid's head is enough. In a flash, he dissolved into a shadow, rushing toward Yun Shen. The reward was worth more than any mission. But suddenly, a cord lashed out, looking like a snake. It coiled around Old Chu's legs, freezing him midair. The person holding the other end of the cord was Caddy, a 3-transition cadre from the Advent organization. Your opponent is me. Old Chu immediately turned his head, his voice filled with extreme terror. Oh no, I'm done for. Meanwhile, Yun Shen, holding his rifle, stood stunned in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of his enemies. Seeing this, everyone marveled, so strong. He's so strong. At least 70% of the dark fanatics were wiped out by his hands, and those were all second transition professionals. Caddy's team members whispered. Could it be that only a 3-transition powerhouse can stop him? Another member retorted, what are you thinking? The 3-transition powerhouse is already being handled by Teacher Caddy. It's not our turn yet. Yun Shen cut off their argument. Let's go. The destination is up ahead. Elsewhere, a city map appeared. A monotone voice spoke up. The terrain survey has gone quite well. It was a group of people in black cloaks. A leader commanded, we've pinpointed the primary school location. Start the operation tomorrow night. Let them know the terror of the dark world. Suddenly, one of them asked in confusion, huh? Then, they all started pointing at each other. There's someone behind you. No one believed anyone else. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the one with someone behind you. A subordinate discovered something unusual. This is bad. At the same time, blood stained the map, turning it pitch black. A wooden door was smashed open by an external force. Caddy's team members stood outside and shouted, Brother Yun, we're here to provide backup. You run too fast. We couldn't keep up. Let me take care of them for you." The leader was stunned by the sight. Huh? Ignoring their concern, Yun Shen casually tossed a body aside, leaving them speechless. He spoke slowly. It's all handled." He wiped the dirt off his face and walked past them. "Let's go. On to the next target." On the way, they were incredibly lively. Following Brother Yun, 3 days is enough to be well fed for 9 meals. They fawned over Yun Shen, making him the center of attention. One held an umbrella, another offered water. "Brother Yun, drink this Coke." Hugging the thigh of a god-tier player is the most important thing. "Are you tired? Want to sit and rest for a bit?" Caddy watched from afar, feeling helpless. This operation was meant to train the students, but now all the work was being done by Yun Shen. The Aftermath Squad should just change its name to the Field Trip Squad. Her phone buzzed, and notifications kept flooding in. Even without knowing what the news was, Caddy asked urgently, "Hello? What? Understood. I will request backup from another squad." The students heard this and turned back. "Teacher Caddy, what's wrong? We have Brother Yun. Why do we still need backup from another squad? Is there someone hard to deal with?" Caddy reassured them. "It's nothing. It's just not the usual type of difficulty. The next destination has 2-3 transition cadres, including 1 senior cadre." The scene shifted to another location. At a classic yet magnificent castle, the commander of the Legion, Tiger, a fat man in a military uniform, stood out to meet them. "Ah, I am the representative of the Legion stationed here. Thank you all for your support." Yun Shen lowered his binoculars and looked at him. Even from this far away, he could sense the dark aura. He couldn't hide his irritation. To be this arrogant and not hide it at all. The local garrison only just discovered something strange now. Tiger tried to explain. "Actually, we discovered it a long time ago, but because of the master's status, no one dared to investigate. If the Advent organization wasn't acting so recklessly, and the higher-ups hadn't given the order, I wouldn't have dared to target him either." Suddenly, someone walked up, speaking with disdain. "A legion meant to be the final line of defense for the people, and you're making all these excuses? Leaving the enemies to gather strength while dumping all the responsibility on their superiors. That's the 1st Battalion sent to support us, led by Lu Yiling." She didn't even try to hide her mockery, straight up calling them cowards. The members of Caddy's squad were amazed that the support unit turned out to be the 1st squad. Someone nearby added, regarding their combat prowess, "They are the strongest team among all the demon hunting squads because they have the strongest student from Jing University." Even the AI recognized her identity, Student Council President Lu Yiling. Yun Shen used his skills to scan her. She was incredibly strong, even though she was only level 46. Second transition, the sense of oppression she radiated, was on par with Caddy, who was a 3rd transition. Yiling noticed Yun Shen standing there and scanned him too. A junior, and only level 26, not even transitioned yet. Could he be the #1 freshman everyone's talking about? The guy standing next to Yiling's side. He complained, "He's the top talent of the new class at Jing University. Yet they let him join this dangerous demon hunting mission. The headmaster is truly ruthless." Tiger cleared his throat to grab everyone's attention. "Since everyone is here, let's plan our strategy. I'm quite familiar with this estate, so I can lead everyone to the best attack point." Yiling expressed her disdain openly. "Is that so? But I have no intention of working with you." She pointed straight at Tiger, mocking him. "You guys in the Defense Corps just let the dark cultists gather here. I bet you've lined your pockets quite well from it." He panicked and started stuttering. "You, don't go slandering others." With that, Yiling pulled up a projection from her phone. "Before we gathered, I took a detour to the estate to investigate and gathered plenty of intel. Using my sensory skills, I've mapped out the distribution of their internal personnel. The projection showed a layout of the castle," Yiling explained. "Besides the guards stationed around the perimeter, the majority of the dark cultists are inside the estate. Most of them are 2nd transition level." As everyone listened and watched, she pointed to the back. "There's a backup teleportation point with at least 15 dark cultists guarding it, including a 3rd transition officer holding the line. Once the battle starts, that support point will be a huge headache." Yiling proposed a risky idea. "I want the 2 mentors to lead the squad in a frontal assault to draw the enemy's main force's attention. Alone, I will circle around to the back to take out the support point directly. Once successful, we'll form a pincer attack to flatten the estate." Her willingness to risk it all made Caddy's squad members in awe. Infiltrating alone, the president is way too hardcore. She wants to solo a 3rd transition officer, and she even gathered intel and planned this in such a short time. Truly the daughter of General Lu. Yiling strode away. "If you all don't have any other objections, the rest is up to you. I'm going to deal with the support point." The 2 of them watched her figure walk away. "She's so dominant, isn't she?" Tiger led the group toward the castle. Jingjia from Caddy's squad nodded, analyzing. Captain, I chose point number 0. The visibility here is quite broad. This high ground is an excellent ambush spot. When we attack, we can use long-range magic to blow them up first, dealing heavy damage without needing to take risks. Yun Shen felt suspicious in his heart. That doesn't seem right. Such a good attack point, why is there no one defending it? Yun Shen looked around. Moreover, I feel like there's dark energy all around us. As he was thinking, strange energy erupted behind them. Caddy looked at the streaks of black gas flying everywhere. What is this? It's dark energy. The concentration here is definitely not something a normal crack could cause. Tiger's form twisted into a monstrous shape, laughing like a madman. The graveyard. I painstakingly chose for you all. Point number 0. He slowly transformed into a black mist, just like a snake shedding its skin. In a flash, he revealed the form of a demon, sprouting wings. Pathetic humans, kneel before me. The whole squad was pinned to the ground, screaming. The pressure is too strong. Our gear is corroding. My body won't move. Caddy spoke up, vaguely guessing what was happening. With this level of concentration, could it be? Yun Shen gritted his teeth, sweating profusely. He's a dark world demon spawn. Tiger, in his demon spawn form, flew into the sky, surrounded by a ball of blood-red energy. The wave of dark energy from it swept over them. Caddy shouted to the alien beside her, "Quick, call for backup." The alien stopped her. "I can't. The communication tool has been corroded by the dark energy. We can't send a signal." Caddy felt a bit helpless. Damn it, are we just going to let them slaughter us? She suddenly realized something was wrong. His rank is also a 3rd transition. Even though demon spawns of the same rank are stronger than humans, being able to suppress us just with dark energy alone, he must have used some kind of trick. Everyone, still under pressure, kept cursing. "You bastard. No wonder you let the dark cultists gather. So the core captain betrayed us all along. How could you turn on your own kind?" Tiger looked down with contempt. "Your own kind? You think you're worthy? I have already received the grace of the Lord, discarded this weak flesh, cleansed this filthy human blood, and shed it to become a demon." He looked at everyone writhing on the ground, proud. "You can only kneel before me now. That is the best proof." Tiger suddenly noticed something. "Wait, how can you move?" It turned out Yun Shen was still standing tall, holding his weapon. His entire body transformed into the Dark Knight state. The weapon in his hand turned into a sniper rifle, aimed straight at Tiger. "I can do more than just move. I can do a lot more." He fired directly. The bullet was aimed straight at him. Skill, beginner sniper. Piercing shot, it hit. Tiger crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking the bullet outside. His body, surrounded by burning green flames. He laughed. "This is the talent of the Dark Knight Sovereign. To think I'd bump into that freelance brat. What a stroke of luck." Tiger landed on the ground and rushed toward Yun Shen. "Next, let me show you how foolish it is to provoke a 3rd transition demon spawn." He had only run halfway when Yun Shen launched a fireball, spell formation. Tiger tilted his head back, took a deep breath as if channeling internal energy, and roared loudly. He used sound waves from a demon howl to dissipate the fireball. Yun Shen split into 2, one on the left and one on the right, using a beginner skill. Swordsman's Void Slash. Tiger shouted with disdain. "Shadow clones? Just a cheap trick, and you dare to show off in front of an expert?" He threw a punch, straight at Yun Shen, who was swinging his sword. "Just keep using those petty tricks. With my rank, it's too easy to see through your real body." Sword and fist collided. Energy exploded. In an instant, Yun Shen was completely overwhelmed, sent flying back, and slammed into a large rock not far away. Another clone didn't give up an attack from behind his back. With a basic knight skill, Tiger grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, and crushed it. A clone? It's just a clone of someone under level 20. It's nothing. Everyone knelt in despair. Is this really the power of a 3rd-tier expert? No matter what, the difference in attribute points is just too massive. How can a basic skill, no matter how strong, compete with a high-level skill? Tiger sneered. "Hey kid, didn't you say you were good at fighting? Come on then." Yun Shen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted, "I'm not as good at fighting as you, that's true. But if you're so tough, why don't you come and hit me? Don't just stand there like a wooden post. That's too easy." Tiger was provoked by his words. "What the hell do you mean?" Yun Shen launched his daggers toward him. "I mean you've already lost." He raised his hand to catch the dagger. "You can't even leave a scratch on me, yet you still have the nerve to talk about winning? Is that all you've got? Just this piece of junk dagger." Suddenly, it vanished. Tiger was stunned the next moment. It reappeared right in front of his eyes. He broke into a cold sweat. Yun Shen lunged forward with his spear. "Didn't you say I couldn't do anything to you?" He activated the basic warrior skill. Charge. If you're so good, let's see you try not to dodge this. I want to see which is harder, your eyes or my blade. Tiger leaped to the side, cursing as he moved. Damn you. With a grimace, he felt a shallow cut on his cheek from the passing blade. He landed in an open space, quite a distance from his original position. But suddenly, he was clamped by a beast trap that locked his feet. Tiger finally noticed the traps as vines began sprouting from every direction. He realized he was in trouble. His goal wasn't to hurt me, but to pin me down for a moment. Could it be that he already figured it out? Yun Shen vaulted high into the air. Even if you're strong, you're just a third-tier demon kin, not a demon lord. What makes you think you can suppress me just by using dark energy? Normally, instructors at the same level can't even move, yet this dark energy is surging up like a living creature. Furthermore, dark energy usually leaks out from rifts. You're the only one where it's coming from the ground. It's obvious you used some special trick. He kicked off the air, pointing his spear toward the center. It's highly likely you planted an artifact to amplify the dark energy underground. You'd definitely think of a way to protect such an important item. He slammed the spear down. A series of cracks spread from the impact point. You stayed put even when you had to take my attack directly. That's exactly what gave you away, you idiot. Compared to raw stats, you should try using your brain first. From the spot he pierced, a beautiful purple gem was revealed. As it cracked, pitch-black energy poured out. Black smoke billowed everywhere, and purple energy radiated outward. Tiger tore through the vines and lunged toward him. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. But just as he threw a punch, he was hit by two control skills. Nature's Snare and Lightning Lock. He couldn't do anything else but curse. Damn it. If you don't want to die, let me go. Jing Ti and the female colleague smiled triumphantly. Enjoy the feeling of not being able to move. Now, let's have a fair fight. Yun Shen dashed in one direction, not forgetting to call out. I'll leave this place to you two instructors. I'm going into the manor to deal with the rest. Jing Ti waved goodbye happily. I trust your strength, but keep yourself safe. At the gloomy, dilapidated ancient castle, white bones were scattered everywhere when suddenly an explosion occurred. A familiar blue flame erupted, passing through the window. People inside the castle scattered in chaos. Who's the blind fool attacking us and burning our house? Yun Shen held the flames in his hand, looking fired up. I was just getting beaten up one-sidedly earlier, and I'm really pissed off. Mind being my punching bags for a bit so I can vent? Yun Shen charged in with a spear to drive away the cloaked figures nearby. Seeing him move with such agility, the cloaked figures panicked and screamed, "No, this kid is too strong. We can't handle him. Damn it, why is there such a freak here? Where's the backup? Why hasn't the rear guard arrived yet?" One of them shouted. At this rate, even if there are a lot of us, it won't be enough for him to beat up. Another asked, do we have any other choice? Finishing his sentence, the man tilted his head back and yelled, fellow followers, instead of being killed by him, let's offer our lives to our supreme lord. The Lord will avenge us. And all of them shouted in unison, the Lord will avenge us. From where they stood, a roaring flame erupted. Yun Shen realized what was happening and thought, to sacrifice themselves so decisively, they're truly insane. I have to stop them immediately. Before he could, they were torn to shreds. Yun Shen gritted his teeth, still a step too slow. With so many dark followers sacrificing themselves, I'm afraid something troublesome is about to be summoned. But then again, this so-called sacrifice is just a skill. After all, Yun Shen shifted his stance, using a flurry of skills simultaneously. He was confident that as long as it was a skill, it could be interrupted. Suddenly, in front of him, a blood-red abyss appeared. Dark secret art, gateway of sacrifice. The thing began to crack and move slowly. Then, a hand with sharp claws lunged out. He warned, don't you dare come out. Basic warrior skill. Assault. He thought Yun Shen would tremble in fear, but he didn't hesitate to thrust his spear hard. His face was full of excitement. It's working. It's pulling back a bit. Sure enough, for the demonkin of the dark world, even with a sacrificial portal, getting through isn't easy. Once more, Yun Shen shouted, one more, then thrust his spear, causing the hand to tremble. Suddenly, he nimbly switched his weapon to a storm axe, swinging his arm hard to build momentum. With one powerful final blow, the axe swung down. Get back in there. Taking the massive impact, the hand slowly retreated, and the portal closed completely. Everything returned to how it was. Yun Shen let out a long breath. Thankfully, that stopped it. That demonkin's energy was so strong it must have been at least third tier. If he had actually made it out, I'd be done for. His eyes were still fixed on the portal when a voice suddenly called out. It seems the situation is indeed quite dire, isn't it? The door is closed, yet it opens again. A third-tier demonkin appeared nonchalantly. Am I right, human kid? Yun Shen felt uneasy he had been careless. With so many followers, why had they only managed to open one door? Confronting a third-tier Dimension alone wasn't a smart choice. Let's explain a bit. In this world, level and rank are the foundation for class advancement. Each time you advance your class, you don't just gain a large amount of attribute points, you also learn skills of a higher intensity than ordinary people. Level 10 unlocks your first class advancement or first promotion. Level 30 is the second, level 60 the third, and level 90 the fourth promotion. The more you promote, the greater your power becomes. Yun Shen keeps his eyes locked on his opponent. In this world of humans, a third promotion powerhouse holds a high position in society. Their strength goes without saying, but standing before him is a third promotion demon descendant even stronger than a human of the same rank. Yun Shen stands tall, gripping his spear tightly. Running away is definitely out of the question, and with only 13 seconds left on his status buff, he has to kill his enemy quickly to survive. Seeing Yun Shen's movement, the demon descendant, Wuming, laughs. You still dare to pull out a weapon? Is it that talent of the Dark Knight Queen that gives you such confidence? Suddenly, he spreads 4 wings from his back. Maybe you still don't get it. Your head is worth a fortune, provided it's delivered to Lord Demon Venerable. Without missing a beat, he vanishes on the spot. Godly flash. Yun Shen has already slipped behind him, slashing with a fierce, sharp wind that misses its mark by only a hair's breadth. But then, the demon throws a punch straight backward. A pathetic human like you can't even scratch me. That punch not only broke his guard, but sent Yun Shen flying into the wall, coughing up blood. This bastard, he's relying on overwhelming stats. There was no way to defend against that. While Yun Shen was stunned, the enemy lunged forward. Yun Shen was too slow, and a violent explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and fire. It seemed like he had taken heavy damage, but Yun Shen quickly switched weapons, the S-rank eerie invincibility. Seeing this, Wuming was surprised. He wasn't hurt. The damage immunity skill meant he didn't care about the attack. Yun Shen's weapon shifted into a dagger. The tides of battle had turned. He thrust the dagger straight at his enemy's face, reaching his forehead in the blink of an eye. Enraged, Wuming screamed, attacking the eyes again, and used his strength to slam Yun Shen to the floor. You despicable human. Wuming kicked him repeatedly, cursing with every blow, take that. And that. How's that for ya? Lying there, taking the hits, Yun Shen could only defend. His invincibility was running out, but his preparations were complete. He glared at him. From eyes as dark as ink, seemingly steaming with rage, he suddenly exerted his strength and shoved the third promotion demon away. Caught off guard by the counterattack, Wuming could only growl. What the hell is going on? Yun Shen held up a voodoo doll and said, I told you, the tides have turned. He thrust the object forward and sneered, looks like your durability can't stop my dagger. The air went deathly silent. The two stood face to face, saying nothing. A moment later, Wuming broke free from his shock, looking at the steaming wound in the center of his own chest, wondering, what is this? Why did I take my own attack? Yun Shen didn't answer him, instead holding up the doll. If the Descent organization is willing to be a lapdog for you Dark World scum, then a master like you must know where the headquarters is, right? Yun Shen stared at him, thinking. Compared to the military strength of the Ningjunji Tian Kingdom, the Descent organization is nothing. But the biggest headache is that they operate in the shadows. I have to find their den and wipe them out completely. The third promotion demon didn't care, continuing to charge forward. You want vital intelligence? Forget it. Even if I'm a dog that dies for them. Yun Shen didn't even bother to react, just gently snapping the doll's arm. Is that so? Instantly, the arm of the third promotion demon twisted backward. The pain made him stumble, slamming hard into the ground a distance away from Yun Shen. Yet, he refused to give up, raising his remaining arm toward his opponent. Blood shadow chains. He roared in resentment. Die. Before those chains could touch him, Yun Shen squeezed the doll in his hand. You still dare to resist? Looks like you still don't understand your situation. The demon's body instantly crumpled. It twisted in a grotesque way, black blood spurting out as he screamed in despair. Even though his eyes were dulling, he kept talking tough. You brat, you dare kill me? Lord Demon Venerable will never forgive you. He stared at Yun Shen, yelling, join us, or die. That's the only choice you have. Yun Shen didn't answer. His hand, clutching the doll, ignited with a pale blue flame. If you can't be reasoned with, then there's no need to talk. The doll in his hand was slowly consumed by the hot flames, crumbling into ash. All over the third promotion demon's body, those same flames erupted, but he just laughed maniacally. So what if you kill me? Humanity is about to enter its darkest hour, he screamed while condensing. A small pink orb from his head. Joining the Descent organization and serving the Dark World is the only way out. Even if I die, I won't let you off. Immediately after, the small orb shot straight forward. Yun Shen couldn't react in time and was struck. You won't get away. Not long after, only the sound of his muttering, "You won't escape," echoed in the cave before falling silent. Yun Shen broke into a cold sweat. He touched his neck and sighed in frustration. Damn it, I got careless. I didn't think it could still counterattack in that state. His neck didn't feel any pain. Looks like a direct damage type skill. Just then, a spiral symbol with 3 small dots around it began to appear on his neck. I need to go back and check with Teacher Ha. Looking at his completely motionless enemy, Yun Shen muttered to himself, if it weren't for the cursed doll, even in my perfect state, I'd have a hard time dealing any damage. I was only able to cut him because of the dagger. The gap between us is massive, and it's not just about the overwhelming stat difference. A third promotion powerhouse's skills, whether active or passive, have scaling ratios and stat bonuses that far exceed beginner skills. For example, 1 point of strength in a beginner skill deals 10 damage, but in an advanced skill, it deals 100. The same goes for agility and defensive skills. This is why jobless people have no future. Yun Shen slumped onto a nearby rock. Even if my talent can increase skill quality, if I want to play with third promotion demons, I don't just need stats. My skills have to be powerful too. While he was sitting there panting, a fireball flew in from behind. As soon as it got close, Yun Shen glanced back. In the split second the explosion occurred, Yun Shen tried his best to use Godly Flash. He barely managed to dodge and shouted, "Who is it?" Tiger had appeared out of nowhere, one hand still emitting a faint pink energy. "Yun Shen, I've suffered quite a lot because of you. We need to settle this debt properly." He frowned, looking at him with annoyance, and asked, "Why is it you? Where are the teachers?" Tiger. Covered in scratches, they were still alive, but he paused for a moment and said bluntly, "Our situation isn't much better than yours." Kadi's team was in a completely battered state at this point. She was sitting on the ground, clothes tattered, muttering, "Damn it, I let that bastard escape. We've been living peacefully as instructors for too long. Our actual combat skills have regressed way too much. The others weren't doing any better. Regardless, we didn't lose anyone, at least. But it's hard to say what's happening with Yun Shen's side. Wait, are we missing someone from Team 7? Hearing this, Kadi had a sudden suspicion. Could it be? She rushed back to where Yun Shen was. He was currently panting heavily, standing face to face with Tiger. His whole body was trembling from exhaustion, struggling to catch his breath. The situation was dire. He had pushed too many status buffs at once, and now the duration had ended. The negative side effects hit him all at once. Yun Shen knew his condition better than anyone. He could barely stand. Even if he died, he still had his 10 rebirth fragments. At least before I die, I have to wound him. Tiger watched Yun Shen pick up his weapon, his arm shaking uncontrollably, and mocked him. "Kid, you're actually still trying to draw your weapon? Do you really think you have a chance at winning? Kneel and submit now, and I'll spare your life." A strange glint flashed in Tiger's eyes. If he could recruit him into the dark world, Lord Demon might even grant him a reward beyond imagination. But even though Yun Shen had reached his limit, he didn't hesitate to lunge forward. "Submit your ass." Tiger wasn't afraid at all. "Then get lost." Just then, the sound of an AI jumping echoed. A figure suddenly appeared in midair. Immediately after, a foot slammed straight into Tiger's neck before he could even react. The residual force of the kick was so powerful that it sent his massive body flying headfirst into the rocks. Yun Shen watched everything happen too fast to process. Who was it? The AI? The person who arrived was the girl from Kadi's team, but her appearance was slowly changing. "Mr. Yun, no matter what, you are still the only favorite student of my master. If I hadn't prepared thoroughly, then her appearance shifted into Xiao Yu." She smiled at him. "Master, how could you let yourself get into such danger?" Xiao Yu stood with her arms crossed, shielding Yun Shen. Perhaps realizing she was an AI, Yun Shen understood. "No wonder Instructor Xia told me to join your Team 5, Kadi, so that's why, because she's here." Xiao Yu turned back and smiled warmly. "I was actually sent here to investigate a few things. My succubus identity causes too much trouble, so sticking with a team is more convenient. If Mr. Yun wants to join a demon hunting squad, mine is the best choice." Opposite them, the demon scion of the dark world struggled to stand up and shouted, "Why?" His face was full of frustration and confusion. "Why?" he roared. "You are from the noble succubus clan. Why would you reveal your true identity and stand with the humans?" Xiao Yu suddenly chuckled and replied, "Because my whole life, both my heart and body have long belonged to my master, and you dared to oppose him and harm his favorite student." In her eyes, at that moment, there was nothing but love for her master. Suddenly, Xiao Yu sprouted 2 wings and took to the sky. She unleashed her technique and shouted, "Repent with your death." The demon scion of the dark world realized he couldn't win and tried to flee on his wings. Damn it. Behind him, how could Xiao Yu let him escape? She shouted, "Don't even think about running. Demonic treasure, void shackles. The shackles flew out, tightly binding his limbs. It left him unable to move, helplessly questioning her. Demonic treasure? You're a demon lord. Why would you submit to a human? Xiao Yu clenched her hands into fists and replied, You still have to ask? Obviously. I've been conquered, you idiot. Otherwise, why would I give up being a demon lord just to be a servant? She continued to clench her fist, making the chains tighten, executing the demon scion of the dark world. He had been defeated by this move. Confirming the enemy was utterly crushed, Xiao Yu landed. Yun Shen, standing behind her, spoke up. Was he defeated by Instructor Xia? She listened and replied shyly. It started out that way, but after staying with my master for a long time, I accidentally fell in love with him. The answer made Yun Shen feel awkward. He thought to himself, I probably shouldn't keep asking. Suddenly, Xiao Yu grabbed his hand. Mr. Yun, how do you defeat a third transfer demon scion? You're so cool. I've fallen for you. Yun Shen scratched his head, laughing. You really are a bold succubus. After they finished chatting, she summoned black spheres that enveloped the two demon scions and said clearly, their corpses are quite useful. I specifically kept them intact. The two continued forward. Xiao Yu spoke up. As luck would have it, this manor also has that thing. It's very convenient. I can help Mr. Yun use it right away. Her words made Yun Shen curious. Demon corpses have a special use? How do you use them? Xiao Yu's eyes were filled with excitement. She said mysteriously, naturally for a sacrifice. The two walked up the steps one after another, heading toward the altar. Yun Shen felt intrigued by the object in front of him. This is the altar used for sacrifices when connecting with gods. This is my first time seeing one. I've heard that many god-level items, like divine medicine or divine armor, are obtained through sacrifice. Xiao Yu pointed and clarified. To get god-level items, you have to sacrifice a demon lord to get them. Though not as good as a demon lord, these two third-transfer demon scions can still be exchanged for something decent. That's why I kept their corpses intact. Yun Shen had a question, so he turned and asked, This altar belongs to the Dark Followers. By logic, it should be for sacrificing humans. Can humans use it too? She continued, It mostly depends on the type of altar. Xiao Yu explained clearly. The essence of the altar is no different. It's just a medium to connect with the gods. If the sacrifice is human, it connects with the gods of the dark world. If they are demon scions, it will connect with the gods of the human world. After explaining, she looked at Yun Shen and held out her hand, giving him the next instruction. Mr. Yun, you just need to stand before the altar and pray to the god. The god will respond. Yun Shen followed her lead, closing his eyes as he stood before the altar, thinking, I need a powerful skill that fits a freelancer with no class. Enough to fight a third transfer powerhouse. If it's a god, they can surely do it. As he thought this, Yun Shen raised both hands in a gesture of offering to trade for power. Just then, a pillar of light appeared as if answering his plea. Suddenly, he shouted, Sacrifice. As the altar took effect, the corpses of the two demon scions were gradually absorbed. Yun Shen felt new power flowing into his body. Next, he opened his eyes wide after the fusion was complete. Suddenly, the system displays an A-rank fusion technique. It notes that you can fuse anything, but it warns. The fusion consumes a lot of mana, and it's not guaranteed to be powerful. If the attributes and forms are incompatible, the fusion fails and its effectiveness drops. Yun Shen feels this new power and exclaims with excitement, Nice, nice. A fusion technique. Even though it's only A rank, for me, it's worth even more than an S rank skill, Xiao Yu says happily from beneath the altar. Congratulations, Mr. Yun, on completing the sacrifice. I have other duties, so if you'll excuse me. Yun Shen looks at her and replies, Sure. I also want to head over there to check on the situation. The president likely needs help at the teleportation support point. At that moment, bodies lie scattered everywhere, and suddenly, Yun Shen's figure appears. From the mountain, a woman's voice rings out. It's the student council president, Lu Yiling. She looks down at him arrogantly. A freshman, here to help? Too bad, the credits are already mine. Yun Shen stands below, staring straight up at her, thinking, she's so strong. She single-handedly defeated a huge number of dark followers. She's not just a second-class warrior, she even took down a third-class officer. Lu Yiling sits there majestically. She looks down at Yun Shen with such a cold, sharp gaze that he can't help but marvel. She isn't even injured. Truly, a terrifying woman. At the Academy of Weaponry, in the dean's office, Xiao Yu stands before the desk and reports. Master, Xiao Yu, the mission was a success. We managed to protect Mr. Yun. Since he completed the sacrifice, his strength should increase significantly. She hands over a folder and continues. Besides that, there is some bad news. The Advent organization has appeared, and humans are being transformed into demon spawn. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu gathers some intelligence. In the manor, sitting across from her, Xia Qingcheng reaches out to take the reconnaissance files. The more she reads, the more shocked and angry she becomes. So this is their next target. They've got some nerve. At the Jingnan University crafting room, the atmosphere is very peaceful. Mu Jiaxu hastily explains, sorry. Because the war situation was urgent, I was deployed to the front lines for logistics support. I lost some time, but I just got back. Yun Shen empathizes with his busy schedule. The front line is the main battlefield, after all, so he understands. He asks cheerfully, how are the blueprints? He replies proudly, finished. They're guaranteed to meet your requirements. Just then, Yun Shen takes out a weapon and continues. In that case, please help me reforge this ghostly spirit weapon. Also, I have a new request. I hope its quality can be upgraded to diamond. He is so shocked, his eyes pop out. What? Diamond quality? You should know. Only the top-tier heirs of aristocratic families can afford to use diamond-grade weapons. The cost is extremely high. Do you have enough credits? Yun Shen seems deep in thought, rubs his chin, and answers. I think so. Participating in the demon hunting operation, I probably have about 100,000 credits now. He is even more startled and shouts, 100,000. You brat. Are you sure you didn't wipe out the entire headquarters of the Advent organization? Yun Shen scratches his head, embarrassed, and says, not really. Mostly, killing third-class demon spawn pays quite well. Meanwhile, he can't believe it internally. Third-class demon spawn? He's talking about them like he's killing chickens. While thinking this, Mu Jiaxu picks up the weapon. A month passes, and suddenly he throws the weapon over his shoulder, laughing happily. Rest assured, you can safely leave it to me. In 10 days, I guarantee you'll have a brand new ghostly spirit. Scene change, on a path, 3 people are talking. The one on the left says, hey brother, did you hear? The global tournament is about to start. Top geniuses from all over the world are going to participate. The one on the right chimes in, oh. The one in the middle is confused and scratches his face. What does that have to do with us? The one on the left answers, I heard the Jingnan University has earned the right to represent the Ningzhenjialong Kingdom because they won the freshman exchange tournament. The one in the middle thinks of someone's silhouette and says, is that so? But for such an important competition, they'll definitely choose people from the third-year seniors. How would we, as freshmen, ever qualify to participate? Over here, Yun Shen is focusing intently. He is watching his weapon fuse with a purple stone. Suddenly, the purple stone makes a sound, signaling a successful refining. Sure enough, after a series of noises, the weapon appears with a brand new look. Limit broken. Yun Shen holds the weapon and marvels. It really is the limit-breaking stone. The system successfully upgraded the magic array quality to platinum. Rebirth, 10th chapter. It was also given to Yun Shen as a survival tactic. While admiring the new power of the weapon, Thorny Beast happily appears behind him. Seeing this, Yun Shen lifts her up. He even brought Xiao Jing with him during his crazy leveling spree. Now, Xiao Jing's level is on par with his own. Combined with the fusion technique, it should be a big boost. As soon as he finishes speaking, there's a knock at the door. He calls out, come in. Xiao Yu appears at the door, reporting urgently, Mr. Yun, the master is calling for you. He and she head to the Academy of Weaponry. In the dean's office, 3 people are standing. Xia Qingsheng crosses her arms and evaluates him. This demon hunt helped you reach level 30. If it were any other student, they'd be thinking about their second advancement. Yun Shen replies, well, the experience from third-class demon spawn is very high. It's a pity I don't have the chance for a second advancement. As he says this, he pulls down his collar to reveal his neck. Oh, by the way, Teacher Xia, there's something I want to ask you about. After revealing the circular mark, he recounts the incident. A demon spawn branded this on his neck before it died. He doesn't know what it is. Seeing the mark, Xiao Yu screams in panic. The soul-chasing seal of the Duoye demon. It's a coordinate skill. Once activated, it locks onto the target and pursues them relentlessly until they die. Then, Qing Cheng hurriedly shouts orders. Xiaoling, quickly go to the treasury and get the sea god statue. Xiaoling runs off, replying, yes. Yun Shen repeats, panicked, relentlessly until I die. Is there any way to remove it? Xiao Yu shakes her head. It's a rule-based skill. Unless a demon lord or a deity steps in. Even a 4th-class light high priest couldn't remove it. Xia Qingcheng suggests letting one of the 72 pillar demons, the Duoye extermination demon, intervene. The demon Duoye is under her command. She can revoke the soul-chasing seal. As if finding a way to survive, he asks, where is the Duoye extermination demon? She pouts and replies helplessly, the dark world. I should also mention that the 72 demon pillars are controlled by demon lords. Given your current strength, you're no match for them, and even the god of clouds is helpless. Just then, little Ling rushed in. She offered a small box. "Master, the sea god's ointment is here." Hearing this, Qing Cheng told her to hand it over. She quickly opened the box and said, "Luckily, I managed to kill a sea god beast a few years ago." As she applied the ointment to his neck, she explained that she had gathered plenty of materials from its carcass. The sea god's ointment could mask the soul-tracking seal. However, time is limited, so this is only a temporary measure. Sure enough, as soon as the ointment touched his skin, the mark vanished. After applying it, she handed the box to the god of clouds. "Take this. Remember to apply it once a day. Before you run out, you must find a way to permanently remove the soul-tracking seal." The god of clouds looked at the box while listening to her warning. If he didn't, his every move would be exposed to the enemy, leading to constant pursuit by the organization. The Advent and the Dark World. The situation made him anxious. He thought to himself that things were looking grim. Xia Qingcheng spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. "The soul-tracking seal issue is temporarily resolved. Now, you can officially be considered someone who has crossed paths with the Demon Clan. What are your impressions of the Demon Clan?" The god of clouds suddenly asked. "If you don't, your every move will be exposed to the enemy. They look just like humans." Qing Cheng agreed. "That's right, they really do look like humans, though some Demon Clan members look exactly like us, like little Yu and little Ling." She suddenly recalled the image of the two girls and recounted. If they didn't emit dark energy to hide their horns and tails, no one would suspect they were anything but human. She mused slowly while visualizing it. In fact, if you were to pass through a rift into the dark world, you'd find the scenery there is as beautiful as heaven. As the two discussed the dark world, the god of clouds couldn't believe it. "Teacher Xie, your description is too bizarre. I always thought the dark world would be like hell." Qing Sheng explained, "It's just like our world. There are places with harsh environments too. The biggest difference between our world and the dark world is the concentration of magic power. Our concentration is much, much lower." She continued to explain. "When a rift opens, the world with the lower concentration constantly has gas flowing into it from the other, causing a corrosive effect. Plants are destroyed, and low-level monsters go insane." Images flickered through her words. "If you stood in the dark world, the air would actually seem normal. It's only because we live in this world that we find it uncomfortable. So the landscape is better over there, but for us, it's hell." The god of clouds understood now. No wonder some humans are willing to act as hunting dogs for the Demon Clan, looking down on their own bloodline and flesh. The god of clouds continued, even purifying their own souls to accept so-called evolution. "So, the dark world really is a higher-level world." He reached out his hand toward her and asked, "In that case, do the Demon Clan members get affected when they come to our world?" She replied, "That's correct. But over the years, they've adapted more and more, and the wars are happening more frequently. It's easy to see." She suddenly changed the subject. "It's too early to talk about this with you. Right now, there's something more important I need you to do. You know I sent little Yu over, not just to protect you." Xie Qingcheng continued to the point. "She also has another mission regarding the Global Hegemony Tournament. You know about that, right?" The god of clouds felt confused by the topic. Well, after all, the students are making a huge buzz about it. "But that's a third-year student affair, isn't it?" Hearing this, she replied, "Because third-year students are stronger. In terms of quotas, whoever is stronger gets it. Based on intelligence, the next target of the Advent organization is the Global Hegemony Tournament. If I go there, I'll alert them." As she spoke, she pointed a finger at him and commanded, "Next, you must participate in the Global Hegemony Tournament and stop the Advent organization's actions." Her command took the god of clouds by surprise. He opened his eyes wide and asked, "What?" As he finished, the system announced an achievement mission. System detects host has the ability to participate in the Hegemony Tournament, issuing achievement mission. Personal ranking determines corresponding rewards. Based on personal performance, rewards will be distributed. Failure means. The god of clouds looked at the screen and awkwardly scratched his face. "Looks like I have no choice but to participate." 5 days later, an announcement sounded. The Global Hegemony Tournament officially begins, excluding students, who are absolutely guaranteed a spot, such as Student Council President Lu Yiling. The rest will be selected from the third-year students. The contestants entered the arena, and the referee's voice rang out clearly. However, it was interrupted by something strange flying toward them. The first match begins. The object slammed into the ground, causing a massive tremor that left everyone panicked. What's going on? Before it was over, another weapon plummeted down at the speed of light. Everything in the arena fell into chaos. Dust filled the air, causing everyone to scream in fear. Is someone attacking the school? No way. When the dust settled, the god of clouds appeared in a super cool pose. He stood heroically on top of the weapon and said, Sorry for the intrusion, seniors. I'll be taking this spot. The god of clouds stood majestically before the shocked eyes of everyone. The space suddenly became rowdy. What's going on? Why is a freshman here? All attention turned toward him. That kid is the god of clouds. He's definitely strong, but this is a third-year competition. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, making everyone fall silent. Lu Yiling stepped forward with a stern expression. Is the competition for spots only for third years? Why don't I recall such a rule? As long as one has enough strength, any student is eligible. However, the people there didn't care about these words. They kept resisting. Damn it. I can't believe the student council president is taking his side. There's only one spot, and the third years aren't even enough to go around. On what basis does a freshman get to participate? Lu Yiling's face darkened, her tone becoming ruthless. It's just one more person. Don't tell me you don't even have the confidence to beat a freshman. Everyone quickly lunged toward the god of clouds. Damn it, since it's come to this, there's no choice. God of clouds, is it? Now we'll show you what third-year strength is. Those sitting in the stands began to gossip. These guys don't even know about the god of clouds' performance with the demon hunting squad. That's the werewolf, the guy who slaughtered 100,000 points, the big shot from Team 7. We are people about to hit a snag. Those people fought among themselves to get ahead. Give me some face. Let me go first. No, I'm taking the first match. Today I'll make him lie down. While they were fighting, they were interrupted by the person they looked down on. Let's all go together. With a thoughtful look, the god of clouds spoke up, as if winding up for a fight. That group quickly charged forward, looking ferocious and arrogant. Don't bother soloing him, it's a waste of time. Just all go together and finish him off quickly. Yun Shen easily blocked the opponent's attack and shouted, "Get lost." Yun Shen faced the crazed mob, and they all unleashed their skill, Dark Ice Crystal Dance. As the lightning chains spread, Yun Shen calmly countered with his demon flame formation, throwing two massive fire dragons from his hands to clash with their long-range attacks. Yun Shen then wielded his spear for close-quarters combat. Everyone in the stands was shocked. How can that brat's basic skills go head-to-head with second-job players? And his stats are unbelievably high. Normal third years really aren't his match. But suddenly, a masked figure flew into the air. He drew everyone's attention. The student council member is making a move. The person pointed straight at Yun Shen. Ganging up on you might be a bit shameful, but this is the price for challenging us. Take this, kid. Earth Prison. A massive hexagonal pattern suddenly appeared beneath Yun Shen's feet, leaving him slightly startled. Then, the hexagonal shape transformed into a prison, swallowing its target whole. Yun Shen tried using his basic ranger skill, space-breaking slash, to break out. It didn't work. However, he didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, he was impressed. As expected of a master-class skill, a second-job Taoist ability is truly formidable. If it were the old me, this would be pretty tricky. Jing University really is full of hidden talent. Yun Shen smiled slightly and waved his hand. Another circle appeared on the outside. But it's a pity. I've changed since then. The people outside still didn't understand what was happening. They were just itching to beat him to a pulp. He's trapped. Once inside the Master's Earth Prison, there's no way to rush out. Even space-type skills won't work. He activated his summoning formation, and a young girl slowly materialized, surrounded by thorny vines. Fusion Summoner skill. Summoning Contract and Dryad Growth. The girl fully revealed herself, standing with her hands on her hips, using the thorny vines as a weapon. Summoning Contract. Thorny Vine Girl. Monster. Thorny Vine Girl, Xiao Jing. Level 30, Platinum Grade. Her appearance caused the crowd to erupt. What's going on? Basic skills shouldn't be able to summon a Platinum Grade monster. That's not right. Its quality seems to have been temporarily boosted. I've never heard of a skill like that. Xiao Jing was incredibly excited to see herself in her current form. I've grown bigger. Yun Shen, still inside the cage, was dissatisfied. Hurry up and clear everyone out, and set me free while you're at it. Xiao Jing didn't make Yun Shen wait long. She quickly demonstrated her power, scattering seeds. These seeds flew toward the opponents and burst upon impact, releasing drops of rainwater. What kind of skill is this? It doesn't seem to cause any damage, but some people notice the problem. Something's not right. Many plant-type monsters have decomposition abilities. Could it be? Yun Shen created a massive vortex in midair. Mage, Water Grave, and Witch. Wind Wave. Natural seed growth is too slow. Better to accelerate it. Fusion skill. Rainfall. Before long, a heavy rain poured down, making the opponents feel incredibly furious. Upon contact with water, the seeds multiplied rapidly, causing them to grit their teeth in pain. Grit your teeth all you want. The small thorny vine girls crawled out, obstructing their movements, making them scream in anger. Damn it, get lost. The scene suddenly turned chaotic. One opponent had someone clinging to his head, another had his clothes torn, and some were even having their cheeks pinched and dragged away. Don't cover my eyes. I can't see anything. Let go. The roots had tightly coiled around the hexagonal box. The thorny vine raid was released. The ground near Yun Shen was no longer flat. If it was Earth Prison, one just needed to use external force to damage the ground. Once that skill is activated, the prison will naturally disappear. The figure in the black cloak standing above sighed. That's interesting. Next, I'll have to use my full strength to deal with you. But a voice rang out, surprising him. I say, aren't you guys embarrassing yourselves? Dealing with a freshman is one thing, but a student council member is actually using their real skills now. Someone stepped onto the stage while speaking. At least you should have the decency to duel fair and square, right? The person revealed himself. Student Council Vice President, Ao Chang. Level 42, second job necromancer, black impermanence. The other third years saw this and quickly moved aside. I can't believe the vice president is making a move. Wasn't he not planning to participate? That guy, even though he's a second job, has a track record of going head-to-head with third job mentors. We're done here. Ao Chang looked up at the stands. President, you seem to hold this freelancer kid in high regard. How about we make a bet? If I win, you have to give me a date. How about it? Agreed, provided you can actually win. Ao Chang happily walked toward Yun Shen. Did you hear that? My desire for a date will be very energizing. Be careful, Yun Shen. He ordered Jiao Jing. This guy is very strong. You won't accomplish much here. Go back. She quickly complied. Ao Chang wore a sinister smile, gripping his weapon tightly in his hand. Smart choice. Keeping it around would just be a waste of mana. Next, the real battle starts now. Yun Shen was in a ready stance. That's perfect. I have a few new things I want to try, too. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Visibility was extremely limited. Ao Chang and Yun Shen each stood on one side. The referee asked according to procedure. This match determines the spot for the global tournament. Does anyone have any objections? Ao Chang replied, of course not. If even I'm not his match, then there's no need to talk about anyone else. The referee quickly declared, understood. The match begins. As the fight started, Ao Chang waved the staff in his hand. To get that date with the president, I won't hold back. A sinister energy surged from that wave, creating gray waves and summoning vengeful spirits. The phantoms were summoned, wailing with intense resentment as they were released. I hate it. I hate it. Who can pay with their life for me? I was wronged. Everyone must pay for me. Surrounded by the vengeful spirits, Yun Shen silently assessed the situation. It's a debuff skill. My stats are dropping rapidly. He raised the scepter in his hand high, and a holy light made those ghosts recoil. Thankfully, dealing with this dark magic isn't hard. Basic priest skill, purification. The vengeful spirits vanished, and Ao Chang's figure loomed on the other side. Flying in front of Yun Shen, he lashed out with his staff, but Yun Shen swiftly parried the lethal blow. Using vengeful spirits to block his vision for an ambush, that move was predictable. But something about him was confusing. Why was his power level so low? His weapon felt like dead wood. It wasn't sharp, nor did it carry any weight. Even if a strike like that landed, it wouldn't cause much damage. Why would you choose melee? Ao Chang shifted his stance and swung at his side. Fight me. No time to space out. He didn't give Yun Shen a chance to react. The staff struck Yun Shen directly in the elbow, causing him to drop his weapon. Yun Shen winced, his whole body trembling violently. Damn it, that hurts. The sharp tip of his sword plunged straight into the arena floor. Yun Shen stumbled back in a hurry, but Ao Chang pursued immediately. Take another one. Yun Shen gritted his teeth, sensing his body's condition. He couldn't put any strength into his right arm anymore. It was as if the sensation had disappeared, yet there were no visible wounds. What was going on? Ao Chang waved the item in his hand and said triumphantly, That's because my weapon is special. It's so unique that it defined my class. It is the key to unlocking the exclusive class, Black Impermanence. Since the game world and reality fused, many anomalies have occurred, leading to the birth of several unique classes. They are absolutely one of a kind. Obtaining them requires extremely strict conditions. I stumbled upon this crying staff in an ancient tomb when I was a child. Thanks to it, I poured all my effort into changing into the Corpse Chaser hidden class and successfully advanced to Black Impermanence. Until now, it has accompanied me through countless battles. Just by holding it, not only can I see other spirits, but I can even use it to strike directly at the soul, bypassing the physical body. Suddenly, Ao Chang narrowed his eyes at Yun Shen. Your right arm is like that because your soul was injured, right? But the damage from a single hit isn't that great. It should recover after an hour. But, standing there, there's something about you that really catches my attention. You seem to have two soul signatures inside you. The root cause of such a situation is usually split personalities. Could it be that you're like that too? Yun Shen endured the pain, held his hand out, and thought to himself, split personality? I've never heard of such a thing. If that's the case, where did that other soul signature he saw come from? His summoned sword flew back into his hand. Yun Shen spoke calmly. It seems the only way for me to see a few things is to take your weapon away, right? Ao Chang was furious, veins popping all over his face. Take my weapon, you bastard. You freak. This weapon belongs to me. It is my everything. Not even my parents are allowed to touch it. And you want to take it away. Everything seemed to have spiraled out of control for Ao Chang. He lunged at Yun Shen like a madman. Get out. I'll make you get out. Yun Shen just stood there, speechless. I just wanted to hold it and take a look. It's not like I wasn't going to give it back. This guy's temper is way too weird. Is he really that petty? Ao Chang threw a pitch-black orb. Eat this. What he threw was the swamp of vengeful spirits, which spread out like a marsh. Countless black arms sprouted from the swamp, tightly grabbing Yun Shen's legs. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed like the dawn, warding off all evil. Yun Shen slammed his glowing sword into the ground, shattering the swamp that was holding him back. Anti-evil technique, basic exorcist, repel spirits. He felt his status effects being removed, which was a relief. So annoying. Another debuff skill. Even though I escaped in time, my agility stats were heavily reduced. Yun Shen charged forward, gripping his sword tightly with his left hand. If my attributes are lowered, I can't win. I have to end this quickly. Wine-piercing slash. Basic swordsman skill. Ao Chang blocked the slash, mocking him. Useless. It was as if everything was going according to plan. Yun Shen just curled the corner of his lips. Are you sure? Above his head, a copy of him flew out like an astral projection. Basic assassin skill. Phantom split. Opposite him, Ao Chang didn't back down, summoning a fierce ghost, the Demon General. The Phantom and the Demon General attacked from the air, while the original Yun Shen and Ao Chang fought in close quarters on the ground. Yun Shen was drenched in sweat. Damn it, I'm falling behind in melee combat. Going head-to-head while debuffed is taking a huge toll. The Demon General suddenly extended its arm, slamming it straight down at Yun Shen, who barely dodged. The shadow of the attack seemed to engulf Yun Shen entirely. He was quickly blown away, and the Phantom was nowhere to be found. Ao Chang was clearly holding the upper hand. Using the Crying Staff to summon spirits and the Swamp of Vengeful Souls, Yun Shen was so exhausted he couldn't fight back, helplessly watching as the swamp slowly engulfed him. Before long, he was trapped in a black cage. Ao Chang laughed gleefully. Let's see me push your stats to 0. One more hit with the staff and you're done. I'll make you wish you were dead. But Ao Chang was shocked and blurted out, huh? The black cage was shattered from the inside. Yun Shen's voice echoed out. If that's how it is, let's see whose debuff skill is stronger, or if my buff skill is better. A wave of power radiated from Yun Shen, who stood in the light like a god. Fusion stance. Basic all-class fusion state. As the light faded, Yun Shen emerged in his base state. All-class 10,000 wheels. Upon seeing Yun Shen's 10,000 wheels form, Ao Chang was so stunned he was left speechless. In this form, Yun Shen's energy was through the roof, no longer lagging behind as before. The detailed stats of the A-rank 10,000 wheels were as follows. All attributes increased by 500%, resistance increased by 150%, and damage increased by 80%. It lasts for 45 seconds. Upon ending, he enters a weakened state. All attributes reduced by 99%. His transformation caused a stir among the audience below. What skill is that? The buff effect is terrifying. That's definitely at the level of a high-tier skill. Aren't freelancers only supposed to be able to use basic skills? Even Yun Shen himself was amazed by this form. This is a high-level state skill that only those who have completed their third advancement can have. But with my current mana, I've already used more than half. Ao Chang stubbornly yelled, "It's useless. No matter how much you buff your stats, I can still wipe them all clean. It'll just take me a little more time." Facing his debuffing ultimate, Yun Shen coldly retorted, "That remains to be seen." He instantly used a basic swordsman skill, drawing his sword to slash at him. He closed in on Ao Chang with godlike speed. With my current agility stats, dodging your skills isn't hard. Ao Chang quickly used a protective defensive spell. He infused his body with the Demon General's armor, but Yun Shen's power was truly not to be trifled with. A massive explosion occurred. Blowing the arena away was proof of that. His attack was blocked by Ao Chang, who had successfully summoned his soul body, giving him the chance to brag a bit. High stats mean nothing if you're just a freelancer relying on basic skills. Don't even think about beating me, Yun Shen declared boldly. If that's the case, I just won't use basic skills anymore. He immediately activated a skill fusion. Knight's sky-breaking slash and Swordsman's launch. The combined pressure was too much. Sure enough, Ao Chang's weapon couldn't take it and began to crack under the strain, decisively putting his strength into a single slash. Yun Shen unleashed a moon-severing slash to completely push his opponent back. It wasn't over yet. Showing off more, he clenched his hand into a fist. Fusing the martial artist's ice fist and the brawler's strength, Yun Shen aimed a full-powered, bone-chilling blow straight at Ao Chang's gut. Ice-crushing heavenly strike. He couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying backward at a deafening speed. After a long while, the dust finally began to settle. The audience saw Ao Chang's silhouette. He was coughing up blood. It looked like he was truly broken this time. As the crowd watched the match, the fans were stirred into a frenzy. Oh my god, what kind of damage is that? And so many skills he used that I've never even heard of. Who the hell is this kid, anyway? Yun Shen coldly walked over to the crying soul's staff. To confirm what happened earlier, he stepped on it. A sensation crawled down his spine, making him realize it immediately. Stunned, Yun Shen whispered to himself, so that's what this feeling is. Ao Chang didn't care about his own body, he just kept clutching his weapon and sobbing uncontrollably. My weapon. My weapon. I wonder if it can even be fixed. Yun Shen stepped in front of him and asked bluntly, do you concede, or do you want to keep fighting? Ao Chang didn't hesitate to answer immediately. I concede. I concede. With tears and snot all over his face, he begged Yun Shen, please, don't take my weapon. It only belongs to me. It's my everything. Beneath the cold, drizzling rain, Yun Shen calmly reassured him, I never intended to take it. Besides, I don't even need it. It turned out the familiar feeling he had earlier was because, while at the arena, he had stepped on a piece of the crying soul that had been slashed off. The fragment in his hand was part of Ao Chang's weapon. Looking at the vague shadows in front of him, Yun Shen realized something. Indeed, seeing the human soul when facing a mirror, he discovered something even stranger. As Ao Chang had said, almost everyone only has one soul signature. But like his own mirror reflection, it really appeared. Yun Shen saw another hazy shape. There were two of them. Based on the forms of both, he analyzed it clearly. One was his own soul, which, like everyone else's, was linked to his body. Looking at the other soul, Yun Shen noticed the difference. The other soul was different. It was only linked to him at one end, while the other end vanished into the sky. Quietly touching it through the mirror, a hypothesis formed in his mind. If he guessed correctly, this soul's signature very likely came from his system. Could the system be alive? Yun Shen clicked his tongue. Things are getting more complicated now. At that moment, Lei Ye was reporting the situation to Ye Anfu. Principal Ye Anfu, the list for the hegemony tournament is out. The principal laughed heartily. That was fast. Taking a sip of hot tea, he asked calmly, I thought it would take 2 days to get the results. Who's participating? Lei Ye quickly replied, Lu Yiling and Yun Shen. Hearing that, he choked on the tea he had just sipped. Ye Anfu fumed and questioned. What is this? Isn't this for the 3rd years? Why is that brat running in there? Lei Ye replied nonchalantly. Perhaps the lower division principal gave the order. I saw that he didn't intend to do it before. Hearing this, he became pensive. If it was Xia Qingcheng's idea, this was definitely not just about participating in a tournament. Ye Anfu anticipated a major event. I'm afraid he's about to make a big move. Xiao Yu respectfully reported to Xia Qingcheng, Master, Mr. Yun Shen did not disappoint you. He successfully secured a spot. Nothing surprising there, it was within the data. But this is only the beginning. For him, the harder challenges are still ahead. She asked about something else. How are things with the military ministry? Did they agree to provide enough personnel? Xiao Yu quickly replied, due to the urgent situation on the front lines, the military can only guarantee minimal support. Xiao Ling added a few more details. Each sector can roughly support 20 people, 2 second tier, 3 third tier. Just hearing that was enough for Xia Qingcheng to move on to the next task. I've got work to do now. A smile, both excited and wicked, blossomed on her face. In the days that followed, Yun Shen continued his all-profession courses as usual, and he also made an effort to complete his daily tasks. His stats and skill proficiency in various professions were rising rapidly. At the same time, across the entire world, over 500 countries after intense fighting had finally chosen their participants. They set off one after another to the host location. In the Holy Empire, naturally, not everyone was just there for the competition. One person, looking incredibly mysterious and cold, spoke up. Let's go. It's time for the world to feel this. Along with his comrades, he smirked, the fear from the darkness. It's starting. A month later, Yun Shen finally had time to visit Yun Tang. She was furious with him. I'm so mad I could die. As she helped him pack, she pouted with regret. It was so hard to finish the first semester and get a rare break, and I wanted to hang out with you. But now you have to go to the tournament. Yun Shen chuckled, trying to comfort his sister. Nothing I can do. It's a special situation, and I have a mission anyway. Seeing Yun Tang determined to stuff everything into the suitcase, he spoke softly. Just bring a few things. It's a world-class tournament, after all. Basic living supplies will definitely be provided. She ignored him. The more he mentioned it, the more she stuffed. Isn't it because you filled your profession bag? I can only bring an extra suitcase, can't I? Yun Shen stood up and sighed, explaining to her. The bag's space only expands when I change professions. Mine is still too small. Just the weapons alone take up more than half the space. Yun Tang asked her brother out of curiosity. I heard there are some big shots whose bag space is so huge they can even fit a palace inside. That's because they've changed professions many times. Yun Shen touched his chin, speculating. I don't think that's all there is to it. It seems like you need a certain type of precious material. It's called suddenly. There was a knock at the door, so Yun Shen quickly said, Come in. He opened the door to see Nico waiting for him shyly. They walked in silence for a while, just the two of them. Nico, looking downcast, finally spoke up. Yun Shen, I have to head back to the Lamganguyet territory to undergo my second job advancement as a moonlight hunter. It's rare to see a girl go out of her way just to say goodbye, but he just gave a cold, dismissive "oh." Nico, flustered, nagged him incessantly. I said I'm leaving, okay? Is that really all the reaction I get? We won't be able to see each other for a long time, you know. Unlike her, Yun Shen didn't seem attached in the slightest. It's just going home for a break. Isn't that normal? What do you want me to throw you a parade? Nico snapped. That's it, you. You're going to be the death of me. She was fuming, mentally kicking herself. God, why did I have to fall for a guy like this? Nico pulled out a necklace, blushing as she said, Yun Shen. Anyway, thanks for all your help this semester, like letting me borrow your credits or whatever. Consider this a small gift to repay you. Don't get the wrong idea, okay? At the very least, Yun Shen took the necklace, feeling a bit appreciative. Thanks. But why a necklace? It feels a bit odd. This was a piece of natural protection gear. A special item, highly effective, symbolizing the friendship of the elf clan. Base attributes, +1. Whoever holds it gets a boost in favorability with the elf clan. Note, only those with the bloodline of an elf queen are qualified to gift this. Afraid Yun Shen might misunderstand. Nico rambled on in a panic. You better not think anything weird. It's just a normal necklace, seriously. It absolutely does not represent some kind of token of love. You can think of it as a challenge. Yes, a challenge. After giving him the token, she turned and bolted away at full speed. She didn't dare look back. Taking the necklace means you've accepted my challenge. Just you wait. Once I finish my second advancement, I'll be back to settle the score. Yun Shen, having no clue about the true meaning of the item, was left speechless. Man, she's competitive. Suddenly, a voice. Lu Yiling's voice echoed from behind him. Junior, she said, with a serious, gentle tone, let's get going. The two of them boarded an airship. They headed to the rendezvous point at incredible speed. Inside the airship, it was comfortable and steady. There was even a guide there to assist them. Tan Fai introduced himself warmly. I am Tan Fai. It is an honor to be your guide for this mission. If you need anything, just say the word. As long as it's within my power, I will give it my all. Lu Yiling took a small sip of tea and coldly dismissed him. That won't be necessary. You can go handle your other tasks. Tan Fai quickly bowed and replied concisely, understood. Once Tan Fai closed the door behind him, Yun Shen humorously remarked to Lu Yiling, this guide, instead of calling him a team leader, I feel more like he's just a glorified errand boy. She didn't object at all and immediately confirmed it. No mistake there. His duty is to serve us. Using his professional demeanor, she explained so Yun Shen would understand. Most guides are only third-tier level, but our strength is enough to go toe-to-toe with third-tier powerhouses. At the same time, we have a brighter future than they do. So, their attitude toward us is different from regular students. Even sucking up to us is just part of the job. Yun Shen said in a low voice. That's certainly realistic. Contradicting his contemplative look, Lu Yiling firmly continued. Strength determines everything. Your status is earned through your strength. Just accept it. Yun Shen quickly brought up the questions on his mind. But then again, the college entrance exam, the freshman tournament, the national exchange, the global championship. Doesn't the president feel like there are a bit too many competitions? It's clear that the front lines are stretched thin. Isn't holding so many events just a waste of resources? Lu Yiling spoke sternly to him. Not at all. On the contrary, it's precisely because the front lines aren't stable that we need to hold these competitions. The goal of this contest is essentially killing two birds with one stone. We in the dark world have been fighting for a long time. Right now, combat power is crucial, but nurturing the next generation of combatants is just as vital, and competition is the simplest and most effective way to distribute resources. Lu Yiling meticulously analyzed it for Yun Shen. Actually, from the moment you took the college entrance exam, you joined the fight for resources. A good university means good resources. Your competitors are the students of your own year. She laid it all out for him, letting him see the core issue. The freshman tournament is the same. Whoever is strong gets more resources. The national exchange is a competition between schools. Schools with higher rankings get more resources from the nation. The essence of the global championship is the same. She calmly spoke of things that aren't taught in school. She told Yun Shen that there are many disputed territories and neutral zones in the world. Among them are a huge number of dungeons and necessary resources. If we leave them be, it's a waste. Forcibly seizing them easily leads to war, causing humans to fight amongst themselves. And the goal of this global championship is to decide who has the rights to these areas. Leaning her arms against the chair, Lu Yiling delivered the conclusion. Countries with superior results will be deemed the ones with the most potential. They will gain the right to use those disputed or neutral territories. This is the experience gathered from many years of battling the dark world, which humanity has learned. The conspiracy theories of the cultivation world, Yun Shen finally understood it all. So that's how it is. Sinking into his thoughts, Yun Shen began to reflect on the reality. Compared to war, this way is indeed a better method to resolve disputes. It saves time and energy, and it can also. Suddenly, Lu Yiling cut off his train of thought with a shocking statement. Oh, right. Once we arrive, we should go on that date. Yun Shen, not paying attention at that moment, gave a perfunctory reply. Sure. When his brain finally processed it, he froze. Wait, what? Lu Yiling didn't hesitate and stated it plainly. What? It's a date. When you fought me back then, the vice president agreed to go on a date with you if you won. If you won, I'd give you the reward. Is there a problem with that? Her logic made Yun Shen feel a bit uneasy. It sounded reasonable, but something felt off. Besides, I don't exactly consider dating you a reward. Once he said that, it was her turn to be taken aback. Dating me doesn't count as a reward. Yun Shen shrugged and candidly continued, of course not. If it's going to cost me money to take you out, walking with you, it's not like I haven't thought about it. Lu Yiling beamed at his answer, letting out a bright, cheerful laugh. How interesting. You really are such a fascinating junior. I've never met anyone like you. Her playful demeanor shifted instantly, replaced by a sharp, serious gaze. Lu Yiling reached out a hand, repeating her invitation. Little junior, I'm formally inviting you now. Once we reach the Holy Empire, will you go on a walk with me? Yun Shen stood up and took her hand, accepting without hesitation. Sure. I actually wanted to walk around the city anyway, good chance to gather some intel. You're in the mood, huh? He teased, then added, right, but are you paying? Lu Yiling's tone dropped instantly, threatening him. Mention money one more time and I'll be furious. It was truly worthy of being called the Holy Empire. The entrance was packed and bustling. Tun Fai enthusiastically led the way for Lu Yiling and Yun Shen as they entered the city of Sail. The crowd moved incessantly under the brilliant light. Curious, Yun Shen asked, what are those lights at the city gate? Tun Fai quickly explained, don't mind them. It's an effect from a special divine artifact. He cheerfully clarified for Yun Shen. It strips away all disguises. Invisibility, various magical effects, you name it. Since the tournament is happening, the flow of people here has surged. It's hard to avoid a few bad actors trying to sneak in. Taking some precautions is standard. Stretching his arms out with a satisfied sigh, Yun Shen exclaimed, finally, we made it to the Holy Empire. The journey here was honestly a bit tiring. As soon as they crossed the gate, Lu Yiling grabbed Yun Shen's hand. Pulling him along, she said with a radiant smile, let's go. Let our date begin. Lu Yiling and Yun Shen strolled down the street together, happily taking in the sights on both sides. Holding an ice cream, she commented excitedly. As expected of the Holy Empire, there are foreigners everywhere. Yun Shen replied coldly. Well, obviously. It's a foreign country, of course there are foreigners. Not bothered at all, she gave his shoulder a few firm, warning pats. I know. I was just trying to liven up the mood. Who told you to be so stiff, Junior? It doesn't feel like a date at all. Those few pats left Yun Shen's face pale. This woman, she showed her true colors the moment she got comfortable. He'd actually thought she was some quiet, elegant beauty. A foodie beauty was the best way to describe Lu Yiling. Look at that, it looks delicious, she exclaimed, excitedly exploring every corner. Are those swimsuits? That's so strange. Do people actually wear those? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yun Shen looked for an excuse to ditch her. Oh, I just remembered I have something to ask Master Tan. I'll go find him. In reality, he was thinking to himself that following her around was too much of a hassle. It would be better to act alone. But was it really that easy to ditch her? Lu Yiling quickly draped an arm over Yun Shen's shoulder, using her strength to hold him in place while shoving the ice cream she was holding into his mouth. Master Tan is busy with entry paperwork. He's got no time for you. Don't even think about running off. Knowing he couldn't escape, Yun Shen reluctantly tagged along. Fine, let's go. As they walked, he urgently calculated his next move. He had to ditch her. He had important business to take care of first. Yun Shen remembered Ha Kin Than's instructions. If the mission succeeded, he'd ensure there would be no more dark believers in the Huoyan Long Kingdom. His hand tightened into a fist. With firm resolve, he told himself that whether for his own sake or for the safety of the Yun Shen sect, he had to succeed. While walking with Lu Yiling, he thought, the Descent organization's next goal is the global tournament. It would be best to find those dark believers and wipe them out before the tournament starts. That would save a lot of trouble. Ask and you shall receive. The building behind Yun Shen suddenly exploded. Black smoke billowed into the air. People on the street were screaming and panicking. A bomb? Run! Was it a terrorist attack? Yun Shen quickly sensed something strange. There's a dark aura there. Lu Yiling agreed with him instantly. Sure enough, you sensed it too. This isn't just a random incident. A figure dashed out from the smoke. It seemed the Dark Ones were desperately hunting their prey. They screamed in frustration. Damn it! Don't you dare run! One of them yelled, chasing closely. Elger ran frantically, screaming for help. Help! Save me! Yun Shen launched his attack immediately, taking down the closest pursuer with one hand. He slammed the guy into the wall, dazing him. The others rushed in to team up on him. Trying to rescue your friend? You're asking for death. In an instant, Lu Yiling wiped them all out. She looked down on them with arrogance. Sneak attacks? That's really low. Lu Yiling unleashed her foxtails, speaking firmly. Watching citizens gasped. Wow, she's strong. They look like foreigners and are so young. Could they be participants in the global tournament? Yun Shen was also quick to notice. The weapon she just used, those foxtails, is she a beastkin? He thought, watching Lu Yiling's tail wag. No, that's not just a regular tail. He sensed magical energy flowing within it. It felt more like a spirit or demon than a beastkin. The dark guy he was pinning down stammered. Let me go. Yun Shen replied coldly, just in time. You saved me a lot of effort. I have a lot of questions for you. Despite acting for the greater good, the city police arrived, shouting, Hey, stop right there. No fighting in the city. You're coming with us to the precinct. Yun Shen could only click his tongue and mutter. They got here too fast. Even though we'll be released eventually, a whole day is wasted. Damn it. My first date ever, and it got ruined like this. Yun Shen said in a low voice to Lu Yiling. It's a shame the three of them were confirmed to be dark believers and handed over to the authorities. Doesn't matter now. Turning to Elger, he introduced himself. I'm Yun Shen, and she's Lu Yiling. We're from the Huoyan Long Kingdom. Who are you? Why were the dark believers targeting you? Before he could get a word out, his stomach let out a loud rumble. Seeing him in such a state, Yun Shen softened. I guess we need to find something to eat first. The three of them headed to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Elger ate like a starving animal, finishing plate after plate. He stuffed his mouth, chewing away for a long time before finally finishing. Yun Shen watched in disbelief. Just how long have you been starving? Lu Yiling sighed, commenting, judging by his clothes, he probably came from some remote, small nation. There are some tiny nations with struggling economies, where the people are so starved they have to eat dirt just to survive. Even though he's in such a miserable state, Elger is surprisingly sensible, offering up the little bit of money he has to me. This is my food money. I'm not sure if it's enough. I refused the money, then bluntly proposed. You don't have to pay. You can trade information for your meal. Tell me everything you know, and the meal is yours. Elger was thrilled and immediately agreed. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He quickly spilled the whole story. My name is Elger. I'm here from the Kingdom of Salachiutan to represent my country in the Global Championship. Through his story, the plot of the Dark Believers started to become clear. As soon as I arrived, I was captured by that group. They wanted to kill me and take my identity to compete in the tournament. Luckily, I had a special item on me, which let me blow up the prison wall and escape. That's when I ran into you. I asked him seriously if that was really all there was to it. Elger scratched his cheek and enthusiastically added, Oh, right. I also heard them mention that their accomplices have apparently already successfully replaced other contestants. They're planning to pull off something huge during the tournament. Such a shocking piece of news. Ling seemed more intrigued than worried. Just some petty dark believers. They're nothing more than a bunch of sewer rats using dirty tricks to think they have the nerve to be this bold. On the contrary, I'm curious to see what they're planning. After extracting all the intel, the two of us headed back to the meeting point. I started to have my doubts. I keep feeling like everything that happened today was too coincidental. It was all too smooth running into the dark believers and getting the intel right away. I looked at Ling and pointed it out directly. Besides, is the strength of that guy Elger really enough to compete, or is he here for another reason? She quickly agreed with my deduction. I believe you on that point. Specialization is in a remote, poverty-stricken region. Based on what she knew, she continued to explain. While they call it a country, their total national strength is at best equal to an ordinary city in the Dragon Empire. Throughout the whole nation, there aren't even a few third-tier powerhouses. Him coming here to compete is likely just a desperate attempt to place high and earn some resources for his country. I nodded gravely. Is that so? Deep down, I had already made up my mind. The competition starts tomorrow. There's no hope of fighting it out before then. I looked up at the jagged moonlight high above. I felt a bit concerned. All I could do now was wait and see what moves they make. Ling smiled and said to me, "Oh, that's right, Junior. Actually, I noticed something earlier. I didn't expect you to be so trendy. Of all things. It turns out the mark on my neck had lost its disguised layer, which is how she saw it. And you got a tattoo on your neck? That doesn't seem like your style." I was stunned and touched the mark, thinking to myself, did the sea god's blessing wear off? Could it have been wiped away when we entered the city? Suddenly, my brain sparked with a few clever plans. So that's how it is. Looks like this championship tournament is going to be fun to play with. The next day, the scene was packed at the Divine Empire's teleportation hall. Walking proudly into the hall were Ling and me. The moment we stepped inside, we drew everyone's attention. I scanned the room and said to Ling, "The people who came here are all very strong." I looked at the people standing in the hall, and a thought crossed my mind. Most of them are hidden classes, rare classes that only a tiny fraction possess. 0.1% have normal classes. I locked eyes on others. No wonder they're the geniuses from countries all over the world. Seeing me pay attention to the small fry, Ling scolded me, "Junior, using classes to judge strength is extremely shallow. Clearly, you're an unclassed drifter, but you're not weaker than anyone here. A soldier fighting while going all out with skills like strength, energy, and sword techniques through orbs. It's true that hidden classes, whether in attributes or skill intensity, are higher than standard classes. But this doesn't represent everything. Race, bloodline, natural talent, these things, along with the harmony one has with their own class, are also incredibly important. An ordinary warrior who is in perfect harmony with their class might not necessarily be weaker than a hidden class." I accepted the lecture happily. I was thinking too narrowly. A stream of thought flashed through my brain. Data doesn't represent everything. I should know this better than anyone. Not dwelling on it too long, outside the hall entrance, we both stepped inside. To everyone's surprise, look, those are the contestants from the Dragon Empire. That girl. I heard she's the daughter of the Guardian General, the female Great General, one of the favorites to win the championship. A few lecherous losers just stared at her, babbling. So pretty. There's something uniquely beautiful about her. One guy who knew his place growled, "Stop just looking at the surface. That's an incredibly tough opponent. Avoid conflict with her." Everyone suddenly shifted their focus toward me when they saw me standing next to Ling. Having said that, who is the kid next to her? Let's use an appraisal skill to check. He hasn't even changed classes, probably just here to fill the quota. The Dragon Empire, for better or worse, is one of the 5 great nations. This level is just too pathetic. The noisy gossip was enough to drive someone crazy. Then, another guy with a voice like a loudspeaker roared, "I said it before. Just because some trash from some tiny far-off nation comes here, they think they deserve to join the global championship." A massive guy, Calgary, appeared in the crowd. His terrifying height scared many people. He shouted aggressively, "Tired of living? Looking for a death wish? Are you? Think I won't crush you all after the tournament?" His vicious appearance was revealed, and voices started whispering. He's the 3rd prince of the Behemoth Empire, possessing the bloodline of the Behemoth Golden Calgary. Damn it. Why is this violent bastard here too? He wasn't just bluffing. He actually had a record of torturing many people to death. As soon as Calgary's identity was revealed, everyone was terrified and begged for mercy. Sorry. Respected 3rd prince, please forgive us. We shouldn't have appeared before your eyes and offended your gaze." Elger, who was facing him, trembled inwardly, praying, "Please don't notice our existence. Just ignore us like bugs." I looked at those groveling, cowardly people and felt a bit disgruntled. That's a bit too much, isn't it? Ling also had to let out a few words. Not every nation is as powerful and peaceful as the Dragon Empire. Compared to the Behemoth Empire, they are quite warlike. The Behemoth fortress appeared in my imagination under his vicious command, combined with those tiny nations that were just too weak. It's no exaggeration to say. If they actually dare to provoke Calgary, Calgary will lead his followers to wipe out their nations. They wouldn't care. Acting weak and acting like a sycophant is how small nations survive. For the weak, dignity is a luxury. Shameless Calgary, thinking highly of himself, beat his chest proudly and looked at the pathetic wretches kneeling on the ground. Don't be scared. I'm Behemoth, a very kind soul. I know full well that you're here participating in the tournament for your nations, so I've decided to help you while giving you an incredibly sweet option. He stretched out his massive arm and reached for Elger's head, stroking it. Calgary gave him a terrifyingly wicked smile that made him tremble like a leaf. During the tournament, serve as my slaves, work for me, and I'll reward you with plenty of resources. Regardless of Elger's fear, he kept spouting threats. After all, with your skills, even if you were lucky enough to make it to the second round, you wouldn't get many resources anyway. What if I directly offer you more money? The weekly allowance of yours truly is enough for your nation to spend for a whole year. Once he said that, even those who didn't want to were forced to worship him like a savior, pledging to dedicate their strength to him. Yun Shen watched him from above, clearly unhappy. In his heart, Calgary wasn't necessarily going to keep his promise. He would likely discard them after using them. She understood everything, but it wasn't her place to intervene, so she just stood to the side. Pity. Yes, they were pitiable, but they had no choice. A pair of high heels and slender legs moved across the floor with every step, a feminine voice ringing out. Calgary. In this championship tournament, you all are here representing your nations. Lucy, looking radiant in a princess dress, approached and mocked him. You are publicly forcing participants from other countries to become slaves. That is a very poor display. Her beauty, when she appeared, caused the whispers to grow even louder. She was a contestant representing the Holy Empire, the host of this championship tournament, and also the princess of the Holy Empire, Lucy. She's so beautiful, not just her looks. Being able to represent the Holy Empire, one of the 5 great nations, in this tournament, there was no doubt about her strength. She was the absolute favorite to win. This is going to be good. He sat nonchalantly with his legs crossed on the chair, looking at the girl, and replied lightly, Princess, what are you joking about? I didn't force anyone. Clearly, they volunteered. She also knew his true colors, so she insisted on confronting Calgary. Is that so? She sat down in front of Elger and questioned him. Are you guys really doing this voluntarily? If you're suffering any grievances, you can tell me. The Holy Empire will not tolerate any form of bullying. He was caught in a dilemma, hesitantly replying to her. The weight of Calgary's threat was so great that he couldn't break free and answer against his true thoughts. I volunteered. Lu Yuling stood with her arms crossed, listening to those words, and sneered. This girl was truly a hypocrite. She said all the right things, but who couldn't see that they were afraid their homelands would be targeted for revenge? If she really wanted to protect them, she should have just formed an alliance with their nations. What's the point of just saying nice words? Having her reputation publicly challenged, Lucy walked over to her. Lu Yiling, you're still as interesting with your words as ever. She watched the arrogant woman head her way and felt uncomfortable, distancing herself. Don't call me so intimately. I don't recall us being that close. She didn't hold back either, retorting, Is that so? That's fine. I didn't come to find you anyway. As soon as those words left her lips, she walked straight toward Yun Shen. This sent a crowd of people gossiping. What? The noble Princess Lucy walked over there, and it wasn't to find Lu Yiling. Then who was she looking for? Could she be looking for that guy? No way. Ignoring all the gossip, she lifted her dress and bowed respectfully to him. You must be Mr. Yun Shen from Jingnan University? It is an honor to meet you. Madam Xia King Cheng, your master, has helped our royal family a great deal. Yun Shen froze upon hearing her words. The parents of Teacher Ha had once helped the Holy Empire's royal family. He couldn't help but be shocked by the news that was shaking his mind right now. That impressive? I've never heard Teacher Ha mention it. Lucy saw his confused expression, as if he didn't understand anything, and questioned him, Don't you know? Madam Ha's parents were the previous generation's guardian gods of the profound dragon nation. Although they died in battle during the war with the Dark World, their achievements are unmatched. She talked a lot, but didn't forget to provoke the girl behind her. If Madam Ha still held the title of guardian god, it wouldn't necessarily have fallen to someone else's father. Lu Yiling, being slandered, couldn't help but curse. What an annoying woman. The gossips on the sidelines didn't understand what was happening. They only saw the expressions on the two women's faces and started making things up. Though they couldn't hear clearly what was being said, Lucy and Lu Yiling's faces were both looking quite ugly, like they were about to fight. Could it be? Damn it. Just a loser like him is worthy of making two noble women jealous. While everyone was talking, it was chaotic, and suddenly the hall lights went out. A goofy-looking MC appeared up high, holding a microphone and saying, "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for traveling from afar to participate in the Global Championship Tournament. Next, I will explain the rules for everyone. The tournament has a total of 2 rounds. The first round is the elimination round. The place he mentioned was a frigid area filled with terrifying snow monsters. Participants will be divided into pairs. You will be randomly teleported to the central area of the extreme ice zone. In the ice zone, there are many dangerous monsters, and your mission is to survive there for 7 days. At the same time, kill as many monsters as possible to earn battle points." The quirky MC continued with all sorts of ridiculous poses. The top 100 people with the highest total battle points will advance to the second round, the arena. Like the previous tournament, the arena round will be broadcast globally. Strive to show your talents in front of everyone and win resources for your nations. The geniuses, upon hearing the rules, were all petrified. They were panicked and fearful for their own fates and the fates of their countries. What? Only the top 100 can enter the second round. Participants were coming from over 500 countries, with 2 people from each. That meant the first round would eliminate 90% of them. That is indeed more brutal than expected. After that, a green light appeared on the hands of all participants, along with instructions from the MC. Next is the special tool for the elimination round that has been delivered to your hands, the recorder. It can record and store your battle points. Just a heads up, Yun Shen said, looking at the recording device in his hand, it can still be snatched away. He realized what that meant. The Elder, clutching the device, turned toward the fierce guy and said fearfully, "Lord Calgary, the competition teleports us randomly. If I can't find you, then I won't be able to serve you." He quickly came up with a plan to back him into a corner. "It's a trivial matter. Just leave a magical imprint. If you dare not come find me, think carefully about the consequences." As soon as everyone entered the first round, the announcer's voice rang out again, stating the final rules. The qualifying round has a limit on consumables. You can only use 5 health potions and 5 mana potions. Furthermore, you are not allowed to carry food. Once you break the rules, the recording device will log it and disqualify you. The participants held their devices, and then bolted, leaving trails of bright blue light. Next, I hereby declare the qualifying round officially started. All players headed toward the extreme cold ice region. Massive, jagged, snowy mountains stood against the cold sky. This was the extreme cold ice region. The figures of Yun Shen and Lu Yiling quickly appeared in the freezing, Arctic-like terrain. He walked in front, looking back to discuss their next move. "We have to survive here for 7 days. Lu Yiling teased him when she heard that. "Plus, it's just the 2 of us. You could almost call this a date, right?" She stretched warily, looking a bit concerned. "Surviving for 7 days requires a lot of planning." Yun Shen agreed, adding, "True, we can replace water with snow, but food won't be easy to manage." His expression turned serious. "In short, we need to scout the area thoroughly." He reached his hands out toward the snowy ground, activating his Mage fusion skill. The mana fluctuations and the Mechanist locator resonated. Yun Shen touched his palms to the frozen ice, and immediately, circles began to radiate outward, surrounding him and Lu Yiling in the middle of the blizzard. His power spread everywhere. Lu Yiling rested her chin on her hands, watching Yun Shen with admiration. "You even have tracking and sensory skills? You really are all-rounder, aren't you?" He didn't listen to her, just counting. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 monster layers nearby. After assessing the situation, Yun Shen quickly reached a conclusion and pulled her along. "Let's get the food and battle points first." Dark caves appeared at the foot of the mountain in the cold area before them. A pack of fierce bears growled, waiting for prey. These were level 40 snow mountain giants with gold tier 4-star potential. Beside them were snow hedgehogs covered in sharp spikes. Level 41 snowfield stalkers, gold tier, 3-star potential, and finally, humanoid goblins were sneering. The monsters eyeing the 2 of them were level 44 ice and snow goblins, gold tier, 4-star potential. Flames erupted from Yun Shen's body. Bathed in a brilliant blue light, he looked casually at the monsters. "I was just lighting a little fire. Is it really worth getting so angry?" Immediately after, his eyes narrowed as he frowned. The silhouettes of the monsters grew larger in his vision, but Yun Shen wasn't afraid. He punched them powerfully with his impact extremity technique. His fists were clenched, pulsing with immense power. Being big doesn't mean your punches are actually effective. Not wasting any more breath on these minions, Yun Shen quickly launched a punch to intercept the monster's attack. He used his Fist Master Fire Fusion skill, combining Flame Fist and Powerhouse. His full-force strike created a solid chain of energy, slamming right into the middle of the goblins. The monsters were sent flying, battered and helpless, only able to shriek in pain. Lu Yiling stood to the side, looking happy. Watching him show off, she praised him. What a talented junior. To fight monsters of that size with a human body, And you're only level 36, fighting level 43 monsters. Not everyone can pull that off. Suddenly, a drop of water landed on her shoulder, leaving her stunned. Ha! Right after, a hailstorm poured down from the sky. Each piece of solid ice from the earth hailstorm fell continuously toward her feet. Lu Yiling looked into the distance and saw a goblin waving a staff, controlling the hailstorm. It was an ice and snow goblin skill, capable of inflicting the slow status effect. Seeing them targeting her specifically, she understood, ignoring the junior and going for me. Huh. She accepted the challenge with a smile. She added, "Looks like you guys understand who the bigger threat is, right?" A fluffy tail appeared on her hand, which she casually stroked. Fire element. A bright red flower appeared in the snowy sky, incinerating the goblins instantly. They were quickly burned by the eerie flames, disappearing in pain, their cries muffled by the fire. It was terrifying. In the end, all that remained were black cinders amidst the snow, the ash falling bit by bit. Poor monsters defeated before they could even really fight. Yun Shen, on his side, was battling a few ancient snow mountain giants, but he had to turn back to look at her in surprise because the sheer amount of power she released was overwhelming. He glanced at her, his heart stirred. Elemental magic? She's an elemental mage? No, the skill form is very different. The sound of cracking earth and stone echoed under a massive force of attack. A tremor shook the area where they were fighting. The ancient beast roared furiously, slamming its fists into the ground and cracking it into huge slabs. Ancient Snow Mountain Giant. Level 51 Platinum Tier, 5-star potential. 2 arms with the dual elements of water and fire appeared, striking toward the monster. The two of them launched an attack, blowing the beast away and making it howl. She couldn't help but say with disgust, "So noisy, just die already." Yun Shen also sounded annoyed. "Yeah, they're so loud." Amidst the falling snow, a final loud roar from the beast marked the end of their survival. In the cave after the fight, it was late at night. The two sat by the fire grilling food. He finally opened his mouth to complain, busy all day long. Yun Shen held the item in his hand, unable to help but speak his thoughts. Finally wiped out 3 monster layers and killed a normal monster. "We only got 1 battle point. The boss is worth 50. Lu Yiling sat beside him, glancing over when she heard him, even though the battle points are split. The harvest today was plentiful. At this rate, breaking through the qualifiers shouldn't be an issue. After talking about that intense battle, he casually picked up a meat skewer. "Are the monsters here always this easy to find?" Yun Shen handed the skewer to her, signaling for her to eat first. "Here." The meat was cooked. She looked at the blackened piece of meat in front of her with a hint of disgust. "It's burnt." But she begrudgingly took the skewer anyway. "From now on, let me do the cooking." Seeing her critique his cooking, Yun Shen boldly retorted, "Better burnt than undercooked. Just eat it." Looking at the charred skewer in his hand, he couldn't help but think of the people back home. Usually, Yuntang did all the cooking. His culinary skills were truly lacking. Lu Yiling looked at the burnt-to-a-crisp skewer and then at Yun Shen's flimsy excuses. She was incredibly annoyed. The master and the disciple are cut from the same cloth. Can't cook to save your lives, yet you're full of excuses. Thinking of this, Lu Yiling remembered that plate of blackened meat from back then. It had traumatized her to this day. 7 years ago, my father and I were invited to Dean Xia's house for dinner. One of the dishes was. She had been so enthusiastic and went to the kitchen herself. The result was a disaster beyond description. I told her the cooking was bad, and she actually acted like it was perfectly normal. Xia Qingchang appeared in Lu Yiling's subconscious with a rather poor impression. Oh, if not for that, why would I even need a maid? Yun Shen was slightly horrified hearing her recount that story. I never expected Miss Xia to have that side to her. After chatting for a while, he recalled the scene of Lu Yiling fighting, so Yun Shen asked curiously, "Right, what exactly is your class, sister? It feels like you're an elemental mage, but the skills are vastly different." Hearing him ask, Lu Yiling pretended to be dejected and brushed her hair. "No wonder my junior has been staring at me. I thought you were hitting on us. And here I was hesitating whether to accept you or not." Yun Shen was flirted with and couldn't handle it, so he scoffed. "Best not to." Amidst the bright flames, Yun Shen listened silently as Lu Yiling rambled on. "I am indeed an elemental mage, but due to my bloodline and innate talents, my skills have undergone massive changes. Simply put, I can use elemental magic of 9 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning." Hearing that she was missing a few, he reminded her, "What about the other 2? Lu Yiling acted mysterious and covered her mouth with her hand like it was a secret. "If you want to know, wait until we're closer." At the headquarters, many people were busy with smart devices at the competition site. At the Holy Empire's data reception room, a serious voice rang out amidst the noise outside. "Today is the 3rd day of the qualifiers. What's the status of the participants? The one speaking was the Grand Commander of the Holy Empire, Edward. An assistant standing before him reported on the competition status. Princess Lucy's battle points have reached 1,700, holding steady at first place. Currently, the top 100 contestants all have over 500 points. He heard this and felt a bit invigorated. Oh, that's good news. What about casualties? The assistant quickly reported a series of statistics to his boss. In this competition, a total of 1,178 people are participating. As of now, 375 people have lost their recording devices, likely stolen. In addition, 177 people have lost their vital signs. The number of deaths was higher than expected. When Edward heard about the death toll, he sighed softly. These casualty figures are still within an acceptable range. The assistant suddenly felt itchy-mouthed and asked nosily, "Grand Commander Edward, I have a question. Why don't we use direct surveillance cameras for the qualifiers? That way, we could at least clarify the cause of death for the contestants. Is it because the cost is too high?" He frowned slightly when mentioning that sensitive topic. The cost being too high is a fact. After all, the extreme cold ice domain is just too vast. Using surveillance cameras requires consuming massive resources, but more importantly, it's unnecessary. In reality, conflicts between sects and factions are always a given. He added a little more perspective. Everyone knows that not all countries live in peace. Religious beliefs and territorial disputes, and racial discrimination all cause some nations to be hostile toward each other. Actions like stabbing or taking each other's lives are unavoidable. Although the existence of World Federation law prohibits war between countries, some hatreds still need to be unleashed. The qualifiers are precisely that kind of stage. They can kill the other side's geniuses as they please, or bully geniuses from smaller countries to vent their hatred. Naturally, things like that cannot be monitored. His assistant seemed to understand the logic and nodded. No wonder there are no video archives for each global competition's qualifiers. But doesn't doing this violate the talent recruitment treaty or the resource distribution? Edward spoke about this quite nonchalantly. He swayed slightly and continued, "Those nations that can't even pass the qualifiers, giving them resources is just a waste, right? How are the representatives from the 5 major powers performing?" After listening to his inner thoughts, the assistant finally spoke up. "Most are ranked highly, but there are surprises. For example, Liu Yiling and Yun Shen from the Profound Dragon Kingdom. Back to the scene of the massive blizzard in the Arctic. Yun Shen and Liu Yiling's figures appeared simultaneously following the assistant's words. They were currently ranked 93rd and 94th, in danger of being knocked out of the top 100 at any moment. If the participants from the 5 major powers can't even make it to the second round, then that would be hilarious. She laughed arrogantly. Looking at the results, the two of them had achieved. Junior, I feel like the two of us working together is truly invincible. It's only been a day and a half, and we've wiped out every monster nest within 100 miles. Yun Shen was different. His face was a bit serious as he thought about the scene in the future. But it also means that for the rest of the time, we're free. We can't kill monsters. Reflection was clearly etched on his face. Right now, our scores are both 532. If this were just clearing a normal dungeon, it would certainly be a top-tier result. But the problem is, the path to earning battle points isn't just one. The clock on the wall had the hour hand ticking forward bit by bit. As the number of beasts decreases, the number of survivors will increase. Over time, the battle points in the hands of the contestants will accumulate more and more. Monsters will dwindle. They'll become harder to find, which means the later it gets, the more profitable it will be to kill people instead of monsters. Those who win by harming others. Watching the weak get crushed with a sinister smirk, Yun Shen has truly learned a valuable lesson from this trial. Many people clearly understand this, and plenty will do the same. While I don't know our current ranking, I know we have to stay in the top 100. The only way is to strike at other contestants. Yun Shen felt helpless, but the real issue was how to find them, and that was weighing heavily on his mind. Finding people is way harder than hunting monsters. Unless you have the right bait to lure them out, Liu Yiling trailed off. And she finished with a risky suggestion. What better bait is there than a low-level unclassed freelancer from the Ningjun Kingdom? Perhaps this was the most practical plan for their current situation. And with that, Yun Shen stepped out, leaving footprints in the snow as he walked through the freezing wilderness. Feeling exhilarated, he had only spent the afternoon wandering around, deliberately leaving trails of magical energy. His sharp eyes glanced behind him. Something was lurking there unexpectedly. His suspicion was confirmed by the malicious people hiding behind the massive ice formations. Looks like we've got quite a few fish on the hook. The 2 contestants from the wolf and vampire tribes were standing closest to him. The werewolf, with his keen nose, turned to his cronies and said, "I smell a ton of people around here targeting this kid. Looks like we aren't the only ones. Should we move in?" The vampire looked at Yun Shen with greedy eyes. his voice filled with hunger, obviously. He's in a group with that Lu Yiling girl, so he's bound to have a massive pile of points. Yun Shen's solitary figure caught the attention of several hunters, making them salivate if Lu Yiling wasn't nearby. Then this is the perfect chance to gobble up this piece of meat. After a quick huddle, they sprinted toward him. Let's wrap this up fast. Grab the recorder and clear out. Seeing the others make their move, other lurking groups rushed in as well, fighting over the fat prize. That's Yun Shen. Don't you dare swipe those points, they belong to me. He watched as those bullies, strong-arming the weak, came closing in. His points weren't happy at all. Do you guys really take me for a pushover? He unleashed a fusion skill to annihilate them. Martial arts, stomps, and explosive kicks. A single earth-shattering stomp rocked the world, and the 5 greedy fools were completely obliterated by Yun Shen's strike. As they screamed, the others who hadn't rushed in yet were so terrified by the move that they tucked tail and ran. The intensity of that strike was clearly a high-level skill. Only a third-rank powerhouse could pull that off. Who exactly is this kid? He's definitely not just here to make up the numbers. His strength is on par with a third-rank expert. He's a monster just like Lu Yiling and Lucy. The ignorant fools who got hit by Yun Shen's strike scrambled away in terror. Damn it, we got played. Run. But how could he let them off so easily when they had so many points? To get his payback, Yun Shen pulled out long, green vines. Instantly, the thugs were tied up tight. What the hell? What's going on? Why are there thorn vines in the frozen tundra? Under his command, the beast flower vines sprouted. Wrapping around the contestants, the things binding them were indeed thorn vines. Yun Shen looked at them struggling violently and scoffed with contempt. You guys hid in the shadows, thinking you were the careful hunters. But before his voice could finish, blue flames surged from the spear in his hand, swallowing them whole. You're nothing but prey. The scorched contestants could only scream in agony. What kind of fire is this? It won't go out. It's too hot. Please, spare us. We won't do it again. You can have all our points. Is that not enough? Lu Yiling sat behind a large rock, watching Yun Shen handle them so coolly. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. It seemed he didn't need her help after all. Once they handed over their points, they fled for their lives. Damn it. Why would someone that strong pretend to be weak? You scum. Those were the points I worked so hard to get. Their constant wailing made him sick the nerve of thieves to play the victim. You were the ones who pegged me as Lu Yiling's sidekick. After the fight, he finally got to sit down, clutching the pile of recorders in his hands. Yun Shen was glowing with satisfaction, using his magical flames. That's a lot. I'm exhausted. It's no wonder the geniuses from other nations are so hard to deal with. Looking at the pile of points, he was so mesmerized he didn't notice his surroundings. Not a bad haul. I picked up over 3,280 points in one go. Even if he split these with the guild leader, it was still a massive amount. Other contestants, using stealth spells, had witnessed the whole scene. Just watching it made them sweat. They were using the Shadow Hunter camouflage skill, while Elger hid behind an ice block. Watching Yun Shen happily count his points, he couldn't help but admire him. So strong. Mr. Yun is incredible. He's definitely a championship-level talent. Others didn't think like him. They were only eyeing the recorders in his hands, weapons already drawn. So what now? He must be exhausted. Even if it's us, we can definitely win. Handing this many recorders to Lord Calgary will surely get us a huge reward. They were waiting for him to let his guard down, to rush in and steal his points. Let's do it. Yun Shen heard the commotion, turned around, and saw a bald man twisting with lingering magical energy walking toward him. So these little mice finally couldn't hold back anymore, huh? Once again, the blue flames appeared in Yun Shen's hands as they lunged forward. Just as that light flared up, ready to settle things, Elger rushed in to stop them. Stop. The remaining contestants, just as they were about to stab Yun Shen, they froze when he blocked them. Don't you dare hurt him. All 3 contestants looked at him, stunned. He stood there, watching his lonely back, feeling shaken. Who is this kid? The bald man screamed at Elger in a rage. As he stood in front of Yun Shen, the bald man yelled, Elger, do you have any idea what you're doing? The other 3 contestants shouted at him, damn it, why is this idiot on our team? If we don't get enough points today, Calgary is going to be furious. Elger felt helpless, too. But now all he could do was explain to keep his teammates from causing trouble. I know, but Yun saved my life. From now until tonight, still got a little time left. I'll think of a way to find a new target. His next words made Yun Shen's face darken. So everyone, just let him go. To keep Elger from being put in a tough spot, Yun Shen decided to handle those lowlifes all by himself, his hands glowing with a brilliant blue flame. He appeared right before everyone's eyes. No need to go through the trouble. I can take care of it. Seeing the terrifying power radiating from him, they were struck with fear and scrambled away. Damn it, this guy still had something left in the tank. With Elger protecting them, we might not win. Retreat! The three cowardly figures faded into the snowy trails of the northern frostlands. Once everyone had cleared out, Elger knelt before him, begging for forgiveness. I'm sorry, Mr. Yun. I didn't think they'd actually dare to attack. Forgive me. I have to go now. After saying that, he hurriedly ran off to catch up with his teammates. Wait, don't leave me behind. Lu Yiling, who had been hiding the whole time, finally popped out to say a few words. Elger still hadn't realized that the one who was saved wasn't him, but his teammate. Her hair draped over one eye, making her expression look even more profound. Once he goes back, he'll probably be punished pretty severely. Yun Shen, hearing that, asked out of casual curiosity, why? In the qualifiers, isn't everyone an opponent? He and I have only met once. Suddenly, Yun Shen's expression shifted, his demeanor turning grave as he stepped forward, a sharp spear in hand. But I'm actually quite interested in Calgary's war points. Hearing Yun Shen go in circles, she scoffed, what a guy. Cold on the outside, but hot on the inside. Can't you just be a little more straightforward? The sky grew dark, and a large campfire was built, casting a cozy glow. Calgary hungrily gnawed at a piece of meat until the bone was clean. He spoke crudely with his mouth still full. Honestly, I never expected you losers to be of any use anyway. That's why I told you to just target the weaklings. If you had bad luck and ran into a powerhouse and got beaten, that was all according to plan. His two inverted tusks, like horns, shifted as his mouth moved. But if you failed because of some unknown reason, then that's an issue with your attitude. His eyes were filled with pure malice. He glared at those who displeased him, delivering a threat. A dog that doesn't listen isn't worth keeping. Elger knew he was talking about him. So, he kept kowtowing, begging, I am deeply sorry. But Mr. Yun saved me. I couldn't just stand by. Please, Lord Calgary, give me one more chance. Elger's excuses fell on deaf ears. Calgary just lounged about, speaking with a mocking tone. Why so scared? I'm the kind-hearted behemoth. Of course, I'll let you choose. Get your brain smashed in, or have your home nation flattened. You decide. The words were soft, but hit their mark. The students from the same country as Elger were terrified, pleading, Lord Calgary, I didn't touch your people. Why is it like this? Lord Calgary has always been a man of his word. Elger must pay for his foolish actions. Hearing this, Elger was so angry he gritted his teeth until they creaked. He had to drop all his pride, to bow before someone who intended to harm his country. Despite trembling with fear, Elger persisted and bowed even lower. Then, a sound rang out as Elger's head slammed hard against the ground. He trembled as he spoke, Please, please, spare my country. Watching the person groveling before him, Calgary licked his lips with pleasure. His shameless voice rang out again. Then, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, a gun barrel was jammed right against Calgary's head, making him freeze. Yun Shen had appeared majestically, aiming his weapon at the man's temple. The gun was equipped with an eerie, supernatural weapon, a shotgun. Elger looked up and saw his savior, feeling a glimmer of joy, but also fear for him. Mr. Yun, the three cowards from earlier, seeing Yun Shen standing so arrogantly, were completely shocked. What's going on? When did he get over there? I didn't sense him at all. My God, is he actually going to stand up for Elger? Yun Shen didn't care what they said. He focused entirely on the shameless Calgary. Take your foot back. Calgary didn't seem afraid at all, continuing to provoke Yun Shen. What if I don't? Yun Shen had no respect for Calgary, so he aimed straight at his temple and pulled the trigger, catching him completely off guard. The gossiping students watched the shell casing hit the ground and were terrified. He actually shot him, and he used a shotgun at point-blank range on his temple. He killed him. He's going to kill him. Calgary had been shot like that, yet he wasn't wounded or bleeding. Instead, he glared at Yun Shen with eyes sharp as bullets. Even though Yun Shen was strong, he was shocked to see him still unharmed. Not even a hair on his head was scorched. Calgary hadn't expected him to be this bold. He channeled his magic to crush him. You little brat, you actually dared to strike. A grotesque face emerged from Calgary's stomach, as if it wanted to fly straight at him. Ancient beast's wrath. Without hesitation, Yun Shen pulled out another combat weapon, the Ammo Master Fusion skill. Piercing lightning bullet and divine spear, critical shot. Immediately after, two massive currents of power collided, creating a scene where it was hard to tell who would win. What he fired was explosive thunder. With that overwhelming power, Yun Shen quickly blocked his attack. Calgary looked at his own charred hands and couldn't believe Yun Shen was this strong. This brat is no loser. He's clearly a powerhouse of the same rank. Lu Yiling, I have to get serious now. After the clash, Yun Shen used his appraisal skill to observe him. The fusion skill only managed to deal surface wounds. His defensive power is insane. Just what kind of monster is he? He suddenly looked at the data on him. Calgary, level 53, Race, Golden Behemoth. Class, Ancient Beast Warrior. These stats made Yun Shen feel a bit nervous. Damn it, the level gap is too huge. The info I can see is limited. Calgary used a spell to enlarge his body, then took a powerful step, causing the ground to shake as his feet struck the earth. Yun Shen wasn't about to lose. He dodged his attack quickly. Yun Shen was still busy with his strategy, not noticing that Calgary had appeared behind him. Calgary raised a fist, preparing to land a devastating blow. Yun Shen glanced back at his dirty trick and scoffed. Playing dirty? Huh. His hands grabbed his transforming weapon, the Eastern Staff. A powerful determination radiated from him, fueled by Yun Shen's passive ability, unwavering resolve. Just as Calgary brought his fist down, Yun Shen countered with a punch of his own, blocking the attack. Two figures, one large and one small, stood locked against each other, leaving the onlookers gasping in awe. He's way too strong. What kind of monster is he to go toe-to-toe in melee combat with a golden behemoth? Calgary's physique was expanding rapidly, his mouth opening wide. As his body grew, he unleashed the heavy hammer. Yun Shen didn't flinch at the sight of that scoundrel. He stared down Calgary, already prepping his skills. Fusing martial artist's ice fist with the raw power of a strongman, Yun Shen raised his gun a strike with everything he had. He fired the ice-shattering heavy heaven attack to strike the giant. Once done, he leaped up with all his might, landing squarely on the giant's shoulder to seize the chance to finish him. Calgary glared at him with pure hatred. He just wanted to tear him to pieces. You arrogant little brat, you actually think you can take me down? Without a word, Yun Shen pointed his spear straight at the giant's pupil, closing one eye to aim. Preparing to pierce that eye, Calgary didn't hold back, shifting into a different, massive form by unleashing his golden behemoth bloodline. He threatened him viciously. As the small figure was knocked flying, the giant sneered, "Listen, kid, you've got two choices. Get stomped to death or get crushed." Having unleashed his golden behemoth bloodline, Calgary had transformed into a monster the size of a mountain right in front of Yun Shen. Those watching from a distance were terrified, gasping, "This is insane. It's like a monster among monsters. This is the true power of Lord Calgary." Amidst the gasps, others commented on Yun Shen's fighting style. That kid is a freak too. He uses whatever weapon he gets his hands on, not to mention he's got a messy pile of skills. Calgary aggressively raised his arm as if about to deliver a crushing blow to the one standing tall before him. "Kid, if you won't choose, then I'll choose for you." No sooner had he finished speaking than his fist surged toward Yun Shen with wind-tearing speed. The giant's heavy fist slammed into the ground, shattering the earth in an instant. Luckily, Yun Shen had jumped up just in time to dodge. While hovering in mid-air, he quickly pivoted, swung his glowing red sword, and slashed hard at Calgary's arm. But the giant looked strangely calm. Yun Shen landed and looked at where he just slashed. There wasn't even a scratch. Stunned by the guy's defensive power, he blurted out, "Man, your skin is thick. How about this?" Making a quick decision, Yun Shen used a fused skill. Hero's Sky-Piercing Slash and Swordsman's Launch. Once fused, Yun Shen unleashed a powerful Sky-Piercing Slash. Calgary laughed scornfully at Yun Shen's attacks. Useless. That damage is nothing. There wasn't a single mark on him. After tanking that heavy attack, Yun Shen kept raining blows all over the giant's body, but it all seemed futile. Watching the scene, Elger thought in terror. There are over 500 countries in this world, but the only nation that founded a top-tier empire based on the strength of a single tribe is the Behemoth tribe. It's all because of their flesh, which is terrifyingly strong. Lord Calgary is a golden behemoth. His physical toughness is on a whole other level. Golden behemoths are legendary beasts. Records say their bodies are so strong that if you don't have divine power, you can't break through them. It's absolutely true. For someone who has awakened the golden behemoth bloodline, crushing others underfoot is effortless. Elger's thoughts continued as Yun Shen rushed toward Calgary with his sword. To even barely call it divine tier strength, one must at least be a fourth transition job holder. Plus, the Ancient Beast Warrior hidden class provides a massive boost to physical stats, making Calgary, who is only at the second transition, still undefeated even against third transition experts. I can't even imagine how to win this fight. At this moment, Yun Shen switched to another fusion skill to try and pierce Calgary. Swordsman's Blitz combined with Thrust, the Piercing Blitz. He struck the giant's body, creating a jarring, grating sound. It seemed this attack wasn't as useless as the others. He managed to deal damage to Calgary. It was a very shallow wound, like a needle prick on an elephant, not dealing any real damage. Could it be I have to use the 10,000 wheels? No, that won't work. The side effects of the 10,000 wheels are too severe. Yun Shen landed, his feet carving a long trench into the ground as he slid. He calculated in his heart, once the time runs out, I won't be able to handle the others. It's a pity. You need a space talent to use spatial tier. Otherwise, I would have finished him off a long time ago. While Yun Shen was thinking, Calgary attacked. A surge of red energy gathered in his fist. Ancient Beast's rage. Stop scratching me, kid. Even if I just stood here and let you hit me, you'd be the one to die of exhaustion. The fist smashed into the spot where Yun Shen had just been standing. He quickly leaped backward. Despite Calgary's power, Yun Shen remained calm and provoked him. Is that so? Then stand still and let me hit you. Simultaneously, he used another fused skill. Druid's root and giant vine growth. Thick, green vines erupted from the ground, quickly wrapping around Calgary's arms, pinning him in place. With Calgary unable to move, Yun Shen vaulted off the vines, charging right in front of him. This time, he had found Calgary's weakness. You seem very confident in your defense, don't you? What if I hit your eyes instead? Seeing this, veins bulged on Calgary's face. He roared in a fit of rage. You despicable brat. He stopped playing around and started fighting for real, focusing his ancient beast's rage. The vines around his arms were shattered instantly. In a flash, Calgary swiped his hand, trying to grab Yun Shen so he'd stop jumping around. Yun Shen's move suddenly shifted into a cicada flicker, thrusting toward Calgary. Seeing the cicada flicker flying at him with such speed, he gasped in shock. What? Luckily for Calgary, he reacted fast and clamped his jaws shut on the attack. In his mind, he let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. Just then, other vines suddenly snaked out and wrapped around his neck. Yun Shen gently commanded the vines, tightening around Calgary's throat, making the giant realize his true intent. What? His target wasn't the eyes. Could it be? Calgary was still lost in thought. Then Yun Shen lunged forward, slamming his weapon hard into Calgary's teeth with a deafening crack as it pierced deep into his jaw. Yun Shen unleashed a fusion skill, combining the mage's fireball with the martial artist's gale palm. Smoke poured out from the giant's mouth as he shrieked in agony, stumbling backward. Yun Shen leaped off Calgary, but the giant was relentless, throwing punches at him. Damn you, die. The giant vines wrapped tightly around his fangs and ears once more. Yun Shen smirked. Looks like you aren't as tough on the inside as your skin. He then unleashed a decisive strike, pouring all of his immense strength into it. Landing a direct hit to Calgary's ear with a blazing gale fist, the giant screamed in pain, blood gushing out in a long, agonizing wail. The giant had been brought to his knees, but Yun Shen didn't let up. Don't get cocky. You still got plenty of openings, he said, delivering a brutal blow to Calgary's body. The impact distorted his form, and Yun Shen whispered chilling threats. If I blast your nostrils and torch your respiratory organs, how many minutes do you think you'd last? Calgary was forced back into his normal human form. He collapsed, trembling with fear, begging for mercy. Please, boss. I was wrong. I give up. Please, don't blow me up. I promise I won't lay a hand on Elger or his country again. Spare me just this once. If you do it again, I'll really die. Lu Yiling stepped in to stop Yun Shen, trying to save Calgary. That's enough for today, Junior. For better or worse, he's a top-tier genius. Give him a few years, and he could be a great asset on the battlefield. Yun Shen kept a cold, indifferent expression as he said his terms. I'll spare you, but hand over all your loot records right now. He thought to himself, honestly, weakening humanity's future fighting force during a time like this isn't exactly the smartest move. Calgary's hands shook as he handed over the loot to Yun Shen, his voice still trembling with terror. Here. Yun Shen turned his back and said, let's go. Lu Yiling looked at Calgary with pity. Kid, if you've got that much energy, save it to fight the dark forces. Bullying a smaller nation isn't exactly a badge of honor. That night, under the bright full moon, Yun Shen and Lu Yiling sat by a worn fire. She said, you worked hard today, Junior. Get some rest. I'll take the first watch tonight. After today's battle, Yun Shen was truly exhausted and soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the sun climbed high and clouds drifted lazily. It looked like a beautiful day. Before Yun Shen could even wake up, loud shouts jolted him awake. This is bad. Something huge happened. What is it? Our junior is still sleeping. Keep it down. He yawned, rubbing his eyes, and walked over to them, asking in a groggy voice, what's going on? Elger stood there, gasping for air, his eyes wide as he stammered out a name. Lord Calgary. Calgary is dead, somewhere out there. Calgary had met a gruesome end. Both Yun Shen and Lu Yiling were stunned. Neither could believe this had happened. They both shouted, what? Lu Yiling's voice was filled with shock. What did you say? Calgary is dead? She looked at the others with a worried expression. How is that possible? He was badly hurt, but nothing that should have been fatal. Yun Shen added, his face growing serious. I fought him face to face, so I know his capabilities. In terms of pure defense alone, he was on par with a Tier 3 demon descendant, maybe even stronger. Even with those injuries, He shouldn't have gone down that easily. Elger nervously rubbed his head. I don't know the specific details. I was sleeping when I heard a commotion, so I took a look. I saw him, and there were some dark believers standing over him. His corpse was right in front of them. Elger trembled, clutching his head in fear. Those guys actually snuck into the qualifiers and are even killing people. If I hadn't run fast, they would have killed me too. It was terrifying. Lu Yiling was skeptical. Dark believers? I've killed hundreds of them myself. They couldn't possibly be strong enough to kill Calgary. I'm not lying. Before I was captured, I heard them mention one of them was the deputy leader. I think it's the son of the Grand Commander of the Advent organization. The Dark Believers who came this time are unusually strong. Yun Shen asked, his expression growing grim. You had this intel? Why didn't you mention it when we were eating? Elger stuttered, terrified. I accidentally forgot. Yun Shen began to tease him. Oh, really? But then again, the deputy leader is a big fish. Taking him out would definitely be a massive blow to the Advent organization. The problem is, how do we find him? Elger spoke up, still a bit scared. My profession is Phantom Hunter. My specialty is tracking and concealment. Calgary's camp still has their traces. If we go back, I can find a way to pinpoint their location. If you guys want, I can lead the way. Yun Shen walked ahead, speaking with confidence. Then thank you for your bravery. Let's move out. Scene shift to the observation room. Whispers filled the room. It's over. The third prince of the Behemoth Empire has lost his life signs. For the first time in history, a high-profile contestant has died during the qualifiers. The Behemoth Empire is a military powerhouse, ranked just behind the 5 great nations. A man gritted his teeth and spoke up. The loot points of Lu Yiling and Yun Shen spiked suddenly, not long before Calgary died. Even a fool could guess what happened. The Behemoth Empire is extremely bellicose. If this news gets out, they might turn against the Dragon Nation, or even declare war. Humanity can't afford a civil war right now. What do we do? Edward shouted angrily. Calm down. It's just an unexpected accident, no need to panic. The extreme ice zone has always been dangerous. Unexpected events happen all the time. He quickly surmised that Calgary was probably just the beginning. At this moment, all 3 Yun Shen, Lu Yiling, and Elger were racing back toward the camp. Elger looked back, urging them on, everyone, hurry up. If too much time passes, the energy traces in the camp will fade, and finding that bunch will be much harder. They all agreed in unison. Yun Shen suddenly felt something strange. His eyes widened, and his expression turned serious as he realized something. A whirlwind appeared in front of him. The other 2 quickly dodged to the side. Yun Shen asked angrily, who is it? In his mind, a thought flashed. The enemy is extremely strong. From within the whirlwind, a woman's voice rang out. Excuse me, you all look like you're in a hurry. Can you stop for a moment? A beautiful woman appeared. With a calm wink, he mentioned wanting to claim their battle points. Elger was absolutely terrified, sweat pouring down his face uncontrollably. Princess Lucy, we're done for. We're running out of time. We can't keep dragging this out. But Yun Shen remained cold, his face showing absolutely no emotion. Looking at the person before him, he spread his arms and spoke up. There are dark cultists mixed into the qualifiers that need to be dealt with. I don't have time to play with you. Move aside. Lucy had no intention of letting the 3 of them go. She raised a hand to her chin and said mockingly, oh, really? So we're really done for, huh? But compared to those rats in the dark, I'm much more interested in you guys. What should we do? Right then, Lu Yiling stepped forward to block Yun Shen, saying to the other 2, you guys go, don't waste any more time. She crossed her arms, confidently making the decision, leave this fake woman to me. The 2 of them quickly moved on, while Lucy kept teasing Lu Yiling. Are you just going to let Mr. Yun just abandon you like that? Doesn't look like he likes you very much, does it? But Lu Yiling trusted Yun Shen completely. She brushed her long hair back and smiled lightly. Don't spout nonsense. Junior clearly likes me a lot. It's just that. Suddenly, her power erupted. He trusts my strength. That's all. Lucy looked incredibly smug. Spreading her arms, she unleashed a mysterious black and purple energy. Is that so? I'm afraid you'll disappoint him. Immediately, the 2 of them lunged at each other. An enormous explosion erupted, engulfing everything around them. Yun Shen and Elger arrived at the camp, standing before a blood-drenched corpse. It was Calgary. Yun Shen knelt down, reaching out to touch Calgary's lacerated body, and said, there are so many wounds, and they're still leaking remnants of magical attributes. Looking at these wounds, they were caused by over 6 different types of weapons. He was beaten to death by a group. Elger stood behind him with murderous intent, raising his weapon with a sinister motive. Yet, he kept pretending, continuing, that's right, sir. Calgary died such a tragic death. Their methods are truly cruel, and their strength is immense. He swung his weapon at Yun Shen, wearing a triumphant grin, his attitude completely different from a moment ago. "Mr. Yun, you should be careful." His weapon lunged toward him, but Yun Shen dodged it easily, smiling as if he had anticipated this. He replied, "No need to remind me, I've always been careful." The grin on Elger's face vanished, replaced by an expression of disbelief. "What?" Yun Shen turned back toward him, shouting his name, "Elger." Immediately, he swung his sword at him. "I'm sure of it now. You're the one who killed Calgary, aren't you?" That single strike carved a long wound from his shoulder down. Yun Shen coldly crouched, gathering momentum to attack. He declared, "I don't know why you led me here, but since you dared to try and take me out, killing you first is definitely the right move." He swung his sword at Elger, but suddenly a woman lunged out, grabbing him and dodging the attack. "Deputy Commander, behind you." Suddenly, a man with a fierce expression appeared, swinging an axe at him and shouting, "Go to hell." Yun Shen reacted instantly, raising his sword to block the attack. Their weapons collided. He stood firm, suppressing the enemy's attack. If he let his guard down for even a second, he'd be chopped to pieces. Above him, two more appeared. They lunged aggressively to attack. Yun Shen immediately unleashed his skills, Explosive Slash, a fusion of brawling and martial arts, trample, and earth-shattering stomp. A single stomp on the ground created a massive shockwave, blasting them away. The woman from earlier asked anxiously, "Elger, Deputy Commander, are you okay?" He lifted his head, opening one eye, and replied, "I didn't expect to be caught off guard like that. I almost got killed." Elger stared at the smoking wound on his chest and said, "Luckily, it's just a minor injury. It can still heal." Seeing this, Yun Shen guessed, "The wound is healing? Did he take some kind of drug?" "No, drugs don't have that kind of efficiency. The Phantom Hunters don't have healing skills either." "What's going on?" Even more surprising, they were able to stand back up after taking one of his fusion skills. It's completely beyond the strength of a contestant from a small country. Yun Shen grew serious, reaching up to adjust his collar, and predicted, "Looks like this is going to be a tough fight." They stood in the middle of a frozen wasteland, a powerful and desolate aura rising all around them. Elger looked at him. "Since when did you suspect me?" He glanced down at him and said coldly, "I never trusted you from the start." He looked down at them with contempt. "When I first arrived at the Holy Empire, I discovered the dark cultists, saved people from their clutches, and gained important intelligence. It was all just too coincidental, too lucky." Yun Shen recalled the past, until I realized my soul tracking mark had been exposed. I finally understood it wasn't just luck. You guys likely had my location the whole time and came looking for me on purpose. Elger raised his hand, asking suspiciously, "What if it really was just a coincidence?" Yun Shen dismissed that as obvious. "The extreme cold territory is huge. It's already a waste of energy looking for monsters. Don't even mention finding a person. You managed to find my exact location. Is that a coincidence too?" He looked at them, analyzing them sharply. "I'm afraid you exploited the traits of the Phantom Hunter profession to track my aura before we even came in. After arriving at the extreme cold territory, you kept tabs on my location, all while picking the perfect moment to appear." Elger could only smile bitterly. "You really are too much, aren't you? Good or bad, I protected you once, and you even stepped up to face Calgary for my sake." He asked in a pitiful tone, "If you didn't trust me, why would you do that?" He replied emotionlessly, "I just wanted to take his battle points, and I was curious to see how long you could keep up this act." Yun Shen watched him, sizing him up. "As for protecting me, that's just nonsense. If you hadn't sensed Lu Yiling hiding in the dark, you would have teamed up with your cohorts to take me out already." Yun Shen looked around. He was being surrounded by countless people. Elger smiled bitterly and gestured, "You really are a tough one. No wonder the organization put such a high bounty on your head." Then, he waved his hand and concluded, "But it doesn't matter." He began to sink into his camouflage, slowly disappearing. Before he was gone, he didn't forget to say, "Because next, you won't even have a skeleton left." He looked around, then closed his eyes, thinking, "Camouflage only tricks the vision. It can't hide the real entity. My mana echo is enough to sense you." It seemed Elger didn't know about this. As his attack hit, he opened his eyes. Sensing someone lunging from behind, he muttered, "You aren't even bold enough to run straight at me." Yun Shen instantly dodged the barrage of attacks. With an instant counterattack, one of them looked shocked. "What?" The other one, furious, manages to dodge, and you quickly unleash your skill. You think, basic skill, brawler, stomp. Then Yun Shen follows up with basic skill, brawler, impact punch. Striking one of them hard, it sends him flying across the snowy ground, crashing into the barren earth with quite an impact. The guy cries out in pain and curses, "Damn it." You don't say a word, just charging forward, thinking, "I'll take you out first." But suddenly, a tentacle lunges. That massive tentacle appears right behind Yun Shen, leaving him shocked and startled. He turns back to look, thinking to himself, the Dark Priest's dark tentacles. Yun Shen spins around, channeling power into his hand. Can't dodge this. Have to take it head-on. He unleashes Fist of Blazing Flame. The girl, the Elder's accomplice, is exposed. You charge at her. The Dark Priest is a glass cannon class, full of crowd control skills, a real pain to deal with. Priority, take that woman down first. Skill Fusion. Swordsman's extreme speed and Brawler's wind-chasing steps. You use your footwork, shouting, Swift Wind Pursuit. The girl panics. Too fast. Yun Shen raises his sword, slashing down with a roar, die. A loud explosion erupts, but when the dust settles, she isn't scratched at all, and she's even wearing a suit of battle armor. You're stunned, thinking, what the? How can a Dark Priest's power lift a great shield, or even wear a paladin's armor? She clearly enjoys the look of shock on your face and sneers. I can use skills from other classes too. No break in original text, merged above. You're not the only one. She controls the tentacles, ordering Dark Tentacles attack. Another guy starts channeling a punch. Brit, Raptor form. Impact Master, Explosive Punch. The guy screams, die. Seeing that, you whisper, Godly Toad. Yun Shen is surprised by their power. Do they all have dual classes? Their stats are so high too. They must have eaten something like Demon Lord Marrow. I was wondering how they managed to kill Calgary and leave him critically wounded. Now I see. They really do have the strength for it. You watch both of them, whispering to yourself. That guy is using the kinetic energy of the impact skill to amplify his master's skill's absolute power. High-level skill mastery. And that woman, using a paladin's traits to compensate for her own low-health glass cannon weakness. Neither is easy to handle. Suddenly, another voice rings out. Kid, it comes from right behind you. The guy sneers. Where are you looking? He shouts. Explosive flame wave slash. Yun Shen quickly leaps back to observe him closely. You keenly realize he's using mage skills to amplify his magic swordsman abilities. A truly deadly combination. Yun Shen begins channeling his assassin power. Hidden Shadow, stealth. On the side, another one rushes in. Finally found the chance for a killing blow. Berserker's Furious Strike. The assassin's speed plus the Berserker's burst power. You're done for. But you don't let him have his way. You immediately shout, Godly Toad, and vanish, leaving the guy to gasp in surprise. You land on the ground in the distance, looking at them with contempt. So what if you have extra class attributes? It's just a bunch of cheap tricks I've already gotten bored of. This level of skill won't beat me. Yun Shen, in his ethereal form. You knock the weapon of the guy participating in the world tournament right down where you're standing. The guy looks flustered, sweat dripping down. His face darkens, and he grinds his teeth, saying to Yun Shen, You say we can't beat you? The guy slams his weapon into the ground with a massive boom and screams, You gotta be kidding me. He activates his skill, Berserker's Berserk mode. Not letting Yun Shen off the hook, the guy continues to rush straight at you while you're still in midair, shouting, You're just a talentless wanderer with no class, relying on a bunch of trashy basic skills combined together. How could you possibly fight me, someone with dual class skills? Yun Shen calmly looks at the person in front of him. His weapon has activated a fusion skill, Brawler's Swaying Dodge and Martial Arts Fractured Step. The guy lunges straight at Yun Shen, but only slashes through an afterimage because you used Illusion Step. He slams his axe down, shattering the ground, but Yun Shen has already dodged far away. A girl standing elsewhere casts a massive spell. Dark Priest, Dark Tentacles. Above Yun Shen's head, a massive sword of light comes crashing down. Paladin, Divine Impact. Two powerful attacks aim right where Yun Shen is standing, but you use Illusion Step to evade them. The guy from before rushes in, shouting in a rage, Die, die. You leap into the air to avoid the attack, thinking, These guys really do have a lot of complete skills from multiple classes, compared to me, who only knows basic skills. They're definitely a cut above. If it were before, I would have had no choice but to run. The guy doesn't intend to let you go. He ignites his weapon with flames and thrusts it straight toward Yun Shen. Explosive Flame Wave Slash. Yun Shen continues to dodge the attacks, but now it's different. I have fusion skills now, not just combining skills like they do. Yun Shen quickly lands, looking at the guy in front of him with a serious expression. I'm even going beyond that. I'm creating my own skills. Another guy lunges down from above. With flames in both hands, Yun Shen keeps thinking. As long as I master enough basic skills and fuse them together, you confidently assert, I can create a skill to deal with any situation. You quickly summon your assassin power, Shadow Clone and Shadow Flow, Assassin's Strike. A shadow in Yun Shen's form appears, blocking one of his punches. Shadow Puppet. The guy is blocked and immediately leaps back. Furious, he shouts, "What the hell is this?" Yun Shen stands behind the shadow, turns back, smiles, and calmly replies, "Never seen it before? That's normal. After all, it's an existence that only I can create. One of a kind, shadow puppet. It possesses all of the original's assassin skills and inherits 75% of my stats." Yun Shen points his hand at the bald guy and orders his shadow to charge straight at him. "Go play with him." The shadow streaks forward like lightning, eyes radiating a killing intent, and throws a punch aimed right at him. It forced him to raise his arm to block with great difficulty. This monster's stats are incredibly high, almost on par with my true form. The bald guy grit his teeth. Using all his strength to resist this punch, he thought tremblingly, this is definitely not some beginner-level skill. Even a shadow clone of Yun Shen managed to counterattack. His arm was knocked back a distance. The bald guy seized the opportunity to quickly counterattack. Just a clone, don't look down on people. Punches wrapped in flames were thrown repeatedly, but Yun Shen's shadow clone blocked them all. The girl standing behind raised her staff high, preparing to cast a skill. Angry, she shouted, "What kind of messy skill is that? A cheap trick." Suddenly, green thorny vines emerged from the ground, wrapping around her body. Xiao Jing appeared and said irritably, "Don't bully my master." She used her magic, and the vines wrapped around her. Seeing this, the opponent rushed forward with contempt, saying insultingly, "Just a flower spirit's vines, you dare to cause trouble for me." Xiao Jing didn't give in and used her power, launching a series of vines from behind, straight ahead. Die. The two sides lunged into battle, moving so fast that only streaks of light could be seen in the air. Yun Shen stood calmly just below, watching the two girls fight, then smiled and said, "So what if you possess Saint Knight's skills? It's just a slightly cheaper bloodline product. Xiao Jing, let's finish her." Two guys seized the opportunity to lunge from behind to ambush Yun Shen, shouting loudly, "Hey kid, where are you looking?" He turned to look at them. "You guys are the ones who should be looking elsewhere. Haven't you noticed what's under your feet?" Hearing this, they hurriedly looked down. Their feet were stepping on something black that was jutting out slightly. Its surface began to make clicking sounds, and immediately after, a massive crimson whirlwind appeared. It swallowed the two of them inside. Fusion skill, Mechanics Hazard Setup, and Warlock's Wind Eye. They were buried in the fire cyclone, screaming in pain. "Damn it, another trap. You lowlife." The bald guy sensed something was wrong and quickly stomped the ground to fly up, intending to run. "The situation is bad. I must retreat." Unexpectedly, a sniper rifle barrel was aimed straight at his back. It was Yun Shen. He raised the scope to his eye and aimed very carefully. He said calmly, "You won't get away." After locking onto the target, Yun Shen pulled the trigger. A bullet shot straight at him, causing the bald guy to explode right in midair. And so, one guy had been sent to the afterlife. On the side where the two girls were fighting each other, Yun Shen walked over calmly. "Next, only you are left." Seeing Yun Shen approaching, she panicked and freaked out. "No, don't come over here." A moment later, the three contestants were tied up by vines, with Yun Shen standing in front of them. Standing with his arms crossed, he glanced down and said, "Until the battle ended, I still didn't see Eldra move, nor could I sense his location. Could it be that he saw the gap in strength and abandoned you all to run away?" Even though she was tied up, she remained very arrogant, laughing loudly and insulting Yun Shen. "You're too delusional. Relying on you, you're not even worthy for the deputy commander to take action. From the start, our target was never you. Solving you was just convenient." Yun Shen's face went blank with disbelief. "What? I was just a secondary target?" His eyes immediately flashed as he realized something. So their real target is. He looked at Xiao Jing and instructed, "Xiao Jing, while they aren't paying attention, leave something on them, then you can return." She replied clearly, "Understood." Then Yun Shen gathered his strength and sprinted. Fusion skill, swordsman, swift speed, and martial artists chase the wind. While running, he urged himself on. Faster, faster. Swift wind, chasing swallows. In his heart, Yun Shen worriedly thought, "I must catch up." On the side of Lu Yiling and Lucy, they had been fighting so intensely that the ground was deformed. Both were exhausted, their clothes covered in dust. Glaring at each other furiously, neither had any intention of sparing the other. She panted and smirked, commenting, "Lu Yiling, you really are as formidable as the rumors say." Lu Yiling's gaze was also terrifying. She retorted, "You're not simple either. You're the first person my age who has forced me to use all 7 elements, but that's as far as you go." Lu Yiling raised her hand, creating a red orb, and said seriously, "We are both almost exhausted. Let's use our final move to decide the winner. You must be able to withstand it, at least don't die." Her gaze suddenly flashed with surprise as she realized something. A shadow had appeared with a murderous gaze and a twisted smile, grabbing Lu Yiling's hand. It was Eldra. He said, compared to her, you should still worry about your own life. Her chest was immediately pierced through by him. Lu Yiling grit her teeth, suppressing the pain. Looking at the thing that had just pierced her chest, unable to resist, Lu Yiling groaned in pain as the weapon impaled her. She was bleeding heavily now, her whole body trembling. She glanced behind her. A special curse prop? So that's it. It seems this was a long-plotted trap, specifically aimed at me. Elger licked his lips twistedly, looking at Lu Yiling, and said, in terms of status and strength among all the contestants, no one can compare to you. Even if it's Yun Shen or even Lucy, it doesn't matter. Only by eliminating you can we sleep soundly. Hearing these words, Lucy's face darkened. She placed her hand on her mouth and said creepily, your meaning is, that hag is stronger than me? She looked at Elger with a soulless face. Truly, a mouth that makes people sick. It would be better to just tear your mouth open. Elger remained calm and said to her, Princess Lucy, with your current condition, fighting me is not a smart choice. Or are you planning to risk your life for an outsider? The scene shifted away. Lucy stood motionless, having nothing more to say, while Lu Yiling, who had been pierced by Elger, was trying to stand firm. Elger smiled, looking at Lucy, and said, very good. Take this chance and run away. If you don't, once I finish dealing with Lu Yiling, you won't be able to escape. Suddenly, a surge of power flew past his face, startling him. He didn't understand what happened. Lu Yiling's eyes radiated murderous, angry intent. She gripped the head of his weapon and shouted, heaven-splitting. Immediately, she created a massive explosion around her, causing Elger to fly away. Taking that chance, Lu Yiling stomped the ground and jumped high, escaping, creating a trail of fiery red sparks. Elger still struggled to anchor himself to the ground, thinking, while I was threatening Lucy, she actually broke through her limits and even had so much strength left. He said angrily, I really can't be careless. Elger immediately flew into the sky to chase after her. Leaving Lucy behind, he shouted, so what? You can't escape. Lucy stood below, hands clasped in prayer. A look of satisfaction and twisted joy spread across her face. Lu Yiling, I'll have my revenge for you in the finals, she sneered, whispering chilling words, rest in peace. On a patch of land stained with long trails of blood, Lu Yiling struggled with heavy, pained steps, desperate to escape Elger's pursuit. With every step, more blood gushed from her wounds. She was fading, slipping into exhaustion from the blood loss. A weapon remained lodged deep in her chest. She gripped the shaft of the blade with trembling hands, but Elger was already closing in behind her. He raised his hand, channeling his hunter's tracking skill. A barrage of weapons, forged from Elger's own power, rained down toward Lu Yiling. She dodged the attacks clumsily, cursing under her breath. Damn it. I let my guard down. She had assumed that even if the Dark Believers attacked, their target would be her junior. Even though she was heavily outnumbered and had plenty of grudges against them, her gaze remained steady. She wouldn't give up. To her surprise, it turned out that she herself was the more alluring target. Lu Yiling narrowly avoided the volley, but Elger unleashed another skill, shouting, there's no running from the dragon-slaying slash. He swung his blade. The force blew away everything in its path. Lu Yiling luckily reacted in time, diving to the side. The slash left a massive, scorching rift in the ground, still crackling with lingering energy. Gasping for air, she clutched her chest, nearly spent. She barely managed to choke out an illusionist with the Dragon Slayer class. You're not just a dual class, but a dual hidden class user. The Dark World is truly capable of such terrifying things. Elger landed on the ground, his face dark, blade resting on his shoulder. Too kind, he replied. Is that your last will and testament? Lu Yiling's face had gone paper white. Actually, I had already guessed the Dark Believers would strike these past few days. So every day I thought about how to protect my junior. I just never expected that I would be the one needing protection. Elger swung his blade down coldly. What a shame. No one can protect you. No one can. Lu Yiling looked up, wearing the confident smile of a victor. You were saying? A voice echoed. Suddenly, Yun Shen appeared from nowhere. Junior. He swung his sword, blocking the descending blade, forcing Elger to skid back a long distance. Elger caught sight of him and gritted his teeth, glaring ahead with eyes full of hatred. Yun Shen stayed alert, eyes locked on his opponent. Even in this position, he asked, are you all right, President? Sorry, I'm late. Lu Yiling, now critically weak, murmured, you're late. You know you'll get points deducted for that. Elger stood across from them, furious, cursing. Damn it, those useless idiots failed. A head-to-head with Yun Shen isn't impossible, but the problem is how much strength Lu Yiling has left. If she tries to go down in a suicide attack, she'll be hard to deal with. Smokescreen appeared, obscuring his form. He seemed disappointed. Not killing her is a real shame, but the basic goal is reached. Risking more would be plain stupid. Yun Shen walked over to Lu Yiling, intending to pull the blade out. Lu Yiling, her face deathly pale, glanced at him. He ran away. Aren't you going to chase him? Yun Shen replied coldly and concisely, not worth the time. Yun Shen placed his hand on the blade protruding from her chest. This is going to hurt. Hold on, President. With a swift, firm motion, he pulled the weapon out. Lu Yiling let out a pain cry as blood sprayed from the wound. Yun Shen immediately moved to use his healing skills on her. Light Priest Healing Fusion, Growth Drip. Soft, green rays of energy enveloped Lu Yiling's body. Vitality red glow. The wound on her chest began to close. Yun Shen held the weapon tip he had removed, frowning. The wound is healed. But what is this black substance? She looked down, her expression darkening as she hesitated. A curse. Yun Shen held the black-stained object in his hand. Lu Yiling explained, that bone spear Elder used. It's a special cursed artifact. It reduces all of a user's stats by 80%, lasting for 7 full days. That's probably why he decided to leave. Yun Shen brushed his hand over the bone spear, and it vanished. I know a few purification skills myself. She looked up at him. This curse is vicious. You need a 4th turn light archpriest to lift it. Lu Yiling gazed weakly at Yun Shen. My wounds are healed, but my stats are still heavily suppressed. I'm in a completely weakened state. Junior, you should keep going on your own. Don't let me cost you 10 war points. I'll rest for 2 days and then come find you. Suddenly, a blur of motion swept by, back and forth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yiling found herself on Yun Shen's back. Her head was filled with question marks. Yun Shen understood her confusion and said, leaving someone in this state behind? That's not something I can do. Her eyes shifted away as she softly whispered, thank you. Yun Shen carried Lu Yiling up the snowy mountain. She rested her chin on his shoulder and murmured, honestly, it would have been fine if you left me behind. Even in my weakened state, I can defend myself against an average competitor. At worst, I just hand over my war points and run. Yun Shen turned his head slightly, emphasizing, you might be fine against an average competitor, but if you run into Dark Believers, they don't just have hidden classes. They have a second class. To them, Lu Yiling, you are a much bigger target than any war points. She rested her hand on her forehead, sighing. Why are they targeting me? Surely the junior is more annoying than I am. Yun Shen replied, oblivious. You're being humble, President. The number of Dark Believers who died by your hand isn't any less than those who died by mine. Yun Shen added seriously, but President, you don't seem surprised that they are dual-class users. Lu Yiling sighed. My old man has a special status, so I've known about this for a long time. I just didn't expect them to have dual hidden classes. She recalled those dark entities with their glowing eyes. To possess a dual class, they must use the Demon Sovereign's essence, or the War God's essence, Magic God's essence, or Martial God's essence. For convenience, they just call it the War God's essence. Lu Yiling remembered the arrogance on Elger's face when he pierced his opponent. The principle of the War God's essence is like the Demon Sovereign's. It requires the heart of a 4th turn powerhouse, but it's even stronger. It boosts stats and skills, and the user gains a powerhouse class. Lu Yiling frowned in worry. If Elger's 2nd class is also a hidden class, it means the War God's essence he used was forged from the heart of a 4th turn hidden class powerhouse. Yun Shen fell into deep thought. I thought dual classes were hard enough to believe, but dual hidden classes? Just how many more tricks does the Dark World have up their sleeves? Infiltrating this competition. Despite all the uncertainties, he kept moving forward with steady steps. They eventually stopped in front of a large, circular platform, which held 4 smaller, perfectly aligned rings. We're here, she said, surprised as she slid down from Yun Shen's back. I can't believe we reached the extraction point on only the 4th day. According to the rules, this place only activates on the 7th day, Lu Yiling said as she stretched and sat down. We still have plenty of time. Junior, go find somewhere to farm for more points. I had enough of feeling like dead weight. Staying here until the tournament ends is fine, he replied, looking around before teasingly adding that without him, she'd be nothing but a burden. Even eating meant having to steal monster eggs, and they couldn't risk anything else. Besides, their points were already enough to secure a spot in the top 100. There was no need to keep suffering. She giggled shyly at his teasing. As Yun Shen reassured her, just rest easy. The crowd began to pour in as the qualifying round reached its final day. Murmurs filled the air. Some complained, I'm exhausted after 7 days straight. Between fighting monsters and other players, and constantly worrying about backstabs, I haven't slept a wink. This is miserable. These days have been absolute hell, one person muttered. Suddenly, they caught a strange scent. Wait, what is that? It smells so good. They realized what it was. Detecting the famous traditional delicacy of the Ning Junjilong kingdom, the person couldn't help but speculate. Could it be? They froze in disbelief, seeing the two of them casually cooking a meal. Everyone was stunned, speechless at the sight. Yun Shen ate while offering an invitation. Quite a few people wanted to join in, but he shut them down. You have to bring your own chopsticks. I didn't make enough for everyone. They grew furious. The pair in front of them were being unreasonable. We're over here worrying about our lives every single day, and he's just eating hot pot? Are we even in the same tournament? Is there any justice left? While Lu Yiling happily enjoyed her meal, the others couldn't help but feel annoyed, especially at the sight of her eating so heartily. Are you competing? They thought, or are you on vacation? She heard them, rested her chin on her hand, and laughed. It's not a vacation, it's a date. The other's eyes widened in disbelief. How annoying. Who do they think they are? As expected of a top-tier genius from the Ning Junjilong kingdom, bringing a piece of jewelry along and still living this well. The gap between people is just too big. Suddenly, the extraction point emitted multiple green beams of light. Everyone was drawn to it. She and Yun Shen stood up. It's time to go. Tall stones appeared one after another, and everyone stepped inside. They were teleported to the tournament site. Assistant Edward invited the candidates to walk through the passage to the lounge. The staff will collect your recording devices tonight, he announced. The top 100 will move on to the arena rounds tomorrow, Yun Shen said, walking up to ask about the portal that had led them out of the extreme cold ice realm. This is as far as it goes, Assistant Edward replied. That's correct. This is the mandatory path. Everyone must come here to submit their records. He thought back to Elger's sinister gaze and spoke up. In that case, good. I have important intelligence. There are dark followers infiltrated in the qualifiers. They're led by an Elger from the kingdom of Celacia. Every dark follower there has a dual class, he added. Assistant Edward was stunned. What? Dark followers with dual classes? He laughed loudly, dismissing the claim. There's no such thing as dual classers. The Holy Empire guards strictly against that and uses divine artifacts to strip away any disguises. How could dark followers infiltrate? This is absurd. A ridiculous joke. Yun Shen's face darkened as he frowned. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Just arrest them and verify their identities, and that'll be the end of it. Assistant Edward's expression turned ugly as sweat dripped down his temple, and he strained his neck to argue. If there are truly dark followers, it's better to kill the innocent than let one escape. But how do you expect me to believe you? Just based on your word alone? He smiled smugly. Don't worry, I prepared for this. You'll see the truth very soon. Assistant Edward shouted, quiet. A heavy silence fell. Edward calmly instructed. All participants, line up quietly to submit your records. Only then will you be allowed to pass. Quiet. There was a disgruntled grumbling. What the hell is this? Suddenly, everyone was distracted by a scream. Damn it, get off me. Assistant Edward looked up from his clipboard. He demanded in a stern voice. Who is causing a disturbance? Do you not want to compete anymore? Suddenly, demon flower vines sprouted from within someone's body, followed by a chilling, echoed giggle. Several candidates in the tournament were horrified. As the thorny vines climbed up and wrapped around them, they panicked. How is this happening? Is this a branching skill of a plant-type monster? Get them off, Assistant Edward roared. The candidates had actually dared to summon monsters in the capital. Edward pointed at the three, criticizing them. Their behavior is highly suspicious. Disturbing the peace. Arrest them all and take them for interrogation. His subordinates lunged forward with their staves. At night, in a high-class room, he knelt behind the Elger, holding a wine glass. The assistant reported, Grand Commander, after interrogation, it is confirmed that those three were indeed dark followers, and all of them possessed dual classes. The man tilted his head in surprise. That is indeed terrible news. Assistant Edward looked up and explained, Fortunately, we discovered it early. Next, we just need to capture their leader, the Elger. No matter what the Advent organization has planned, it will be thwarted. Edward swirled his wine glass, turned, and said leisurely, Do as you said. I will arrange for someone to handle it. You discovering the dark followers is a great service. His face turned dark and meaningful as he continued. Perhaps we can share a drink to celebrate. Back on the other side, Lu Yiling laughed heartily, making Yun Shen feel a bit awkward. She sat in her chair, propping her cheek on her hand and praising him. Junior, you really are wicked. Specifically ordering the demon flower vines to leave seeds on them. We heard those three were captured. Now we can finally relax, he replied distractedly. It was just a precaution. As long as there are no surprises, Elger won't be able to participate in tomorrow's tournament. Oh, right. President, how is the situation? Has the curse been lifted? Hearing this, Lu Yiling looked dissatisfied and covered her face with her hand. Not yet. I've searched the entire capital. High-level support classers are all busy saving lives. She remembered the scene of wounded contestants lying in hospital beds. Most of them are from powerful nations, even the seeded champions from the 5 great kingdoms. They're all on their last breath. Even the ones in the best condition are cursed and can't compete. The situation is truly miserable. Lu Yuling raised her hand, saying seriously, "So many are heavily injured. I'm afraid some might even be dead." Many holy empires just declare that fierce competition leads to casualties, which is normal, but this situation, in these tournament cycles, I never imagined the look in his eyes would be so cold and resolute. The Dark Believers are definitely making their move, but what could their goal be? Killing off the world's geniuses. That doesn't quite feel right. Regardless, their little scheme ends right here. She handed the item in her hand to him to see. She cheered him on playfully. The tournament schedule is finally wrapped up. Do your best. If you lose on that stage, it'll just be an embarrassment to the Dragon Empire. Take my war spoils and give it your all. Yun Shen took it, examining it as he replied, "I'll do my best." The following day, the stands were packed. Assistant Edwards stood on the high platform, greeting everyone with excitement. "Welcome, everyone, to the arena. After a brutal qualifying round, we have selected the 100 strongest geniuses." He gestured grandly with his hand. Today, these 100 geniuses will face a grueling bracket tournament. As per tradition, this will be broadcast live globally. Just as the world-class contestants stepped out, full of momentum, Assistant Edwards shouted excitedly, "Now, please welcome the competitors to the field." He greeted them warmly. Back at Dongyun Academy, teacher Zhan Sheng was moved to tears. "I never in my wildest dreams thought that our school's students would ever participate in a global tournament. Honestly, being your homeroom teacher is the honor of a lifetime." A teacher gritted his teeth and complained, "Thanks to Yun Shen, the status of newcomers has skyrocketed. He's become the dean's prized student, even on par with the vice principal." "So annoying. Why don't I have a student like that?" Another teacher sighed. At Jingnan University, the final matches began. "Jingnan students, we've made it to the world stage. Come on, check out the action." Someone was peddling snacks. "Get your grilled corn and cola combos here, folks. Just 1 credit per set," Yun Tang said admiringly as she showed off to everyone. "Look, that's my brother. The one competing is my brother. He's the coolest." Back home, Nico watched the screen. As Yun Shen appeared on screen, her mother teased her playfully. "Who knew my daughter would be so interested in fighting? This is a surprise, isn't it? Is he the boy who has your necklace?" Nico felt embarrassed hearing this and turned away shyly. "Mom, stop spouting nonsense. Just focus on the match. I only want to observe and learn from how these powerhouses fight. It's absolutely not because of him that I'm watching." At the arena, Assistant Edward announced, "Contestants." The world-class competitors gazed forward, listening as he announced the results of the qualifiers. "According to tradition, we will now announce the war spoil rankings." Assistant Edward signaled with his hand, and everyone looked at the big screen. Watching the rankings appear, Cilicia, Tanalger, the Holy Empire, Lucy. The Dragon Empire's Yun Shen, Bai Ying, the Akma Empire, the Northern Bear Empire. The stadium erupted in shock. What? Princess Lucy is only ranked 2nd. Who's number 1? From some small country I've never heard of. Diu Ling, the championship seed. Based on what? And that trash from the Dragon Empire is ranked 3? There's something fishy going on here. Diu Ling narrowed her eyes, gritting her teeth in a whisper. Elger is still on the list? What is the organizing committee doing? Don't they realize he's a dark believer? How? How is that possible? Elger glanced at the chaotic crowd with disdain. A little bit of trouble, and they're all losing their minds. The stuff that's truly terrifying has only just begun. Yun Shen stared at him, deep in thought. He frowned with concern. If the guy was still able to show up, he feared there was only one reason. "I hope my guess is wrong." Assistant Edward continued to whip up the crowd. In this tournament, contestants will be divided into groups for battle mode, randomly assigned. The higher the rank, the more national resources you earn. "Now, I hereby declare," he announced. "The second round of the global tournament, the bracket stage, officially begins. Geniuses, fight hard for your nation's resources." Just then, giant crystal spheres floated toward the contestants. The world-class participants looked up in shock at the massive objects. Assistant Edward kept shouting as more spheres descended from above. They stepped inside. Suddenly, Yun Shen and someone else noticed something. The sphere pulled the first 2 contestants into the arena. From afar, Han Baron clicked his tongue. What a fancy way to enter. But meeting a trash who hasn't even changed class in the first round is even more interesting. System update, Moorhen Kingdom, Han Baron, Necromancer class. He wore a savage grin. "Let's end this fight quickly." As he finished speaking, Han Baron summoned dark tentacles towards his opponent. The tentacles grew longer and longer. Around him were skeletal spirits. The system introduced them, Summon necrotic skeleton soldiers, summon necrotic, death knight, summon necrotic skeleton archer. Yun Shen was swallowed by his move into a pool of darkness. Indeed, ending it quickly is better. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red as he lunged toward them. Han Baron was taken aback. What? Shadow step? Shadow cloak? He panicked, realizing, damn it, he's using my monster's shadow to move. Han Baron quickly shifted his gaze, searching. Where is he? He was hiding in the shadow of one of the monsters. Suddenly, a sharp blade was pressed against his neck from behind. Han Baron froze, and that was when he spoke. Not a monster, your shadow. In the end, he had to raise his hands and surrender regretfully. Shadow cloak. It basically counters my class. I can't fight this. I surrender. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. My God, what is that? Why can that guy use weapons from multiple classes and even possess dual-class skills? Yun Shen and Han Baron looked toward the source, stunned. The audience was shocked to see a sphere covered in dark energy. Someone exclaimed in surprise, how is that even possible? Could it be the legendary dual class? Does it really exist? The guy next to him gasped, no way. Absolutely impossible. On Elger's side, he stood in midair with a gaunt frame, gripping a greatsword, surrounded by currents of dark energy. His opponent below had already taken a defensive stance. The black threads of energy coiled like tornadoes, gathering around him. Elger sighed in satisfaction and then laughed like a madman. His face had become terrifying, with his dual-colored eyes and a confident grin. This is the feeling of using my full power. So refreshing. Elger's opponent below, despite some fear, shouted loudly, you arrogant punk, though I don't know how you snuck into the finals, but if you dare to show your face before me. The knight raised his weapon, channeling energy into a powerful strike. Elger's silhouette flickered within the surge of energy being released. Prepare to meet your end. The audience below cheered, whoa, it's the Holy Knight of the Thea Britain Kingdom. He's fought a third-rank mentor to a draw, a true prodigy. Go, crush that arrogant, dark believer. But to everyone's shock, Elger had vanished in the blink of an eye. Clinton gasped, bewildered. Huh? Where'd he go? Elger had somehow materialized right behind Clinton, his face cold and emotionless as he swung his blade toward him. Christian barely managed a side glance before he was sliced in half. Even a pathetic insect dares to run its mouth. Christian's body collapsed, while Elger sheathed his blade with a smug, chilling flare. Who gave you the nerve to stand against me? The spectators below watched in horror. He killed him without a second thought. This dark believer is pure evil. The top genius of the Thea Kingdom. He's dead. This is going to be a disaster. Arrogantly, Elger stomped on Christian's body, laughing as he mocked the weak humans. See that? No matter how much your military tries to cover things up, you can't hide the truth. Multiclassing is real. If you want this kind of power, you must worship the supreme god. He threatened. Next, I'll hunt down every single one of the top geniuses that you hold so dear, one by one. Prepare yourselves to taste the fear of the dark world. Everything that had just happened was being broadcast live. Seeing him act so brazenly, the crowd couldn't hold back anymore. Damn it, just a mere dark believer and he's acting this cocky? This is treason. What are the other geniuses doing? Hurry up and take him down. Meanwhile, a group watching the match on TV looked on in anger. One growled, that miserable wretch. But the older man in the middle remained calm. It's fine. Our nation's prodigy will handle it. Let him revel in his arrogance for a little longer. The masked man, however, was lost in thought. A secondary class really does exist, and it seems incredibly powerful. If there's a chance to get it, joining them might not be such a bad idea. He caught himself, wait, damn it. How could I even think of betraying humanity? But these conflicting thoughts raced through his mind, but it seemed he was already seduced by Elger's power. One thought dominated, to gain another class. That is just too tempting. In the control room, the bald man jumped up, shouting, damn it. How did things turn out like this? Why are you just standing there? Cut the feed. Edward stood up slowly. It's too late. Elger has declared war on all of humanity. Cutting the feed now would only spark needless speculation. The bald man nervously suggested, then let's just let it play out, hopefully for the better. What if he actually takes first place? The public will lose all faith in the future, and morale will plummet. Edward stared ahead. I fear this was the goal of the Advent organization all along. They planned to use the tournament to announce the existence of multiple classes to the world, throwing everyone into a panic while attracting those desperate for power to their side. The bald man grew even more frantic. So what do we do? Edward calmly offered a solution. What if we let him keep fighting? We have Princess Lucy, she's the strongest. She'll take care of everything. Back to Elger. He laughed arrogantly, mocking them. Weak. So weak. Every opponent Elger faced was sent packing by the start of the month. Not a single person survived a confrontation with him. Elger stepped onto the body of a massive man lying motionless on the ground, another one of his victims. He spread his arms, jeering. Is this what you call a genius? You're all just pathetically weak. The audience below was even more terrified. Even the announcers' voices were trembling. The demon of the White Eagle Empire, Klovisky of the Northern Bear Empire. They were all top-tier geniuses. They all died by Elger's hand. That guy doesn't just have hidden class skills. His stats are ridiculously high. Is there truly no one who can beat him? Lu Yiling stood behind them, fuming. If it weren't for this bastard taking advantage of the preliminaries to eliminate any threats to himself, it wouldn't have come to this. If I were in my prime, just entering the arena now would be enough to crush him. Her fists clenched, trembling, with pure, burning rage toward Elger. Damn it. Elger placed a hand on the sword, plunged into the earth, his voice dripping with provocation. Who's next? Who's going to offer up their life? This isn't even enough to satisfy me. Suddenly, a swirling black cyclone appeared behind him. He glanced back to see Lucy standing there. She looked at Elger and smirked. Long time no see, Elger. You're still as detestable as ever. The audience below felt a flicker of hope. Oh my god, she's finally making a move. The strongest genius of the Holy Empire, one of the top seeds to win it all. Princess Lucy. Hurry. Please, princess, kill that maniac. Lucy didn't rush to attack. She gently placed a hand over her heart. Ah, I can feel it. So much expectation from everyone. How touching. Behind Lucy, swirls of dark energy began to manifest. She whispered, "It's so heavy." Behind her, massive, dark wings took shape. She looked like a fallen angel. Let me respond to your wishes. The crowd below erupted in whispers again. Rumor has it that when Princess Lucy was born, there was an omen. She was blessed by God and possessed angelic powers. A spectator stared at her wings, confused. Black wings? That doesn't seem right. Isn't her class supposed to be an angel? A woman nearby couldn't help but chime in. You foreigners. You only hear the surface rumors. It was like that at first, but during an outing, the princess was ambushed by dark believers, and she was in grave danger. She continued. To protect her attendants, the princess voluntarily gave up her holy class to save them. Her image, head held high, spreading those dark wings, was truly that of a fallen angel. Her vacant eyes even leaked dark, black tears. She gained power that, while dark, is far greater, just to save everyone. The woman was moved to tears, and the two people behind her were stunned. She's definitely going to win this tournament. The princess is truly magnificent, just like when she saved her attendants before. Only someone as noble, elegant, and powerful as her could stand up to the evil Elger. The man behind pointed up at the arena, having spotted something. Speaking of fighting the Elger, I actually noticed someone else who's incredibly dangerous. Everyone is so focused on the Elger that they've forgotten about him amidst all the smoke and dust in his arena. This must be where Yun Shen is competing. Like the Elger, he hasn't lost a single fight so far. Plus, his speed in defeating opponents is on par with the Elger. Actually, it seems even faster. He's a participant from the Ning Junji Long Empire. Yun Shen's image appeared, looking utterly cold as he turned his head to glare at the nameless competitor. Just then, the announcer joyfully shouted, "It's time. It's finally here. The strongest genius of the Holy Empire, the woman blessed by the gods, versus the dark follower." It really was an early final. Lucy and Elger were standing face to face, surrounded by the motionless corpses of those he had defeated. The MC's voice rang out again. Everyone, witness her grace. Princess Lucy carries all our hopes. She will surely execute this dark follower. Hearing this, the crowd below roared heroically. Kill him. Kill him. Let him see how foolish it is to betray humanity. He can't even kill a dog from the dark world. Yet he thinks he can defeat the demon race? Elger heard these words, picked at his ear, and looked at them with contempt. So, noisy. Just how many of you do I have to kill to make you shut up? Lucy had flown up at some point, giggling with satisfaction. Hee hee. She clasped her hands together against her chin, wearing a satisfied smile, but to my ears, their voices sounded crystal clear. How beautiful. With those words, she flicked her black wings forward. Dark feathers, countless black feathers, shot out with wind-tearing speed. Elger had no intention of blocking this move. Instead, he used a skill to dodge. Phantom Step. The power of Lucy's attack was immense. It shattered the arena in one go. She smiled, exposing her opponent. During the qualifying rounds, you used despicable methods to eliminate almost all the top-tier geniuses. If they were all still here, would you still dare to be this arrogant? She pulled her wings back, gathering energy for her next attack, her mouth still running. But then again, you only killed the mediocre ones. Lucy flapped her wings, creating a tornado to trap Elger in the center, while giving him a warning. Don't overestimate yourself. Watching from outside the arena, the tornado she created covered the entire field. Only her silhouette could be seen flying in midair. The audience kept cheering. What a terrifying skill. Even a third-class powerhouse probably couldn't withstand that. It's no wonder she's Princess Lucy. She's just too incredible. That bastard must be torn to shreds by now. Ha ha ha. Lucy waved her hand to the side, causing the tornado to vanish. The arena was completely empty, yet she looked down in surprise, not seeing Elger anywhere. He dodged it. No, that's not right. He can use camouflage. Who knows where he's hiding? Instantly, he appeared right behind Lucy before she even realized it. He raised his great blade, gathering momentum for an attack, a victor's smile blooming on his face. My noble princess, where are you looking? She froze in place, her eyes wide with shock. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, glancing behind her with a soft, huh? Beads of sweat had already begun to roll down her face. Elger swung his sword down, Dragon Slayer slash. Lucy instinctively moved her wings in front to block the attack, but the force was so immense that she couldn't hold it and was slammed to the ground. Lucy struggled to stand up after the hit. Cracks were visible on the ground where she landed. He looked down triumphantly from above. She kept forcing herself up, her breathing broken and ragged, panting. Huff, puff. Elger had no intention of sparing his opponent. He gathered strength and dove down. Lucy dodged the attack, thinking, his stats are unbelievably high. I can't take him head-on. I have to create some distance. He smirked, smugly, answering her earlier remark. Lucy, it seems you've misunderstood something. His hands continued to gather energy. Did you really think I attacked first because I was afraid of you girls? An extremely powerful move was unleashed. Abyssal Wind Eye. Lucy couldn't resist it. She could only raise her hands to shield her face, crying out, Erg. Elger instantly teleported to her, gripping her throat tightly. With one hand, he lifted her off the ground, a confident, mocking smile playing on his lips. I just like to keep the danger level as low as possible. Lucy realized what the previous move was, trembling as her throat was crushed. She still managed to gasp out, the abyssal wind eye of a wind lightning mage. I didn't expect you to have a third hidden profession. Elger winked. Congratulations, you guessed right. A smart person like you deserves a reward. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Immediately after, a black hole appeared behind her, ready to send her to the dark world. Receive the favor of the Lord. Lucy panicked, pleading, no, please. She was pulled into the black hole, her hand reaching out in vain. No. After Lucy was pulled inside, the black hole began to close and then vanished. Those watching from the outside witnessed the scene and felt all hope drain away. Everyone was drenched in sweat and terrified. Elger seized the moment to mock them. What's wrong? Why is it so quiet? Weren't you guys so enthusiastic just a moment ago? Say something. The crowd was no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone was terrified. How could this be? Princess Lucy. She lost, and she was even sent to the dark world. It's unimaginable. What kind of torture she'll endure there? I don't believe that even with so many geniuses participating, a dark follower like him can defeat them all. A war of attrition could surely wear him out. Another person was brought onto the stage. He jumped in surprise, not having reacted in time. Elger saw this and gave a terrifying smile. You're my next opponent. The guy immediately turned tail and ran, tears streaming down his face. It's not that I'm giving up. I was automatically teleported here. I don't want to fight. I don't want to die. Let me out. Others in different arenas also began to forfeit one after another. I'm not fighting anymore. If I fight, I'll definitely run into him. 3 hidden professions combined in one person. Who knows? Does he have a 4th hidden profession? Fighting a monster like this is clearly suicide. Let me out. All the contestants were growing terrified. Even Princess Lucy couldn't beat him. How could we possibly stand a chance? Some covered their faces, unable to face reality. It's impossible to win. I don't want to die. Teleport me out of here. Most were terrified for their lives, declaring without hesitation, I want to withdraw. Elger looked up at the sky and laughed loudly and incessantly, like a madman. Ha ha ha. Is this what you call a human genius? Everything that just happened was broadcast live to the whole world. His demonic, distorted voice echoed everywhere, sending the populace into a state of utter terror. The crowd erupted in frantic whispers. Princess Lucy has been defeated. Even other geniuses were paralyzed with fear. If the dog that serves the dark world can do this, what hope is there to fight against a demon descendant? It's over. This world is finished. But one person noticed something. He pointed forward. Wait, there's someone who doesn't seem afraid of him. He's actually stepping onto the arena himself. The MC's voice rang out. Is there still a genius who hasn't been subdued? He's not afraid, and he's not surrendering. He wants to fight. Yun Shen stepped onto the arena, cold and decisive. This farce ends now. Meanwhile, at the Swamp of the Dead, a massive, weathered arena appeared. Inside, everything was in ruins. On a chair, A young woman sat calmly with her legs crossed. It was Xia Qingcheng, flanked by two servants, with three bound men kneeling before her. The man in the middle, seemingly their leader, looked miserable, while the two beside him dared not breathe. Qingcheng spoke up, hiding your headquarters in a monster-infested zone. No wonder you were so hard to find. Within the Ningjunji Long Kingdom, your organization's arrival points have already been wiped out by the military. This place is finished, too. Anything else you want to say? He was furious, Xia Qingcheng. Didn't you retire ages ago to become a university professor? Why are you still hunting us down? He was the supreme commander of the arrival organization, Elvic. Xia Qingcheng replied nonchalantly, who says a university professor can't catch rats? And these are some big rats. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say your arrival organization is effectively extinct, but you don't seem to care much. Elvic laughed, looking up at the sky, and his two men chuckled along. Extinct. You don't understand the situation, Xia Qingcheng. He continued to boast, calculating the timing. My son is currently displaying multiple classes to the entire world, slaughtering his way through the competition. Once humanity sees this, they will be consumed by despair. In their search for survival or greater power, they will choose to become dark believers and surrender to the dark world. Elvic gloated. So what if you destroyed the headquarters? In less than 3 years, the arrival organization will rise again, even stronger than before. It is you humans who are about to be destroyed. Haha. Qingcheng remained unmoved, calmly analyzing everything. What you said is certainly possible, but only if your commander can actually secure the final victory. Then, the person next to her turned on a projector. The image of Yun Shen confronting Elger appeared clearly. Qingcheng confidently asserted. Unfortunately, he is now facing an insurmountable mountain. Shifting to the match, Yun Shen's expression turned dark, his posture imposing and unyielding. Elger saw him and sneered. Yun Shen, I've already given you a few chances to live, yet you still want to die? Come here, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, Elger pointed his blade at Yun Shen. Unafraid, Yun Shen took a step forward. Oh really? I don't remember that. He stomped hard on the ground and instantly teleported behind him. In his hands was the body of a severely injured contestant. I see. So you were spared by me, huh? Elger looked back in shock. When did he get behind me? Yun Shen ignored him and moved the defeated contestant to safety. These participants may not be as strong as you, but unlike you, they never surrendered or fought for the dark world. Even until the very last moment, he continued after putting the person inside a protective bubble. Compared to you, who sold your soul to the dark world for power, it's a completely different story. The other contestants lying on the arena floor were lifted into the air by cyclones. Even though they were now corpses, he used the skill. Beginner martial artist, small cyclone. They were moved to safety. Yun Shen's voice remained steady. It is an honorable defeat. The spectators below buzzed. That's Yun Shen, right? He's not well known internationally, but he seems different from the others. If it's him. Perhaps he really can defeat that dark believer. Seeing this, Elger spoke up, his voice filled with arrogance and contempt. Looks like he gave those humans a glimmer of hope again. But me, his eyes turned ferocious. I love nothing more than extinguishing that hope. Elger lunged forward, using the Dragoon's skill, dragon-slaying charge. Yun Shen stood calmly in place as Elger's attack closed in. Elger slashed down with all his might, but hit empty air. He couldn't help but be surprised, thinking. Again, he disappeared just like that. Yun Shen had instantly appeared behind him, coldly swinging his spear to strike. It's normal for you to be surprised. After all, the other dark believers who saw this move are essentially dead. Fusion skill, spearman's sweep combined with warrior's rage, followed by explosive battle spear. And you are no exception. The strike hit Elger square in the chest, leaving him no time to react. His body contorted upon contact with the spear, and he was sent flying. Without letting up, Yun Shen followed through with another fusion skill. Mage's fireball and shaman's Zephyr Strike. A blue cyclone shot out from the staff in his hand, hurtling straight toward his opponent. Demonic Flame Shield. Elger exerted every ounce of strength to resist, using the Storm Shield, but he couldn't stop Yun Shen. He was swept high into the air by the cyclone. The blue vortex slammed into him while Elger could only watch in terror. He panicked, thinking, how is this possible? The attack hammered home, leaving Elger with no way to defend himself. His body fell freely after that last blow, and he couldn't help but feel terrified. With my high stats, plus my hidden class skills, I was still broken through head-on. He successfully landed safely. Yun Shen jumped high into the air again, thrusting his spear toward Elger, who was lying battered on the floor. But the spot he struck wasn't the real body. He was slightly surprised. An illusion. Immediately after, Yun Shen was surrounded by many Elger clones. A spectator below screamed, "It's this move." The illusion hunter's multi-illusion, Princess Lucy, was defeated because she couldn't tell the difference and attacked the illusions, leaving her vulnerable to his real body. Be careful. The clones flew in a circle at high speed, creating a vortex to trap him inside. Elger gloated, "You naive brat, this is the true power of an illusion hunter." Instantly, all the illusions charged toward him. "You won't even know how you died," Yun Shen said calmly, switching his weapons and skills. Combining his martial arts inch punch with the ice fist, a single strike sent his opponent crashing into the ground. Standing over Elger, who lay motionless on the arena floor, Yun Shen declared, "At least I know how you're going to die." From a distance, a cloud of smoke began to rise from the center of the ring. That was the spot where Yun Shen had beaten Elger to a pulp. The spectators were stunned, shouting, "He knocked him out cold. That Yun Shen is way too strong." His dark minions were like toys to him. "Wait, is he dead?" A man noticed something strange and yelled, "Wait, that's not right. He's still alive." True enough, wisps of smoke began rising from Elger's wounds, and they were healing rapidly. Watching the wounds knit back together, Yun Shen narrowed his eyes. Elger mocked him, "I possess the blessing of one of the 72 demon pillars. My body is immortal. You can't kill me." No sooner had he finished speaking than he received another shock, his eyes widening in pure terror. Ignoring his words, Yun Shen continued his assault, combining martial arts flash steps with his stomping technique, landing a massive kick on Elger. The impact shattered the surrounding stone into pieces. The sheer power of the move was clear. "Then I'll just stomp your body into mush," he shouted, raining down blows. His face was pressed deep into the dirt, but he gritted his teeth in fury. His black eyes widened, with a golden glint appearing in the pupils. Elger roared in frustration, "Damn you. This isn't over yet." He released a wave of dark energy that engulfed the entire area. Yun Shen was pushed back by the shockwave and had to struggle to hold his ground. Elger now resembled a demon, with several tendrils of power appearing behind his back. They looked like wings. "Kid, I don't think you realize the situation," Elger sneered. Yun Shen watched, feeling a flicker of unease, thinking, this sensation. He was no longer human. His entire body had transformed into a demon, leaving only his head in human form. The wings had fully formed. A dark ring hovered behind his back, surrounded by pale blue energy. "I have used 2 War God's intoxications and possess 3 hidden classes." His arms began to glow with blue energy as he screamed in rage at his opponent. "You're nothing but a stray player with no class. At best, you're just a low-tier replacement for me." Phantom Hunter, Dragon Slayer State. Dragon Slayer Power, Wind and Thunder Mage. That surge of power blasted straight toward Yun Shen. Elger continued, "I've never even looked at you as a threat." Yun Shen braced himself as the attack approached. Instantly, a corner of the arena was blanketed in dust. The power of the skill was clear. Without stopping, Elger raised his hand, forming a dark spear. Piercing spear. The dark weapon grew massive, and he launched it downward, creating a violent explosion. The arena floor shattered, with huge chunks of rock flying everywhere. The spectators were terrified. The power of the skill was unbelievable, on a completely different level from before. His stat points were already insanely high, and now he's added the buffs from 3 hidden classes. I can't imagine how strong he is. We're doomed, we're doomed. Elger descended, looking smug. This is the immense power only the Dark World can bestow. Through the smoke, a silhouette was visible. It was Yun Shen, lying motionless after taking the hit. Elger swung his blade down, wreathed in red energy, aiming straight. Feel it with your life. But suddenly, Elger's attack was blocked by a golden weapon. It was Yun Shen in his 10,000 wheels hyper-dominant state. He blocked Elger's blade effortlessly with just one hand. Elger felt something was wrong, his teeth chattering. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. How can he block my attack? What is going on? Yun Shen moved his arm closer to Elger's head. He said coldly, like playing with stat points, "As you wish." His golden hand reached toward his opponent's head, preparing to flick his forehead. With one flick, Elger was sent flying, crashing headfirst into a large rock and spitting up blood uncontrollably. Instantly, Yun Shen teleported to him and swung his sword. Elger managed to reflexively block with his blade, gritting his teeth in agony. The force was so strong it shattered the boulder behind him. Yun Shen raised his light sword, which was crackling with golden energy. He gathered his strength for a final blow, a fusion of Magic Swordsman's blazing slash and Berserker's violent strike. The strike unleashed immense power, impaling Elger through the large rock and sending him flying straight out of the arena, where he slammed into the ground. The audience watched with their mouths agape. They were stunned, thinking, This is an arena specially prepared for the championship finals. Even a third transition powerhouse would find it hard to destroy, yet it's shattered. These two are even more monstrous than the last." Elger is like a cockroach that refuses to die. After such a powerful hit, he managed to crawl back up. Damn it. His face was drenched in blood as he spat out each word in fury. I used 3 portions of the war god's intoxication. How can I not beat you? Yun Shen stood coldly before him. Because, you know, push-ups are very important. Elger's eyes widened in confusion. Push. Push-ups? Before he could react, his throat was gripped by a hand and he was lifted into the air. Elger's power began to fade as he struggled to break free. Cough. Cough. Yun Shen repeated his earlier arrogant claim back to him. You just said I couldn't kill you? Elger's body shook in pain, but he remained arrogant. I received the blessing of a peak demon lord. Even if you shatter my organs, bones, and muscles, I won't die. You're stacking all these buffs. The side effects must be massive, right? You'll die soon enough. Ha ha ha. Yun Shen responded indifferently. Is that so? A flame appeared in his palm, a green flame. His fusion skill, his finger touched Elger's throat, simultaneously casting the mage's fireball and the magic swordsman's blazing blast. Instantly, a green inferno erupted in the middle of Ningjiangji-do City and within the colossal flames. With the silhouettes of Yun Shen and Elger flickering in the distance, the spectators in the stands, seeing a glimmer of hope in the scene before them, cheered excitedly. There's still one more move. Since no attack can kill him, just burn him alive. I don't believe he'll still be alive after being reduced to ashes. We won. We're about to win. Hurry. Burn him to death. Yun Shen didn't let go of Elger until he was charred black, nearly turning into coal within the flames. Elger's entire body was still emitting blue fire as he slumped limply to the floor. The audience's shouts grew relentless. Burn him to death. Burn him. Yun Shen finally couldn't maintain the Yun Shen Luwen state any longer. He reverted to his normal form, panting heavily, breathless, and exhausted. Huff. Puff. The side effects of Yun Shen Luwen are extreme. My stats are nearly wiped out. He cast a weary gaze forward. The backlash is too strong. Even an ordinary person would be hard for me to deal with right now. Seeing Elger charred like a lump of coal, still smoking and lying motionless on the ground, Yun Shen felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, it's all over. Those watching the live broadcast erupted in applause. Ah, he won. The hidden class immortal body, doesn't that mean he was defeated by our own kind? He won. The world still has a future. Haha. Hero Yun Shen is a true hero. Just then, someone noticed something unusual and raised a hand. Wait. Am I seeing things on the screen? Elger's arm. Did that guy's arm just move? The people watching the match live realized it too. They became frantic. What? He moved? It's over. Yun Shen is clearly in a weakened state. He can't possibly be his match. My god, he didn't actually die. It's no wonder they call Elger the Leech King. He sat up once more, let out a laugh, and sneered. You thought mere flames could burn me to death? How naive. Yun Shen retorted. Mere flames? You're underestimating my fire. Even if I'm weak, it's still an S-rank existence with a special effect. It burns the soul. Even if you're immortal. So what? Elger began to feel dizzy, caught off guard by Yun Shen's words. After bathing in fire for so long, your soul is already fading. Elger's eyes rolled back, his body couldn't hold on any longer, and he collapsed. Damn it, my consciousness is fading. His expression was one of absolute shock. Is this what death feels like? His vision was closing in. I'm about to meet my maker, but I still want to take my opponent with me. I can die, but he absolutely cannot remain. Sooner or later, he will bring disaster to the world. Dai Ling, standing in the stands, sensed something wrong and shouted in panic. This is bad. He struggled to lift his arm, muttering, Ma Zun, please accept my final offering. A black hole began to appear behind Yun Shen. Elger's arm trembled. He poured his remaining strength into this move. Gate of inverse direction lock. Yun Shen realized what it was. A divine item? He thought heavily, looking back. A suicide move. It was within my expectations. My remaining magic is just enough to use the divine item once. Suddenly, a mark was etched onto his neck. Yun Shen cried out in pain, Urgh! He clutched the mark on his neck, frozen in place. The black hole formed, closing in. He's locked onto me with his soul-hunting mark. Once activated, it never stops until you're dead. It's over. I can't dodge it. A hand touched his face. It was Dai Ling. She pulled Yun Shen away from the black hole. Junior. This black hole is growing. It's sucking in everything it touches. She stared at the scene in horror, terrified. It's too dangerous. We almost got hit. Yun Shen turned to warn her. President, you shouldn't be here. My soul-hunting mark has been activated. The black hole surged upward, aiming straight for Yun Shen. His voice remained steady. It's a guaranteed hit. The black hole plummeted, dragging Yun Shen and Dai Ling inside, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The spectators below gasped in fear. Elger began to dissipate, a winner's smirk still on his face. So what if you're strong? In the end, I'm the one who wins. His head began to dissolve, but he forced a shout, leaving one last message. What kind of fate awaits a human who falls into the dark world? Do I even need to say? Just wait to be torn apart by Lord Mazui. Ha, ha, ha. After that, he completely vanished. Even though Elger was defeated, no one could feel happy. Damn it, we clearly won, but these hateful dark followers. If they can't win, they just play this sacrifice card. It's disgusting. A young elf girl placed a hand over her heart in worry. How could this happen? A hand, veins popping, slammed down onto the table. It was Principal Dai Fu. He was furious and shouted, "Bastards! What is the organizing committee doing? Why didn't the high-level experts on duty do anything throughout the match? Is everyone responsible for security dead? We never should have let them participate." Just then, a girl ran in, panicked. "Principal, something terrible has happened. Inside a giant orb, there's a silhouette of someone." The girl continued to report. The flow of time in the Academy Square is experiencing violent fluctuations. Trees and architecture nearby are beginning to rot and weather away. Many students have been caught in the aftermath. Inside that orb is Yun Tang, Yun Shen's younger sister. Her eyes were wide, vacant, and tears were streaming down her face. A panicked voice rang out. Yun Tang's power is spiraling out of control. Students outside shouted to each other, "Run, don't go near her." Just a moment ago, when I got close, half of my body turned into an old man. Who on earth is that girl? From inside the orb, the girl gritted her teeth and uttered each word, "Brother. Brother." Perhaps after learning that Yun Shen had been taken to the dark world, Yun Tang had lost control of her power, causing it to erupt. Back at Qingcheng, Elvic knelt below, laughing mockingly. Victory still belongs to the Advent organization. The only genius who defeated Elger is dead. Humanity will finally fall into despair. Her face darkened. She didn't reply to him. Beside her, Xiao Yu transformed her arm into iron chains. "You still dare to laugh?" Those chains tightly bound Elvic's neck, making him cough up blood. She threatened him relentlessly. "Try laughing again." "Go ahead, keep laughing." Xiaoling also spoke respectfully. "Master, Mr. Yun." Qingcheng replied calmly. "Being sent to the dark world isn't a death sentence. Honestly, I was planning on sending him there anyway. I'm just doing it a bit ahead of schedule." She bit her fingertip, looking confident. "I trust my own judgment. This predicament isn't enough to take down Yun Shen. Somewhere else." A black hole appeared, swallowing Yun Shen and Dai Ling. It slowly vanished, leaving them both in freefall. They landed hard on the grass. Yun Shen used his hand to shield his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Dai Ling asked from behind, "Is this the dark world?" The other person replied, "It's exactly as Teacher Xia described." It was completely different from what they had imagined. Suddenly, a miserable cry of pain rang out from behind Yun Shen. "Ah!" Yun Shen turned back to see her writhing in agony. Bracing his hands on the ground, he panicked. "Damn it, I almost forgot. The air here is saturated with dark energy. I'm not affected, but the president is different." Yun Shen knelt beside Dai Ling to reassure her. "President, hang in there." He pulled out a potion and downed it in one gulp. Then he summoned his staff, ready to help Dai Ling. As the staff drew near, a layer of protective energy gradually enveloped her entire body. Basic priest skill. Purification. She twisted on the ground, surrounded by wisps of dark energy. While Yun Shen struggled to maintain the barrier for her, he silently calculated. "I'm still in a weakened state. Even with mana replenishing potions, I can't use purification many more times." Suddenly, he noticed something. He glanced behind him to observe. It was a demon spawn, looking rather harmless. He instantly became alert. "This is bad, it's a demon spawn." The creature reacted even more hysterically. Terrified at the sight of two humans, it immediately turned and ran. "Oh no, the evil humans are attacking. They're going to massacre our village. Lord Guards, save me." Yun Shen's eyes went wide with surprise. Dai Ling weakly reached out after it. "We can't let him get away." But he quickly reminded her, "Don't move. We don't have that kind of energy to spare." Yun Shen popped the cap off another potion. He prepared to drink it, with a few more vials floating nearby. As he drank, he said, "The dark energy in this world is infinite. Purification can only delay the inevitable. President, you have to adapt to this environment, or sooner or later, you'll be eroded and turned into a monster." She replied with great difficulty, "I know, I'm trying." Dai Ling bit her lip hard. Her whole body was trembling, but she was resolute. "It's just a bit of dark energy." Suddenly, she surged up. A powerful blue aura erupted around her, accompanied by arcs of lightning. Don't even think about consuming me. A black tail had sprouted from behind Dai Ling, and she was back to her healthy, normal self. Yun Shen, standing beside her, said, "You did it." Dai Ling stood with her hands on her hips, explaining, "My final two elements are yin and yang. Since yin and dark energy have some similarities, it actually helped me." Behind Dai Ling, a troop of demon spawns was swarming toward them. He stood watching them, but he knew now wasn't the time to let his guard down. The demon spawns looked at them and arrogantly shouted, "Lowly humans must die. Offer their corpses to the god." Then they all shouted in unison, "Kill them." Yun Shen looked at them with some caution. These demon spawns weren't strong looking at them. They were only at the first or second transition level. "But my weakened state won't wear off for another half hour. President, you're also suffering from that curse. This won't be an easy fight." No sooner had he finished speaking than Dai Ling grabbed his arm. Instantly, he found himself on her back. A million question marks appeared in his head. As Dai Ling ran, she gave him the final answer. "Well, obviously, the choice is not to fight. Hold on tight, Junior." He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a decisive retreat." The demon spawns saw this and chased after them, shouting loudly, "Chase them, don't let them escape." Use Obsidian Gaze. Because she was carrying Yun Shen, Dai Ling faced quite a few difficulties. She dodged their attacks. Long-range attacks coming. "It's time to test my movement, Junior. Pay attention and don't fall off." Dai Ling glided, dodging incoming strikes, while his hands remained gripped tightly around the person behind her. After a long chase, blood dripped from her mouth. She had clearly been hit many times. Yet, she insisted, a perfect dodge. "You got a solid foundation, Senior." Yun Shen looked at the injured Dai Ling and retorted, "The only perfect dodge was me, not you." She made a sudden burst of speed instead of answering, taking long strides as she pushed forward. Dai Ling's body had started bleeding severely, covered in wounds. She smiled as if she had achieved her goal. "Ha, just minor injuries. Besides, we've arrived." He asked, confused. "Arrived?" Dai Ling planted her feet and braked hard. Yun Shen stepped down. Dai Ling, however, was so exhausted she couldn't stand straight. He looked at what was in front of them and asked in surprise, "President, could it be?" She couldn't even stand still. But she still tried her best to announce, "This is it. I spent all day looking for this perfect terrain." Suddenly, Dai Ling grabbed his wrist and threw him straight inside. "I don't have the energy to carry you anymore. Get in there and hide. Don't run outside and cause trouble for me." Yun Shen, having no strength left, collapsed to the ground. A moment later, he sat up abruptly and slowly analyzed the situation. "Damn it. The only benefit of this terrain is that as long as I defend the entrance, I can protect myself. But the disadvantage is also clear. President, making a last stand at the cave entrance means losing all room to maneuver. There's no chance to retreat." He stared at his own hands and reached a conclusion. "Right now, even if I join the fight, I'm just a burden. My weakened state still has 18 minutes left. I have to push through it." Yun Shen shouted at Dai Ling, who was standing guard at the cave entrance. "President, if you can't hold out, you have to run. Don't push yourself to the end." She stood tall, confidently assuring him, "Running away isn't my style. Come on, let's fight a battle that risks everything." At the cave entrance, smoke filled the air. An image of Dai Ling appeared. She was fighting powerfully against the entire army of demon spawns. They continuously launched skills like Devastation, Explosive Flame, and Blood Claws. Obsidian Gaze. Dai Ling wasn't one to be outdone. She unleashed her skill, Parting Extinction. Her single attack clashed with a barrage of their moves. On top of that, having already taken too many hits, she gradually weakened. Quickly unable to hold them off, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. Plus, having taken so many hits, she's weakening rapidly. She couldn't hold on any longer and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it. This little flame really doesn't work. Yun Shen stood inside the cave, anxiously calling out to the guild master. But his reason held him back. He couldn't go out. "If I go out now, I'll just be a burden. I have to control myself until I overcome this weakened state." Lu Yiling is holding the line outside. She turned back and secretly smiled with satisfaction. As expected of my junior, he didn't let his emotions cloud his judgment. His reasoning is very sharp. She exerted her power, manifesting fox ears and a tail. Magic spells consumed too much mana to be used in a prolonged fight. Her eyes widened, flashing red, and her nails grew sharp. Making a resolute choice, Lu Yiling transformed into her half-human, half-fox form, a state better suited for close-quarters combat. "Get him!" A roar erupted. Heavenly Flame Claw. The demons knew no fear. They all charged at once. "All humans deserve to die. If we let you live, you'll only slaughter us. Die." Lu Yiling angrily shouted back at them. "Don't flip the narrative. You demons are the ones who deserve to die." A chaotic melee broke out. Lu Yiling charged right into the middle of the demon pack. She attacked frantically, but they were too numerous, and she was already injured. A demon struck her in the back, and immediately after, a barrage of attacks surrounded her. After a long brawl, Lu Yiling collapsed, panting heavily, appearing to have exhausted all her strength. She pondered to herself, to be beaten so miserably by a bunch of low-level demons, it really is like a tiger falling to the plains only to be mocked by dogs. Yet, the demons seemed fearful of her remaining power. Are humans really that scary? She's clearly so badly wounded. Why can she still hold on? Is she immortal? Besides, with her strength, she could have easily run away. But she didn't. Hearing that, the corner of Lu Yiling's mouth curled up, and she firmly asserted, running away is impossible. I am bound to protect someone with great potential. Yun Shen, listening from within the cave to her words, knew that although he didn't know how he did it, his junior's potential was truly limitless. Every day he grew stronger. As long as Yun Shen could continue to grow, he would bring infinite possibilities to humanity. Then, Lu Yiling placed her hand on her chest and declared loudly, trading my life for his is completely worth it. A demon from the pack lunged forward. She shouted angrily, in your dreams, none of you are going to survive. Despite her fierce attitude, the fact that she was completely spent was undeniable. She didn't forget to advise Yun Shen Jr., I'm at my limit. With your intelligence, there must still be a way to stall for time, to overcome this weakened state. Finally, the demon's great blade swung down. Lu Yiling just managed to say her final parting words. I guess this date has finally come to an end. The demon screamed, go to hell. Suddenly, his blade was blocked by an arm and shattered into two. Yun Shen's voice rang out, no, the date is still ongoing. Lu Yiling couldn't help but be surprised, asking, Junior, why is your weakened state over? In his current state, Yun Shen looked a bit tattered but still looked cool as he replied, not yet, 3 more seconds. But 3 seconds is no trouble at all. Invincibility rank S+ for 3 seconds, immune to all damage and crowd control. The demon with the broken blade was in a state of absolute panic. He then ordered his minions to charge. How can this be? This kid is trouble. Quickly, charge and kill him. They all rushed at him at once. Each one used a different technique, shouting, kill him, evil human, die. Yun Shen's face grew cold and dark. His hands were striking while his mouth kept murmuring, skill, fusion. Countdown started. His fist converged into a blue flame. Mage Fireball spell plus martial arts, rising punch 2. The countdown ended. Yun Shen shouted and threw a punch toward them. Rising cloud demon flame punch. The flames quickly incinerated all of them. Nothing could be heard but screams of pain. Lu Yiling finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. She took something out and replied, not necessarily. Encountering these demons was just a coincidence. Yun Shen smeared something onto the mark on his neck. But if I don't deal with this, the pursuit could turn into a real situation. The mark was blurred by the substance to disguise it. He cast his gaze into the distance. Besides, there's something over there that I'm interested in. A while later, at the cave, where Yun Shen and Lu Yiling had once held their ground, a burly demon who seemed very powerful was walking closer. Following him was another demon. Kalata coldly asked the one behind him, the aura of the soul tracking mark ends here. Are you sure a human appeared? The other demon, terrified, knelt down and begged, my lord, supreme demon of the Doan Da demon race, how would I dare to lie to you? Everything is true. He looked back gloomily. According to your description, that person must be Yun Shen, but I don't know what trick he used to hide the soul tracking mark. I can only track it to here. The subordinate quickly guessed. Could it be that the damnable human has already run away? Kolata cast his eyes toward the high mountains in the distance. He said silently, run? They can't, because in front of them lies a dead end. He continued his explanation. That place is the boundless forbidden mountain range. Legend says it's a land forbidden by the gods. No one can enter. Even the 72 demon lords cannot, let alone cross it. Having said that, Kalata stepped forward. They will definitely be stopped there. Only then could one see his face, along with a very triumphant smile. Every step radiates power, and I only need to slowly follow them. The only thing waiting for them is death. Elsewhere, in the high, towering mountains, in a rustic place, heavy breathing echoed. Huff, huff, huff. It was the sound of Yun Shen. At that moment, he was doing push-ups. When the curtain was lifted and Lu Yiling entered, she exclaimed in surprise, Junior, you're really diligent in your training, even in this dark world. You never stop. Yun Shen raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face. Body training is very important. In his heart, he knew clearly that. Attribute points and skill points all rely on daily quests to accumulate. I can't stop, even for one day. Besides, In front of Yun Shen was a summary of his quest information, Global Competition Tournament Quest. Realizing that the host has received first place in the global tournament, it will grant the highest reward for this quest to the host. Achievement: Champion of the Global Competition Tournament. Reward: S plus space, S rank World Stone. Potions of luck, blueprints, and empty rooms. Yun Shen whispered to himself, feeling like he hit the jackpot with the rewards from the competition mission. Staring at the items on the screen, Yun Shen fell into deep thought. Considering how the spatial items could be used to expand his own storage or treasures, these spatial voids were incredibly powerful. Many big shots used them to build mobile palaces. Even treasures like those belonging to Teacher Ha were crafted using these spatial voids. The effect of the boundary-breaking stone was straightforward. It could force gear or items to break their limits. It could push the item's grade to a much higher tier. The Potion of Luck speaks for itself, but this empty blueprint. This was something completely unheard of. It must be a special item that only the system could provide, where the final grade depends entirely on the materials used. Outside, Lu Yiling felt ignored, while Yun Shen remained lost in his own train of thought. If I have the right materials, maybe I can create something incredible, she asked, a bit flustered. Junior, what are you spacing out for? Let's just eat breakfast. Only then did Yun Shen snap back to reality. As they sat down to eat, Lu Yiling suddenly sighed. It's lucky I still had some monster meat left from the extreme frost abyss in my bag, otherwise we'd have starved to death. She picked up a piece of food and added happily. But then again, it's also lucky you managed to find this village in the middle of nowhere. She looked at the spider webs in the corners. Though it's a bit run down and seems like it's been abandoned for 15 years, it's better than sleeping under the stars. While eating, Yun Shen brought up the past. Guild leader, I find some parts of this competition puzzling. If this was a global-scale event, the Holy Empire should have arranged high-tier experts to maintain order, yet from start to finish, they did nothing. He recalled the image of Elger in his mind. During the match, the preliminary rules only allowed basic potions, even food was banned. So how was Elger able to bring in a curse item? Especially when, even after I reported the Dark Believer issue to the higher-ups, he was still allowed to compete as if nothing happened. He held his chopsticks, ready to grab another bite. If I'm not wrong, I suspect. Lu Yiling's attitude suddenly tensed. Her chopsticks shot out, pinning his down in a split second. Stop talking. Lu Yiling's voice dropped, warning him. I know what you want to say, but we have no evidence. Whatever it is, it's just speculation. Right now, the most important thing for us is how to get past the challenge ahead. Yun Shen sat up straight, his face darkened, only to reveal a faint, cold smirk. It seems like the guild leader already has the answer in her heart, but she just doesn't want to face it. To avoid escalating the tension, he quickly urged, let's eat and get moving. Once they finished, they left. On the way, she softly called out, Junior, as they stood before a towering mountain. Looking at the jagged peaks, Lu Yiling asked curiously, is this your destination? It doesn't look very promising. The mountains are dense and green, creating a majestic natural landscape, but crossing this will be truly difficult. Yun Shen looked up and assessed the terrain, but this is the only place we can go. 2 humans suddenly appeared and killed so many demons. Things must be in chaos by now. Both of them turned around to look behind them. There was only death waiting on the path back. Standing before the vast, boundless mountain range, his voice remained steady. I've used my detection skills all around. Within 1,000 miles, there isn't a single trace of life. With our food reserves, we can't go around. We have no choice but to head forward. Standing on the cliff, Yun Shen suddenly raised a question. Besides, there's one thing I'm very concerned about. I can vaguely sense a familiar aura coming from inside. He voiced his biggest doubt. What on earth is on this mountain? Lu Yiling turned and knocked on the mountain face. It felt very solid, not like something that could be broken by force. I'm afraid we're stuck here. Yun Shen reached out and suggested, let me try a skill. The moment he touched it, the barrier vanished. He gasped in surprise as the barrier faded, revealing a path on the other side of the cliff. She was equally shocked. Junior, what did you do? He quickly denied it. I didn't do anything. It opened on its own. Observing the front, Yun Shen couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect there to be a cave here. The 2 of them immediately jumped over. As soon as they entered, the scene before them left them frozen. Lu Yiling stepped closer, wanting to touch what was inside. What is this? A corpse. Just a second later, she realized in horror. These are all coffins. Yun Shen grabbed her hand, trying to stop her. Don't touch them. He urged her with all his might. He felt like this was something very bad. It's best not to touch them. His pupils dilated. Even worse, these coffins gave him a very familiar feeling. Looking at the piles of coffins, Yun Shen fearfully speculated on the source of that feeling. Could the person inside be someone he knew? Or am I one of them? Is this place my hiding spot? Damn it, This feeling is terrible. I don't want to stay here a second longer. A moment later, Yun Shen stepped forward and called out to Lu Yiling. In any case, let's get out of here first. She didn't want to stay either and replied, yeah. Watching his back, Lu Yiling was a bit surprised. The emotions surging within her junior were intense. It was the first time she'd seen him like this. Elsewhere, Colada screamed, What is going on? He stared intently at the protective barrier outside, the place they had just passed, the forbidden mountain range that absolutely could not be entered. It was broken. Colada couldn't believe it, scratching his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things, but it was truly broken. Colada stood there, muttering to himself. Legend has it that 15 years ago, the boundless mountain range suddenly fell from the sky. When it landed, it brought divine light that caused heaven and earth to shift. The story continued. Just the shockwave from that event caused everything within thousands of miles to be wiped out. Even 15 years later, no life could exist there. A crimson eye stared coldly at the world. The only one who could pull off such a feat is the god of destruction. All life around it was destroyed, as if it were a warning that entry was forbidden. Next is the scene where the demon kin gather. If it's something belonging to a descending god, it's also an immense temptation for the 72 demon lords who stand at the pinnacle. After over a decade of probing, they discovered the god showed no signs of making a move. The high-ranking ones chose to join forces, and what remains is nothing but a blood-drenched battlefield. In the end, no matter what methods they tried, they couldn't get in and eventually had to give up. Colada trembled as he said, It's a place even the top-tier demon venerables can't enter. Now that it's been exposed, he quickly turned around after a moment of speculation. This situation had far exceeded his control. He had to report this to Duan Ye immediately. After the demon lord returned to Yun Shen's side, the boy stood with his arms crossed, silently deep in thought. Meanwhile, Ling, who was cooking a pot of soup nearby, suddenly felt the mark on her chest vanish. She also realized it and cheered with joy. The tracking mark is finally gone. Junior, we should think of a way to go home. Seeing that the person in front of her didn't seem to notice, Ling curiously called out, Junior. At this, Yun Shen was startled and replied, Ah? Sitting across from him, she asked with concern, Junior, what's wrong? Ever since you saw those coffins, you've been dazing off frequently. Are you thinking about the coffins, or are you homesick? He smiled gently and replied, I am, indeed, a bit homesick. Primarily, he was worried about Yun Tang, and at the same time, his mind was preoccupied with the business of the coffins. Of course, he cared deeply about the coffins, but he had absolutely no leads. His train of thought continued. There was no point in dwelling on it further. In his mind, he recalled a skill with a green cross-shaped symbol. As for how to get home, it wasn't impossible. After all, he still had the Rebirth Soul 10-character seal on him. If he died, he might be able to respawn in the human world. Yun Shen stared silently at Ling, who was dishing out food in front of him. But that was just a possibility. What if he respawned in the dark world? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Moreover, even if he succeeded, it would mean leaving the guild leader alone in the dark world, which was a rather cowardly way to go. It was then that he stood up and spoke, Guild leader. Next, I plan to head to a demonkin town to look around. I'll gather some basic intel. You just stay here and wait for my return, okay? He thought to himself. The guild leader is more than capable of protecting herself now. Ling was startled and asked in surprise, What? A human like you running to a demonkin town? Isn't that just throwing your life away? Yun Shen calmly replied, Of course, I won't be using my human identity. His entire body then began to transform from the feet up, quickly becoming like a demonkin. The disguise process still couldn't hide his good looks. In fact, he looked even cooler. This time, I looked like a demonkin. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at a place that resembled a town for demonkin. The beings living here dressed no differently from regular humans. When they saw Yun Shen pass by, they exclaimed in astonishment, Whoa, that guy looks so cool. Looks like he's from the Dark Knight demon race, but a bit different. Must be a half-breed. He cast a glance around and assessed the situation internally. Although there were certain differences in appearance, the way of life for the demon kin wasn't much different from humans. He didn't see any technological products, perhaps they didn't develop in that direction, or maybe it was just because this area was too remote. Yun Shen stopped in front of an eatery and made a decision. If that's the case, a place like this is quite decent for gathering intel. The receptionist inside saw a customer enter and enthusiastically greeted him. Sir Dark Knight Demon, what would you like? He raised a finger to signal, Give me a few signature dishes. Yun Shen glanced at some demonkin sitting at a table playing games. He thought to himself, It seems even demons are racist. Using the Dark Knight matriarch's skill, my appearance seems to resemble the Dark Knight demon race more. He sat down at a table, leaned in, and got to work. Time to gather some intel. Low-level skill. Hunter's sensory enhancement. Countless whispers overlapped and echoed in his head. That damn lord, won't he stop? My son is only 16 and he's already been dragged off to be cannon fodder. Did you hear? The captain of the Luoda squad has become a mid-tier demon. So impressive. When will room prices ever drop? The things he heard didn't satisfy Yun Shen. Too much useless information, it needed to be filtered. Suddenly, an arm slammed a plate in front of him, not that he was sure it was even food. Customer, your order is here. Live marinated demon octopus tentacles and swamp bubbles. Please enjoy. The waiter handed him a piece of paper. Also, here is your bill. Yun Shen carefully read the contents. 3 demon crystals. He sighed internally. Being able to read the script and language linked to the human world saves a lot of trouble. He pulled out 3 purple coins and gave them to the other person. This is just a personal guess, but the demon kin I killed dropped a lot of these. They must be money. Yun Shen glanced down at the plate of food in front of him. His hand trembled. Time to take a gamble. As for these dishes, I hope my stomach can handle them. After leaving the eatery, he walked and muttered, the taste is not bad. But just thinking about that strange thing being in my stomach makes me feel gross. He sighed with a bit of satisfaction. Still, it was all worth it. Having spent all that time, he had gathered quite a bit of intel. Yun Shen began to interpret the operating mechanism of this dark world. It was different from the human world. The dark world didn't merge with the game. It had always existed. It had always possessed magic power. Because the density of magic power was extremely high, the dark world hadn't developed science or technology. Additionally, the demon-kin ranks were divided differently from humans. Low-tier demon, mid-tier demon, high-tier demon, and demon venerable, corresponding to humans' first, second, third, and fourth class advancements. Images of demon-kin who looked very strong appeared in his mind. The top-tier powerhouses among the high-tier demons were called demon lords. Most of them had their own territories, and the 72 Pillars of Demons was a nickname for the most peak-tier group among the demon venerables. He kept thinking while raising his hand to touch his neck, where the mark Elger had carved was located. At the same time, he was also the ruler of his own race. For now, he only knew this much. The sea god's fat would be used up sooner or later. The soul-tracking mark had to be dealt with. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his gaze shifted cautiously to observe the demon-kin behind him, who were panicked and running as if they were being chased by dogs. Run. The guards and the Lord are here to press gang us for cannon fodder again. Don't take me. I don't want to go to the battlefield. Rover directly led the group of guards. He raised his holy lance and shouted loudly, What are you running for? Being able to go to the battlefield is your honor. Giving your life for the great demon lord is your supreme glory. Immediately, he ordered the guards to rush forward. Hurry. Take anyone between the ages of 15 and 60, regardless of gender. The subordinates replied in unison. Yes, those. Unfortunate demon kin who were caught resisted fiercely. Glory, if it's so great, why don't you go to the front lines? I don't want to die. Let me go. The guards quickly noticed Yun Shen standing tall and unafraid. Hey, why is that brat standing so still? He's very calm. Another guard shouted, Calm? He's probably scared, stupid. Hurry and grab him. He slowly walked closer and then calmly said, No need for you to grab me. I'll go myself. He thought to himself, This is, on the contrary, an opportunity. At the fortress of Thigh Locker, a carriage escorted by guards was rolling into the city. The captured demons, including Yun Shen, were all gathered in one spot. Above them stood the captain of the guards and a fairly high-ranking demon, Baha. He voiced his confusion. Deacon, why have you come here? Baha. Replying curtly, the deacon said, The Lord is away for a while, so I am here to inspect the quality of the new recruits on his behalf. He stepped forward and barked, Let's begin. Yes. He spread his arms and shouted to those below, Congratulations. You have gone from mere commoners to formidable warriors. From now on, you will dedicate your lives to this great world and to the great Lord. Why haven't you knelt to swear your absolute loyalty yet? A demon couldn't take it anymore and pointed straight at Rover, shouting, Who wants to be loyal to you? It's clear you forced us here. I won't be a meat shield. I want to go back right now. A miserable shriek echoed out. Ah. Rover kicked the insolent man, leaving him flattened on the ground in an instant. The man's eyes rolled back as he spat blood. The rest of the recruits, seeing this, were trembling and instinctively backing away. That's too cruel. Why? He didn't even do anything. He just argued back. Rover clenched his fist, exerting his intimidation. Do you know why I'm the one training you and not the other way around? Because I am stronger than you. In this world, power does the talking. He roared. Why aren't you kneeling yet? Immediately after, all the demons knelt flat on the ground without a sound, except for Yun Shen, who remained coldly standing still in the back. Rover, seeing this, grew furious, pointed at him, and shouted, "You brat over there, why aren't you kneeling?" Yun Shen looked at him with contempt, "Because you're not worthy." Rover laughed mockingly, "Ha ha ha, not worthy? You dare say the strongest person here isn't worthy?" He leaned in close and growled, "Kid, where did you crawl out from? What's your name?" A soldier behind him reported, "Captain Rover." While looking at Yun Shen, his registered name is Vu Tech, just enlisted today as a foot soldier. He looks very unfamiliar. He might be from the outside. Getting his answer, Rover turned back to the high-ranking demon, Baha. "Well, Deacon, even though we are short on troops, for the sake of discipline, if I kill one or two, the Lord surely won't hold it against me, right, Baha?" Sporting a look of slight annoyance, he replied, "Of course, this is a necessary sacrifice." Rover happily stretched his limbs. "Then I won't give him a chance to beg for mercy. I'll take his corpse." Before he could finish, Rover was kicked and hung on the fortress gate, to the point where he was spitting blood but still didn't stop, finishing his unfinished sentence. He was kicked flying far away by Yun Shen, still not understanding what had just happened. "What is this? I got hit. I got hit by a recruit." Two fingers, channeling a sword aura wrapped in blue flames, were pointed at his temple. The blue flames burned intensely. Yun Shen, who had appeared beside him, said calmly, "It seems the strongest person here isn't you." He walked away, leaving the captain to be consumed by the fire. Before long, the flames subsided as there was nothing left inside. The others immediately showed fear. "The captain is dead. He didn't even put up a fight. He's already dead." The captain's strength was already in the high-tier demon range. Baha realized this was not a good situation. Something wasn't right. This Vutich is clearly a high-tier demon. He turned around, wanting to escape. He snuck in here with the intent to cause trouble. "I must report this to the Lord immediately." But just as he turned his head, he saw Yun Shen standing there with a blank expression, letting out a heh. Baha was extremely panicked and forced to break hard. You, why? Yun Shen sharply analyzed the situation. Based on what that dead man said, it seems if one has enough power, they have everything, right? If I kill you, can I also possess a position like yours? Baha immediately knelt and kowtowed desperately. "Exalted high-tier demon, I only manage petty tasks. I don't have any real status. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Yun Shen replied coldly, "Managing petty tasks? That has its uses. I'll spare your life. From now on, you must listen to my arrangements." Baha, like a coward, swore all sorts of oaths. "Lord, don't worry. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do." Next, Yun Shen looked at the demons. "You weaklings, go back to where you came from. This place doesn't need you." He thought to himself, demons going to the front lines to fight humans. Naturally, the fewer, the better. The demons, having heard those threats, hesitated for a moment. Well, we are extremely grateful." Then they fled in a hurry. "Thank you, exalted high-tier demon. This is great. Finally, we can go home." Late at night, the moonlight trickled down onto the magnificent castle. In a room of the castle, Yun Shen sat at a desk reading books. Beside him, Baha asked, "Lord, why did you ask me to find so many books?" He couldn't help but feel curious, as many of the contents were just common knowledge that didn't require deep study. Suddenly, the book was slammed shut impatiently. Yun Shen turned and mocked him. "You have a bit too many questions, don't you?" Baha fearfully lowered his head. "I apologize. This servant was rude." Yun Shen opened the book again, secretly impressed. As expected of the Demon Lord's archive, the materials are very comprehensive. Whether it's the races of the Dark World or its history, there are detailed insights. The book contained information on over 100 demon races. Although there are many half-breeds, the 72 great clans remain the core. In the past, in the snow-covered mountains, much like human history, there was a division of territory and competition for resources among demons, leading to constant warfare. Above, a demon with wings large enough to shroud the sky, until a demon known as the Void Demon appeared. Next was a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. No one knows where the Void Demon came from, only that he appeared suddenly. Relying on absolute power, he conquered the entire Dark World in just 3 years. One strike from that demon was like the hand of a god. He became the supreme existence. After that, he divided the Dark World into 72 countries ruled by the 72 strongest demons, the 72 pillars of demons. From there, the current situation was formed, with the location of that handprint as the center, dividing many different territories through the constraints and support of the 72 pillars. Coupled with the absolute prestige of the Void Demon, the Dark World finally ended its ceaseless wars. Suddenly, time passed until 75 years ago. A creature called humanity suddenly appeared. They tore through space, invaded the demon world, and slaughtered demons. The demons rose up to resist and declared all-out war against the humans. Yun Shen realized something strange. That's not right. From what I know, humans don't have the strength to invade the dark world. Just guarding the border at the front lines is already extremely difficult. He traced the lines in the book with his finger. This information is definitely forged. But what was the point of all that? Then, I stumbled upon a date that felt way too coincidental. And the timing was incredibly peculiar. Exactly 75 years ago marked the beginning of the human world merging with the game. Is it all just a coincidence, or is there something deeper going on? Closing the book, he suddenly asked, "Baha, what do you think of humans?" The other side didn't hesitate for a second. They are absolutely repulsive. From his expression to his tone, pure hostility radiated off him. They destroyed our peace. And what's more, my most important comrade was tortured to death by humans, right before my very eyes. Yun Shen calmly stood up and continued. Before your eyes? You mean to tell me that humans actually exist in the dark demon world? And you've even met them? He asked, sounding completely certain. Of course. Humans do nothing but evil. Sooner or later, I will wipe them all out. Finally, he understood. No wonder when he first arrived here, the demon commoners looked at him with such fear. It seems the reality of this place is vastly different from what he had imagined. He needed a lot more intel. No input provided for this segment. Continuing with context, the system panel suddenly popped up. It was most likely a new mission. The screen clearly displayed the mission details. System detected a host that meets the criteria. Continuous mission distribution. Stage 1. Become a demon lord. Reward. A massive amount of experience points. Stage 2. Complete stage 1 to unlock. Yun Shen read through it with genuine interest. Ha. What an interesting task. It just so happens that I need to raise my status to gain more information. He slowly walked away from the desk. Baha, what are the requirements to become a demon lord? Baha hesitated for a moment. He wavered, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, why is he asking this? Does he want to? Yun Shen let out a soft hem that scared the living daylights out of the guy, who immediately spilled the beans. First, you must possess the bloodline of a Dark Knight demon. Only those with the Dark Knight demon bloodline are qualified to become a lord. He tilted his head, looking over, and continued. So, do you think I fit the criteria? Sweat poured down like a waterfall. Baha kept insisting, You fit perfectly, my lord. Aside from your slightly small stature, everything else is truly like a pure-blooded Dark Knight demon. Yun Shen was satisfied, his mood finally relaxing a little. The Dark Knight Noble is the ruler of the Dark Knight demon race. With my transformation skill, it probably won't be a big issue. He asked again. Any other conditions? He used his hand to gesture a slashing motion. You must execute the current demon lord and seize his demon royal artifact. Yun Shen walked down, step by step, down the stairs, and threw in a remark. Excellent. You've served that lord for so long. It's high time you change your palette. The city gates creaked open, the iron barrier being lifted. From the outside, a fiery red beast carrying something that looked like a throne led a squad inside. Sitting on the throne was a demon, covered in muscles, holding a glass of red wine. It was the demon lord, Bode. He glanced at the city guards, a flicker of doubt in his heart. What's going on? The morale of the guards doesn't seem right. Could something have happened in the city? A soldier jumped out and knelt before Bode. Lord, our captain is dead. He was killed by an outsider demon. Bode stood up abruptly, crushing the wine glass in his hand, and roared, What? Where is that guy? I'm going to kill him right now. The soldier pointed inside. Though he shouted the answer, his face was clearly filled with terror. He's waiting inside, sir, just as Bode cursed. Damn it. Bode rushed over and kicked the doors wide open. On the throne sat Yun Shen, or perhaps he should be called Yu-Ji, seated triumphantly. 2 armored guards stood on either side. He smiled leisurely. This chair is quite comfortable. How about letting me sit here for a few days? These words made the other man shake with rage. Bode, at the peak of his fury, conjured a mace, his muscles tensing like stone. You're asking for death. He slammed it into the floor, cracking the tiles and blowing up a cloud of dust. Explosive heavy smash. A shockwave tore through the floor in a straight line, rushing toward the target like a serpent. Approaching the throne, the 2 soldiers hurriedly scrambled away. The tip of a spear suddenly struck down, blocking the attack. Yun Shen held the spear, his posture, while sitting still, extremely imposing. Such a good chair. It would be a waste to destroy it. Bode launched himself into the air. Moving so fast he became a black blur. High above, raising the mace over his head, he yelled, Get out of there, That's my spot. You don't have the right to touch it. The mace was about to strike Yun Shen. He prepared to parry, his spear flashing in a blur of movement, knocking the massive mace aside. Both sides clashed fiercely. Yun Shen moved with agility, while Bode fought like a savage, ferocious beast. The immense pressure was so strong that outsiders couldn't even see what was happening. The soldiers standing far away were terrified by this battle. This was a battle between high-ranking demons. He's too strong. There's no opening at all. He immediately landed a strike with his spear, and his opponent raised the mace to block. Unexpectedly, he was sent flying back, the mace slipping from his grip. His hands trembling, Bode felt that this opponent was quite interesting. He looks like a weak brat, but he has such immense strength. And his close-quarters combat skills with that spear. He raised his hand. It was unclear when he had put on a blood-red gauntlet. Brat, you took a few of my attacks head-on just now, didn't you? Standing in place, Bode pointed straight at his enemy. Energy manifested into sharp, jagged fangs. It seems you're very eager to become nutrition for me to get stronger, huh? Flames suddenly erupted all over Yun Shen's body. Clearly, even the man himself couldn't hide his surprise. The fire flowed into the gauntlet, and his eyes glowed red, bright as light bulbs. Bode was incredibly excited, laughing arrogantly. You really are a magnificent delicacy. Your power keeps pouring out. The fire continued to be absorbed, the intensity increasing even more. He remained calm, analyzing the situation. My stats are being drained, yet he's getting stronger. So this is a Demon Royal artifact? It's quite hard to detect. On his gauntlet, flames roared wildly. Brat, my usurper, doesn't just simply steal power. I'm going to let you die under your own skills. Feel the terror of a demon lord. He flicked his hand and immediately fired back the powerful technique he had just stolen. Fireball. It was a super powerful technique. Well, a fireball the size of a palm that was flying as slow as a turtle. Yun Shen looked visibly contemptuous. He tapped the fireball away with his hand. Bode's jaw dropped as if he couldn't believe it, just standing there frozen. Ha! The soldiers were shocked. Am I seeing things? Isn't that brat a high-ranking noble demon who can fight toe-to-toe with the Lord? Why is his skill so weak? Even I could do a better fireball than that. A blue flame condensed in Yun Shen's hand, so it can also steal skills. That was unexpected. Unfortunately for you, you can't play with my skills. With a fusion of fire magic combining fireball and the magic swordsman's blazing blade, Yun Shen unleashed flames that expanded into a meteor-sized fireball, crashing directly toward the location of the demon lord, Bode. A massive explosion of blue fire erupted. Bode screamed in agony. Ah! He probably suffered third-degree burns, yet he quickly lunged out of the flames, appearing completely unscathed. Yun Shen held up his gauntlet, sneering. Damn it, don't get too cocky. He used Phantom Step to dodge, his eyes still set on stealing the target's stats. As long as I don't get hit, that sacred gear of yours is useless. In a flash, his spear transformed into a sword, aimed straight at his target, utilizing his fusion skill. Night. Sky-piercing sword. The swordsman leaped and slashed downward like a crescent moon. Even after the sky-piercing sword landed, Von Thun stood there, perfectly fine. Bode followed suit, but he landed face first. Yun Shen retrieved his sword, pondering to himself, so this is a demon lord. Aside from the demon's sacred gear, they're kind of underwhelming. Their strength is way weaker than I expected. His gaze was filled with disappointment. This performance couldn't even compare to TUU, despite both being demon lords. The soldiers panicked in terror. We lost. Lord Bode lost. He actually lost. Are we all going to die? Baha, sharp-witted, took the lead and decisively knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord Vutik. Greetings, Lord Vutik. The others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Greetings, Lord Vutik. Ven Shen offered a smug, faint smile. So this is what it feels like to be a demon lord, huh? The gauntlet suddenly appeared on his hand. He'd snatched it while the iron was hot. As for the sacred gear, this demon gear is definitely worth studying. A brief introduction to this brand new weapon. Demon Sacred Gear. The Plundering Hand. Racial restriction. Dark Knight Demon. Legendary quality. Attributes include strength, agility, and agility, all boosted by 800. Its effect includes thieving-type skills, with a 40% increased success rate for pillaging. When attacking, there's a 20% chance to randomly steal a skill or attribute point from the opponent. If the target's stats are higher than the user's, the success rate of the plunder decreases. Stolen attribute points disappear after 24 hours, but stolen skills are yours permanently. Note: high-level sacred gear of the Dark Knight Demon Clan, a 1,000-year heirloom representing a great demon lord. Von Shen looked at it floating before him, thrilled to have swiped something so valuable. Legendary-grade equipment like this is considered a national treasure in the human world. Only the top-tier families could ever hope to own one. He stared at it intently, his gaze softening. Before this, he rarely used his theft skills because the success rate was so miserably low. He slipped it onto his hand. It merged with his body, not hindering his movement at all. Now with the plundering hand, he could steal and plunder while fighting simultaneously. It was bound to have wild effects, but he quickly realized the issue. That's not right. With such a powerful demon sacred gear, why was that demon lord Bode so weak? Are all demon lords this pathetic? Baha heard this and replied respectfully, "Noble lord, I think you have a misunderstanding. It's not that Lord Bode is weak. It's just that our entire Dark Knight demon clan has become too feeble." He recalled the majestic scenes of the past. 3 years ago, a human tore through a space-time rift and led an army to invade our world. Her landing point was our Dark Knight demon nation. Back then, Baha was just a young soldier standing in the crowd. I was just a lowly guard, only daring to watch from a far corner. Watching her, even from afar, that sight was something I could never forget. Black leather, blue hair, pink tips. Baha was deeply, deeply struck. The woman's gaze was ice-cold, showing absolutely no emotion, as if in her eyes, every demon-kin was nothing but a blade of grass. With just a wave of her hand, she could annihilate anything. He remembered the desolation she created single-handedly, saying, "Since then, our nation suffered a horrific massacre. In just 3 short days, 15 demon lords were killed in battle, 3 great demon masters died, and countless soldiers were lost. Even Tio Yu and Tio Leng couldn't fight back. Even our supreme commander, one of the 71 great demon pillars, the Dark Knight matriarch, was slain by her. What's worse is that the 2 strongest demon lords surrendered and submitted to her under duress." Yun Shen looked away. It was clear as day. Dark Knight? He just gave a wry smile. He'd already guessed who that woman was. He never expected Teacher Hat to have been such a badass back then, charging straight into the dark world. Baha's expression softened slightly. Thankfully, a powerful great demon master finally stepped in and forced her back. Otherwise, our Dark Knight demon nation would have truly gone extinct. Yun Shen understood the situation and voiced his thoughts. So, because the powerful demons were all wiped out, you had no choice but to push Bode forward just to fill the quota? He nodded sadly in agreement. That is correct. With so much territory, we couldn't just leave it unguarded. Originally, our Dark Knight demons were ranked 60th among the 72 great clans, but now, we've fallen to the very bottom. He kept bowing and scraping. Although I don't know why you, Lord, are dissatisfied with the conscription, we had no other choice. We still hope you will order the resumption of the draft. Yun Shen pointed a finger, firmly refusing. Absolutely not. I want you to issue a new proclamation. From now on, my territory will no longer draft soldiers. Cut taxes in half. All demon kin shall strive to live well. No one is going to the battlefield. Baha was shocked to his core. What? Providing war resources and destroying humans is the mission of all demonkind. Defying this so blatantly will lead to huge trouble. Yun Shen shot him a sidelong glance and threatened him coldly. Are you trying to disobey my orders? Baha quickly backed away, immediately becoming obedient. I will execute your orders at once, right away. Yun Shen tapped his system screen, muttering to himself. I don't intend to stay here for long anyway. If there's a problem, so what? Worst case scenario, I'll just skip town. Whatever, just collect the quest rewards first. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He was stunned by the information he just received. Huh? Leveling up? 4. He felt the surge of energy within his body and couldn't help but marvel. 43, 44, 45, 46. As expected of a system reward, the experience gain is massive. 6 levels at once? That feels absolutely incredible. He excitedly looked back at the system panel. Now the first stage of the quest is finished, and the second stage is about to unlock. The moment he read it, he saw more unexpected information. The panel displayed the words, Quest, consecutive quests. Stage 1, become a demon lord. Quest reward, massive amount of experience completed. Unlocking Stage 2, quest content. Yun Shen realized this wasn't going to be an easy meal. I didn't expect this to be Stage 2. System, you really gave me a tough one. The dashboard flashed with the words, Quest. Sequential quest. Phase 1. Become a demon lord. Reward. A massive amount of experience. Quest complete. Phase 2 unlocked. As Yun Shen read the quest details, he realized this wasn't going to be a walk in the park. I didn't expect a second phase. System, you've really thrown me a curveball this time. Things are getting real intense now. You should head outside and take a walk. The local demons are practically tripping over themselves to welcome you, my lord. Our lord is so cool. Look over here. I'll follow our lord forever. Suddenly, a voice called out in confusion, "Why is there a human standing next to our lord?" But they were immediately shut down. Curiosity killed the cat. "Can't you see she's a slave?" Lu Yiling looked around in surprise. "Wow, it's only been a few days and you're already a lord? And it seems like you're actually quite popular." Yun Shen remained indifferent. "Lowering taxes, abolishing forced labor. With benefits like those, it's only natural they'd welcome me." The doors swung open to greet them. Baha was already waiting there. He bowed to pay his respects. "Welcome back, my lord. If I may ask, how should we address this slave girl you've brought back?" She looked a bit flustered at that. Slave. Yun Shen explained, "Just call her Xiaoling. And besides, she's not a slave. She's my attendant." Baha respectfully gestured for them to enter. "You're letting a human be an attendant? My lord is truly merciful and generous. Now, if you'd please follow me to the warehouse to take inventory of our war supplies. The deadline for submission is almost here." That detail immediately grabbed his attention. A warehouse was certainly worth a look. Yun Shen and Lu Yiling walked inside to the massive, cavernous room, packed to the brim. She looked at the piles of supplies, unable to hide her amazement. "Whoa, this is stunning. The reserves are so rich, and the quality is incredibly high." She thought to herself, this is easily on par with the national treasury of a mid-sized human country. Yun Shen looked at Baha and gave an order. "Baha, go outside and keep watch. I don't want to be disturbed while I'm doing inventory." Baha obeyed him obediently. "As you wish, my lord." Lu Yiling quickly got to the point. "What do you plan to do with all of this? If these are war supplies, they're likely meant to be used against our human world." He didn't seem worried at all, casually raising his hand to summon a dark rift. "Isn't it obvious? I'm just going to clean it out." Everything was sucked into the void as if an invisible current were pulling it all in. She watched the scene in complete shock. No way. There's so much stuff. There's no way a standard spatial backpack could hold all of this. Plus, you're still a junior. Your storage space should be even smaller than a regular ranked player's. Yun Shen watched the pitch-black space slowly dissipate and calmly replied, "I acquired some space soil a while back and used it to expand my storage. This place could hold 10 of these warehouses with room to spare." Now, inside the warehouse, only one heavy-duty weapon remained. He expressed his thoughts. "In this entire warehouse, this is the only thing that caught my eye." Yun Shen closed his eyes to focus. Around his pupils, several shimmering blue patterns appeared. His appraisal skill had been activated. He wanted to get a good look before putting it away. The weapon's information instantly updated. Demon-crushing artillery, a specialized war destruction weapon of the Dark Knight. Demon Clan. It can be mounted on structures or used as a standalone weapon. Requires 1,000 units of user strength to operate. Before firing, it needs to accumulate a large amount of magical energy. The charge time is 15 seconds. He exclaimed happily, "Nice find. Even if this thing is a bit of a hassle, it'll be incredibly useful." Lu Yiling, standing behind him, suddenly asked, "By the way, Junior, what are your plans for the future? You don't actually intend to be a demon lord here forever, do you?" He chuckled and then hesitated before revealing, "Of course not. The next step I want to take is..." The words left his lips as light as a feather, "to become one of the 72 pillar demons." A notification window popped up. Stage 2 of the quest unlocked. Quest rewards, mobile palace, blueprint, accessory. Quest content, become one of the 72 pillar demons. The massive room was now completely empty, stripped of every last item. Lu Yiling asked in surprise, "What, one of the 72 pillar demons?" She didn't believe Yun Shen could pull it off. "You want to become a pillar demon? That's absolutely impossible. Even a genius like you would need to grow for a few more years first," he started to explain. "Under normal circumstances, it definitely wouldn't be possible, but as it happens, the situation with the Dark Knight Demon Clan is very unique. Think of it like a game of chess." He continued, "I mentioned it on the way here. The Dark Knight Clan's foundation was shattered by Teacher Ha. Now, only 3 demon lords are left, vying for control of the whole situation. These aren't just puppets like that bowed guy. These are real demon lords. It's a 3-way standoff right now. Those 3 lords are dissatisfied with the current state of things and are locked in constant infighting. As long as I can control the entire race. At that point, even if I have to throw resources at it, I can create a demon venerable." Yun Shen turned back to Lu Yiling. "According to Baha, they all understand that constant infighting is only weakening the nation. So, they decided that in 1 year, they will have a decisive battle. The winner takes it all." She raised a hand to stop him. "Wait a minute. You mean you want to get involved?" She just felt it wasn't right, for us. "The most important thing is how we get back to the human world." He started to persuade her. "Regarding how to get back to the human world, I actually already have some leads. But, President, It's not every day we get to see the dark world. Are you really content to just go back like this? Lu Yiling listened, falling silent for a moment. Then she spoke. It's true. We could at least do something to ease the pressure on the front lines. If we can get the demons to fight amongst themselves, that would be even better. She was still worried, but isn't the pressure on you a bit too much? Facing 3 powerful demon lords all by yourself, you clearly can't handle that yet. Yun Shen agreed with her. That's certainly true. But the only way to increase my strength in a short amount of time is... His space began to sink into the quiet darkness. This is how we can do it. Outside, Baha was waiting quietly for his superiors to come out. Yun Shen turned to look at him. Baha, I've finished taking inventory. Lock the warehouse, he replied while closing the door. Yes, my lord. When he looked inside, a horrific sight met his eyes. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. The warehouse was so empty it didn't even have a speck of dust left. Baha was flustered, unable to believe his own eyes. It's empty. He turned back to look at him in confusion. My lord, this. Yun Shen acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I took my own items from my own warehouse. Is there a problem? Baha scratched his cheek, thinking. The whole warehouse is empty. There's nothing left. This is clearly daylight robbery. My lord, as the ruler, of course you can take whatever you want, but this hall is supposed to be turned over to the 3 great lords. Doing this is going to cause big trouble. You don't think it's a big deal. You wave your hand dismissively, saying, if there's a problem, tell them to come find me. Now get back to what you were doing. He hears this and drops to his knees in total despair. We're doomed. We're totally doomed. Why did I end up serving a lord like this? Provoking those 3 great lords. This city is finished. Elsewhere, a female demon with tendrils sprouting from her back like wings asks, what's this? As she glances toward the corner opposite her. This demon has an hourglass figure and is dressed quite scantily, covering only what's necessary. She looks toward the entrance and says, the Forbidden Mountain Range. It's actually been breached. Coletta also looks on with fear and replies, the specific cause is unknown, but it's likely related to those 2 humans who arrived in our world. They must have triggered some kind of critical condition. Duan Ya repeats, her lips pale. Humans, she then starts speculating. They must have been warped over by Yun Shen and Lu Yiling. The mountain range is the territory of the Black Knight. The demons must have run over there. He asks if they should chase after them, but she responds calmly. Normally, they would be worth hunting down. But right now, there is clearly something more important to do. She steps inside the barrier and says, let's go. Let's see what's inside the mountain range. They land inside. She continues, what exactly is hidden here? As soon as they land, Coletta cries out in surprise, it's all coffins. Duanya raises her hand, emitting a strange energy. Interesting. I actually want to see whose corpse is inside that would make a god specifically descend upon a mountain range. That energy latches onto one of the coffins. Struck by her power, it begins to shake violently. Clattering sounds echo from within. He watches this in shock. What is this coffin made of? It took a hit from Duan Ya's extermination energy and only showed a single crack. Duan Ya exerts more strength, clenching her hand. Break for me. The coffin lid quickly shatters into pieces. Inside lies a corpse emitting a terrifying dark aura. Coletta recognizes the identity of this remains. This corpse. I have an impression. It's Titara, from the Devouring Demon clan. He exclaims in shock. A genius from 65 years ago. But wasn't he killed in the war long ago? So, why is his corpse here? She remains indifferent. It doesn't matter. No matter how illustrious his status or position was when he was alive, once he's asleep, he's just a corpse. Duan Ya looks down with utter contempt. Valueless. She then touches the coffin. But this coffin is quite extraordinary. The material doesn't look like anything from our dark world, and it certainly isn't a product of the human world either. It's highly worth studying. Take the whole thing back. Colada asks again, are we really taking it? This is a god's object. What if we anger thee, God? She doesn't care at all and retorts, anger them, so what? She inspects the corpse at close range. Unless it's a sacrifice, the god has never had any involvement with our world. If this action can truly make a god appear. She spits on the ground. Duan Ya continues, I actually want to see what this so-called god is really like. In the center of the city, looking from afar, it appears vast and boundless. Inside the grand hall of the large building, the host's voice echoes. Thank you to the nobles from all over for giving us the honor of attending the Antalius City auction. I guarantee you all that today's auction items are truly precious. Yun Shen looks at the auction hall with Lu Yiling standing behind him. The fastest way to increase power is through equipment. He looks at the blueprint in his hand and says, a blank blueprint. The system is usually very convenient. Just put the materials in and it can create defensive equipment. I've always focused my equipment on weapons. He looks at it, thinking, using regular defensive gear is basically a weak point in my loadout. Equipment has categories. Defensive gear mainly consists of 5 parts: armor, pants, belts, shoulder guards, and boots. Rare defensive gear can even be combined into a set, granting a set bonus. Yun Shen thinks to himself, I currently have 2 S-rank materials in my inventory that I found in the treasury. If I put 5 S-rank materials into a blank blueprint, I wonder what quality of gear I can create. The auctioneer loudly continues. Next, I officially declare the auction to be open. He gestures. Next, please admire the first auction item. It is a cage, and inside is a demon girl, a maiden of the Dark Elf clan. The host's voice rises with excitement. The first item, a Dark Elf maiden. Starting price, 380,000 demon coins. This rare item immediately makes the auction floor boil. In our Black Knight territory, we have Dark Elves for sale. Rare, isn't it? If it were a Duan Ya demon, those are common, but this doesn't seem worth buying just to play with. Sitting in a secluded spot with Yun Shen, Lu Yiling is naturally curious. A Dark Elf? Huh. I suppose that's a unique elven clan of the Dark World. This is my first time seeing one. Little Junior, you once said that even among demons, there is conflict. Taking other demon clans as slaves isn't exactly rare. She secretly observes his expression, but the little Junior is like a block of ice. He seems completely uninterested in women. He definitely won't make a move. Who would have thought? Yun Shen bids straight away. 380,000. Lu Yiling is stunned, just gaping at him. The host immediately shouts excitedly. Unexpectedly, a noble has bid 380,000 demon coins so quickly. Does anyone bid higher? He knows how to build suspense. The rules of this auction state that those sitting in the private booths are all noble demon lords. I don't know which territory. Usually, the booths are empty. This time, it's surely just a lord. Competing against a noble lord for a mere slave isn't a wise choice. Hearing him say that, the room below goes dead silent. No one dares to compete. 380,000 once, 380,000 twice, 380,000 3 times. Sold. Yun Shen has successfully acquired the Dark Elf. When he hears a knock at the door, he coolly orders, "Come in." It turns out to be the staff from the Demon World Auction House, coming to deliver the goods. Noble Lord, the slave you requested has been brought. Please inspect the goods. Yun Shen tosses the payment to him, quickly sealing the deal. The demon coins are all here. You can go now. The stone he holds in his hand is a spatial magic stone, the storage tool of the Dark World. Once the payment is settled, he bows respectfully and retreats. Yes, sir. Lu Yiling laughs, amused, and comments. So the little junior is interested in beauties after all, just like Dean Xia. Getting a contract with a Dark Elf maid, it's not bad. He stands up to correct her, saying, The president seems to have misunderstood something. It is true, I have an A-rank soul contract, but it was originally gifted to me by Principal Yi. He stood up and set the record straight. President, I think you've misunderstood something. It's true that I have an A-rank soul contract, but it was originally gifted to me by Principal Yi Anfu. Yun Shen stepped toward Kiki, his expression firm and decisive, though he had no intention of using his power against her. She flinched at his gesture, but he was simply removing her shackles. He then offered a gentle smile and told her, Congratulations, you're finally free. Kiki bowed a full 90 degrees, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Please, tell me your name. I must repay this kindness. Yun Shen turned and, with an aura of dominance, waved his hand dismissively. The name is Vutish, Lord of Tiroko. No need for repayment, just head back home quickly, and don't get caught again. Kiki didn't dare hesitate, offering one last, hurried, Thank you, my lord. As soon as she was out of sight, Lu Yiling started nagging him. Hey, little junior, the dark spirit world and our demon race world are completely different. She's basically a minor demon species. Buying her just to let her go. You're too soft. Yet, Yun Shen simply replied firmly, Don't worry, President. I have my own plans. Meanwhile, the auctioneer was still whipping the crowd into a frenzy. Next, let me present to you all the 8th item. This is an extremely rare, precious material harvested from the deep heart of the Phantom Stone Forest. It can be used for crafting armor or weapons, or refined into death essence to strengthen the body. Excitedly unveiling the item, he shouted, Its name is the Death Essence Stone. Starting bid, 7,600,000 magic spirit coins. The crowd immediately erupted in chaos. Bids flew back and forth. 8 million. 8,300,000. 8,800,000. 9,700,000. Finally, the item Yun Shen had been waiting for appeared. Baha's intelligence was right. This auction really did have an S-rank material. Once he got this, he would only be missing 2 more S-rank materials to complete his armor set. From the high balcony, he confidently shut down the competition. 12 million magic spirit coins. The crowd was stunned by his extravagance, but some still tried to fight for the stone. He's making a move again. Of course, a lord wouldn't pass up such a good item. But so what? The Death Essence Stone is important to me too. They continued to drive the price up. 12,800,000. 13 million. Without wasting words, Yun Shen bellowed a massive number. 20 million magic spirit coins. With the overflowing wealth at his disposal, he certainly didn't fear anyone in a financial battle. In his hands lay the accumulated wealth of an entire city. These people couldn't shake him. Realizing the price had peaked, the auctioneer immediately closed it. 20 million. As expected of the Lord, so truly generous. Is there anyone bidding higher? The crowd below could only watch helplessly as the item was taken away. Damn it, the Lord is playing for keeps. Even we nobles, no matter how wealthy, can't compete with the resources of an entire city. We have no choice but to give up. The sound of his gavel echoed through the hall. 20 million, going once, going twice, 3 times sold. Congratulations, noble lord, the precious Death Essence Stone is yours. Suddenly, the stage exploded with an earth-shattering blast. A group of strangers swarmed in from both sides of the stands. They looked like dark believers. The demon crowd was shocked, whispering to each other, "What's going on? The auction house is being attacked. Are these humans? Damn it, the intruders are here." The invaders were even more excited, slaughtering everything in their path. So many lesser demons and even actual members of the demon race. This is going to be a bloodbath. They threw their attacks wildly, not caring who they hit. The demons suffered heavy casualties. Anyone who could run just scrambled for their lives. This isn't good, they really are humans. Please, don't kill me. I can give you magic spirit coins, anything you want. Hurry, notify the guards. Damn it, by the time the guards get here, we'll be dead. Run. Their appearance left Lu Yiling completely stunned. They're humans. She asked Yun Shen, bewildered, why are there humans in the dark spirit world? He folded his arms, calmly assessing the situation. Their strength is unknown, but they aren't weak. Second-class advancement, levels 40 to 50. There are 2 third-class advancements among them. Indeed, this auction house level cannot handle opponents like this. Looking at the platform where the item had been snatched, he grew even more annoyed. And my material has been stolen, too. After the humans finished raiding the auction house, they headed back, their haul looking bountiful. They discussed excitedly, this auction house had so much good stuff. My spatial bag can't hold anymore. Plus, being able to kill so many aliens along the way. This is truly satisfying. The High Priest of Light quickly cut them off. Our mission isn't over yet. The Holy Shrine Lord has just arrived and needs a lot of precious materials for the third-class advancement. Now that we have the Death Essence Stone, looking at the map, she charted a route for the whole team. We should head to the next point on the map. But things weren't going to be that easy. Yun Shen had already sped ahead to intercept them. He declared with an imposing air, "Finished robbing and now you're running? Interesting. We have a lot to talk about." The humans, relying on their numbers, took a defensive stance immediately. I didn't expect someone with a death wish to follow us. Let's finish him off. He transformed right before their eyes. I think there's a misunderstanding here. Under the guise of a true human form, Yun Shen cheerfully continued. Perhaps. He folded his arms, looking at them with a smirk. We could just talk. Yun Shen and Lu Yiling faced the humans who had raided the Demon Realm auction. Upon seeing his transformation, one of them guessed boldly. Could he be a human disguised as a minor demon? The High Priest seemed more cautious. Or a minor demon disguised as a human. Yun Shen questioned the humans firmly. You are humans, yet you aren't corroded by the dark aura, and you have no qualms about slaughtering demon races. You don't look like dark believers either. Who exactly do you serve? How did you get to the dark spirit world? What is your goal? Suddenly, his demeanor shifted instantly. It turned out the High Priest didn't want to reason. She summoned a spear of penitence to launch a preemptive strike. Naturally, Yun Shen and Lu Yiling dodged it easily. He raised his voice, his tone darkening. Looks like you don't want to talk. She called her team together to cast a buff. Holy Dew. Under the effect of the resistance-boosting spell, the humans simultaneously felt their power surging. It was as if an endless well of strength was overflowing. They roared in unison. It seems the Archbishop can't wait anymore. He wants to crush them. They all rushed forward to attack Yun Shen and Lu Yiling. Dealing with a hulking brute, She still insisted on reasoning. I'm not lying to you. We really are humans, not disguised demons. Slaughtering your own kind in the dark world is just too stupid. Yet, the brute sneered. Deceitfully, you're nothing. You don't deserve to call yourself one of us. Go to hell. As for Yun Shen, he was currently busy handling 3 of them at once. A young man with a spear strikes decisively at the enemy's weak point. The boy easily ducks to dodge the attack, mocking the man before launching a direct counter-assault. What? A fellow human? Since we rarely meet, shouldn't you be a bit happier? The man, along with his teammate, shouts back, be it a demon spawn or a human, anyone who doesn't worship the Lord is a heretic. He unleashes a triple strike light flame attack straight at the boy. Use your own life to repent for your sins. Seeing their comrade looking so majestic, the remaining humans are ecstatic. He took a full-force blow from a third transfer powerhouse head-on. That guy must be blown to bits by now. His body and soul have been thoroughly purified. He can finally rest in peace. The attacker, brimming with pride, is convinced he has already won. But his gaze quickly shifts to pure shock as the boy has used just one hand to block his spear tip as easily as if it were a feather. A third transfer demon spawn? I've killed those before, and you think you can kill me with just a bunch of third transfer holy knights? With a light squeeze, the boy shatters the spear tip. Yun Shen speaks in a low, intimidating voice, declaring coldly, if you can't purify me, then I'll be the one to purify your brains instead. The human with the spear is terrified, stuttering in fear. Yun Shen immediately acts, using a fusion skill, Taoist Fist and Brawler's Might. He channels all his power into a single punch, a physical purification, if you will. As he lunges to unleash the heaven-shattering Ice Fist, the human's end is sealed. He throws a ground-shaking punch, sending the man flying thousands of feet away. Obviously, there was no way the man could defend against such an overwhelming technique. The human lies motionless on the ground. No matter how much they bragged before, they're nothing now. After the intimidation, Yun Shen looks down at them and says, the gap in power is just too clear. We could have talked this out, but you all just threw yourselves at me like moths to a flame, dying like this. It's not even worth the pity. Everything for the great lord. Kill him. The boy is annoyed and speechless at their behavior. They really are insane. Naturally, Yun Shen and Lu Yiling finish off the rest of the small fry, leaving only the high priestess and one other person tied up. She frowns, telling him, these people are all lunatics. Their attack method is clearly a suicide mission. I couldn't hold back. After killing them all, he glances at the corpses behind him and whispers coldly, they're all dead, huh? Without a hint of hesitation, Yun Shen praises Lu Yiling's divine skills endlessly. Not bad for the president. You didn't soften up at the crucial moment. He observes them and continues, most of their classes are holy knights and holy swordmasters. And this woman is a third transfer, light high priestess. Truly holy, aren't they? She nods, agreeing with Yun Shen's assessment. Indeed, these classes are extremely common in the Holy Empire, but this is the dark world. He stares straight at her, his voice hardening as he interrogates her. If I'm not mistaken, you humans are roaming around, causing destruction in the dark world and attacking the demon spawn. Tell me your true purpose and the power behind you. Maybe I'll join you. Suddenly, the high priestess's forehead glows brightly with a strange seal. Join. Only those qualified can join the Advent organization. We are the only ones, those who are ready to offer everything to the Lord. Lu Yiling senses the danger and quickly pulls Yun Shen away. This isn't good. It's the wings of discipline. Get back. The woman screams at them right before the seal activates. Die, you heretics. As soon as she finishes, her body explodes, blowing herself to pieces. Facing the blast, the boy quickly uses a fusion of Mage Shield and Guardian Vine to cast Life Shield, creating a sturdy barrier of vines to protect Lu Yiling and himself. In the distance, one human suddenly twitches. He opens his eyes wide, decisively taking advantage of the chaos. His chance has come. The smoke from the explosion takes a long time to clear. Thanks to the plant barrier, both of them are safe. Lu Yiling explains in a low voice to Yun Shen that the Wings of Discipline is a special item of the Holy Empire. Used by the practitioner, it detonates the moment they think they've broken the rules. It's like a self-destruct device. The boy declares flatly, keeping such dangerous stuff in your own body is truly insane. But even that isn't enough to take us down. After the explosion, his loot is finally revealed. A Death Essence stone has dropped. Conveniently, a treasure map and some other items also dropped a nice surprise. Aside from that, Yun Shen uses appraisal to check the white feather in his hand, but surprisingly, both its quality and effect are undefined. This white feather looks just like the black feather that fell from the Dark Believer earlier, also impossible to appraise. It might be some kind of identity marker. That woman called it the Advent organization. I wonder if it has any connection to the Advent organization of our world, Lu Yiling speculates, putting forward a theory. Maybe it's just a different organization with the same name. After all, the Dark Believers Advent organization worships the demon spawn and hopes for the demon spawn's arrival. But these guys are the exact opposite. They take pride in killing demon spawn. They aren't loyal to the human world either. On this point, the boy immediately agrees with her. Exactly. I wonder what the Advent organization here really wants. Advent. Right, President, there's one more thing. It turns out Yun Shen had noticed early on that a human had been faking death to escape. He killed everyone just now, but one had actually slipped away. Yun Shen and Lu Yiling head over to the corpses to check. He had already understood her intentions. President, you deliberately let that one run away, didn't you? Lu Yiling nods immediately. As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Lu Yiling continues firmly, telling him that it's difficult to get information out of such lunatics anyway. Leaving one alive might serve as a guide. If things go well, we might even have a chance to infiltrate their organization. Looking at the corpse of the one who used the buff skill on his comrades, she spits with contempt. These guys slaughtered demon-spawn civilians, while acting as if they stand on the side of humanity. The deep schemes of these humans were already seen through by Lu Yiling. In reality, they can't actually inflict any real damage to the dark world. On the contrary, it just increases the hatred of the demon spawn toward humans, only leading to even more insane revenge. Looking at the big picture, it's truly like pouring fuel on the fire of war. Lu Yiling's determination now becomes more resolute than ever. To be human and do things like this is truly despicable. I must clarify their purpose. Yun Shen responds bluntly, you know, I can't accompany you. A human acting in the dark world. This is truly a disaster. I need to figure out what they're up to. Yun Shen replied bluntly, you know I can't team up with you, a human operating in the dark world. I don't need to tell you how dangerous this is, but Ling was not discouraged at all. In fact, she even offered to help you out. So, you're looking out for me. It's heartwarming, truly, but I want to infiltrate the human organization. Even if I don't have the ability to disguise myself as a demon kin, it doesn't matter. She was so excited, flirting with Lord Yun. She didn't want to just keep hiding behind her senior, and since she finally found something to do, she was naturally happy. Even though he was a bit worried about her, he just remained silent. Ling took the initiative to dive into tracking the humans all by herself. Goodbye for now, great demon lord of the future 72 pillars. He watched her leave, earnestly telling her to stay safe, and she waved back generously without a hint of hesitation. Ling replied cheerfully, you too. After parting ways, Yun also quickly made his own plans. He transformed back into his demonic form. He thought to himself, adding the Death Origin Stone, I have 3 S-rank materials now. I have no leads on the remaining 2. I'll go back and ask Baha first. Suddenly, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. His city guards were slumped all over the ground. As soon as they saw Yun appear, they rushed to report, my lord. A high-ranking demon under Lord Carlos has attacked us. We couldn't hold them back. As expected, he had already anticipated this scenario. Carlos, one of the 3 great demon lords, held actual power in the Dark Knight Kingdom. The demon arrived sooner than I expected. Heading straight into the city, Yun didn't forget to instruct his soldiers. You, take the surviving guards to get treated. I'll handle the rest. At that moment, Roth was trampling Baha with pure arrogance. He stepped on him, seething with anger. It's just a remote, pathetic little city. Yet you dare to refuse to provide war supplies and soldiers who gave you the courage. Despite his brutal suppression, Baha remained unyielding. Everything is by the Great Lord's orders. We only follow commands. Furthermore, years of war have led to a large number of residents fleeing our territory. Everyone acknowledges his methods. Before he could even finish his sentence, Roth stomped on his head, burying it into the floor. He sneered and questioned, compared to the orders of the 3 great demon lords, what is his command worth? I didn't realize you were so loyal. Is it because of that pathetic strategy of his? Baha spoke firmly, there is a reason for this. After all, I have family here. Although the Lord gave orders carelessly, he truly gave us a better life. Of course, what matters more is that I really like his style of doing things. Alluding to Xia Qingcheng, he continued, ever since that terrifying woman invaded the Dark Knight Kingdom, the city of Siluo City didn't just get a new lord. Everyone knows the Lord was installed on purpose, and since his strength wasn't enough, there would always be a high-ranking demon who wouldn't submit and wanted to take over. Baha didn't flinch at all, pointing out the injustice. Even though no matter who becomes Lord, they are no exception. They will only worship the 3 great demon lords. Gathering all his strength to stand up, Baha continued resolutely. Only Lord Yun is different. His faith in Lord Yun is absolute. Serving someone like him is much more comfortable than serving those cowards. He doesn't bow his head to anyone. That really gets on my nerves. Roth delivered another punch to his back. Is it comfortable now? He began a flurry of hits, beating Baha like a punching bag. How about more comfort? Want more? Is it comfortable now? He reached out and grabbed him by the throat. Despite being squeezed tightly, Baha remained firm in his faith. Just wait until the Lord returns. He will never forgive you. Roth laughed mockingly and declared, Is that so? You clearly don't realize that the master of this city is about to change. He looked straight at him, arrogantly continuing, Lord Carlos ordered me to kill Yun and replace him. Before I officially take over, I'll clean house first. Just as Baha's life was hanging by a thread, Yun appeared in the nick of time. He grabbed Roth's hand, stopping him from acting recklessly. Yun growled through his teeth, It's not your place to clean my house. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun crippled his arm. He screamed in agony, realizing he was outmatched. Roth momentarily retreated to keep his distance. Looking at his broken arm, he shivered involuntarily. Impossible. I didn't sense his presence at all. This guy's strength is far beyond my expectations. Plus, with the demon's regal artifact, I'm no match for him. Yun coldly told him to deliver an ultimatum to his master. Go back and tell Carlos he doesn't need to come looking for me. In 1 year at the duel, I will come looking for him. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. Roth turned around in a rage. You think you can touch the seat of the 72-pillared demons just like that? Very well. You will pay the price for that foolish thought. Naturally, Yun wasn't about to let him off easily. Before he knew it, he had teleported right in front of him and added firmly, You can leave. Roth was terrified, sweating profusely as he stammered. What do you want? Without another word, he threw a punch straight to his gut. Yun quickly used his fusion skill, shadow flow, theft, ambush, and martial arts, launching a rapid-fire combo. He used his nimble fingers to strip him clean, taking every single valuable thing off him, leaving nothing behind. The soldiers watched Yun's technique, all of them stunned. What is happening? The Lord was clearly just punching him, but to the naked eye, they cheered, realizing he was about to be stripped naked. Roth was utterly humiliated and could only curse. You bastard. Desperate to regain his dignity, he lunged to attack Yun. I'll kill you. And yet, his punch made a soft, pathetic sound, completely ineffective. Roth thought helplessly, No way. This feeling, it's like my attacks have become extremely weak. Why is it so strange? Is his defensive power that high? Or is it my gear? He explained arrogantly. Your stats, gear, skills, and wealth, all of it belongs to me now. Touching his chest with one hand, Yun finished him off. Now, you are extremely weak. He really only gave him a light push. Roth flew hundreds of meters away, critically injured and unable to move. Unable to withstand a single blow, Yun had officially taken down the small fry. Roth, desperate to regain some semblance of authority, could only scream in helpless frustration as he realized his power and gear were completely gone. My equipment, my power, it's all gone. Why? Why were the guards, despite being battered and bruised, suddenly so fired up? How could a high-ranking demon be defeated so easily? He had even been stripped of everything, yet there sat Lord Yun Shen, looking so majestic on the throne. Yun Shen asked them coldly, My guards, didn't he beat you guys pretty badly earlier? Yun Shen rested his chin on his hand, calmly watching the show, knowing full well the guy had no strength left to fight back. Are you just going to stand there? Even though they understood what he meant, the guards hesitated, panicked, and scrambling to explain. My lord, he's a subordinate of Lord Carlos. Who would dare touch him? A moment of satisfaction now, but later, we'll be hunted down. Besides, he's a noble, high-ranking demon. What right do we have to lay a hand on him? Yun Shen crossed his arms, his voice stern as he called out to his loyal subordinate, Baha. His eyes blazed with fury as he stood up regally. He challenged him. Are you just like them? Yun Shen's voice seemed to carry all the helplessness felt by the lower classes like Baha and the city guards. Just because he works for Carlos, just because he's a demon descendant from the Central Three Cities, is that why you treat yourselves like worms before him? Worms that get crushed to death without even a spark of resentment? These words truly struck a nerve, touching the deep-seated discontent in his heart. Baha resolutely stepped toward Roth. The guards watched, whispering in a frenzy. What is the steward planning? Is he going to attack? No way. He's probably just checking the guy's injuries. He's always been so cautious, he'd never actually strike. Right, he's best at talking and handling complex stuff. Fighting? You gotta be kidding me. Even now, Roth was still shouting, You lowly trash living in this remote, backwater territory. How dare you touch me? Your lord has reached the end of the line, Lord Carlos. We'll kill him sooner or later. Are you really stupid enough to throw your lives away for him? Baha, having bottled up his rage for so long, didn't say a word. He just kicked him a single, decisive blow. The guards watched with their jaws on the floor, stunned, whispering to each other. That's Lord Carlos's subordinate. The steward actually dared to strike. Did he take the wrong medicine? He's lost his mind. Baha has lost it. Living up to his reputation as Yun Shen's most loyal follower, he spoke up to lecture everyone. Didn't you hear him? This is exactly how the three great demon lords see us. We're all the same kin, yet he came here slaughtering us, without a hint of mercy. Are you content living like pathetic ants? Facing Yun Shen, who sat upon the throne, he raised his voice to stir the people's hearts. The chance to turn our lives around is right in front of us. Our Lord Yun Shen is about to become a 7-2-pillar demon descendant. If you don't even dare to touch a high-ranking demon who's lost his power, what right do you have to be his people? What right do you have to follow him? Yun Shen raised his voice, calling everyone to serve him. Risk your lives for me. Overthrow the three demon lords, or continue living as pathetic ants for the rest of your lives. Using an amplification skill that echoed through the hall, he straight up laid down the ultimatum. I'm giving you the choice. His overwhelming charisma finally swayed the hearts of the demon clansmen serving under the three lords. What three great lords? I've been sick of them for a long time. Providing soldiers for the front lines is supposed to be shared equally among territories, but they force their share onto us. That's why the commoners hate us. Now, we are future subordinates of a 7-2-pillar demon lord. Our status has changed. Just the thought of beating up a noble, high-ranking demon makes me tremble with excitement. The guards were filled with murderous intent, surrounding Roth like hungry wolves surrounding their prey. He panicked, screaming wildly. What do you want? You filthy scum. If you dare lay a hand on me, you won't be able to handle the consequences. By now, of course, the guards couldn't care less. They rushed in, beating him mercilessly. The three great demon lords, who wants to keep swallowing this crap, compared to a future 7-2-pillar demon, what's a high-ranking demon anyway? What awaits us is a great future, a step into the heavens. A piece of trash like you is only good enough to be a stepping stone for us. With heavy blows, Roth screamed in agony. You bastards. In the end, he was beaten black and blue by the guards and tossed outside. He lay motionless for a long time, paralyzed by pain. With a face covered in dust, Roth tried to struggle to his feet. I will report all of this. Lord Carlos will never forgive you. The guards, after the adrenaline rush faded, finally snapped back to reality and panicked. The Lord's words earlier. It was like a spell. I totally lost my mind. Oh God, what have I done? We're doomed. We'll be hunted down. What do we do? Baha, the first to charge, was now sitting in a corner, hugging his knees and crying. I must have been crazy. How could I have done such a thing? The city of Tilo is finished. Only Yun Shen remained calm, reassuring everyone. Everyone has their moments of madness. There's no need to be afraid. He thought to himself, getting these guys to have some courage is no easy task. It turned out he had used a combination of warrior's battle cry and inspiring strike skills to successfully stir up the masses. If he hadn't secretly used his skills to push them, they probably wouldn't have dared to lift a finger in the end. Of course. It was also because they already harbored deep resentment. Otherwise, no matter what skills he used, it wouldn't have been this effective. Seeing Baha's flustered state, Yun Shen felt a pang of sympathy. Even though doing that was a bit manipulative, luckily, the goal was achieved. Now, besides, risking their lives for him, they had no other path. He would also do his best to ensure they achieve a higher status. He quickly gave Baha an order. Baha, I have a new mission for you. Use all the magic coins and resources to strengthen the guards as much as possible. Baha looked at the spatial magic stone and couldn't believe he was being so generous. This is everything that was stored in the treasury by Lord Verity. Even though everyone knew strength was the ultimate truth, what lord would ever invest their own capital like this? Yun Shen urgently asked further, is there any progress on the S-rank materials I had you look for? Baha shook his head honestly. None. That stuff is hard to find. Being able to run into it at an auction house once is already a stroke of luck. Yun Shen immediately took out the human's map, excitedly, telling him, it looks like the only lead we have left is this treasure map. Baha, take a look at this. Is this thing legit? As a professional, he understood it at a glance. The route isn't complicated. Cross the infinite wasteland, the Lost Marsh, and the Void City, and you can reach the flaming demon training grounds. Suddenly, Baha realized the hidden meaning behind the map. He urgently reported to Yun Shen, this isn't a treasure map at all. It was clearly a scam, and since you expected it, you weren't surprised. You mean it's fake? There's no treasure inside? He lowered his voice to explain. No. If you really follow this map, don't even talk about S-rank materials, you might even find an incredibly wealthy treasury. But the problem is the destination, the Flame Demon Purgatory, the territory of the violent Flame Demon clan. According to Baha, this place can be called a forbidden zone of cruelty. The violent Flame Demon clan is a demon species that existed before the Void Demons split into the 72 demon clans. Their strength was immense, their clan leader was on par with any of the 72 pillar demons. But one day, the entire clan suddenly went extinct. The exact cause is debated. Some say they angered the gods and were annihilated by them. Others say they angered the Void Demons and were wiped out. But regardless of what happened, the Flame Demon Purgatory definitely holds infinite treasure. That's why many powerful demons, even demon lords, have traveled thousands of miles to get there. The result? Forget about finding anything surviving to return was a stroke of luck. Finally, out of concern, he cupped his hands and suggested to Yun Shen, "Please forgive my rudeness, Lord. Lord, it's best if you give up." Even without mentioning the Flame Demon Purgatory, the Endless Wasteland alone has countless demonic beasts and lethal swamps. No demon spawn has ever come out alive. You became even more determined to set out on the punitive expedition. I, on the other hand, think it's worth a try. At the very least, I won't waste the trip. In his heart, Yun Shen thought excitedly, "It's like a secret dungeon. Clearing mobs is my specialty, and with so many divine skills in my hands, staying alive shouldn't be a problem." Baha sighed, looking ahead, and continued, "Lord, you always act alone. I hope you can consider the city's future. This trip is long. Who knows how long you'll be gone? What if the three great demon lords send someone to attack? You decisively cut him off. Yun Shen, that won't happen. With the strength I've displayed, unless they come in person, sending more demon spawn is just asking for a death sentence. And in 1 year, the grand duel for the 72 pillars begins. Compared to dealing with us, they will definitely prioritize accumulating power for themselves. As expected of a steward, his suggestions were all perfectly reasonable. The Lord makes a valid point, but it's better to be prepared just in case. At least please take these sensing crystals and the return scroll. Once something happens to the city, as long as you aren't in a special space, you can return at any time. Yun Shen took them and decisively ordered Baha. Understood. Get the supplies ready for the road. We depart tomorrow. Right at this moment, somewhere in the dark world, Lu Yiling had successfully infiltrated the lair of the Advent organization. It was simple, she had just blended in. These guys are honestly so naive. Her method had been to chant the slogan, "Dedicate everything to the Supreme Lord." She just wore their clothes and shouted the slogan, and they already treated her as a comrade. Maybe because she had a human identity, it was easy. She didn't know what the Lord was, but just shouting it worked. A human servant respectfully invited her. "New priest, please come to the stage. Today, we pray to the Supreme Lord." She stepped onto the platform one step at a time, but her identity left Lu Yiling completely stunned. "What is this?" That new priest. After seeing the priest's face clearly, she gasped in her heart, "Lucy?" A group of people gathered to pray. Lucy's voice rang out, "Oh, Supreme Lord, your will makes us strong. Your tolerance helps us grow." She bowed her head, clasped her hands together, and spoke reverently, "Serving you is our honor. We will dedicate everything to you, for you." Lu Yiling stood behind, watching every move of Lucy, thinking to herself, "Who would have thought I'd run into an old acquaintance in the dark world? And she's doing so much better than me. This situation is really not good. If I get recognized, I'll definitely be in trouble." Her expression became tense, and sweat dripped down. "But I don't have disguise skills or props. Should I retreat? I might not get another chance to infiltrate like this." Her eyes narrowed, feeling deeply conflicted. What should I do? Right, there's one thing I can use. Up on the stage, Lucy turned around and spoke happily. "Thank you, everyone, for completing the prayer with me today. Next, I have something to report to you all." Despite her sad words, her face was bright and radiant as she continued. "The believers, who previously helped us collect the reincarnation materials, have been completely wiped out." The crowd below was shocked. They exclaimed, "What? Wiped out? Captain, and the 2 reincarnation priests, too. These despicable demon spawns, killing them isn't enough." Lucy's dark, black hand reached out with a soothing voice. "Everyone, don't be sad." She began to explain, "They sacrificed their lives for me, and at the same time, for the Supreme Lord. Even if they died, there is certainly nothing to regret. But to communicate with the Lord more smoothly, my reincarnation must finally proceed. Currently, we are still missing many materials." One of them disagreed with Lucy's conditions. He raised his voice. "The priest is the spokesperson for the Lord, and can communicate directly with the Lord. You are more important than any of us, but the materials priest Lucy needs are all too hard to find. We have to accept the risks. Even if we say it's for the Lord and won't hesitate to sacrifice our lives, surviving allows us to do more for the Lord." Lu Yiling pushed through the crowd, making everyone look at her with confused eyes. She said loudly, "A bunch of cowards, afraid of death." Her footsteps were full of charisma and determination. "Could it be that your faith in the Lord is only this much?" Lu Yiling leaned over, looking down at the crowd aggressively. She said, "How noble is the priest? She only wants a few materials. For her, if we have to steal, rob, or die, isn't that just a matter of course? Why are you still hesitating?" Lucy was very satisfied with Lu Yiling's words. She reached out her hands and exclaimed joyfully, "Oh my, what pure and pious faith this is! Hurry, hurry, come to my side and tell me your name." Lu Yiling was quite flustered at this moment. She hesitated and replied, "My name is Xiao Lingzi." "Damn it, I forgot my name. Xiao Lingzi." She just said the name her brother gave her. Lucy exclaimed enthusiastically, "A truly interesting name. Why is your face wrapped in bandages? Are you injured?" Lu Yiling replied decisively, "That's right. I was disfigured by demon spawns before, but I believe the Supreme Lord. Sooner or later, it will help me restore my appearance." Her face radiated such gentleness that when she heard Lu Yiling's response, she was captivated by such sincere devotion. "The only unfortunate thing is that your voice sounds exactly like that pathetic pig I once met." Hearing Lucy insult her, Lu Yiling felt incredibly annoyed. Deep down, she cursed, "You're the pig. Your whole family is full of pigs. Calm down, stay calm." Black feathers drifted down slowly. She grabbed Lu Yiling's hand to encourage her. "But obviously, she isn't worthy of being compared to you. I will report everything about you to the Lord, your faith." Lucy's black wings burst open like a fan, surrounding both of them. "Is truly worthy of moving our Supreme Lord." Everyone below exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God, this is a miracle bestowed by our master. Her faith has truly moved the Lord, Lady Lucy. Please forgive our rudeness from before. Even if we have to steal, rob, or even die, we will definitely help you gather the 10 materials. Please, you must tell the Lord about our faith." Lu Yiling looked up, eyes narrowing in irritation. She sneered to herself, "A miracle? What a load of crap. That's clearly just flashy skills and props designed to create a visual effect. These people are definitely out of their minds. So easy to fool." Lucy held out her hand and said, "Follower, Lu Yiling, I hope you will lead the team of 5 to search for materials. Are you willing to take on this task?" Lu Yiling reluctantly replied, "Of course, my great temple priestess." Although she agreed verbally, in her heart she was unwilling. She narrowed her eyes, thinking, "Still, playing the hand-kissing game? Disgusting. Just wait. When I finally get you deep inside, I'll make you lick my feet." Elsewhere, Yun Shen's footprints were deeply imprinted on the ground. He walked while reading a book, using his finger to point toward the direction he needed to go. The endless desert. Yun Shen stopped here and said, "This doesn't belong to any demon race." In the danger zone, 2 giant monsters stood on stone platforms, looking down. This place was named because of the countless monsters within. He drew his sword, ready to fight. "Well then, let's enjoy this once again." His eyes narrowed. It had been a long time since he felt the thrill of hunting monsters. Yun Shen gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward like a gust of wind. Swordmaster fusion skill, swift blade of the heavenly demon. Swish. He unleashed a beautiful horizontal golden sword beam. The shrieks of hundreds of incoming monsters echoed, but he remained calm, fighting each one. A monster's hand swiped in front of Yun Shen's eyes. He skillfully dodged it. As he fought, he thought, "The terrain here is wide and the monsters are scattered. Killing them one by one is a huge waste of time and effort." Even though he had brought plenty of supplies, a monster flew past him. He quickly struck it with his hand, thinking, "I don't know how long it will take to get out of this endless desert, so managing my stamina is crucial." The number of monsters grew. They piled on top of each other, forming a shield. "First, let's wound them and draw their attention." By now, the shield formed by the monsters was nearly complete. In Yun Shen's head, he began calculating. Gather them up. The monsters were now like a solid wall. Then, he would wipe them out cleanly. He began using the greed fusion skill, the arm-wrapping mage technique. Magic dispersion. A wave of blue light emitted from his weapon, binding the giant frog. Yun Shen leaped into the air, creating a source of energy. A shimmering blue light flowed down onto the stacked monsters. The 2 elements merged, together, creating a beautiful stream. He cast his gaze toward them. He held the gun in his hand and sighed, "Insect monsters. Sounds annoying." He equipped the terrifying demon-type weapon. Dual 6-shooters, shotguns, rapid-fire 6-shooters. Yun Shen glanced to the right. By now, green slime was constantly flying toward him. The monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. He crouched in front of a carcass and said, "Unlike the replica, here, when you kill a monster, equipment doesn't drop. Even if you want materials, you have to process the bodies. Luckily, I still get experience points. It wasn't a wasted battle. Yun Shen reached into the monster's body to retrieve something. Furthermore, monsters here dropped something the monsters in the replica didn't have. A sparkling pink stone appeared. He looked at it and said, "Magic crystals, filled with dark mana. They can be absorbed by the demon race to become stronger." Coins of a similar color slowly drifted down. Magic coins. They could become common currency in the dark world, also made from magic crystals, so they hold some value. He looked to his left and muttered, "The attributes plundered by the plundering hand won't last forever, but skills can be learned directly. Using demon race skills requires consuming dark mana, a blue flame merged with the demon element. In theory, as long as I have dark mana and learn demon art skills, I can directly use low-level skills of the Wandering class." Yun Shen told himself, regardless of the limitations of the Wandering class low-level skills. This behavior is like exploiting a loophole. Whether it works or not, I'll only know if I try. 3 months later, in a cave on the mountain. Inside the cave, a strange, dim purple light emitted. Yun Shen was sitting on a rock, watching the scenery below, and spoke. 3 months of monster grinding, reached level 7, gathered 10 cores. Quite a lot. He looked up and continued. This amount should be enough for me to test it. Even if it fails, I can sell them for money, so it's not a total loss. Then, Yun Shen turned his eyes toward the cave entrance and whispered, "I've already set up plenty of traps at the entrance. No need to worry about safety." He stepped into the cave. Waves of purple light flew toward him one after another. Yun Shen's voice rang out again, "Everything is ready. Let's begin." He started coughing, his body feeling extremely painful and uncomfortable. Yun Shen gasped, "It hurts." But as he looked down at his hands, he saw black veins. Feeling something was wrong, he cried out, "My body is collapsing? Why?" His hands had gray marks. They looked horrifying. Yun Shen exclaimed in surprise, "That's not right. This dark power wants to destroy my body first, then regenerate it. Recover, recover." No matter how many times he shouted, it was useless. He helplessly lamented, "Now my whole body, from bones to muscles, blood vessels, and flesh." Yun Shen. At that moment, he felt completely helpless against the situation. He was transforming into a demon, with dark energy swirling around him from behind. Mucus oozed out in every direction, forming a solid, suffocating cocoon. He thought warily as immense power surged endlessly from within his body. His eyes were dull and unfocused, sweat pouring down. "Is this dark power?" he wondered, slowly losing consciousness. In his mind, a voice echoed, "Young Xia, Young Xia." He remembered the conversation with Ning Junji Cheng. Yun Shen had been walking behind, shouting, "Ning Junji Cheng, if you say the dark world and our world are fundamentally different because the concentration of magic in the air is higher," he said with a serious expression. "If we humans lived in the dark world and adapted, could we become as strong as the demon race?" Ning Junji Cheng held up a finger and replied, "It's possible, but only on the condition that you can adapt. This kind of adaptation isn't just about surviving. It's about fully adapting like the demons, even being able to use the unique dark magic of the dark world." A drop of water fell from the purple pool. Ning Junji Cheng continued, "Just like the saying, quantity leads to a change in quality. The extremely high concentration of magic makes the magic in the dark world evolve into a superior form of dark magic compared to ordinary magic. Demons have stolen our skills, and the result is that their dark magic skills are remarkably effective." Yun Shen wondered and asked, "What about us using demon skills?" She replied, "It's impossible. Demon skills can only be used with dark magic. Ordinary magic won't work." Ning Junji Cheng began to explain in detail so he would understand. "On the other hand, the enemy can use our skills, while we can't use theirs. It's unfair, right? But that's the undeniable reality. The inferior will always be outmatched. That's the rule." Yun Shen rubbed his chin and muttered, "But I can use the Demon Lord's talent and the Nether Flame. Those are demon things, aren't they?" She pointed at him and said, "The Nether Flame was just an itemless seed. Only after absorbing it did it become your skill. And the Demon Lord's talent was granted by the gods. Only someone who can defy the rules, change them, and even create new ones." Ning Junji Cheng spoke decisively. "Only a god." She stepped closer to Yun Shen. "If you want to have the power of the demons," she placed her hand on his shoulder and said seriously, "it's possible, just like the dark believers who are forcibly injected with dark magic. As long as you absorb enough, you could completely transform into a demon." Ning Junji Cheng leaned close to his ear and whispered, "But doing so means you will never be human again." Next, she said something that made everyone ponder, "Do you want to?" Returning to reality, Yun Shen was struggling to speak. Naturally, those green slimy substances pierced his body like knives. "No," he bowed his head weakly and said, "This is just an experiment. I will not betray my principles for power. If humans cannot possess dark magic, Yun Shen grabbed his own head, his face showing extreme tension. Then I refused to absorb it. He widened his eyes, looked at his own hands, and was completely devastated. No, it can't be stopped. He was shocked, his mouth shouting continuously. Once this thing starts, there's no turning back. A blue flame erupted from Yun Shen's hands. Super tier healing. Even super tier healing was useless. It seemed this wasn't a simple injury. The blue light grew more intense. He stood still like a statue, looked up, and thought. It's more like I violated some rule, and that rule is now trying to erase me. The resurrection cross was also neutralized. On Yun Shen's face, cracks began to appear. He stammered as a familiar feeling returned. In a hospital room, Yun Shen was lying in bed with Yun beside him. Did I die again? The heart rate monitor was beeping. With a thin face like a dying old man, Yun wept beside him, begging, Big brother, don't close your eyes. You must keep your eyes open. Please, don't abandon me. Don't abandon me. Before passing away, Yun Shen looked up at the ceiling and thought, Sorry, Yun, I want to live too, but I can feel my consciousness gradually fading. His eyes slowly closed. I can't stop it. Even just a little bit. Facing death, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, another scene appeared. Yun Shen was floating on the surface of the water, his consciousness fading. He still couldn't stop it at all. This helpless feeling again. It's just like that time. Could it be ending like this? He woke up and surged to the water's surface powerfully. No, not this time. I've died once before. Death is no longer a stranger to me. There must be a way to survive. Yun Shen braced his hands on the ground and looked down. Just by looking, one could see there wasn't much difference between human and demon bodies. If you had to name the biggest difference, it's just that demon bodies can fully adapt to dark magic. Dark magic is, after all, just a type of power. Under the water, he saw the image of Wu Ji appear. It just needs a suitable container, like a demon body. If that's the case, then if I use a body, artificially altered by skills to trick it. Yun Shen didn't hesitate. He pulled that person up to the surface. Perhaps it can be considered a container. Inside the cocoon came a heavy voice. Come here, come here. He regained consciousness and shouted, I won't resist anymore. If you want to get in, then do it. Those slimy substances rushed toward him like a whirlwind. Yun Shen yelled, merge into my darkness. Merge into my skills. I accept it all. His shout shattered the quiet atmosphere. The cocoon cracked. The rocks above cracked and slowly fell down. He opened his black wings, looked at his hands, and calmly exclaimed, It seems it was a success. Blood S plus Dark Knight. Transformed by fusing dark magic. In the blood state, attributes and skill effects are enhanced. The body completely transformed into a demon, capable of using both dark magic and ordinary magic. Yun Shen raised his voice to explain, the dark body was originally a skill of the female demon lord, Dark Knight. It has been absorbed by me through the god's seed. It is not only an orthodox magic skill, but also acts to protect the body, linking with the body and capable of evolution. He pretended that his body in the Dark Knight state was his own flesh and blood, deceiving the limit of the darkness, causing it to only modify the body after he transformed. Thus, what it modifies is not Yun Shen himself, but just the form of the skill. Once the skill is deactivated, he will return to his human state. Of course, he wouldn't be able to use dark magic anymore. Yun Shen looked at his hands with gratitude. To be able to reach this point, he had to thank Dark Knight from the 72 demons. Truly a powerful skill. Furthermore, it hasn't finished the evolution process yet. It has potential, but it cannot be transformed into another form. Any missing conditions? I know that I've been influenced by the world rules. Yun Shen looked up as if he realized something. Now, his actions could be considered deceiving the rules, but the one who set these rules doesn't seem to have noticed yet. Before he could finish his thought, a sudden noise echoed toward him. He darted a glance. A black beast with golden eyes lunged at him, looking incredibly ferocious, followed by an entire army of monsters swarming in. Yun Shen guessed, it seems they were drawn by the commotion when I absorbed the dark magic. Seeing this, he smirked triumphantly. Perfect. Let's use you lot to test out my new strength. As he spoke, Yun Shen's eyes widened. A wave of gloomy, dark energy radiated out. When the monsters felt that source of dark aura, they suddenly froze in place. He looked satisfied, his vision having changed completely. Standing before the motionless monsters, Yun Shen spoke up. It seems the key to evolving the Black Knight Devourer innate skill is dark magic. Night Vision, S+. After activating this skill, everything in the user's field of view can be frozen until the dark magic is depleted or the user deactivates it. Note, the more targets chosen to freeze and the greater the distance, the more dark magic is consumed. Note, when the target's stats are higher than the user's, the dark magic consumption rate doubles. Yun Shen pulled out his staff. Intrigued. Let's try using dark magic with other skills. Low-level skill. Greed, toxic tendrils. As soon as he finished, purple, thorny vines sprouted rapidly, wrapping tightly around the frozen monsters. He noted, the tendrils, which used to be ordinary, have now grown thorns, maintaining their original effect while increasing damage potential. Yun Shen held his staff up, firing a blue flame that incinerated them all. The monsters exploded within the flickering fire. Yun Shen continued, the fireball also has an added explosion effect and shrapnel. The power level has gone up a tier. He added, besides that, the skill that surprised me most is none other than Shadow Clone. He said happily, I can create an extra clone now. Yun Shen raised both hands, summoning a water clone and a fire clone. He wondered, what if I use the fusion technique? Fire clone and water clone. I can clone myself once more. If I use the fusion technique, the Dark Swordsman is firebound, and the assassin is the fire demon clone, inheriting 65% of the original stats, mastering all the assassin's skills of the original, attacking with added fire attribute damage. The Taoist fusion technique is lightning summoning, and the assassin is the shadow demon clone, inheriting 65% of the original stats, mastering all assassin skills of the original, attacking with added lightning attribute damage. Yun Shen and his two clones stepped toward the monster horde. He commanded, kill them. Quickly, the two clones lunged forward, working together to wipe them out. 3 months later, Yun Shen walked while muttering. It's no wonder they call this the Endless Desert. It took 7.5 months just to reach the end. His bags were packed with monster carcasses. Of course, that was because he had killed every monster along the way. Just traveling, it wouldn't have taken nearly that long. Luckily, the harvest was quite abundant. Just the storage bag alone was almost filled with monster corpses. Yun Shen continued, my level has also increased significantly. If we're just talking about stats, I'm not inferior to most of those hidden, Tier 3 reincarnated players. After all, the accumulation of the Demon Lord's essence and daily quests has given me very significant stats. Name, Yun Shen. Race, human. Level, 62. Base stats, excluding equipment. Strength, 913. Health, 913. Agility, 911. Intelligence, 911. Stamina, 911. Main weapon, Strange, Platinum Breaker. Secondary weapon, Strange Soul-Stirring Diamond 3-star. Special weapon, Legendary Bandit's Hand. Innate skill, All-Rounder A+. Fusion Technique A. Demon Body S+. Night Vision S+. Superhuman Healing S+. Invincible S+. True Aim S+. Dark Hellfire S. Casting Speed A. Dual Casting A. Special Skill, Divine Lightning S. No Staff Casting A. Other common skills in this world. There are still many powerful people out there. Yun Shen pondered. Even so, compared to the Tier 4 God-level reincarnated players, there's still a massive gap. After all, the deeper you go, the more absurd the experience required for leveling up becomes. For normal reincarnated players, the rewards are greater, and Tier 4 players have many ways to obtain items that boost stats. For the Demon Lord, it goes without saying. Yun Shen walked and thought, becoming one of the 72 demons is just the first step. There are even greater dangers to resolve. I must become stronger. He stopped walking. In front of him was a desolate and remote place. The second area, Lost Swamp. Finally here. Yun Shen opened the system and said, oh, a new mission triggered. Mission, eradicate. Checking. Subject matches criteria. New mission released. Mission details. Eradicate the hallucination husk. Penalty for failure, none. Reward, anti-weapon blueprint. Yun Shen raised a hand, wondering, hallucination husk? What is that? This place doesn't look like it has monsters, and it's filled with poisonous gas. Even though there's no smell, it feels very eerie. The swamp isn't poisonous either, though it has some corrosion, it's not strong. It would take at least half a year to erode my skin. He stomped his foot on the ground, wanting to check if this place was safe, then pulled out a talisman and said, but ultimately, it's not a good sign. Let's see if I can dispel it. Fusion technique, Leader's Purification, and Taoist's Exorcism. Great Exorcism spell. Yun Shen stood there for a moment. The talisman had no effect. He looked disappointed. Nothing? Is the environment harmless, or has this place become so bad that I can't dispel it? But I'm still missing 2 parts of the S-tier material. It would be a real pity to turn back now. Suddenly, there were beasts. Yun Shen was surprised. Oh, it seems this place isn't devoid of living creatures, but they don't seem to want to fight me. Suddenly, he tensed up, as if realizing something. Yun Shen looked down at his hand, covered in purple slime. So, I've been poisoned since I stepped foot in this place. He felt dizzy. Monsters were all around, rushing toward him. One had already grabbed Yun Shen. Just as it opened its mouth wide to swallow him whole, his black body lunged out to attack the monsters. Yun Shen was still in a comatose state, with his black body standing guard behind him, protecting him from the monsters. In his dream was an image of Yun Tang was pushing a wheelchair with Yun Shen in it. He blinked, his eyes unfocused, and whispered, "The warmth of the sunlight. My body feels so frail. Where am I?" Suddenly, she put one hand on her hip and pointed straight at him with the other, shouting indignantly, "Hey, today is the day you get discharged. Why are you starting to talk nonsense all of a sudden?" His eyes went wide in surprise. "Yun Tang, getting discharged. Is my body completely recovered?" She replied cheerfully. "Of course it is. Finally, I can stop worrying and head back to university." She then clenched her fist with determination and winked, laughing. "But don't you worry. I'll take on some part-time work in my spare time. I'll definitely be able to take good care of you. Don't stress about money at all. My coworkers at the shop even call me the worker fairy." Yun Shen frowned slightly upon hearing that. Worker fairy? What kind of ridiculous nonsense is that? He then braced himself and stood up. Regardless of what happened, he looked up at the sky and smiled. "I won't let you carry the burden alone." Yun Shen seemed to have regained his hope, more certain than ever. It's time to get back to work like before. Scene transition. In a room, Yun Shen is sitting in front of a computer screen. He moves the mouse to the character settings, clicks on it, and shouts, "Found it." Yun Shen kept clicking on the links that appeared. Right after that, a series of news articles about him popped up. The genius, Yun Shen, who once had no equal, has finally recovered and returned. The top-tier player in mechanics and also someone with incredibly sharp instincts is back. He created a brand new character. Surprisingly, his choice this time is a drifter, someone with no profession. Can he continue his glorious history? At that moment, Yun Shen's character appeared and lunged straight at the monsters. With just one sword stroke, he successfully took them all down. A voice announced, "Congratulations to Yun Shen for clearing them all. You have a chance to win the championship in this dungeon clearance competition. And it's also enough to break the time record." The narrator continued, "Cleared. Cleared. The genius player, Yun Shen, has surpassed every stage, slain every boss, and successfully won the championship in this national online PK tournament. Congratulations to Yun Shen, representing the Huaxia region, for winning the national championship. Do you have anything you'd like to say?" Yun Shen grabbed the mic immediately and looked straight ahead, replying, "The gold cup is in my hands, everyone acknowledges it." Scene transition to the school. Yun Tang ran over, hugged his neck, and burst into tears. "Brother, I finally graduated. From now on, I'll work hard. Now, let me take care of you." Then she took him to a restaurant. As she picked up some meat, Yun Tang laughed. "Brother, this place has great food, doesn't it? I got my paycheck today, so let me treat you to this meal." In the days that followed, Yun Tang always came home looking frustrated and annoyed. "I'm so ticked off today. My boss made me work overtime again, but refused to pay me extra." After that came a series of happy moments between the two siblings. Yun Tang popping party poppers to celebrate his birthday, smiling brightly. "Brother." She then pointed toward the beach and exclaimed excitedly, "Brother." After that, Yun Tang stood in front of the camera, winked, and said, "Brother." In the park, the two of them walked together. Suddenly, she glanced at Yun Shen and laughed. "Brother, lately I've had the feeling that you have something on your mind. You've been spacing out so much. Could it be you're looking for a sister-in-law for me? If so, you have to let me help you." Hearing that, he looked up at the sky and hesitated. "Something on my mind?" Then, Yun Shen began to open up. "After all, a world as beautiful as this, it really makes it hard to leave." He continued, "But sooner or later, it has to end. It's time for me to go back." They stood face to face, and the atmosphere went silent. Yun Tang kept a smile on her lips and said, "Oh my, so you knew I was fake all along? Everything is a lie." Yun Shen looked at her and smiled gently, replying, "An illusion, no matter how beautiful, is still just an illusion in the end. It wasn't enough to make me lose my way. Even so, I wanted to be lazy for a while. After all, a life like this really was my dream, for so long." Suddenly, she lunged at him, hugging him, and begged in a pleading voice, "Don't go, okay?" He gently patted her head and replied, "I can't. There's still a little sister waiting for me. Besides, there are quite a few things that need to be resolved." And then Yun Shen added, "No matter if reality is sad, happy, boring, or whatever else, in the end, you have to face it. Staying here is simply running away, returning to the battle." He shook off the flashback, feeling a bit startled. Yun Shen looked ahead, thinking, Before entering this place, I hid the ghost photo inside the photo domain. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have been able to stay in the illusion so casually. It has successfully completed its mission. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Oh, you're awake." He was startled and turned his head. "Guild leader? Isn't it your goal to join the inner circle of the descending organization? Why are you here?" Seeing his confusion, Lu Yiling pointed at the group of people and said, "I helped the leader collect 10 documents and brought a few believers here, but it seems they don't want to leave now. Over there." They kept muttering fanatical words. "Finally met the Lord. This is the paradise the Lord has bestowed upon us. I want to stay here forever and serve by the Lord's side." She reached up to her shoulder, wiped off some slime, and continued. "From what I've observed, after the fog here accumulates on the body to a certain level, it condenses into this slime. Not only can this slime trap people in illusions, but it also numbs the nerves, causing pain and dulling the 5 senses. Even if you cut off their limbs, you can't wake them up. Those with weak wills or strong desires are very easily led astray." Lu Yiling didn't stop there. "So this place is a famous suicide holy land of the dark world. Many people who have lost hope in life come here voluntarily, wanting only to die inside this beautiful illusion. Not just dark spawn, but many magical beasts that lose their way here also end up delusional, I suppose. In their illusions, the world is filled with so much meat they can't even eat it all, right?" She then leaned down to look at Yun Shen and said, "But what's with your face? It looks even more like a dark spawn than before. At first, I didn't dare to recognize you. I thought I was mistaken." Then he shifted back to his normal form and smiled, answering her. "Because of absorbing the dark magic, this skill mutated. So my appearance changed like that. Luckily, I was still able to keep my human identity." Lu Yiling's eyes widened. She laughed and shouted, "Absorbing dark magic. The military put so much effort into researching this before, but every attempt failed. I never expected that you, Junior, could actually succeed. If your method were to be popularized, it would surely be a massive boost to the combat power of the entire human race." Yun Shen explained immediately. "First, you need the talent of one of the 72 pillar demons. Furthermore, that talent must have the potential to evolve, and you need enough magic stones. Otherwise, you'll just turn into a demon spawn, no different from the Dark Believers." Yun Shen added helplessly, "Besides, even after meeting all those conditions, I still nearly lost my life, so don't even think about making it public." Hearing this, Lu Yiling frowned and replied, "It seems this method is only for you to use." She suddenly looked at him and asked, "Oh, right. How is things going on your end?" Lu Yiling turned away, looking bored as she answered, "For the last 6 months, I've been relying on schemes and plundering resources to climb up to the rank of cult leader. I suppose I'm a bit of a leader now, but I'm still far behind our acquaintance, Lucy. She is a high priestess. She's waited on by a bunch of believers day and night, living in total luxury." Yun Shen frowned, brought his hand to his chin in thought, and spoke up. "Lucy, is that so? No wonder she was defeated so easily in the competition. I thought she was just being careless. Looking at it now, it seems everything was meticulously planned." Lu Yiling let out a sigh and said, "Who says it wasn't? Plus, the Advent organization here has deep ties to the Holy Empire." She then glanced toward Yun Shen and continued, "According to my investigation, most of the people in the organization were taken by the Holy Empire when they were infants. From a young age, they were conditioned for life in the dark world, then indoctrinated by those so-called sacred believers using systematic, professional dogmas." She didn't stop there. "In their eyes, whether it's a human or a demon spawn, as long as they aren't part of their cult, then they are just unclean beings that must be erased." Yun Shen immediately asked, "Dark believers worship demon spawns and yearn for the descent of demon spawns. If they call themselves the Advent organization, then what exactly do they want to summon?" Lu Yiling frowned and muttered, "A god." Suddenly, flocks of black crows were circling above them. Yun Shen asked, confused, "A god?" Then he continued, "As far as I know, whether it's the dark world or the human world, aside from sacrifices, gods don't interfere in anything. Yet they want a god to descend? Are you sure about that?" Lu Yiling tilted her head and replied, "I'm not sure. After all, we don't know much about gods. At the very least, as things stand now, even though Lucy claims she can communicate with gods, it's mostly just her own deception." She frowned again and added, "Let's stop talking about this. Little Junior, did you come here because you saw that treasure map and wanted to go to the Purgatory Flame?" Yun Shen was surprised, pointed at Lu Yiling, and asked, "Are you here for the same reason, Senior?" She replied, "Only a fool would go there. I'm just here on a mission. I'm not even going into Void City." He fell silent at her words, knowing just how dangerous it was. She continued, "After all, that is the ruin of an entire tribe of violent flame demons. enough to make all 72 pillar demons drool with greed. As Lu Yiling's knowledge surfaced, she kept telling the story. Countless demon spawns have targeted that place, but they all failed. They struggled to the very end, yet they couldn't even find a trace of the purgatory flame. One could see the sorrow in Lu Yiling's eyes through her storytelling. It was all because a castle blocked their path. No one knows what's inside that castle, but once anyone enters, no demon spawn ever walks out. Even a demon lord meets the same fate. Stepping inside means being reduced to nothingness, ceasing to exist. That's why it's called Void City. Then, Lu Yiling reached out and said, "Little Junior, listen to your senior's advice. Let's end this journey here. Go back to the stronghold. I'll think of a way to get the S-rank materials. After all, I'm a cult leader now, and I have some power. With secret operations, it's not impossible to get them." Yun Shen immediately interrupted. "No, it's too dangerous. You're in the enemy's camp now. If you get caught, you won't survive." He would leave the Advent organization. Simultaneously, a thought flashed through his mind. She was ready to die to protect him earlier. If he agreed, she would likely disregard her own safety. Yun Shen stood up and added, "I'll find a way to get the S-rank materials myself. Trust me, I have a complete plan." At the same time, he kept thinking, "I must obtain the position of the 72 pillar demons, and I must finish the defensive gear." He walked away, leaving Lu Yiling behind. As he walked, he waved his hand and said, "There is less than half a year until the battle with the Dark Knight Demon Lord. Time is running out. We say goodbye here." Yun Shen looked down at the dry skeletons on the ground, frowned, and muttered, "There's no living thing here, and I don't see the annihilation shell mentioned in the mission." He looked around and said to himself, "I don't know if I'm just hallucinating, but these demon spawns and demon beasts don't look like they just decayed. It's more like they were digested or absorbed." Yun Shen moved quickly and concluded, "It seems." He stood in front of a castle shrouded in ominous energy. "I've reached the next location." He looked up at the gloomy castle and said, "Is this Void City? I can't feel any signs of life from inside, and it's so quiet." Yun Shen immediately lowered his voice. "It's like a dead city." But he wasn't afraid. He confidently stepped inside. "At the very least, I have skills to preserve my life. If I encounter danger, I can just activate my invincibility skill, then use the divine light to escape. No matter what's inside, there will be a way to deal with it." Suddenly, Yun Shen stepped on some secret barrier. His foot accidentally triggered a dazzling light that seemed to swallow him whole, and he gradually disappeared as if teleporting to another dimension, making him lose consciousness. Suddenly, Yun Shen opened his eyes wide, panting heavily. Only then did he realize he was in a strange place. He frowned, gritted his teeth, brought his hand up, and groaned. "It hurts. What happened?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "I clearly remember entering Void City, so where am I now?" He kept wondering, and where did these wounds on my body come from? What exactly happened when I entered the City of Void? A figure appeared in the distance, and suddenly, a voice called out to me, "You're finally awake." Yun Shen looked up, bewildered. "Who are you?" he wondered, thinking to himself. "What is going on? This little girl is a demon descendant, but I can't tell which clan she belongs to. Plus, I'm clearly in human form right now, yet she doesn't seem to have any hostility toward me." Little Nana turned away after seeing Yun Shen wake up. She shouted loudly, "It's great, it's great. The outsider whose face we couldn't see has woken up. Everyone, come quickly and take a look. Our efforts weren't in vain. He really woke up." Hearing the announcement, the crowd flocked over like they were watching a show. A demon in the City of Void laughed and said, "I told you. That medicinal herb is extremely effective." The demon beside her ruffled her hair and replied, "Don't get cocky. It's obviously because that faceless guy has a strong constitution. If it were Rita's pet, it would have died from eating your herb. This is my first time seeing an outsider who didn't die. It's a good thing, though." She then ran over to him and asked happily, "What's your name? Where are you from?" Yun Shen struggled to stand up, hesitating. Suddenly, little Nana looked at him and spoke up. "For some reason, even when I get close, I can't see your face clearly. It's all blurry and hazy, like there's nothing there." Then she offered a suggestion. "Why don't we just call you Void?" Hearing the name she gave him, a demon gave a thumbs up and laughed. "Void? That's a pretty good name. It fits perfectly. It seems little Nana is great at naming things." Then she grabbed Yun Shen's hand and said, "I discovered you first, so I'll be the one to look after you. Come on, follow me home." Hearing that, Yun Shen's eyes widened slightly. "Home?" Yun Shen then began to monologue internally. "Just like that, I was led by little Nana to live in this village." He learned more about the village's history. Yun Shen understood that the ancestors of these demon descendants had all come from a place engulfed by the flames of war. To avoid the conflict, they took refuge here. Isolated from the outside world for hundreds of years, there were no disputes or killings. It was like a peaceful paradise. However, Yun Shen couldn't stop wondering why they couldn't see his face clearly. When he spoke, they could only hear a muffled ooh-ooh sound, which wasn't clear. His figure was also blurry, making it impossible to guess his age or gender. This made them feel he was very ethereal, as if he didn't really exist. That's why they felt the name Void was so appropriate. Yun Shen continued his emotional journey. Luckily, they weren't prejudiced. They were extremely friendly and accepted him living among them, which made him feel comfortable and content. Staying here forever might not be such a bad choice. Outside the straw-thatched house, Yun Shen sat there, relaxed, and said, "This is what you call a strange yet interesting life, full of infinite possibilities. These people have truly created some fascinating things. I'm impressed." Suddenly, he put his hand to his head, grimaced, and lamented, that uncomfortable feeling again. At the same time, a thought flashed through his mind. In the 3 months since I arrived here, I occasionally say these strange things, even things I don't understand myself, things I hadn't even thought of. Just then, little Nana stepped out with something in her hand and said, "Void, as we promised yesterday, I'm here to teach you how to write. Let's start with the most important thing." Then, little Nana held a stone out in front of Yun Shen and said, "Look at this. This is your name, Void." Suddenly, the demons in the city of Void rushed by, shouting, "It's happening again. We have to get over there. Hurry up. Don't let that person die." Yun Shen found it strange, so he immediately looked at them and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" A demon turned back to look at him and replied, "We found another injured outsider. These outsiders this time are different from you. We can see their faces clearly, and they even look a lot like us. There are new people in the village." Then, little Nana looked at Yun Shen and said happily, "Actually, the first time an outsider appeared, everyone was terrified, worried they would meet bad people. But as it turned out, Void is both cute and kind. This outsider must be like Void, so nobody is afraid at all. In fact, everyone is very welcoming." Hearing that, he frowned slightly and replied to her, "That kind of thinking is very dangerous." At the same time, several demons from the Blazing Demon clan were lying miserably on the ground, groaning in pain. "It hurts so much." Bao Mo clutched his head and shouted, "Damn it. The Abyss of Oblivion is much more dangerous than I imagined. We haven't found the treasure yet, and we're all covered in injuries. I should have listened to my father's advice from the start." Others started blaming him. "Young clan leader, the clan leader has warned us countless times. We were absolutely forbidden from entering the Abyss of Oblivion and the seven-dimensional marsh. But you insisted on exploring. Now look at this mess. Even we are dragged into this." He heard this and was so angry he was flustered. He held up a dark red jade and said, "Stop your whining. Don't you forget who I am. At the very worst, I'll crush this resonance crystal. As long as my father shows up, we're not going to die." He looked thoughtful as he continued, "We don't need to worry about running out of time either." Then, Bao Mo recalled the locations on the map. After all, our Blazing Demon clan territory borders the Abyss of Oblivion, and the seven-dimensional marsh is connected to the Abyss of Oblivion. With my father's full speed, he can be here in just a few seconds. But the others looked around anxiously. "But we are clearly at the border of the seven-dimensional marsh and the Abyss of Oblivion, and we suddenly fell here. Where are we? This is my first time seeing this place." Suddenly, a group of people approached. The rustling sound immediately caught Bao Mo's attention. The local demon villagers were overjoyed. "Look, the outsiders are right here. Everyone, come over here." In contrast, Bao Mo's subordinates whispered, "How unlucky. To run into other demon clans at a time like this. Although I can't tell what clan they are, luckily, they look very weak. Let's strike first before they can go back to their clan and report this." Just as they were about to attack, someone raised a hand to stop them. It was Blazing Demon. He raised an eyebrow and ordered, "Don't attack." They don't seem to have any intention of starting a fight. His group was immediately suspicious. Usually, the young clan leader is the most bloodthirsty. Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Little did they know, he was silently cursing them. A bunch of idiots who know nothing. With purple pupils, he observed the local villagers. Ancient dark runes. These people are clearly the ancient pure-blooded race recorded in the ancient books. So, he kept wailing and begging them, "Help me, help me. My wounds are so bad, I'm about to die. Is there no kind-hearted AI here to save me?" Yet, deep down, he was wickedly plotting. The ancient, pure-blooded races went extinct 1,000 years ago. These descendants are basically living fossils. Whether I sell them as slaves or use them for research, they're worth a fortune. Eventually, the Bauma group was led back to the village by the local descendants. "Everyone, come out and look. More outsiders have arrived. Their wounds are so severe. Quickly, bring the herbs over and help treat them." The leader, Bauma felt delighted when he saw that everywhere he looked were pure-blooded ancient races. I'm gonna be rich. He scanned everyone in front of him one by one. If I capture them and keep them in cages to breed more, the money will just keep rolling in. Yun Shen watched the Bauma group silently. When he saw little Nana step forward, wanting to help, he stopped her. Don't. Analytical thoughts raced through his mind. Peace had lasted so long that these descendants had forgotten the cruelty of the outside world. Their strength had weakened generation after generation, and they had no clue that the presence of outsiders could lead to an absolute catastrophe. Little Nana looked at him, confused. Void, why wouldn't you let me go? Yun Shen hesitated. Inside, he screamed, damn it, I can't speak. No matter how hard he tried, his lips wouldn't make a sound. This wasn't the first time this had happened. He just stood there, paralyzed, much like in those situations from the outside world where a few words could change everything. I can't speak up. I'm clearly standing right here, yet I'm just like a spectator, only able to blink and watch the situation unfold. And I can't change a single thing. Yun Shen couldn't suppress his frustration. Given this situation, I could basically guess what was going to happen next. And so, time slowly passed. After a week of treatment in the village, the wounds of the descendants of the fierce flame demon clan began to heal. They departed amidst the happy farewells of the entire village one day. It was an early, refreshing morning. Yun Shen went up the mountain to chop wood as usual, because he wanted to contribute something for everyone. But when he returned to the village, everything had changed. He froze at the scene before his eyes. What awaited him was a horrific sight of total annihilation. Fires raged violently, and corpses were strewn everywhere. That Bauma guy was grabbing little Nana by the throat, laughing gleefully. This is the price for resisting me. If you won't be my livestock, then go ahead and die. She could only cry out weakly. Void. The outsider finally strangled her to death, so cruel, right in front of Yun Shen. His eyes widened in rage, his body's power erupting as he roared, damn it all. In a single breath, he lunged behind Bauma's henchmen. You're all living beings, why are you being so cruel? His angry arms swung out, obliterating two of them. Then he screamed, drop dead, all of you. One punch landed, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Yun Shen approached the stammering Bauma. You. He wasn't even afraid and tried to threaten him. You faceless brat. Do you know my father is the chief of the fierce flame demons? If you dare touch me, you'll die a miserable death. But in an instant, he was reduced to a puddle of blood. Yun Shen provoked him with contempt. Then bring him here. A flash of light appeared in the air, and the chief of the fierce flame demons actually descended from the sky. He leaned in close, growling, who the hell are you? Why can't I see your face? How dare you kill my son? And he received a dismissive reply from Yun Shen. I just wanted to kill him, that's all. After that, the scene vanished, leaving only Yun Shen sitting there alone. He had returned to his normal state. Looks like it's over. His long hair covered his expression. No matter how realistic the experience felt, the illusion was just an illusion. Even the illusion with Yun Duan, which I was able to reject, can't affect me just based on this. He walked through the ruins, but the scenery felt very familiar, like he had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, Yun Shen accidentally stepped on a small stone. He furrowed his brows. As he picked it up, he realized, this is the stone little Nana used to teach me how to write. He turned his head to look at the whole scene. Could it be that this wasn't an illusion, but something that actually happened? Yun Shen looked at the desolate scene covered in smoke and fire before him and muttered, the familiar village, the familiar place, the exact same stone. There is only one difference. This place has been reduced to ruins. He seemed to realize something. It looks like everything that happened before was real. It actually occurred. It wasn't just a simple illusion. It didn't appear to target me. It was more like I had accidentally interfered with it. Realizing the truth made Yun Shen feel sorrowful. From the very beginning, I was just a spectator watching from the sidelines, never participating in anything. And I couldn't change a thing. He continued heading toward the volcano in the distance. Baha once said that the fierce flame demon clan had existed for a very long time. So the time the illusion took place must have been quite a while ago. He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. After the fierce flame demons went extinct, the environment here should have gradually recovered to its original state. Why is it still so dilapidated? Suddenly, the volcano erupted, causing him to cry out in surprise. A volcano. The volcano is boiling over, acting like it's gone mad. Magma with an extremely high and dangerous temperature shot out from the volcano. Yun Shen moved while dodging the flying magma as it launched, continuously, forcing Yun Shen to retreat to a safe spot. After regaining his footing, he was suddenly stunned as he looked in one direction. Monsters born from the crater were starting to run in a panic, screaming, hungry, I'm so hungry. Then they spotted him and charged over. hungry. The relentless attacks from them left Yun Shen feeling suspicious. Dead matter gathering into living matter, he started to draw his weapon, pointing it straight at them. Whatever kind of monster you are, piercing, you should do the trick. The sharp tip of his weapon pierced into the monster's head, but it didn't even scratch it, making Yun Shen disbelievingly shout, "So tough." Suddenly, another monster sneaked an attack from behind. At that moment, Yun Shen could only raise his weapon to block. The impact was so strong it made Yun Shen's weapon melt. What the hell is this? That monster. The lava continued its powerful assault, punching him away. Yun Shen's weapon was corroded, leaving him looking incredibly disheveled. It clearly looks ordinary, nothing special. Who would have thought it would have such power? Even my techniques can't handle it. I can't keep trying to face them head-on like this. Before he could think of a strategy, the other monster unleashed a blast of molten lava in his direction. As Yun Shen used his strength to leap up and dodge the attack, the lava poured down onto the spot where he had just been standing. The creatures ganged up and started firing lava toward Yun Shen. He couldn't just stand there and take it, so he immediately countered with his own move. After he launched the attack, Yun Shen landed safely, but it didn't seem effective. The lava continued to surge toward him, leaving him stunned. "You managed to block all of that," he muttered, just as the words left his mouth. The lava lunged straight at him, forcing him to take a defensive stance. After taking the hit head-on, Yun Shen found himself in a tough spot. These monsters look incredibly stupid, but I never expected them to be able to predict where I'd land. Their judgment is terrifying. Suddenly, a silhouette descended from the void above, watching Yun Shen. "Looks like this little brat is the one who infiltrated my memory realm. No wonder it wasn't destroyed. So, he's a human, huh?" The figure continued, arms crossed, sizing him up. "What if you are a human? You're already a mess, just dealing with a few stray lightning bolts. You have no business scouting the abyss. I hope he realizes that throwing his life away is pointless." Yun Shen glanced at the burn marks. He had absorbed the netherworld demonic flame, which provided high fire resistance. It was enough to neutralize most fire-based attacks, yet he was still burned. This flame is formidable. At the very least, it's on par with the netherworld demonic flame. The mindless monsters kept bombarding Yun Shen with lava, so he began combining his skills. The mage's water veil and the shaman's cold breath. "I haven't even used my full power yet, and you think you're something special." Lava and ice collided with a thunderous roar. Icebergs shatter. Not stopping there, Yun Shen continued with his next combo, martial spellcasting, blending the mage's falling thunder and the shaman's violent wind. As lightning struck from the sky, it merged, with the swirling vortex, shattering the monsters into pieces. The void figure stroked his chin, studying the technique. "So that's how it is. It's fascinating to see such a skill existence. How interesting. Quite unique." He laughed heartily as if he had discovered something amusing. "If that's the case, meeting you in person isn't out of the question. The condition is that you must be able to see the rules." Suddenly, Yun Shen turned to look at the spot where the void had vanished, glancing up at the sky. Was that a hallucination? Probably not. Whatever, no point dwelling on that for now. Back to the present situation, he began to analyze. These monsters are definitely at least tier 3, but not a single magic crystal dropped after killing them. It seems they aren't standard magical beasts. Yun Shen looked toward the erupting volcano, full of curiosity. If mere flowing lava can turn into such vicious monsters, there must be something terrifying inside that crater. I'll go take a look. Everywhere he went, the monsters were screeching. Hungry. Hungry. So hungry. Yun Shen activated his beginner assassin stealth skill. As he got closer, the number of monsters increased. Even though their intuition was strong, they seemed dim-witted. As long as he didn't enter combat mode, his stealth was more than enough to handle them. Stopping at the summit of the volcano, Yun Shen suddenly noticed something strange. Sure enough, there's something inside. It was too far to see clearly, so he used his beginner hunter skill, Eagle Eye. That's when Yun Shen clearly saw the leader of the Savage Flame Tribe, bound tight, causing him to shout. The leader of the Savage Flame Demon Tribe. Scene shift to Jingnan University. Everyone was preparing for a ceremony, but for some reason, the atmosphere felt strangely serious. Yi Qingling turned to her friend, puzzled. Isn't today supposed to be the start of the final semester for us second years? Why are there third years here too? Guo Feichen replied, I don't know. Something big must be getting announced. He felt like trouble was brewing. Look over there. The people behind Principal Ye Anfu are all wearing military uniforms. They must be from the army. They fight on the front lines all year round. I never expected them to have time to come to the university. This can't be anything good. Hearing this, Yi Qingling lamented. I just feel like ever since Brother Yun had that incident, our lives have been absolutely miserable. The course load has increased so much, and even outside of class hours, we're forced to do live combat drills. Guo Faken was startled and hurriedly covered her mouth. Don't bring up Brother Yun. He looked at Nico standing behind them and warned, You know what happened after Brother Yun's incident. Nico's personality changed 180 degrees. She has that cold, icy face all day long. If she hears you, she's going to snap. Right then, Principal and Yi Anfu spoke up. Quiet. I've gathered everyone here because there's an announcement. Some of you students must have already noticed something unusual. His expression turned grim. Over the past year, the number of practical combat courses has increased significantly. Dangerous dungeons that were previously off-limits to students have all been opened. This has led to casualties not only among students, but also among some of our instructors. The reason for this situation is that he dragged out his tone, then suddenly spoke quickly. Starting from today, all second-year and third-year students, along with their instructors, will be deployed directly to the front lines to participate in combat. All those dangerous courses and drills were just to help you survive on the battlefield. The students were instantly terrified. What? In previous years, only fourth years were sent to the front lines. I can't believe they've extended it to second years already. It looks like the situation on the front lines is much worse than we thought. We're doomed. We're doomed. I heard that even fourth-year students are suffering heavy casualties after going to the front. Aren't they just sending us out there to die? Ignoring the panic, he gave the order. Proceed to the next phase. From here on, military personnel will categorize everyone based on their job class and assign you to the appropriate battle zones. Please cooperate. This is a matter of life and death. The soldiers quickly received their orders and stood ready. In her office, Kuyan Than was receiving a visit from soldiers from the front lines. Thean Ha and his subordinates bowed 90 degrees and shouted, General Ha, please return to the army. The situation on the front lines is dire. We need your strength. They had begged her, but she still couldn't hide her irritation. Is this because of the Holy Empire? I told you from the very beginning, if we don't execute that bunch, they'll become a hidden scourge sooner or later. He tried his best to explain, General, what you're saying sounds simple, but the Sacred Empire and our own Mystic Dragon Kingdom are both among the 5 great nations, the main forces fighting against the Dark World. If we actually make a move against each other, both sides will suffer. Even if we could take them out with minimal losses, the remaining 4 nations wouldn't be strong enough to stand against the demon race. Besides, we have no direct evidence that they've surrendered to the Dark World, she coldly retorted. It's because too many people think like you that they dare to act without fear, she continued. Even after letting countless young prodigies die in the rookie tournament, they only offered a half-hearted apology and called it a day. If it weren't for that, why would our future representatives be dwindling? Thean Ha sighed heavily. If the front line is breached now, do you really think we'll have a future to talk about? Kuyan Fan mocked. You keep making concessions time and time again. Doesn't mean the Sacred Empire is going to give their all on the front line, does it? Her words left him feeling hopeless. That's true, but what other choice do we have? Many high-ranking officials realize the Sacred Empire has become a malignant tumor, but they feel they have no choice but to let them be. After all, if they were forcibly eradicated, the front line might collapse instantly, and all humanity would face is extinction. His expression suddenly tightened. But the biggest threat to the front line right now isn't them, it's the devouring demons, Thean Ha said, his anxiety growing. Facing them is becoming harder by the day. We've always been able to hold the demon race back at the front line, mainly because they struggled to adapt to our world, which significantly weakened their combat power. But now, I don't know what method the master of the second pillar used, but they forced the devouring demon race to adapt quickly by consuming humans. Because of that, the pressure on the front line has multiplied. However, Kuyan Fan remained indifferent to his worries. So that's how it is. That really is a huge headache, but unfortunately, it's not the time for me to join the battle yet. Perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure, he lost his temper and snapped. Years ago, after you were pushed back in the Dark World, you suddenly announced your retirement. You said you were waiting for the right moment, but you've been waiting for 3 years now. Isn't that enough? Yet, Kuyan Fan bluntly refused. It's not enough. I still need to wait another year or 2. Thean Ha repeated his concern. I'm not sure the front line can hold on that long. Fortunately, she offered him some reassurance. Don't worry. I left a trump card in the Dark World long ago. It seems now is the time to use it. With no other choice, Thean Ha had to accept. All right, I hope everything goes as you planned. If you can't fight, then at least let those 2 demon maidservants join the fray. They are quite useful, you know. Unfortunately, he was one step too late, as she replied. Too bad. I already sent them out a long time ago. Her 2 maidservants were currently on a mission in the Dark World. Little Yu, Xiao Yu Qin asked warily, Are you still unable to sense Mr. Yun Shen's location? She also looked helpless and dejected. Little Lang, walking beside her, grew anxious as well. We've been in the dark world for so long, we've passed through more than 40 kingdoms, and we still haven't found a trace of Mr. Yun Shen. Little Yu was also confused. In theory, a summoned beast's range for sensing their master is massive. We should have found him by now. Hearing this made her pessimistic. Little Yu, do you think Mr. Yun Shen might have been killed? She immediately interrupted. No way. Don't forget Mr. Yun Shen's true identity. Little Yu pointed out the inconsistency. He is a master of the demon venerable arts and the top genius of the human rookie tournament. If someone like him were truly killed, they would surely announce it to the world. They'd definitely hang his body up as a display for months to boost their soldiers' morale. So, he must still be alive. But hearing this made Little Lang even more anxious. What if he isn't dead, but captured, and still alive? That's the scariest part. He could easily end up just like their master. She startled and stopped her. Stop guessing wildly. If we can't find Mr. Yun Shen on our own, then let's go use the trump card the master left behind. She consoled her and changed the subject. It's been such a long time since we've been home. I wonder what our homeland looks like now. Inside the volcano, where Bao Vian was bound by chains, he moaned, hungry, so hungry. Yun Shen had used an invisibility spell to sneak deep inside and witnessed the entire scene. He was quite shocked. He never expected the patriarch of the devouring demon race to be imprisoned here, tormented like a common beast. It looked like he hadn't eaten or drank for a very long time. Seeing Bao Vian in such agony made it hard for Yun Shen to believe, especially after what Baha said. He was said to exist during the chaotic ancient era, long before the demon kingdoms were even divided. Compared to others, his power was ranked among the top of the 72 demon pillars. He shouldn't be in this state, no matter how hungry he was. There must be another reason for his weakness. Suddenly, fire sprouted from nowhere, running along the chains and surging into Bao Vian. He screamed in pain, tilting his head back to spit out a massive heap of lava. His mouth was now no different than a volcano, with liquid remaining after the eruption. Yun Shen quickly grasped the situation. So that's it. The monsters outside were all vomited out of his mouth. The chains holding him would force him to spew out a portion of his power at regular intervals. Being tortured like this and still managing to survive until now was truly incredible. He analyzed the situation internally. This is a rare opportunity. He raised his sword, combining the assassin's piercing thrust and shattering strike skills. The demon was one of the 72 demon pillars. His remains would be enough to craft any S-rank material. Yun Shen dashed rapidly toward Bao Vian's back, intending to launch a sneak attack. He absolutely could not miss this chance, but unexpectedly, the beast dodged, causing Yun Shen's shattering strike to cut through thin air, even though the plan hit a snag. Thankfully, he landed safely. As soon as Bao Vian saw Yun Shen, he stood up, roaring, hungry, hungry, flesh, hungry. He suddenly, angrily spat out, more lava. So hungry. I'm so hungry. His roar sent lava and rocks flying in every direction, causing Yun Shen's invisibility spell to shatter. But Yun Shen quickly regained his balance. You want to eat me, huh? He said while transforming into his dark form. Well, let's see if you've actually got the guts to do it. The iron chains held firm, even though the blazing flame chieftain was in a frenzy. He stood up, his body growing several times larger than Yun Shen's, mindlessly repeating, hungry, hungry. As if he found a snack, he roared excitedly, blood food, delicious blood food. Yun Shen analyzed the situation in his mind. Even if he's weakened, he's still in existence at the 7-2 pillar demon level. He's extremely dangerous. Luckily, his range of movement is limited. If I keep enough distance, I can handle him. Yun Shen merged the water mage's staff with the cryomancer's chill towards him, instantly creating a frozen waterfall. The surge centered on Yun Shen, bursting outwards and crashing down. The blazing flame giant didn't expect this, and he spewed out a scorching liquid to retaliate. The heat met the cold instantly, and Yun Shen's waterfall dissolved into steam. Despite the difficult situation, Yun Shen refused to give up. It's not over yet. He then fused several ultimate techniques: Godspeed, casting, double casting, and shattering glacier finger. With ice, rock, lightning, and wind, a massive boulder of crystallized energy appeared. Without hesitation, Yun Shen threw it straight at the blazing flame giant's head. But unexpectedly, the beast absorbed the ice block without a scratch, continuing to mutter, blood food, blood food. Suddenly, the blazing flame giant lifted a foot and stomped hard, causing chains of lava to erupt from the ground in rapid succession. No matter how high they rose, Yun Shen easily dodged them. He started to grow cautious. This spot isn't safe either. I need to keep even more distance. Suddenly, he felt like he was being dragged away. It turned out, the blazing flame giant had opened his mouth wide, creating a suction force while shouting, "Blood food! Blood food!" The surrounding rocks were pulled towards him. Although Yun Shen was able to resist, he struggled. The suction is too strong. Finally, the blazing flame giant closed his mouth because he ran out of breath. Instantly, Yun Shen created a shockwave tornado, taking the opportunity to fly away from the beast's head. He swapped his staff for beast gauntlets, merging martial arts techniques, Ice Fist, and the full force Warrior's Strike. Yun Shen delivered a powerful punch called Glacial Shattering Heaven Piercer. The force generated a massive burst of energy that slammed into the giant's head. But unfortunately, that punch didn't do much to this monster. He kept mumbling, "Blood food, delicious blood food." Yun Shen grew frustrated and threw a few more punches at his head. "He's still eating? This stone head really loves his food." To think a monster with skin this thick, having lived for hundreds of years, would have a bottomless health bar. Finally, he felt annoyed. At this rate, I'm afraid even if I use the myriad wheel, I'll be worn down to death by him. Even worse, because of the massive gap in power, the energy absorption skill couldn't be triggered. Suddenly, strange magic seals appeared on the iron fire chains, making Yun Shen wary. Upon closer inspection of the markings, he had a bad premonition. Yun Shen didn't hesitate and immediately flew away from the blazing flame giant's head. As soon as he darted away, for some reason, the giant vomited out the crystal boulder he had absorbed earlier. Yun Shen frowned in confusion. He spit it out. Does this mean? The following turn of events was unexpected. The chieftain opened his mouth, roared, and fired a blast of energy. The sound of it from deep within echoed outside through the volcano's mouth. His energy beam shot straight into the sky, causing the minor monsters at the volcano's entrance to howl in response, and then their souls were sucked out. They looked like raindrops flying backwards into the sky, all swirling into the volcano. It turned out the blazing flame giant was absorbing them all into himself right before Yun Shen's eyes. He didn't know what to do. He could only stand there in silence. The giant's body seemed to have recovered its vitality, and it appeared the blazing flame giant had regained his consciousness. To think I was beaten up like that. What a rotten dream. Though I don't know which clan you brat belong to, daring to wake me up means you must be ready to face death. Yun Shen provoked him. This time, it seems you don't want to eat me anymore. Could it be that was all just sleep talking? The truth is, you don't even crave eating me, do you? The blazing flame giant heard this, leaned his face in close, and flew into a rage. Cursing, "Insolent," he roared louder. "Relying on a low-level shrimp like you deserves to be swallowed by me." The blazing flame demon lord. The roar of his voice blew everything away, and even Yun Shen had to struggle desperately. This strength was on a completely different level than before. He had truly been sleeping. All his actions previously were based purely on unconscious combat intuition. His expression darkened. "Are you kidding me? A move I used my full strength on was only enough to wake him up." Ignoring him, the blazing flame giant talked to himself. "To think I still haven't crushed this ant. I'm too weak right now. Void, you imprisoned me for 700 years. When exactly will you finally kill me? Do you really want to wait until my power fades away and I destroy myself?" As he muttered, he created a lava orb. "No matter what, at least let me die by your hand, not by this ant." Yun Shen tried to stay calm, looking at the orb heading towards him. "I absolutely have to dodge this." Just as it flew close, he braced himself and retreated backwards. Seeing him struggle, the blazing flame giant reached out a hand. "Don't even think about running away." Immediately after, Yun Shen stumbled and fell to the ground. What? He actually fused the space between me and the ground. The result was he fell with a thud. Mud and dirt splashing everywhere. Before he could regain his senses, vines sprouted from the ground and wrapped around him, coiling all over Yun Shen, trying to tighten their grip as if to bury him alive. The blazing flame giant coldly judged. "In the end, just an ant. It's over." But suddenly, the place where Yun Shen was bound exploded. His figure emerged from the thick dust. "Someone who possesses freedom like me is still considered an ant?" Yun Shen appeared in his base state, fully unleashed. "What kind of thing are you? A guy who's trapped." The blazing flame giant was stunned for a second when he saw Yun Shen's state. He muttered in a deep voice, "To think a common little shrimp could unleash energy like that. It must be a heavy burden. For your body, right?" He wasn't afraid of that. He even showed contempt. "I think in this state, you can only sustain it for 1 minute at most." Yun Shen slowly manifested a spear and retorted, "To deal with you, I don't need a minute." The blazing flame giant grew angry again and stomped on the ground. Audacious. The lava technique surged higher, trying to engulf Yun Shen. It forced him to fly upwards. "The range is too wide, but based on my current speed, I can easily dodge this. Obviously. Scorching Flame won't let go. He's relentless, determined to hunt me down to the bitter end. There's no escaping his next move, the magma hand. As soon as he launched it, strange things sprouted from the ground. They slowly twisted into writhing, overlapping hands that surged upward, desperate to grab Yun Shen. There were so many of them, and they were massive, making it incredibly difficult for him to dodge at such high intensity. Scorching Flame scoffed, "Kid, wasn't it you who wanted to take me down? Why keep running away? Come on, fight me." Yun Shen paused, calculating. These hands made of magma weren't just endless, they were blindingly fast. If this kept up, it would drag on until the myriad wheel ended, and he'd pay the price for it. So he swung his spear, combining the mage's weakening spell with the warrior's slasher to form the weakening spear. Thankfully, his fire resistance was high enough. Plus, with the myriad wheel leveled up, he shouldn't be in danger of an instant kill. His form blurred into a shadow, darting towards Scorching Flame. Seeing that tiny shadow, the demon was confused, thinking it was some kind of debuff magic. He mocked him. Only a sewer rat would use such cowardly tricks. He let out a thunderous roar as he swiped his hand to retaliate. But don't think you'll get off easy either. Just as he was about to be blown away completely, he narrowly dodged with Divine Shift. Yun Shen mused. Even if he's fast, the moment he casts a spell, his body has to pause. He'll definitely be hit, but he still fought. "Got you!" Yun Shen yelled, continuing to weave. He kept using Divine Shift to dodge the hands erupting from the ground. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Watching Yun Shen dance around, Scorching Flame couldn't help but be impressed. It was clear the kid couldn't land a hit. He frowned, wondering why the boy was enduring the pain just to stack debuffs on himself, defending by weakening himself. Was he preparing for a finishing move? Seeing him take a direct punch, the demon was even more baffled, and he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. But the more wounded the kid got, the stronger he seemed to become. Just then, Yun Shen steeled himself and activated the basic skill combined with the warrior's awakening. For every 1% of health lost, strength increases by 3%. Scorching Flame started to grow wary. If Void hadn't given permission, he couldn't possibly be standing right in front of me. Why would Void let him in? I can't let my guard down. Suddenly, Yun Shen summoned his beast gloves, preparing for a new strategy. He combined the common skill, launched with a lancer's bayonet, and hurled his spear. Yun Shen's weapon tore through the air like a gale, rushing towards Scorching Flame. His pinpoint strike skill allowed the spear to pierce right through a magma arm and aim straight for the demon's face. Scorching Flame couldn't move, so he could only watch as it impaled his chest. After so much effort, Yun Shen had finally made him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seizing the opportunity, he soared into the air. By now, the demon was absolutely livid and conjured a ball of magma. "You arrogant, die for me." The orb hurtled straight toward Yun Shen with a deafening roar. No matter what happened, he wouldn't stop now. The moment they collided, a massive, explosive shockwave erupted. Yun Shen emerged completely unscathed, thanks to his undying skill. His invincible golden body made Scorching Flame's eyes pop. He was still alive. Not only was he unharmed, he even lightly landed on the spear embedded in the demon's chest. Scorching Flame was rattled. How is that even possible? That was the strongest attack he could muster. But Yun Shen followed up, combining the warrior's full power strike and the berserker's wrathful strike. "Keep going." Eyes widening, he screamed, "My strongest attack." He immediately unleashed the shattering ice fist, striking him under the chin and making him vomit blood again. Blood gushed out, and Scorching Flame's mouth now looked gruesome and filthy, but he refused to show weakness. "Is that really your strongest attack? With my power, I could take a few hundred more of those." Yun Shen calmly raised his arm. "I know." Suddenly, a flesh ball appeared. "But as long as I can pry your mouth open, that's enough. Here's a big gift for you." Scorching Flame didn't know what was happening before he swallowed the mass whole. Because the force was so great, he was forced to gulp it down. For some reason, the chains binding him suddenly began to glow. Scorching Flame was engulfed in that light, cursing wildly. "Damn you! What did you stuff into my mouth?" It seemed to cause him great pain, as he alternated between screaming and groaning. Yun Shen kindly explained. "It's the food you've been craving, obviously. Don't tell me you didn't taste it." As he spoke, he transformed. "Thought I wouldn't figure it out. The chains binding you are actually a type of rule." Yun Shen returned to his dark form, but a slightly different version. "And I already know how to break these rules." Scorching Flame shrieked in agony. He couldn't believe his eyes. "You brat, how did you find out?" Yun Shen, witnessing this firsthand, answered graciously. "You just need eyes to see it. You're always tormented by hunger. Even the monsters condensed from your power, the ones you vomit out, are screaming for food. Even when your consciousness is asleep, your body is still starving for flesh. He smirked. I've got you cornered. You've been starving for 700 years, desperate for flesh. That's why, even when I'm beating you to a pulp, you can't stop eating the dirt and rocks. If that were all, it would be normal. But the problem is, you vomit all that dirt and rock back out. Yun Shen's gaze grew even more determined. Even after you woke up, you put on this act like you didn't want to eat me at all. The difference between then and now was so huge, I couldn't help but suspect that it wasn't that you didn't want to eat me. It's that you didn't dare. The crimson magma around them seemed to dim as his power waned. I once entered Void's memories. I learned that he hates you, scorching flame demons to the core. He imprisoned you specifically to torment you, so he placed those chains on you. They don't just bind you, they're a rule that forces you to suffer. Yun Shen delivered his judgment with a triumphant tone. If you feel satisfied after eating something, it means you violated the rule and will be punished. He grinned. Coincidentally, my dimensional pocket is stuffed with demon beast corpses. I compressed them into a meatball and shoved it down your throat. That's enough food to keep you full for one meal. A 700-year feast enough to make you feel comfortable to the point of pure ecstasy. Scorching flames slowly crumbled into ash, screaming, I lost to a nobody. I refuse to accept this. I won't accept this. His entire body was smoking, then crumbling into pieces, until finally, right where he stood, a Yun Shen stone appeared. Because he'd exhausted so much energy, Bao VM was now extremely weak and even trapped, but still a formidable opponent. Could this really be one of the 72 demon pillars? Truly terrifying. The drain was so immense that he couldn't even maintain his demon form anymore. Yun Shen frowned as he analyzed the situation. Actually, there's an even dirtier way to deal with him. Since his movement is restricted by the entrapment, I just need to exploit it. Use the Van Luen and Invincible forcibly to deal damage to Bao VM. Hit him once, then retreat. Wait for the cooldowns, then go back in. If I keep repeating that for 3 to 5 months, I could eventually wear him down to death. But I have to participate in the decisive battle against the Black Knight Demon Lord. I don't have that much time. He slowly walked toward the large pink stone. Let's check the loot first. Appraisal skill activated. The result, this is the Heaven Fire Flame Crystal, the core of the Demon Lord Bao VM's magic power, condensed over 1,000 years. Absorbing it directly can significantly enhance fire attribute skills. It also grants immunity to all fire attribute damage and can be used to forge equipment. He reached out to take it. Complete immunity to fire damage. Just this feature alone is stronger than my own nether demon flame. Now, I only need one more part to complete the level 5 materials. Suddenly, a sound made him glance over. It was Void, clapping his hands. He stepped toward Yun Shen. Not bad, you're quite impressive. He smiled contentedly. I originally thought that you coming here was just an accident. I didn't expect a pleasant surprise. Void reached out and pulled out a sword. I really want to have a chat with you. But before that, there's one thing that needs to be dealt with. Yun Shen was startled and went on guard. Then, the blade flashed past him in a split second, so fast that Yun Shen couldn't even react. He spun around, staring at Void with confusion and shock. There was no damage. In fact, he felt even more comfortable than before. What did you do to me? Void turned back, explaining, nothing. Just temporarily severed your connection to something. It's not exactly a good thing for that to see my existence. Suddenly, the rocks on the ground began to float. Yun Shen froze, thinking to himself, could that connection be the system? I can't call upon the system anymore. Void sat down on a rock. As the smoke slowly cleared, he revealed the appearance of little Nana. It would be quite inconvenient for you to chat with someone whose face you can't even see. So, let me use a face you've seen before. But then again, I'm surprised you aren't afraid of me. Yun Shen sat down across from him. After all, I played the role of you and entered your memories. I roughly know your personality. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Tell me, am I right, Void Demon? Even when pointed out directly, the expression on his face remained unchanged. Void chuckled in response. That is indeed true. You should be glad you're a human. I set a rule for the city of Void. Any demon kin that enters here must die. I didn't expect you to find the loophole. Well, you really aren't demon kin, are you? He sighed. That place is where I sealed away precious memories. I never wanted anyone to enter, yet an accident happened, and I ended up meeting you. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad one. Yun Shen still hadn't calmed down. He really is the great Void Demon, the ruler of the dark world who divided the 72 demon pillar kingdoms, but the one who can establish and change the rules. Isn't that only something a god can do? As if he had read Yun Shen's thoughts, he said, don't think nonsense. I'm not a god, as you call it. Yun Shen couldn't help but ask, then what are you? Why can't anyone see your face clearly? Void didn't mind explaining. Because our life form levels are too far apart, no one can clearly see an existence they cannot comprehend, including you. He pointed at Yun Shen. In short, those with a higher life form level, like me, can see right through you. Yun Shen's eyes widened in shock when he heard what came next, including the other soul inside your body, which is what you call the system. Your identity as a transmigrator, all the items you possess, and even that blank design blueprint. Sweat poured down his face. Who are you exactly? He thought to himself, feeling incredibly uncomfortable being seen through completely. Void laughed and said, "You aren't qualified to know yet, unless you can prove you won't end up in that coffin. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk." Yun Shen nervously pondered. The coffin? The coffin that felt so familiar back in those mountains. Does he mean that one day I might end up in it? Could that place really be my final resting place? Suddenly, Void waved his hand, conjuring a stone. You killed the demon lord Bao Wiem, so you've helped me sever a piece of my obsession. This 10,000 tribulations. Calamity Stone is my gift in return. It's likely something you need. Also, take out that blank design blueprint. I'll teach you how to use it. Yun Shen hesitated for a moment before taking out the item. Thank you. The purple stone glowed with a sparkling light. According to his explanation, the blank design blueprint is a good item for you, but you can't just shove materials into it randomly. You must have a core material to act as the heart of the equipment, then use auxiliary materials to transform it into a complete piece of gear. Yun Shen looked up, listening as he explained. The 10,000 tribulations calamity stone could be used as the core material. When it began to swirl, Void commanded, "Now, throw in the auxiliary materials you want to use." Yun Shen quickly tossed in the stones he had collected: the Heaven Fire Flame Crystal, Death Origin Stone, Black Ginseng Core, and the Gold Marrow Crystal. Everything seemed to melt and turn into script on the blank design blueprint. It slowly wrapped around his body, not forgetting his arms. When it was finished, Yun Shen had gained the skill 10,000 Tribulations Dissolution Armor. It consisted of the Van Kip Calamity Chest Piece, Heaven Fire Dissolution Shoulders, Death Origin Belt, Black Ginseng Gauntlets, and Gold Marrow Boots. Yun Shen's total stats were Strength plus 1,950, Constitution plus 23, Agility plus 14, Wisdom plus 21, Durability plus 1,250, Immunity to Fire Attribute Damage, Resistance to Negative Effects plus 3. When firepower is fully charged, it can unleash one dissolution. The automatic accumulation time is 24 hours. Any method of calamitous damage will be absorbed after being accumulated. You can use the power of the 10,000 Tribulations fire. But keep in mind, there's only one set. Yun Shen chuckled happily. That is the ultimate move of the Explosive Flame Demon Lord. I never expected it to be so effective in this equipment set. The higher the difficulty to accumulate the 10,000 Tribulations fire power, the more terrifying the existence must be, not to mention the attribute values are boosted to the extreme. It's truly a legendary grade set. He clenched his fist with determination and analyzed it to himself. With this equipment, I have enough to deal with those 3 demon lords. I just don't know how much my strength pales in comparison to the demon venerable. Turning to Void, Yun Shen asked, "Oh, right, there's one thing I'd like to ask your advice on. Do you know where the Annihilation Beast is?" He remembered the system had issued a quest to conquer it long ago, but he had never once laid eyes on this so-called Annihilation Beast. Void chuckled lightly. "Actually, you've seen it a long time ago. You just didn't realize it." He looked around and said, "It is everywhere in all 4 directions. This volcano and everything around it, including us, the bright red ground beneath our feet. There are only 2 living beings here, which are us." The sight of countless rocky peaks protruding emerged when Void confirmed they were all inside its body. Yun Shen was stunned speechless. Void slowly recounted that in the old days, before the 72 demon pillars were divided, the dark world had many dangerous places. The most dangerous of them all was the Annihilation Ridge. It softly led to the origin of the beast Yun Shen was looking for. Back then, only a few demon clan leaders knew that the Annihilation Ridge was not just a dangerous location. It is a gigantic demon beast that has been sleeping for 10,000 years, named the Annihilation Beast. Yun Shen was shocked and finally understood. So that was it. No wonder those corpses looked like they were being digested. I guess the Swamp of Confusion is just its organ to seek food, through which it disperses, the illusion-inducing gas and mucus to paralyze its prey, making them lose consciousness and gradually get digested and absorbed. Otherwise, how could it sleep so soundly forever? It would have woken up from hunger. He connected the details. At the junction of the Annihilation Ridge and the Swamp of Confusion, there must be a gap, leading into the interior of the Annihilation Beast's body. That might be its excretory path. The ancestors of little Nana must have taken the wrong path and fell into the body of the Annihilation Beast, which allowed them to avoid the war outside and live in peace. It's a pity that they were eventually wiped out by outsiders. Void explained further. Over the past few years, because my Void City blocked all the demon tribes, no one could enter. Over time, the existence of the Annihilation Ridge was forgotten, but it left behind the legend of the Flame Demon Purgatory. Yun Shen asked his question, so, in the end, did you wipe out the explosive Flame Demon clan? He shook his head. Imprisoning the explosive Flame Demon Lord was enough to settle the score. I'm not the type to slaughter an entire clan for revenge. The one who actually did it was the Annihilation Beast. Void clarified further, because of the existence of the explosive Flame Demon Lord, the Annihilation Beast didn't dare to make a move. Until I imprisoned him, it no longer had anything to fear. It devoured the entire explosive Flame Demon clan. By now, perhaps, it has already finished digesting everything it could. Yun Shen couldn't help but exclaim in his mind, "What a cruel demon beast," he joked. "The two of you fought inside its belly. Once it's over, it will definitely seek revenge on the weakest one." Suddenly, his entire body began to turn into smoke. "Your appearance has excited me. There will come a day when you will stand on my side. As long as you are still alive until then, I hope we will meet again." In the end, he didn't forget to leave behind an exciting remark. "By the way, I should mention, your battle just now has awakened that thing. Although it might not dare to stir because of my presence, but now its opportunity has come." He evaporated, leaving Yun Shen standing there, stunned and not yet understanding what was going on. No, he didn't have to wonder for long. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Peaks of rock protruded, making Yun Shen jump in surprise. A beast poked its head out, looking just like the Annihilation Beast, but a smaller version. By the time the smoke completely cleared, there wasn't just one, but 4 of them waiting for him. Yun Shen's expression turned grim. "This isn't good. I'm still in a weakened state." At this moment, at the Forbidden Mountain range, where the Demon Realm forces were busy working, Kolada's voice rang out. 31 high-ranking demons, 128 mid-ranking demons, 545 low-ranking demons. A force like this could conquer several territories, yet, after being busy for a whole year, we can only open 3 coffins. He couldn't help but sigh. The Annihilation Executioner. Sir only needs to launch one serious attack to open a coffin. For us, it takes our full effort, and it will take 3 to 5 days to finish. What a terrifying difference. Suddenly, a minion shouted, "Kolada, Lord, there is a strange coffin. It's moving." This surprised him greatly. What did you say?" He wondered to himself, aren't the coffins supposed to only contain corpses? Could it be that there's someone still alive inside? The coffin really did move, as if the corpse inside wanted to pop the lid open. It kept making clicking sounds, leaving Kolada's group confused about what was happening. "The minion said fearfully, "Inside the coffins that have been opened, they are all corpses of those who were extremely powerful when they were alive. Some were even legendary existences. Could it be that a monster is really going to run out?" Meanwhile, Kolada gently emitted a life perception and judged. "Indeed, I cannot sense any life force, but it is moving. Furthermore, I can vaguely feel that it is very dangerous." The minions asked for his opinion. Should we report this to Lord Annihilation Executioner? But Kolada stopped them. He has many important matters to resolve. How can I let a few coffins distract his precious focus? He sternly ordered. "Do not touch this coffin. Let me handle it myself. You all go do other things." The minions obeyed. "Yes, sir. Then we'll leave it to you." Those minions, as they walked away, gossiped. "I heard Lord Kolada has admired Lord Annihilation Executioner for a long time. He must want to claim the credit himself." A fat one replied, "Lord Annihilation Executioner is both handsome and strong. It's hard to find someone who doesn't admire him. Lord Kolada is far behind." I don't know if Kolada heard that, but he just wore a smug smile and looked excited. "My Demon King's artifact is quite special. Compared to combat, it is better suited for appraisal and analysis. If there really is something formidable inside, Lord Annihilation Executioner will definitely be very pleased." At the same time, the Dark Night Royal City looked gloomy and desolate under the crescent moon. At night, at the Dark Night Demon Kingdom over there, a crowd of demon clans was standing around an arena. Beside the competition area, there were people sitting on thrones. They were, in turn, Demon Lord Carlos, Demon Lord Puro, and Demon Lord Latia. Everyone below was boisterous. These are the 3 great demon lords. Every lord is participating in this final showdown, but in the end, it's all down to a civil war between the 3 of them. Today's battle will decide the future of our realm. They look up at the highest throne and shout, "The Lord who fights until the very end will sit on that supreme throne and become our one and only king." A guard nervously asks the steward, "Baha, will Lord Wuxi really come?" Even though no one doubts his strength, the three great demon lords are truly terrifying. If Lord Wuxi can't win, Lord Carlos will definitely not let us live in peace. Baha reassures him, "Believe in our Lord. He has never broken his word. You must also believe in yourselves. As the Lord's guards, you are no less capable than any other demon kin." Other clans nearby hear this and scoff. Did I hear that right? The Lord of Shiloki Castle wants to join too? Another replies, "Is that the little lord from that remote place, here to throw his life away? I heard they offended Lord Carlos, so they probably want to fight to the death." The guards hear this and immediately threaten, "How dare you badmouth Lord Wuxi? Are you tired of living?" The cowardly gossipers beg for mercy. "We were just running our mouths. Why get so angry? Don't kill us." Baha gently intervenes. "On such an important day, acting recklessly won't end well. Ignore them. Just let them talk." The gossip only increases because of that. This is from the poor, remote Shiloke Castle. "I heard the demon kin there are pathetic. Doesn't seem like it, though. The gear on these guards is all high quality and expensive, unlike the rumors." Suddenly, a voice booms out, cutting through the noise below. "For all these years, our Dark Knight demon clan has suffered enough humiliation. Our status ranked at the bottom of the 72 demon clans." The Dark Lord stands there, declaring, "This is the day when it all ends. The new king will lead us to restore our clan's glory. The rules for this final showdown are simple. Any demon lord in the clan can take the stage and accept challenges from other lords. Everyone listens intently and silently. Whoever can stand firm on the stage until the end will be our new king." He emphasizes, "Next, I declare. The grand showdown officially begins. May the lords who wish to participate take the stage." Before the Dark Lord even finishes, someone leaps onto the arena. Dita lands and confidently claims, "The new king will be me. If you want to challenge me, step forward." The crowd buzzes. That's Lord Dita of Loafer Castle. I heard he was already a powerhouse among the upper-tier demons, and after acquiring the Demon King's artifact, he's even more terrifying. He's called the strongest lord under the three great demon lords. The first one to take the stage has to endure the most rounds. Everyone hopes to go last, but only he has enough confidence and aura for this. Instantly, another fighter rushes the stage. "Dita, don't be so arrogant. The throne isn't something you can just take." Dita just smiles smugly. The entire arena erupts as dust and smoke fly everywhere. The onlookers below marvel. So strong, so powerful. If the arena wasn't reinforced, the shockwaves from the clash alone would be enough to kill us. As expected of a battle between lords, it's terrifying. Under the stands, two shadows are hiding in the crowd. It turns out to be Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling. Xiao Yu scoffs, "Is this what they call a fight? It's pathetic." Her younger sister agrees, "I didn't expect our homeland to have decayed this much. Even such bottom feeders dare to vie for the throne." Xiao Jing, who was quietly sleeping in Xiao Yu's arms, suddenly jolts awake. Xiao Yu, seeing it happy, is puzzled. "Hey, little one, what's wrong?" Xiao Jing gets excited. Master is coming." Xiao Yu is shocked, eyes widening. "What? Mr. Yun is coming?" Xiao Jing nods, incredibly excited. "Yes. Master is getting closer and closer. He's almost here." She's overjoyed. After searching for so long without a single trace, he's actually showing up on his own? "Tell me, why do you think Mr. Yun is coming here?" Xiao Ling speculates. "It definitely can't be to participate in the battle. Even if Mr. Yun has developed quickly over the past year, he's still only at the upper-tier demon level. Perhaps he's just here to watch the spectacle." With his Dark Knight talent, disguising himself as demon kin is simple. On the stage, Dita punches an opponent, sending him flying into the air as the crowd watches. He shouts excitedly, "You trash! How dare you challenge me? Who's next? Hurry up! I will claim the throne." The crowd below starts whispering, "My God, in 15 minutes he's already defeated 6 demon lords? So Lord Dita is really that strong? I thought in the end, it would only be the 3 great demon lords fighting it out. Now it seems a dark horse challenger has appeared. I doubt any other lord will dare to fight him now. Maybe he really could become the new king." Puro sits on the throne, sipping her drink. "Look at those foolish commoners guessing. Keep racking your brains and guessing. You will never realize that the outcome was decided long ago." Puro's smile reflects satisfaction. "Dita is a pawn we've cultivated for years, meant to play the role of the powerful dark horse today. And we, who are about to crush him, will be cheered on even more passionately. After all, taking the throne without any obstacles wouldn't satisfy the commoner's expectations of a king." She laughs sinisterly. In the end, Dita is just someone to warm up the stage. The most important part of today is still the civil war between us. Then she turns to Carlos and asks, "It seems you don't care about the arena. Are you thinking about that guy Wusi, who didn't submit the resources and turn your subordinates into scrap? He even dared to provoke you. Why hasn't he shown up yet? It seems he's too scared to come." Carlos smirks and says, "If he dares to show up, I'll tear him apart with my own hands. Even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter, because I prepared an even more interesting show." Suddenly, soldiers slowly approach, making Baha startled as he turns. They surround the people from Shilok, leaving him confused. What is this situation? Carlos stands up and speaks. "Before entering the next match, I want to add a reward. It seems everyone is still unclear. There is one territory that has refused to submit over the past year. The pressure of wartime resources is immense, forcing us to pass judgment. Everyone should know that handing over supplies is a mandatory duty for all demon tribes. Those who resist will face annihilation by the combined forces. If I hadn't proactively provided extra resources, our nation would have been leveled by now." Recalling that scene of the old man trembling and crawling on the ground. "Even after I sent envoys to persuade them, they beat the envoy until he was crippled and tossed him out like a pile of trash. The one behind all of this is the Lord of Thylo Castle, Wuji." They were surrounded and helpless as Carlos continued. "He is a traitor to our Dark Knight demon race. The demons who serve him are also unforgivable traitors." Whispers broke out. "What? There's such a thing? Damn it. Those guys in Thylo Castle all deserve to die. I can't believe our nation was almost destroyed in that guy's hands. But it seems like being his subject is actually pretty happy. No need to live in fear every day of being called out to prove themselves." The soldier, the ringleader, crushed the glowing orb in his hand. Everyone from the demon realm was trapped inside a containment field. Then Carlos acted magnanimously. "Even though they crippled my subordinate, Carlos, I'm not the type to use public office for personal revenge. So, I'll give them one chance. Strip them of their rights and leave it to the king. Only our new king can decide everything." The hands below began to chant in support. "The new king will definitely remove the threat for us, destroy Thylo Castle, and kill the traitor." Xiao, you sighed at this sight, wondering how much Carlos hated Wuji to want them dead so badly. Xiaoling replied, "He still holds a grudge as always. However, I am very curious. Who on earth is this Wuji, refusing to submit resources, having to face such immense pressure?" Xiao Jing's eyes brightened. "It's coming." Something fell from above at incredible speed. As the dust cleared, it revealed the arrogant Yun Shen. "Are you ready to die?" He thought to himself, "Good thing I made it in time." Xiao, you held her breath, unable to believe it. "Isn't that Mr. Yun? How did he become a lord?" Xiao Ling couldn't believe it either. "I thought he was living a miserable life, hiding here and there. I never expected him to be living so well." Dita stepped forward from behind. "So, you must be that lord named Wuji, actually daring to provoke Lord Carlos. Don't you know who is standing on this stage?" Yun Shen leaped up and placed his hand on his face. He whispered, "You?" then gave a push, sending Dita flying far away. "You're not worthy." He had been pushed with such force that he slammed into a stone block and passed out. The people around watched in total shock. "Whoa, that's Lord Dita, the person ranked just behind the three great demon lords, and yet he was taken down instantly. He didn't even have time to take out his Demon King artifact. What kind of status does this Lord Wuji actually have?" Yun Shen pointed at Carlos, challenging him. "Why don't you come down here? Let me give you a hand." Suddenly, his feet were wrapped tight by vines, surprising Carlos. Yun Shen just flicked his hand, and Carlos was yanked down with a powerful pull. Carlos struggled to stand, frowning in anger. "You brat," he roared, summoning a fire beast and declaring, "I'm going to take your life." Yun Shen jumped lightly to dodge, making Carlos even more agitated. He pulled out more weapons. "Don't even think about running." He slammed them into the ground to unleash a bone forest. The bone spikes shattered before they could even pierce due to his defensive layer. Carlos grew even angrier, analyzing the situation. His bone spikes actually couldn't break through the defensive layer. Just how strong is this brat's physique? Luckily, I came prepared. Looking at Yun Shen, he couldn't fly up or down. Although they didn't pierce him, his body was trapped in the bone spikes. Fiery red birds flew in from behind. There's no way he can dodge this fatal blow. Yun Shen just waved his hand, using the skill of fusion, combining fireball and wind blast. With just one flick, he submerged the birds in a pillar of fire. The bone spikes were also broken, creating a massive hole in the floor. Carlos gritted his teeth. "Damn it, my strongest attack was forcibly broken. It seems I have no choice but to use the Demon King artifact." But, unfortunately, before he could do anything, his pupils dilated. A pressure radiated from Yun Shen toward him. Carlos broke into a cold sweat as his whole body felt frozen. Unable to do anything. What is this situation? My body won't move anymore. Could it be the Dark Knight's King artifact? Your Highness, the woman. He stepped forward to take the artifact he was about to activate. Yun Shen checked it with contempt. What did you say just now? The Demon King artifact is just this? At this moment, Demon. Lord Carlos had been frozen in place by Yun Shen, unable to move. He activated the inspection mode. Demon King artifact DK staff. When attacking, it plants the aura of death into the target's body. No matter what kind of defense the target has, their lifespan is reduced. Truly a formidable item. The surrounding demons watched this, unable to believe their eyes. What's going on? Why has Lord Carlos suddenly become motionless and had his Demon King artifact stolen so easily? Are you kidding? They couldn't stop worrying. Although it is said that the person who possesses it won't die. If the Demon King artifact is stolen, it cannot be used. But right now, Lord Carlos can't use it either. Could it be that he is about to lose to a traitor lord? Xiaoling's face turned serious, confirming that skill is absolutely unmistakable. It's the perfect Night Eye, the prerequisite for a perfect evolution. The Night Eye is dark magic power. Although it's hard to accept, we have no other choice. As soon as she finished, Xiao Yu stopped her. No, I don't think so. I see Mr. Yun's actions are still the same as before, just his appearance has changed. Surely he hasn't been converted yet. Perhaps he used some special method to fuse the dark magic power. Naturally, Xiaoling couldn't believe it. A special method? Only demons can use dark magic power. These are the rules that the gods established. Even if a dark believer wants to obtain it, they must make their body and spirit completely transform into a demon. I have never heard of any human being able to do that. Xiao, you said firmly. Xiaoling, you have never seen it with your own eyes, or you don't understand that feeling. Mr. Yun has done two impossible things right in front of me. Once, swallowing the nether dark flame without any injury. Another time, killing a grade 3 demon over level 60 when he hadn't even reached level 30. I want to believe in him one more time. As for the fight over there, Carlos, who hadn't been able to move for a while, was already incredibly worried. Damn it, why does he have the Dark Knight's Night Eye? My lady, we absolutely must kill him. If we don't, he's going to become the new king. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Carlos gritted his teeth and shouted, while Lazio Piro yelled directly at the other two lords, "Are you seriously going to just stand there and watch this damn traitor become king?" Meanwhile, Piro nonchalantly asked Lazio, "I didn't missee that, did I?" She replied calmly, "You didn't. That was indeed the ultimate technique of the Dark Knight. My lady, the Eye of the Dark Knight," she mused, recalling its origins. The Eye of the Dark Knight was one of the innate bloodline abilities of the Dark Knight clan. As a demon, the odds of awakening it are incredibly low, including the Dark Knight matriarch. Throughout history, only 3 demon descendants have ever achieved it. They were all supreme rulers of our clan. Even setting aside the raw power of the skill, the mere significance of awakening it is extraordinary. Poro. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing most of the other demon descendants haven't recognized the Eye of the Dark Knight yet. Once they find out, they will absolutely go crazy and support that kid becoming king. We've already made a deal. No matter who claims the throne, we'll split the resources 5 ways among the rest of us. If he takes it, we end up with nothing. Finally, he's actually using his strength. One-on-one, no one can match him. Let's attack together. 2 figures darted like lightning toward the battlefield where Yun Shen and Carlos were fighting. Before they even arrived, Puro screamed accusations. Yuji, you have betrayed our clan and brought our nation to the brink of being conquered by outsiders. Lachia didn't hold back either. A sinful traitor like you has no right to compete for the throne. We must take you down immediately. As the two flew closer, Yun Shen quickly unleashed the power of the Eye of the Dark Knight. Waves of pressure surged toward the 2 demon lords. But unexpectedly, Lachia used her Demon King relic, the Ring of the Teleporter. Instantly, both figures landed safely, and even Carlos was freed. At the same time, the bodies of the 3 unfortunate demon descendants began to glow. What's going on? I can't move. Seeing this, Yun Shen easily realized that the target of the Eye of the Dark Knight had been shifted onto other demon descendants. So, this is the power of her Demon King relic. This is going to be a headache. Once freed, Carlos loudly showed off his power. It's not over yet. The weapon he unleashed soon revealed itself, the Great Demon Blood Blade. Following Carlos's will, the sharp blade flew rapidly toward Yun Shen without any hesitation. He struck down and even shouted to his comrade, "Puro, help me." Naturally, he agreed. Very well. Demon King relic, Demon Boosting Tome. The 2 powers combined, causing the blade, which was small a moment ago, to become colossal. It crashed down directly toward Yun Shen's head. As they both shouted, "Increase! Heavenly Demon Blood Blade." You looked annoyed by that Book of Puros. The Demon King relic of the other guy can enhance skills. A massive blazing palm rushed rapidly toward the blade. The area was too large to dodge, so he had no choice but to counter it. But Leisha, standing to the side, wasn't just there for show. She quickly continued to use her Demon King relic, the Ring of the Teleporter. "Little brother, don't struggle. It's useless." Again, with the target shifting move, forcing the palm strike that was about to hit the blade to suddenly turn around and rush straight toward Yun Shen. Taste your own skill. And so, both the enemy's attacks and his own crashed down on his head. The ground beneath his feet was completely obliterated. The demon descendants watching the show from below couldn't help but cheer. They adored their demon lords. As expected of the three great demon lords working together. So strong. That traitor must be nothing but dust by now. It was a terrifying battle indeed, but no matter what, Yun Shen still stood firm on the arena floor. This left Puro, gaping in disbelief. Still alive? How is that possible? My demon-boosting tome can massively increase the power of a skill. You didn't care and just arrogantly declared, "It's nothing. My base attribute values are just high enough, that's all." Inside, however, he knew the situation very well. At the very least, he was wearing the legendary set, so it wasn't enough to get him killed instantly by the demon lords. Even so, these three teaming up was truly difficult to deal with. Besides, Yun Shen was in the enemy's den, so he had to be wary of all the other minions. This place was crawling with demon descendants who hated him. Rashly using Yun Shen Luen would make it hard to survive in his weakened state. Although he didn't know why Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling were here, he didn't want to rely on them. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Xiao Yu couldn't feel at ease. Even though they aren't better than us, Lachia and Puro are both very strong. Plus, Carlos. If they team up, I'm afraid Mr. Yun can't handle it. We have to help. But Xiaoling was still suspicious. But I'm still not sure about Mr. Yun's state, if he has truly been converted into a demon descendant. Just then, little Xiaojing stammered, Master, is paying attention to us. I can feel it. He hopes we don't interfere." Hearing her words, Xiaoling was surprised. Paying attention to us, but has no hostile intent toward us? Xiao Yu happily patted Xiaojing's head. "It proves that Mr. Yun is fine." As expected, he's doing the impossible again. Let's listen to him for now and step in only if necessary. Over there, Yun Shen also realized the difficulty of keeping Latia in this fight. In short, I have to take out that female lord first. Her Demon King relic is the most troublesome. So, he fired a small fireball toward Latia. She used the Ring of the Teleporter. Daring to use skills so recklessly, "Little brother, do you really have no respect for your big sister?" It was the target-shifting move again. The flame Yun Shen had just fired, as expected, was deflected back at him. It seemed he had a plan. He didn't flinch, but mobilized his power, quickly casting 3 different ultimate techniques: instant casting, double casting, and fireball. Countless fireballs flew toward Lachia at incredible speed. Relying on the Demon King relic in her hand, she didn't even pay these flames from Yun Shen any mind. Trying to win with quantity? How naive. No matter how many there are, I can shift them all. Sure enough, the attacks he launched were all just like before, deflected right back. The place where Yun Shen stood was blown to pieces by those fireballs. Looks like there's another hole in the arena. Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling watched, sweating. Mr. Yun is being too reckless. As long as the skill power doesn't exceed the limit of the relic too much, Laisha's Demon King relic can shift them. Oh wait, it's not the type that. The opponent relied on sheer force, thinking they could win, while even Xiaojing screamed in terror. But unexpectedly, Yun Shen was completely fine. He used the distraction to dash out from the smoke, flying straight toward Lachia. She was caught completely off guard. What? How could he charge through that much flame without even getting hurt? In a blink, Yun Shen was right in front of Lachia. He gathered all his strength to unleash his hand of deprivation. Unfortunately, her fire resistance was enough to nullify all his fire attribute skills, leaving her without a scratch. No matter how much you shift, it's useless. It's over. Yun Shen lunged at Lachia with shocking momentum, raising his fist for a powerful blow. It's over. Instead of fear, she wore a look of disdain. "Tell me, little brother, did you forget something?" No sooner had she spoken than Carlos charged in with his weapon. "Do you think we're just air?" Yun Shen didn't flinch at their ferocious assault. Yun Shen easily blocked both of them, rendering them unable to inflict even the slightest damage. However, Latia, acting as if she had predicted this, smirked. Ending what? How ridiculous. Puro and Carlos knew exactly how important this older sister was and who needed to be protected at all costs. They arrogantly swung their blades at Yun Shen, targeting her as the main priority. A smart judgment, But you shouldn't focus only on me, you know. To their surprise, a corner of Yun Shen's mouth curled up, fixated on me. Are you kidding? You were so focused on me that you didn't even notice when a shadow appeared. Dark shadows emerged. Before they realized what was behind them, the situation shifted in an instant, causing Puro to scream, Latia, Carlos, look out behind you. In a split second, the spot where she had been standing was filled with dust. Latia was completely restrained by the shadow. She turned back in a rage, shouting, damn it. He even knows cloning skills? When did he? Yun Shen calmly explained, back when you used my own skills against me and described the situation in detail. There was fire obscuring the view, so I had my shadow demon hide in my shadow. It just happens to know stealth skills, too. Ambushing you from behind wasn't hard at all. Latia struggled to lift her head to look at him. Hiding in shadows, using clones, and stealth. That's extremely rare. Inside her head, a more terrifying thought emerged. If only his clone could suppress me, just how high are the stats of his main body? Yun Shen looked down at the ground. Without your conversion ability, none of you can stand against me. Why don't you kneel and submit? Puro gasped, inhaling a mysterious purple mist. Are you kidding me? Who wins and who loses hasn't been decided yet. The dark mist technique exploded outward, shocking everyone around. Yun Shen remained calm, scanning the area. Using thick fog to block my sight, afraid of my night vision eyes, it's all in vain. My Echo Mana has already been deployed, he continued. Thanks to the fusion of a Mage's Mana Surge and a Mechanic's Echo positioning, all your movements are under my control. Puro dashed toward Latia. That brat is unreasonably strong. We have to free Latia, or we won't stand a chance. He didn't forget to use the Dark Universe boost on his weapon. Get lost, you pathetic clone. At the same time, Yun Shen charged forward. Combining the martial artist's Ice Fist and the brawler's maximum strength, his ice-splitting Heaven Strike immediately intercepted the axe. The weapon groaned, crackling. Snap. It shattered into pieces. Puro stood stunned. What just happened? Within a second, his weapon was in ruins. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. My skill was already boosted. This brat's power completely surpasses our Demon Lord's strength. And yet, we thought we could oppose him? Yun Shen coldly commanded, submit or die. Hearing this, Puro let go of his ego and knelt. I, Puro, am willing to submit. He thought to himself, the outcome is decided. To keep resisting is to invite death. Carlos, behind him, protested. Puro, you. With just a glance and a simple question from Yun Shen, Carlos was silenced. And you? Latia quickly flashed a fake smile while cold sweat trickled down. I, Latia, am also willing to submit. In her heart, she pondered. Submitting to someone who has awakened the night vision eyes isn't exactly unacceptable. The surrounding crowd was in shock. What? How can this be? Lord Latia and Lord Puro. They're actually submitting to a traitor. The kind of person who refuses to pay tribute and doesn't care if the whole clan lives or dies. He's really about to become king. It's over. The Dark Knight Demon clan is finished. Carlos roared in anger. Are you kidding? If we let you become king, our nation will be wiped out sooner or later. I, Carlos, would rather die than give in. In his mind, he realized, I've already offended him too deeply. There's no turning back now. The guards below began to shout as well. Damn traitor. You have no right to be king. Lord Carlos is the only one fit for the throne. According to you, we're all going to die. Get lost. A sea of arms raised in protest. Get down from there. We don't want to die with you. You're not fit to be king. Get out of here. Little Ling silently watched and assessed the situation. Those rabble-rousers are Carlos's elite guards. Looks like it's time for us to step in. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them dashed toward Yun Shen. Both Little Yu and Little Ling revealed their faces. What if we also accept him as our king? The crowd below began to waver. That's Lord Loyobella and Lord Alinbella, the two strongest demon lords in our nation from years ago. Why are they suddenly appearing here? Weren't they captured by humans and turned into slaves? Little Yu sneered. Slaves? How ridiculous. Little Ling added uncomfortably. We only pretended to surrender back then to stay close to those humans and wait for a chance to avenge our lady. Little Yu continued. And now, we've done it. We've returned. Carlos pointed directly at them. Absurd. Now you're siding with that traitor. You want to destroy our nation. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Where did those two vixens come from? As he spoke, the guards below rose up again. Lord Carlos is right. They must be spies. The others chimed in. The Lord's guards are right. Protecting a traitor makes you a traitor too. Get off the stage. Blue flames flared up in Yun Shen's palm. Looks like winning the hearts of the people isn't easy. If it has to be this way, I'll use hard measures. Little Ling quickly stopped him. They are our kin after all, just misled. Mr. Yun, please show some mercy. Little Yu thought of a solution. Actually, There's a much simpler way. Just then, Carlos led his troops in a charge. Guards, lords everywhere, citizens who crave peace. The time has come to sacrifice for our nation. Charge together and kill the traitor. They charged in with their troops. The guards, the lords from everywhere, and the citizens yearning for peace. The time of sacrifice for the nation has come. Together, charge and kill that traitor. They're just fueling his motivation. No matter how strong he is, he's got nothing to fear. We outnumber him. That's enough to crush everything. He's just a traitor who brings nothing but disaster. For the peace of our nation, kill him. From all four corners, the Dark Knight clan's subordinates surged forward to attack. Long, flowing hair obscured his expression. Oppose me? You don't have the right. And then, his eyes widened. Fully unleashing the Night God's eye, a crushing pressure erupted, instantly petrifying everyone in sight. Now, they were paralyzed by sheer terror. Their bodies couldn't move. This was a sensation they had only ever felt from the legendary Dark Knight matriarch of old. Seeing the arrogant posture of Yun Shen, they finally realized. It was the Night God's eye, the Night God's eye that only a true king could wield. Seeing all existence freeze within his gaze, winning without even needing to strike, that is the Night God's eye. This was merely a legend about the Dark Knight matriarch from the past. It was she who made the Dark Knight demons stand tall among the 72 demon clans, revered by all living beings. Even though history has shifted, and many generations of kings have ruled the Dark Knight clan, only 3 have ever awakened the Night God's eye. Compared to the number of kings, that's incredibly rare. This means that while being a king doesn't guarantee you possess the Night God's eye, anyone who possesses the Night God's eye is destined to become a king. Yun Shen stood there, radiating a majestic aura. His voice boomed. Does anyone else here have any objections? In truth, he was already feeling the strain. The targets were too numerous. The dark magic power consumed was far greater than he had imagined. A demon descendant excitedly spoke up. That's the Night God's eye, the ultimate symbol of a king. The others cheered in celebration. How could they have any objections now? Even Carlos's own elite guards didn't dare spout nonsense anymore. The implication was clear. The other local lords were nothing compared to the future king. A chill ran down Carlos's spine. Using the Night God's eye over such a large area consumed a terrifying amount of dark magic. The suppression only lasted for a fleeting moment. It wouldn't normally help much in a standard battle. Logically, he shouldn't have chosen this route. Why did he decide to use it? Glancing at Xiao Ling and Xiao Yu, who always stood by Yun Shen's side, he immediately realized the truth. He gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it. It must have been Loyobella and Olin Bella who told him. The goal was to make the masses recognize the Night God's eye. Thoughts raced through his mind. The situation was settled. He only had one choice. With a decisive move, the demon lord prepared to abandon ship and flee. But Yun Shen had already noticed him. Trying to run, his eyes widened as he used the Night God's eye to freeze Carlos mid-air. There was no way out. Caught by gravity, he fell freely, landing with a massive thud as he had an intimate encounter with the ground. Yun Shen calmly judged Carlos's subordinates. You dared to imprison my stewards and guards, that's a capital offense. However, I'll be generous, considering the nation's weakness and the need to avoid internal depletion. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves. Turning his gaze toward him, Carlos' body remained paralyzed, stripped of all power to resist. He told the guards to consider it. How you go about it? That's up to you. One by one, his elite guards turned on him. Lord Carlos, we apologize. Your greatest crime is slandering the new king. We've risked our lives for you for years. It's about time you protect ours. This time, Carlos was scared to the point of begging. No, don't. Please don't. His eyes overflowed with intense fear as they approached. No, don't. Stop it. Ah. With that, Yun Shen stepped up to the highest throne, finally reaching the last step. He sat upon the throne and made his official declaration. From this day forward, I am the king of the Dark Knight demons. Xiao Ling and Xiao, you were the first to bow respectfully. Greetings, Dark Knight Monarch. A chorus of guards and demon lords echoed, Greetings, Dark Knight Monarch. The entire nation joined in the same gesture. Greetings, Dark Knight Monarch. From that moment on, Yun Shen officially became the Dark Knight Monarch, ranked 72nd among the 72 demon pillars. The news spread rapidly. It quickly reached every corner of the dark world, sparking fierce reactions from demon descendants everywhere. Demon descendants in other regions were deeply dissatisfied. Dark Knight Monarch, that name sounds grand, doesn't it? A random demon lord suddenly pops up and calls himself king. Has the Dark Knight clan finally fallen that far, to the point where they deserve this 72nd rank? Just like us. Ridiculous. At the 72 Pillars Conference, monarchs from all over gathered, and someone finally spoke up. Regarding the news of the Dark Knight Monarch, I'm sure you're all aware. I won't beat around the bush. The second pillar, the Devouring Lord, continued nonchalantly. Perhaps before long, we'll see him here. Jeers erupted from all sides. Devouring Lord, are you suggesting he joins the conference, a gathering only the 72 demon pillars can attend? Does he even have the qualifications? Defeating a few demon lords and suddenly he's a king? Since when has the status of the 72 demon pillars become so cheap? The Dark Knight clan doesn't even have a single demon venerable. He just got lucky. I absolutely do not recognize him. Duanya suddenly spoke up. Why don't we just strike the Dark Knight demon clan from the list and let a stronger demon clan fill the 21st spot? Duanya, the exterminator, smiled as if stating a fact. Keeping the 72nd rank for them is just a waste of resources. The Devouring Lord added, true, because that human became the powerhouse of the Dark Knight demons, and they suffered heavy losses, but their foundation remains. As long as they have the territory, sooner or later, they will cultivate new powerhouses. He thought about Yun Shen's recent ascension and offered his analysis. More importantly, we are currently campaigning in the human world. The mid-tier and low-tier demons are our primary forces on the battlefield. In that regard, their value is much greater than that of smaller demon clans. As long as they submit enough war resources and contribute to the dark world, anyone can be king. He lowered his voice. If the Void Demon and the first pillar were here, I think they would agree with my decision. The other pillars clamored like a market. Who knows where the first pillar has run off to these past few years? I haven't seen a single demon descendant from his clan either. The Void Demon is even more mysterious. Ever since the 72 kingdoms were divided, I haven't seen him since. Everything now relies on the Devouring Lord. The Devouring Lord made the call, and true power clearly lay in his hands. He smirked at the noisy crowd, successfully deciding everything. If you want my power, feel free to try and take it. The premise, of course, is that you're actually capable of it. The moment he finished, the room fell into complete silence. The meeting finally came to an end. Lade felt it was deeply unfair. This is too much. Just a demon lord, by what right is he on equal footing with Lord Exterminator? She sipped her afternoon tea. This is the Devouring Lord's decision. No one can argue with it. The Dark Knight clan does, after all, have a significant foundation. Although it's true that high-level experts have been scarce these past few years, there has never been a lack of contributions in terms of battlefield resources. Her eyes turned pensive. What really bothers me is this Dark Knight monarch, who is also the lord of the Wuji territory. Connecting it to past events, his sudden appearance is just too strange. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. First, he suddenly showed up at the Chiluo castle, quickly killed the former Lord Body, and became the new lord. A year later, he ascended to the position of king. Furthermore, I also heard that after he became a lord, he refused to provide war supplies. The territory never conscripted soldiers, and even the local inhabitants had never heard of the existence of Wuji before. All these traces are extremely suspicious. Lapti's brows furrowed even deeper. Perhaps he is a hermit living in the demon beast territory. While this type of demon lineage is rare, it's not unheard of. They hunt demon beasts from a young age. Their combat power is incredibly strong, but because they rarely interact with other demon lineages, no one knows about them. Duan Ye's legs swung gently as she thought about the possibility. That's very plausible, but I have an even bolder theory. She slowly explained, 1 year ago, Yun Shen and Yao Ling from the human world were teleported here. The landing point was our Duanya territory. Demons must be dealt with by us. Following that, she stood up and recalled. So, I sent Kolada. Unexpectedly, the assassination failed and we discovered that the Forbidden Mountain Range had been opened. Recalling the decision made that day, considering the importance of the Forbidden Mountain Range, I abandoned the pursuit at that time. Now that I think about it carefully, the flow of the analysis gradually became more complete as she pointed out the geographical location. One side of the exit of the Forbidden Mountain Range just happens to be the territory of the Dark Knight demons. Moreover, the territory closest to that place is Chiluo Castle. Lapti was stunned by this coincidence. Are you saying that the Dark Knight monarch is actually the human Yun Shen? That's impossible. He carries a thick, dark aura. The demons who watched that battle could also feel it. He cannot possibly be human. But her thoughts were not merely that simple. Whether it's possible or not doesn't matter. Sometimes, all you need to do something is a reason. If he continues to refuse to tribute war supplies after becoming king, adding this reason, he understood immediately. General Chase, you mean? Duan Yi became more excited than ever. The Dark Knight demon kingdom might only have a foundation, but it is full of temptation, huh? At the Dark Knight Royal City, Baha couldn't help but express, I never expected the Lord to truly be able to become king. I've waited for this day for so long. The personal guards were all overjoyed to the point of madness. Yun Shen smiled and replied, Don't worry. I will bestow benefits. To all of you, the kingdom has been controlled by the three great demon lords for too long. In some important places, it's safer to use one's own demons. What do you say? Am I right? He hurriedly showed his loyalty. My lord, rest assured. I promise that within 1 month, I will install our trusted aides into important positions in the royal city. By then, you will have complete control over everything. He waved his hand forward. Then, I'll leave it to you. Retreat. He bowed respectfully. Next, Yun Shen stood up to welcome some acquaintances. Oh, right, little Yu. Little Ling, why did you two come here suddenly? Is this at Teacher Xia's request? Little Yu presented with a serious face. That's correct. This mission of ours has two purposes. First, to find Mr. Yun and Miss Yao Ling and help you return. And there is another purpose. Her voice grew heavy when mentioning it, which is to use the trump card that the master left behind in the dark world. Yun Shen was puzzled by this statement. What is that trump card? Little Yu hesitated. Little Ling answered for her. We must ask the master first, to confirm whether we can tell Mr. Yun or not. This immediately caught his attention. You have a way to contact Teacher Xia? This is a different world, separated by a spatial barrier. Little Yu smiled and let him know. Relying on human strength alone, it is certainly impossible. But what if it's the power of a god? She happily introduced the convenient product. Relying on this special god-rank item obtained through sacrifice, it will be easy to contact the master. Specific information about the god-rank Phantom Star image-piercing mirror. Its effect is to bypass all restrictions. Both parties holding this item can communicate freely. This is a gift bestowed by a god. As soon as she finished speaking, Qing Cheng appeared. Little Yu, Little Ling, do you have something for me? Little Yu was overjoyed as she spoke. Master, look, we found Mr. Yun. Now he is very powerful. He has become one of the 72 pillar demons. Yun Shen waved his hand. Teacher Xia, long time no see. Even Qing Cheng was shocked by this news. 72 pillar demons? That really is a great achievement. You must tell me in detail. After everything was explained, so that's how it is. Although the situation in the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom is special, defeating the three demon lords is already a huge progress. It's just a pity that I cannot be by your side, Yun Shen. Otherwise, I would have rewarded you with a great gift. Yun Shen kept a smile on his face. Teacher Xia, you're being too polite. You've already given me so much. Oh, right. I don't have any news about the human world here. How is the situation at the front line lately? Her face turned serious. It's very dire. That's why I wanted to let Little Yu and Little Ling take Yun Shen and Yao Ling back to let the two of you go to the battlefield to transform. Now it seems it's better for you to stay in the dark world. Yun Shen almost understood Teacher Xia. You mean? She directly stated, the best way to reduce the pressure at the front line is to let the demon lineages fight a civil war. That's right, I still don't know clearly what your current strength level is. Yun Shen was also honest with her, meeting a demon venerable. I'm not sure. But at the very least, those below the demon venerable, I think I can defeat them. Deep down, he thought, good or bad, I'm a legend-grade existence, so I'm still quite confident. This statement made both Little Yu and Little Ling jump in surprise. Oh my, Mr. Yun just said something very terrifying. He means there is no one below the demon venerable who is his enemy. Could it be that he has forgotten the master's rank? Qing Cheng laughed heartily. Interesting. That's very interesting. Little Yu, Little Ling, take him there. I'm going to give him a little test. Chatting all the way to a strange tunnel, both sisters Little Ling and Little Yu felt sorry for Yun Shen. Mr. Yun, this time you are going to suffer. Poor Mr. Yun. Yun Shen sighed dejectedly. It's not that bad, is it? He secretly guessed. Could it be that Teacher Xia wants to personally beat me up? I remember now. Although Teacher Xia has glorious battle records, her rank is only within the 3rd transformation range, completely at the threshold below the demon. Venerable, if the opponent is her, I really don't feel confident. Little Ling didn't know what to say, and she wasn't sure either. Little, you're changing the subject again. Honestly, Master Yun, where did you go after arriving in the Dark Realm? We've been looking for you until we were nearly worked to death. He calmly brushed the topic aside. Why dwell on it? I just took a trip to the Endless Desert for some training and treasure hunting. Nothing complicated. He mused internally, deciding it was better not to mention the void. It was impossible to explain his design, process, or the system to them. Remembering his battle with the miniature abyssal annihilator, he knew this mission wasn't easy. Trying to fuse dark mana had nearly gotten him erased by the laws of reality. On top of that, he'd been abandoned by the void. While still in a weakened state, he had to deal with monsters that suddenly appeared, turning his journey into a frantic chase. Fortunately, his stat values were much higher now. Even in a weakened state, he could still move well enough. Combining that with frantically eating supplies and using the terrain to his advantage, he managed to barely scrape by. Looking back, it had been a rough time. Of course, while running, he had mapped out a route to lure the monsters together. In the end, he used his area of effect skill to wipe them all out in one go. He wore a faint, forced smile. Before more monsters showed up, he had managed to make it to the entrance of the Void City, narrowly escaping death. Back then, a single wrong move would have meant the end. Eventually, the three of them reached their destination. Xiao Yu stood at the front and announced, "Master Yun, we're here." Yun Shen touched the glowing circular light in front of the gate. "This defensive magic circle is impressive. I can feel it. On my own, I wouldn't be able to break it. Who on earth set this up? And where are we?" As he spoke, she was already in the middle of the doorway, beginning to activate it. Obviously, it was set up by our master. Behind the magic array lay the treasury of the Dark Knight Empress. He couldn't help but be stunned. The treasury? How is this not occupied by the three great demon lords? It's still here after all this time? Xiao Lang, standing nearby, explained. The magic circle the master set up has a concealment effect. Master Yun, you can only see it because we're here. The door finally creaked open. At Xiao Yu's words, "Let's go in. The master's test is inside," he walked in. Deep inside, someone had been waiting all along. To his surprise, the person waiting was Qing Cheng. Yun Shen was about to push open the massive inner door when she suddenly pivoted toward him. Before he could speak, she unleashed a killing blow with her sword. "Demon! Damn it!" Xiao Yu rushed to intervene. "Master, stop. He's not a demon. He's your disciple. You took him in after returning to the human world. You can't kill him." Yun Shen was drenched in sweat. That speed was terrifying. He couldn't even track her movements. He didn't even have time to react. The Qing Cheng clone scoffed. "Took in a disciple? Why would I have the time for something like that? Loyo Bella, Olin Bella, you two know the consequences of lying to me, don't you?" Xiao Yu gave a strange smile. "Lying to you? We like to live a few more years, thanks." Xiao Lang chimed in with a sweet smile. "And just a reminder, it's been 4 years since you set us up here. We go by the names Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang. Now the master gave us these new names, too." After returning to the human world, Xiao Yu didn't forget to pull out the Void Star image mirror. "If you don't trust us, you can at least trust yourself," he recalled the memory. At that time, they hadn't known their master for long. Even though they had signed a soul contract, they hadn't yet gained her complete trust. The original Qing Cheng appeared to resolve the confusion. "He is indeed my disciple. To call him my favorite student wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Including Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang, they are completely worthy of your trust." The Qing Cheng clone remained indifferent. "If I trust you, that's still hard to understand. Even though I am you, you know our talent and strength better than anyone. Taking in a disciple is a waste of time. It makes no sense." She responded slowly. "I thought so too, initially. But then a few things happened that left me no choice." She quickly shifted gears. "You don't need to overthink it. For now, just help me test that kid's strength. You can go all out, but don't break him." Yun Shen was still clueless. What is going on? Why is Teacher Xia in the Dark Knight Empress's treasury? She's clearly in the human world. Could the Teacher Xia here be a clone? But when they were talking, they mentioned something about 4 years. How could a clone exist for so long? The Qing Cheng clone looked back at him. To be able to stay calm and analyze the situation despite such a sudden turn of events, and to pinpoint the key issues so quickly, even making a guess. "A clone. I like these traits of yours. No wonder my real self said you were the favorite." Xiao Yu confirmed Yun Shen's guess. Master Yun is right. The master here is indeed a clone, but it's not the result of a skill. It was created using a special god-tier item. She possesses all of the master's strength from 4 years ago, reminiscing about Qing Cheng's past journey. Years ago, after the master killed the Dark Knight Empress, and found the Dark Knight Empress's treasury, which contained a lifetime of collectibles. Xiao Yu then mentioned the main reason. Regrettably, the treasury was sealed using a special method. It couldn't be opened in a short time, so the master had no choice but to create a clone to stay behind and set up a defensive magic circle to keep the clone from being disturbed. She herself continued to attack other nations. Looking back at the Qing Cheng of 4 years ago, she continued. After that, the master was severely wounded and retreated to the human world. This clone was left behind in the treasury. By some stroke of fate, she became a trump card. The Qing Cheng before him looked up at the tightly closed door. "It's a shame. To this day, I still haven't been able to open the treasury. It's not something you can just force open with brute strength. It requires meeting specific conditions. Unless I forcefully destroy the entire treasury, but doing that would cause all the treasures inside to self-destruct." Hearing this, Yun Shen was filled with admiration. A clone with the full strength of the original. And it can exist for 4 whole years? That god-tier item is way too powerful. He thought of himself, even with his shadow demon form, his stats and skills were reduced. It was incomparable to this. Qing Cheng turned back to answer. It's not that exaggerated. This clone still has major flaws. Enough aimless chatter. It's time to see what you're really capable of. As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Shen drew his sword and took a ready stance. I'm truly honored. Internally, he was curious. He really wanted to know just how strong teacher Xia was 4 years ago. Qing Cheng stood opposite him and spoke, a hint of anticipation in her voice. It's been so boring staying here for 4 years. I hope a student like you can bring me some fun. Of course, I won't go all out after all. This is just a test. A pale blue energy radiates from her. Prepare for the battle that's about to erupt. If you can force me to draw my sword, I'll consider it your win. Her name is Xia Qingcheng, a level 90 Blizzard Swordsman. Her stat values and skills are unknown. Yun Shen frowned, feeling annoyed. She's a swordswoman, yet she isn't using a sword, even though her opponent is Instructor Xia. But I don't like being looked down upon, he said. He immediately unleashed a beginner-level magic swordsman skill, Phantom Steps, summoning countless illusions in all directions. Let's go. Qingcheng calmly crossed her arms and stepped back a few paces. You haven't figured out my methods yet, but you've already chosen a head-on confrontation. I don't know how the main body taught you, but this is a bit reckless. Without her noticing, purple tentacles silently emerged from the ground. Suddenly, those long tentacles tightly coiled around her legs. Beginner skill. Reed's Vine Wrap. Qingcheng was caught off guard and immediately looked down at her feet. This, although its form has changed a bit, it really is Reed's Vine Wrap skill. She looked at Yun Shen, unable to hide her confusion. But the weapon he's using is clearly a sword, and he's also using a swordsman skill. What is going on? He shot toward her like an arrow. He held his sword and slashed down powerfully from above. Instructor Xia, it seems it's actually you who hasn't figured out your opponent's methods. At that moment, where the vines were, they suddenly froze and shattered into pieces. Ice chunks flew everywhere. Yun Shen witnessed the entire scene, still unsure of what had just happened. He stared at those ice blocks, completely astonished. You broke free? Furthermore, it looks exactly like the effect of an ice attribute skill. Qingcheng used an appraisal technique. Your power. Oh, you haven't changed classes yet, so that's how it is. No wonder you can use so many different class skills, and your stat values are so high. As she spoke, she brushed off the area where the vines had been wrapped around her. It seems the main body has taken in a rare disciple. Qingcheng offered some praise. The skill's power isn't bad, far exceeding the level of a beginner's skill. You must have some special talent. It seems I can't fight you in the usual way. As soon as she finished speaking, a glowing blue snowflake pattern appeared under her feet. She dashed toward Yun Shen, while also unleashing large ice blocks that clung closely behind her. I must treat you like an entire team, assembled. She ran around at incredible speed, only after images could be seen. Yun Shen encountered some difficulty. The speed was too fast. It was hard to even see her figure. Before he could react, she had already closed the distance to Yun Shen, preparing to strike. Just when he thought he had caught her, his eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. But then, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind his back, forcing Yun Shen to hold his guard. Too bad, you guessed wrong. Yun Shen's entire attention was focused on her, and his eyes couldn't keep up with the person behind him. A flash strike slammed down, carrying terrifying power. The surroundings were filled with smoke, but the opponent had vanished the moment she touched him. Yun Shen narrowly escaped, and as he turned his gaze to observe her, he quietly marveled. That speed is terrifying. Without flash, it's completely impossible to dodge. Xia Qingcheng was also impressed, an interesting spatial-type skill. Then, she teleported away from her current position. Once again, she appeared behind him. But unfortunately, it's still not fun enough. A large block of ice suddenly erupted from the ground, kicking him away. Yun Shen hadn't anticipated this would happen. I never expected her to rely solely on speed to chase my flash. It was simply unreasonable, not giving Yun Shen any time to retaliate. Qingcheng jumped up, preparing a kick for him. It's not over yet. She stomped down with such terrifying force that the ground was left with a deep crater. Yun Shen spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body truly couldn't withstand these violent attacks. Qingcheng looked at Yun Shen, who was lying motionless on the ground, unable to resist. Giving a compliment. You can take a beating, can't you? Is it because of this full-body equipment? I'm guessing. Did the main body gift you a legendary tier armor? That's a bit like trying to run before you can walk. Yun Shen smiled weakly and explained, Don't misunderstand, Instructor Xia. The main body has always prioritized training and cultivation. My rewards are mostly in the form of growth. He turned his body, using his arms to push himself up to a sitting position. This armor is something I collected myself. He didn't know since when, but small pieces of ice had formed on his hands. They were constantly spreading up his arms. This is the snow dance set of the Ice Spirit Dancer, a hidden class. When moving, it leaves behind a field of frost on the ground. An opponent only needs to touch it to be frozen. Only then did Yun Shen realize. So that's how it is. The movement speed from earlier was to lay down enough frost, shrinking my dodging range. The aerial strike was also intentional to kick me down into the frost. But Instructor Xia, aren't you a blizzard swordsman? How can you use Ice Soul Dancer skills? Watching Yun Shen struggle with the frost on the ground, she announced, "It's over." Hearing that, he didn't say anything, but he signaled with his hands. Long tentacles rose high into the air. This was the fusion technique, Reed's vine wrap and Reed's growth. Then they coiled around each other, piercing through the ice she used to control him. Giant vine wrap. Xingqiang touched the vine's body. Oh, in a situation where you can't move, you use vines to pull your body free. Interesting. And you used flames to melt that ice. She looked at the blue flames constantly, rising from Yun Shen's body. To think you even gave him netherworld demon flames. You really do dote on him too much. Yun Shen stood high above, still not giving up. If I can't beat her in speed, then I'll increase the distance and use a dense, wide-range attack so she has no way to escape. He used a fusion technique, Mage's Fireball and Qigong Master's Rapid Spirit Bullets. A fusion technique, Mage's Water Arrow and Magic Swordsman's Lightning Enchantment. As soon as he finished, Yun Shen unleashed a barrage of Fire Spirit, explosive bullets, and lightning arrows, firing a series of large and small flames toward her. Xingqiang wasn't one to lose, launching many ice blocks to attack from a distance. "Let me play with you." Fire and ice collided into a massive explosion. Smoke filled the entire room, and neither side yielded to the other. Yun Shen wondered suspiciously. That's a skill created after fusing my own skills. How could it be neutralized? Furthermore, a Blizzard Swordsman is clearly a melee class. Even if attacking from a distance, you should use sword ki to slash. What the hell are ice bullets? Behind the smoke that hadn't yet dissipated, she suddenly lunged forward. Increasing the distance is a wise choice, but someone like you who is up in the air. In my eyes, a fist right in front of your face is nothing but a sitting duck. With a sinister smirk, he spoke with inexplicable confidence. Who's the real prey here? That remains to be seen. Yun Shen. He summoned a clone that lunged with a blade towards Shy Qingqiang. Her eyes widened in shock. There was another one hiding in the shadows, this kid. He actually used his own clone as bait to lure me in. Using the opening created by the clone, she leaped onto its back, narrowly dodging the strike. As she landed, she couldn't help but admire him. How cunning. I almost fell for that. You switched weapons and changed up your attacks. No wonder your teacher, huh? Even in that state, you still managed to dodge. He channeled his power into his sword. Too bad the ghost shadow was just a feint. The next blow won't leave you any room to dodge. Technique fusion, Magic Swordsman's Blazing Slash, and Mage's Fireball. Yun Shen swung down a massive, explosive, demonic flame. But even that couldn't stump Xia Qingqiang. She used her skill to freeze the tip of his blade. He couldn't believe his eyes. Such a powerful strike, neutralized by a single, simple move. Xia Qingqiang smiled, offering him praise. A beautiful strike. To counter, she lunged at blinding speed, a flash of murderous intent glinting in her eyes. Now, I'm getting serious. She landed a blow that sent him vomiting blood. This speed was on a completely different level than before. Yun Shen was sent flying, crashing straight into the wall. His eyes couldn't even track her movements. His body ached, and he felt as though he were about to be frozen solid. Blocks of ice kept encasing him. Damn it. I have no choice but to go all out. With that thought, Yun Shen transformed into a different form, shattering the ice. Xia Qingqiang wasn't phased. She immediately flashed toward him. The transformation lasted less than 5 minutes before she pinned him against the wall and pummeled him again. Watching from below, Xiao Yu was stunned. This is the room outside the Black Knight Matriarch's treasure vault. These construction materials are incredibly rare, and yet they've been cracked from the impact. Xiaoling marveled. Even though the mistress isn't using her full strength, it seems she's truly serious. Yun Shen's face darkened, gritting his teeth against the pain. Even so, Yun Shen laughed and praised her. Truly terrifying speed. Inwardly, he thought, even though I can't dodge it, after entering the myriad wheel state, at least I can see some of her movements clearly. Xia Qingqiang also felt impressed. Yun Shen, you're only in the 60s. To have this much strength already? Not bad. By now, even she had to acknowledge it. I have to admit, the original body didn't misjudge you. Xia Qingqiang added, but if you want to pass this test, you'll need to give it everything you've got. As she spoke, she channeled some kind of mana into his body. Suddenly, Yun Shen grabbed her wrist. Then I'll turn up the heat. Saying that, he unleashed a fusion technique, Mage's fireball and magic swordsman's blazing support the dark capital demonic flame. A fire suddenly erupted, engulfing them. Xia-Qingcheng leaped out to dodge. You actually used a suicide bombing technique. But looking closely, Yun Shen was holding his staff, planted into the ground. She realized, wait, there isn't a single burn on him. She finally understood. So that's how it is, it seems, when it comes to fire resistance. Even I'm not your match. Yun Shen took that as a compliment and shouted, thanks for the praise. He simultaneously cast a spell, summoning countless tentacles to emerge. Fusion technique. Grit's tentacle bind and Mage's growth. He stood on a tentacle and commanded, giant python. They moved at lightning speed. Rapid casting, dual casting tentacles sprouted everywhere, gradually shrinking the battlefield. But this couldn't stump her. Xia-Qingcheng lunged toward Yun Shen with ease, as if nothing were in her way, forcibly complicating the terrain to slow me down. Not bad. She moved at incredible speed, but it wasn't enough to turn the tide. He triumphantly summoned 2 fire puppets. What if I add them to the mix? Xia-Qingcheng immediately created a massive ice shield. I'm already bored of watching this trick. The attacks from the 2 puppets were completely ineffective under the protection of her shield. In a flash, she launched sharp ice spikes, obliterating the 2 puppets. At the same time, they pierced through Yun Shen's tentacles. Sensing the situation was dire, Yun Shen tried to flee. Xia-Qingcheng wasn't about to let him escape. She leaped forward. Suddenly, right where she landed, a tentacle triggered a landmine. It let out a deafening sound. Xia-Qingcheng realized it was a trap. A violent explosion rang out. Fortunately, she dodged in time. Xia-Qingcheng landed safely, but she didn't expect. The spot where she just landed also had another mine. She looked up to survey the situation. All the tentacles were rigged with explosives. The scene was pure chaos. This kid is really impossible to guard against. Explosions rang out one after another. Fusion technique, Mage's chain fireball and Mechanist's dangerous device chain fire bombs. As the thick smoke cleared, Xia-Qingcheng was still standing tall amidst the ashes. Her ice wings, which she had summoned, had blocked nearly all the power from the blast. Though she had a few scratches, she didn't forget to compliment him. To combine different skills to provide such fierce cover fire, that's quite skilled. Xia-Qingcheng retracted her wings. If you had the same level of power as me, you would definitely be one of the opponents I'd least want to face. The original body has found a formidable disciple. The red staff above glowed with a blue gem. From the body to the tip of the staff, it began absorbing all the black smoke. Yun Shen spread his arms. Behind the stream of light were 2 giant hands. Fusion technique, Shaman's Freedom Wind and Mage's Cyclone. Xia-Qingcheng realized, this time, there's no escape. She panicked, gripping her hands and backing away. This is bad. I need to retreat. Yun Shen used the Eye of the Night, his gaze sharp. Don't even think about running. She was immobilized for a few seconds. The Black Knight Matriarch's Eye of the Night. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Though it can only freeze me for a short time, it's enough for you to cast your spell. The imagery showed a scene of fierce combat, with massive green flames erupting from above. She stood below, facing the attack, called Zenith Gale. Xia-Qingcheng analyzed sharply. It seems the fire tentacles and fire attribute traps weren't just for attack and cover, but to prepare for accelerating his speed. Using wind to boost the fire, a large area, high-intensity attack like this is enough to hinder my movement. A lethal blow. Not bad. A hand wearing a black glove was drawing a sharp, blue-glowing sword from a purple scabbard. She continued, regardless of everything, I'm still your teacher. If I can't even handle this much, Kuyen Than shouted, swinging her 2 weapons with incredible force. She unleashed a blinding surge of green energy that shattered the very space into jagged, cross-shaped fragments. If I couldn't even do that, it would be a total embarrassment. Yun Shen stood there, jaw dropped in pure awe, one hand raised to his chest to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. The surrounding scenery rippled with sharp, intense movement. So this is the true power of Master Ha? Even the air itself seemed to crack under the pressure. As the test concluded, Yun Shen gently touched the ground. Everything vanished with a single strike. Kuyen Than stood there, holding a purple blade crackling with powerful blue currents. Congratulations, you've passed the test. As for the reward, right in front of Yun Shen stood a colossal door, covered in intricate, mysterious carvings that radiated an aura of ancient magic. Kuyen Than gestured toward the vault. Consider it all yours. Every single treasure that the Lady of the Dark Night spent her entire life hoarding now belongs to you. Yun Shen reverted to his normal state, with Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling standing behind him. He looked genuinely stunned. Everything. The Lady of the Dark Knight's lifelong collection, Master Ha. Wait, wasn't this vault impossible for even you to open? She reached out, her hand brushing against the strange, glowing door, which emanated a haunting, magical energy. It is a vault entrance. Like I said, it requires meeting a very specific set of conditions. Any reckless move would trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside. The door flickered with mysterious red and blue lights. The design of the vault was incredibly unique. Deep inside, massive amounts of magical energy pulsed and circulated in a complex, meticulous pattern. That energy looked like tiny, intricate pipes or perhaps flowing water. You could see the distinct paths of the safety mechanisms and the paths of the detonation triggers. They wove and circulated, never stopping. The door was equipped with an incredibly secure system, she continued. To open the door, you have to stall the magical energy in the safety zone while allowing the energy in the danger zone to keep flowing until it reaches the safety position, then you stop it. That way, the self-destruct system won't activate. I've tried freezing the energy before, but to freeze it completely requires time. You can't just do it instantly. The four of them stood in the cavern, and Yun Shen absorbed the information rapidly. So that's it. The special condition is the Eye of the Night. Well, of course, since this is the Lady of the Dark Knight's private vault, she certainly never wanted anyone but herself to open it. She placed her hand on the door, and her body began to glow. After years of research, I've become intimately familiar with how this magical energy flows. Just listen to my instructions and stall the energy at the right moment. The vault will open. Yun Shen clenched his fist, his face resolute. Got it. As the door creaked open, a brilliant light poured out from within. The four of them stepped inside. He walked in front, making no effort to hide his surprise. Oh my god. It's no wonder, these are items hoarded by 72 demon pillars. The treasures were neatly arranged on shelves. Yun Shen excitedly began to list them off one by one. Wealth, rare celestial artifacts, special tools, high-end gear, war weapons. There was a massive variety of everything. If this were in the human world, it would be enough to sustain the greatest of empires. Kuyen then asked, now that all of this belongs to you, how do you intend to use it? Will you take it back to the human world to equip the front lines, or do you have something else in mind? Yun Shen looked up. While there are many items here, most of them are only suitable for demonkin to use. If I wanted to use them for our soldiers, I'd need to study and modify them, and the situation on the front lines is far too critical right now. I'm afraid we don't have enough time. So, there is only one best way to use this. With a determined look, he locked eyes with her and said two words, total war. Kuyen Than. Cross her arms. You want to spark a civil war among the demon kin in the Dark Sound world? Do you really have the strength for that? Yun Shen tightened his fist and replied, I can figure out a way to strengthen the strategy for low and mid-tier forces. For the mid-tier strategy, I can handle it myself with Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling, but for the high-tier strategy, I'll have to rely on you, Master Ha. Xiao Yu quickly interjected, Mr. Yun Shen, the range of Master's avatar is limited. Once it leaves the vault, it will vanish within 3 days, Xiao Ling added. Furthermore, the Master's true body has assigned her a much more important mission. Those 3 days must be reserved for that task. So I figured out the initial weakness. Turns out the biggest flaw is exactly that. Still, this god-tier artifact that creates an avatar was already incredibly powerful. Master Ha's treasures are truly terrifying. Yun Shen thought to himself about how she had gifted him the demon sovereign's wine, the sea god's spirit, the ghostly demon flames in the office, and even the divine beast contract. Add to that Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling's illusionary crystals and this god-tier avatar tool. It's like she has a treasure for every situation and can just pull out something powerful whenever she wants. If we're talking about this, even Headmaster Ye Anfu Tu Chuyen might not compare to her. Yun Shen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. But Master Ha here is only a third transition. So where did all those treasures come from? And what about that terrifying power of hers? Even with my own system, I don't even compare to a fraction of it. It can't just be pure talent. Yun Shen turned to ask Kuyen Than, Master Ha, I've always thought I was trying my absolute best, but facing a demon sovereign, I still feel quite weak. Your rank and mine are both within the third transition range, but you can kill a demon sovereign and even take down the 72 demon pillars. You can even use long-range magical skills despite being a melee-class fighter. How on earth are you able to do that? Hearing Yun Shen's question, Kuyen Than didn't mind answering. It seems your original self hasn't taught you that rank and class aren't everything. Otherwise, why would I take in a freelancer who can't transition like you as my disciple? Yun Shen understood why she would say that. After all, there are some things that even if taught early on, they would be impossible to grasp. Kuyen Than analyzed it carefully. You probably know the difference between a second transition and a third transition. Professional lies in skill, power, and multipliers. The conversion of attribute damage for high-level skills is much higher than mid-level ones. But third transition and fourth transition are different. After reaching the fourth transition, not only do you get fourth transition skills with higher attribute values and multipliers, but you also gain the qualification to use a type of origin skill that contains a bit of origin force. Yun Shen's eyes widened in surprise. Origin skills? What is origin force? She continued. If I say origin skill, you probably won't understand much. So, what if I call them ultimate skills or god-tier skills? For the vast majority of professionals, origin skills are the end of the road. They are the absolute ceiling of their class. But for a select few elites, so what? For the vast majority of class holders, their starting skills are their ceiling. They are the absolute limit of their profession. But for certain extraordinary powerhouses, that's just the beginning. The origin skill is just the beginning. The scene shifts to a forest, highlighting the true power of the origin skill. It contains a fragment of the origin essence. The origin essence is the very source from which the world was formed. It is the primal power the gods use to create existence itself. She continues, explaining that it manifests in many forms. Living beings like flowers, trees, and animals, or natural phenomena like water, fire, and wind. While ordinary skills can mimic these phenomena, they are, in the end, only poor imitations. Relying solely on mana, they can never reach the core essence. Kuyan Fan continues to explain that after reaching the fourth transition, a professional will learn a unique origin skill tailored to their specific class. Even though it only contains a sliver of origin essence, its power far surpasses ordinary skills. More importantly, it serves as a stepping stone to mastering the origin essence. She raises a finger. Once you succeed in comprehending and mastering a type of origin essence, you will possess power that transcends the limits of your own class. You can shape your origin essence into any form. For example, my ice-based origin essence, though this ice block looks similar to the basic ice bullet skill used by mages, it is actually a construct created entirely from my origin essence. She fires an ice bullet as a demonstration. As for its destructive power, it leaves a massive crater in the reinforced wall. Yun Shen gasps, no wonder this thing could counter his fusion skill. So, it wasn't a mage's ice bullet after all. The crater behind it, smoking and ruined, that is the power of the origin essence, a strength belonging to the gods. Thus, fourth transition professionals capable of using origin skills are also known as god-rank powerhouses. Of course, there are disparities in strength between god-rank powerhouses or between different demon lords. Kuyan Fan notes that the key to strength lies in the type of origin essence and the user's level of control. Like ordinary fourth transition professionals or demon lords who can simply use origin skills but lack deep understanding of origin essence. Sometimes, they might never grasp it in their entire lives. But after reaching the level of the 72 demon pillars, all of them can control origin essence. The stronger the controlled origin essence, the higher the level of control, and the higher their rank will be. Yun Shen quickly understands. So that's how it is. Teacher Ha grasped the origin essence, something even the demon lords lacked, which is why she achieved such glorious feats. But Teacher Ha hasn't reached the fourth transition yet. So where did she get the origin skill to comprehend the origin essence? She recalls that besides the fourth transition, there are other ways to acquire origin skills. For instance, through special artifacts, rare materials, or equipment. It's a pity my true form isn't here, and the Black Knight Queen's treasury doesn't have many of those. Otherwise, I would have given you a few. Yun Shen hesitates. Equipment with origin skills? Maybe I really do have something like that. Scene shift. Yun Shen moves a large boulder. He can't help but praise. Very good. Now, I have a new task for you. He sets the stone down. Baha is startled and stammers. A new task? In his heart, he screams, holy crap, that spatial magic stone is huge. He can't believe his eyes. It's filled with endless amounts of money, jewels, equipment, consumables, and materials. He clutches his head. Did the master move the entire national treasury here? Yun Shen calmly replies, I kept plenty in the treasury to keep the nation running smoothly. Half of this is my personal fortune. Personal fortune? Taken from the Black Knight Queen's treasury? Baha is still in shock. Good heavens. With this much, we can build a massive fortress. He spreads his palms, and the image of a castle appears. Your task is simple. Turn the mobile palace in my hand into a mobile war fortress. Can you do it? Yun Shen considers. Completing the task of the 72 demon pillars, the system rewarded him with this mobile palace, but a palace alone isn't enough. The others are buzzing with excitement. Black Knight Monarch, rest assured, I will pour all my strength into creating a grand war machine that will satisfy you. To use such a large amount of precious materials to build a magnificent fortress, this is likely the opportunity of a lifetime for us. Our will is burning. Let us do it. We will definitely succeed. Yun Shen smiles happily. You're lucky, and now you're even more radiant. Then I'll leave it to you all. Moving to another scene, the wind blows, rustling some leaves. Yun Shen and Xiao Yu are walking on a mountain. Xiao Yu speaks up. Mr. Yun Shen, the guards have been installed at the craftsman's workplace. Those who dare to be greedy will surely be dealt with immediately. He is very satisfied. Good. Although it's highly likely they won't betray me, caution is best. Xiao Yu's face turns slightly red. She shyly avoids his gaze. Oh, by the way, Mr. Yun Shen, actually. I've been wanting to ask for a long time. She touches her chin. You brought me to this desolate mountain. Could it be that you want to? Yun Shen smiles and praises. As expected of teacher Ha's maid, you're smarter than most. You really guessed my thoughts. She is bashful. In a place where no one can disturb us, a man and a woman together. You surely want to do that kind of thing, right? How shameful. To think Mr. Yun Shen seems so proper. And it turns out he likes such exciting games. Yun Shen, I take back what I just said. He steps forward, found a suitable spot. All right, here we go. Yun Shen creates a small fireball. Back when he fought the violent flame demon lord, to inflict the debuff on him, he relied on his fire resistance to withstand many of his attacks. But there was one move that, even when he was in the go, Yun Shen Luen's state, he dared not let it touch him. From a small fireball, he pours an internal energy until it grows large. Yun Shen fires it. Only by relying on his invincibility could he touch that skill once. The name of the technique is, the ball passes through. Everything in its path is destroyed. It obliterates a whole section of the mountain, blasting it away. Smoke rises, the destructive power is terrifying. Xiao Yu watches in horror. Damn, that skill is truly fearsome. With this intensity, even a demon lord wouldn't dare confront it. It could even damage the 72 demon pillars. Could it be the origin skill of the fire attribute? Yun Shen recalls Ku Yenthan's words. If what Teacher Ha said is true, then the violent flame, demon lord, rumored to be in the top 10, surely possesses the origin essence. He hovered in the air, blue flames erupting from his hands. Even though he was severely weakened, this move was, without a doubt, his strongest ultimate technique at the time. It's highly likely that this contains a sliver of origin essence. Yun Shen looked back at Xiao Yu. I'm going to risk it all and use my fire attribute skills until my mana is completely exhausted. From that point on, my safety is in your hands, Xiao Yu. She bowed, acknowledging the order. Understood. She held her hands out, comparing my own flames with the flames containing origin essence. Over and over again. I should be able to grasp the concept of origin essence eventually. 3 days later, Yun Shen kept firing energy balls. Smoke billowed everywhere, but he still felt like something wasn't right. No, this is completely wrong. My flames and the flames from the annihilation aren't even on the same level. Yun Shen manifested 2 flames in his hands, observing them closely while trying to pinpoint the anomaly. Logically speaking, my nether demonic flame is an S-rank fire far superior to ordinary matter. Even the blazing demon lord's flames are just standard fire. Why is the power output on the report so much higher? Where does the answer lie? Xiao Yu brought over some water. I apologize, Mr. Yun. Aside from serving you, there's nothing I can do to help. After all, that origin essence is just a pipe dream for someone like me. Anyway, you should drink some water. He took the water bottle. There's no need for you to apologize. The problem lies with me. Comprehending origin essence is proving to be much harder than my data predicted. We need to prepare ourselves for a long-term struggle. By the way, when will the war fortress be finished? Xiao Yu looked uncertain. I'm afraid it will take at least a year. The scale of the construction is just too massive, she replied. Oh, that's right, Mr. Yun. In 2 days, the 7-2 Pillar Demon Conference will commence. As the Black Knight Demon King, you are required to attend. I'll have Xiaoling prepare for it. Yun Shen took a sip of water. Hearing her mention it, he remembered that Bahar had also brought it up. It seems this meeting happens every 2 months. I don't need to be there in person. I can just use a special device to project a mana hologram. With that thought, Yun Shen turned to Xiao Yu. This conference is just meant to negotiate frontline war efforts and resource supplies from the rear. I've already decided to refuse to provide any strategic resources. Arguing with them is a waste of time, and attending in person carries the risk of exposing my identity. His coat billowed in the wind. Let's keep going. Elsewhere, within the Advent organization, Lucy stood proudly on high ground. A mysterious person in a cloak and hood knelt respectfully on one knee before her. She looked extremely proud. Ah, Liu Yiling, appointing you as an archbishop was truly the right call. You're decisive. In just 1 year, you've helped me gather all 3 transfer materials. I'm very pleased. What reward do you want? Wealth? Status? Yiling? She spoke softly. Being able to contribute my strength to you, Great Priestess, is my honor. I shouldn't be asking for any rewards. But there is one place. I hope you could accompany me there. She looked away, shyly extending a date invitation. A date, huh? That wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, I have countless admirers. Very well, I accept your invitation. Lucy turned to walk away, but only after I complete my third-class transfer. By then, I'll come find you. Be ready for a date whenever I choose. Yiling bowed in thanks, though behind that look of reverence, her mind was full of schemes. Rest easy, Lucy. This date will be one you'll remember forever. Back on Yun Shen's side, a powerful blue beam of light descended from the sky. He continued his training, wiping sweat from his face, his breathing heavy. No matter which fire attribute skill I use, or even when I fuse them together, it's still worlds apart. I've been practicing so hard, yet I haven't made any progress. What exactly am I supposed to do? Xiao Yu wondered aloud. Mr. Yun. I don't know if I'm wrong to think this, but it seems like your demonic flame, Mr. Yun, even though it's changed form, is nothing compared to that origin. Skill. It's as if one is a physical entity, while the other is just an illusion. Yun Shen pondered. An illusion? Xiao Yu can see it, yet I feel nothing at all. It seems that just burying my head in training has made me lose the forest for the trees. He created another fireball, but relying on words was still too vague. He had to delve deeper. Yun Shen launched the massive orb into the distance. It's best if I use my body to feel it directly. Annihilation. Yun Shen thrust his hand into it. As the black energy surged, he flinched, gritting his teeth at the sudden, searing pain. It's burning. It hurts. To think that even with my fire resistance and immunity, I'm still getting burned like this. Just relying on my own flames definitely won't be enough. Even though he was getting burned, Yun Shen insisted on diving back in. Is this what an origin skill feels like? It's not enough. I have to feel more. Inside the fireball, Yun Shen was scorched red, his eyes blurred, and his clothes tattered. He screamed in pain. Ah. Xiao Yu was terrified by his reckless actions. After all, that was an origin skill. Even a fourth-tier master wouldn't dare take this head-on. This origin essence force comes from the power of a god. Even if Mr. Yun's resistance is higher than others, he can't avoid this. Yun Shen endured. Even though the sizzling sound of burning flesh echoed in his head, he still answered Xiao Yu from outside. That's why I have to use my body to feel it even more directly. The orb dissipated, and his face went slack from the pain. I can feel black energy radiating from my whole body. He didn't have the strength to stand and was about to collapse. Following his momentum, Xiao Yu rushed over. Mr. Yun. His resolve forced him to keep his footing, stomping down to shoot another orb. I finally found a little bit of the feeling. I absolutely cannot collapse. Fireball technique. Control it with your hands. Inside the blue, there is a red one. Condense it for me. With a flushed face, Yun Shen was even more determined. Not enough, not enough. Condense it more. It has to be truly massive. Inside the fireball, a tiny speck of flame was burning. Compared to the previous size, it was very small. Even though it was small, Xiao Yu was startled. That tiny fireball gave her a feeling of extreme danger. Could it be an origin skill? No, it's still a bit short of an origin skill. It looks like it was created by combining many ordinary skills into one. The orb dissipated, and he smiled. Well, it's the first time I've tried it. Managing to get this far is already my limit. Yun Shen seemed relieved, having no strength left to stand. He fell backward, but at the very least, he had managed to barely get his foot in the door. Xiao Yu caught him, holding him in her arms. I will keep you safe, she said. Please rest easy. In the treasury of the Black Knight Demon Queen, Xia Qingcheng's clone stood before a mirror. Beside her, Little Lang sat with a solemn expression, advising the main body, Listen, this is your final mission. Regardless of the cost, you must complete it, the clone replied. Rest easy, main body. Even though I possess your memories, emotions, and all your abilities, I cannot inherit your craving for life. To me, death is nothing. She continued, However, I cannot carry out this mission immediately. It's estimated that for the next half year, Yun Shen still needs my help. The main body, Quan Than, replied, Fine. The front lines can hold out for another 6 months. Her already stern face became even sharper. Can you tell me everything now? I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what happened back then that made me willing to take on an apprentice. Quan Than, reflected in the mirror, fell silent, her emotions a jumble. They are still alive, she said. The clone's eyes widened upon hearing this. Are they really? The main body, Quan Than, stood up abruptly, unable to believe what she just heard, and asked again, Is what you're saying true? She couldn't help but shed tears. They are still alive. The master in the mirror thought, That's right. But it's a pity that instead of living, they have to be killed. Relying only on myself, even after successfully reincarnating 4 times, I couldn't do it. Quan Than hung her head, looking down with her arms hanging loosely. If the opponents are them, that is indeed true. She whispered to herself, I know what to do now. Returning to where Yun Shen was, he was currently lying on a large ice slab. Beside him, little Yu was tending to him. She looked at the person on the ice slab with heartache. The burns are too severe. This is because Mr. Yun has an exceptionally high resistance to fire. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have been burned to ashes the moment they touched those flames. She held several ice blocks in her hands. Fortunately, the kingdom doesn't lack top-tier healing medicine. There is even the Ganlian Jade branch that little Lang sent over. He will recover very quickly. He opened his eyes and moved slightly. Yun Shen slowly sat up and touched his neck, finally recovered. Getting burned to death by your own skill is truly ridiculous. Flames erupted from Yun Shen's hand, though the gains were also quite substantial. He brought the flame closer to little Yu. Little Yu, what do you think of this skill? She stared intently. It's very powerful, completely beyond the range of high-level skills. It's even stronger than most standard quadruple reincarnation skills. She cast her gaze over him, assessing him. But compared to Origin skills, it's still far behind. Yun Shen watched the flame, unable to look away, and answered softly, That's true. It's currently just in its nascent form. As I continue to perfect it, I believe it will be enough to rival Origin's skills, perhaps even surpass them. He stood up from the ice slab. Little Yu wondered, how do you perfect it? Yun Shen replied, the same way. Use the hellfire to burn myself. There's no shortcut. He tested the power of the fireball in his hand again. Only through this method can I comprehend the Origin skill, then use my own flames to simulate the hellfire, waiting until both reach the same level. Then, refine and practice it repeatedly. Only then should I be able to possess my own Origin power. She replied anxiously, Doing that is too dangerous. Mr. Yun was almost burned to death, but Yun Shen remained firm. It's okay. As my understanding of the hellfire deepens, the damage it causes to me will also decrease. Little Yu. Hearing this, she didn't try to persuade him further and sighed. Actually, I don't know what to say to you. It seems I must prepare plenty of burn ointment. 6 months later, at the 7-2 Pillar Council, the pillars gathered for a meeting. Everyone was voicing their discontent. The Night Monarch has gone too far. For the 3rd time in a row, he has been absent from the 7-2 Demon Pillar Council. Furthermore, he refuses to submit any war resources. This is a provocation against us. Other pillars chimed in. Swallow Monarch. Give the order already. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be one of the 72 demon pillars. We should wipe out the entire Night Demon clan, so that other demon clans can fill the void. We don't want to tolerate this anymore. The Swallowing Monarch turned his back, his tone remaining extremely indifferent. Oh, it seems everyone is very furious. His gaze swept across everyone. So, who will take action? The pillars fell silent, looking at one another. He turned back. The Swallowing Monarch laughed. Silent now, eh? Everyone knows how to shout, but if we truly go to war, it will cause huge losses for any clan. You don't want to suffer losses, yet you want to reap the benefits. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Another voice spoke up the 5th pillar. The Nether Shadow Monarch. That's not how it is. Each of our clans has dispatched a large number of troops to the front line. Even many of the kings from our nations are fighting in the human world. The remaining forces here aren't many. If the Swallowing Monarch agrees to let me mobilize the main army, to return and wipe out the pathetic Night Demon clan, it would be nothing. He stood high above and spoke down. The front line is currently going very smoothly. Withdrawing troops would give the humans a chance to rest. I cannot agree to that. Donda held several papers in her hand. I can understand that the Swallowing Monarch wants to avoid civil war, but just allowing the Night Demon clan to be an exception. What if other demon clans follow suit? Wouldn't that be even worse? A day of seeking fire. I'm afraid the ones happiest would be the humans. He frowned slightly. Donda, what are you trying to say? She waved her hand, handing the papers to the Swallowing Monarch. You surely remember Yun Shen and Lu Yiling coming through the Void Gate, right? After all, the Dark Believers in the human world worship you. Actually, as soon as they arrived in the Dark World, my soul tracking mark reacted, but I don't know how it was concealed. These are the materials I investigated and compiled. You can see the appearance time of the Night Monarch, which perfectly matches that of Yun Shen. The Swallowing Monarch looked at the pile of documents, skimming through each line. The pillars grew restless again. Donda, are you trying to say the Night Monarch is a human? That's impossible. Humans cannot possess dark magic, unless they fully convert into a demon wing. This is a rule set by the gods that no one can violate. She mocked. And what if he borrowed the power of the gods? According to everyone's experience in offering sacrifices to the gods, we all know the gods' temperaments. As long as the offering is valuable enough. An offering of great value means nothing is impossible to the gods, including changing the rules. The swallowing monarch also spoke. Although I don't believe he could have an offering of sufficient value, it is possible. Civil war is also something I wish to avoid. Don't da. If you're going to be this dramatic, you better have a plan, she said, gesturing with her hands, her schemes clearly written all over her face. The forces you can command back home are limited. I propose that every clan contributes their strength to form a great alliance. Even small contributions, when pulled together, will be enough to wipe out the Dark Knight Demon clan. Her eyes grew even more sinister. Naturally, this battle will be led by us, the Dark Knight Demon clan. We will also exert the greatest force, the Shadow Lord replied, with a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. For the next 6 months, you must rotate with me to the front lines of the human world. This was already discussed. You don't have the time to be commanding any alliance. She stroked her chin, looking pensive. Dark Knight or Shadow Lord, of course, I remember. And I never said I would command the Dark Knight Monarch personally, though he's famous. He is just a demon king after all. He only deserves to reign over the weak Dark Knight Demon clan. To deal with him, it's enough to have the demon venerables under my command handle it. The Lord of Gluttony stood upon a cliff, the purple glow accentuating his cold demeanor. I have already given the Dark Knight Monarch 2 chances. The first time he didn't join, I let it slide. After all, a new king is busy. The second time he refused to pay tribute, I also let it slide. He needed strength to protect his territory. His eyes grew even darker, but this third time, if he refuses again, he might as well just die. The scene shifts to Duan Ye, who is in his territory talking to his subordinate, Bulid. Bulide, you will be the supreme commander of the Demon Alliance. I trust your ability to get the job done. He bowed and accepted the order to kill. My lord, don't worry. Wiping out those small fry from the Dark Knight Demon clan is easy. When you return from the human world, we'll have even more territory, she cautioned him. But don't be careless. That guy, Yuji, managed to become a Dark Knight Demon King in just 1 year. He must have something unique about him, even though you aren't the only one fighting this time. And the strength on paper is completely overwhelming, you should still be cautious. Duan Ye handed him a mysterious violet flame for emergencies. Take this seal crystal with you. It has one of my skills imbued within it. It's enough to help you resolve any situation. The scene moves to where Yun Shen is standing. In front of him was a deep, massive hole. His whole body was trembling with exhaustion. Xiao Yu stood behind him, overjoyed. You succeeded, Mr. Yun. Mr. Yun, you finally did it. I can feel the terrifying primordial power within it after half a year of bitter training. You've achieved results just like the master. He panted heavily. Just using it almost drained all my mana. Let alone changing its form. I'm still far behind Teacher Li. Yeah, I need to work much harder. Xiaoling landed from above. She landed on the ground, catching Yun Shen's attention. She said anxiously, Mr. Yun, I received news that the demon descendants of all the clans are stirring. What she saw shocked her. More than the massive hole in front of her. She was stunned. Oh my god, did Mr. Yun do this? She was truly shocked and couldn't believe it. Xiao Yu replied, yeah, it's only natural. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even I wouldn't believe it. Recalling that time, Xiao Yu and Xiaoling brought tea and snacks to Yun Shen. When we first met, he was just a powerless, nameless rogue. To us, he was mediocre. If not for the sake of him being the master's disciple, we wouldn't have even bothered with him, let alone respected him. Looking at the scene before her, Xiaoling realized he was no longer that same guy. He was someone completely different. By now, he has far surpassed us, even becoming much stronger. We can only watch from the sidelines. Having a human like this become the king of Dark Knight. I don't know if the demon should be happy or sad. Yun Shen turned around. Oh, right, Xiaoling, what were you just saying? Xiaoling snapped back to reality. She almost forgot the big news. She said seriously, Mr. Yun, the clans have sent many demon descendant soldiers to gather at the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom. A coalition is forming, and their goal is very clear. They are targeting our Dark Knight Demon Kingdom. He laughed as if he had already predicted the situation. A coalition? So that's how it is. Using the forces not currently on the front lines to ensure the forces remaining at home can form a coalition. Sure, it's a clever move. Yun Shen turned, his cloak fluttering in the wind, highlighting his power and confidence. But all of this was within my predictions. Let's go. Prepare to welcome war. In another scene at the Dark Knight Palace, inside the palace, Yun Shen sat on the throne. Below him were his subordinates. No one said a word. Everyone lowered their heads in silence. Only Xiaoling and Xiao Yu looked up at Yun Shen, ready to follow orders. He crossed his arms. It seems you all know the news already. It's just a coalition gathered from a bunch of garbage. They're nothing. And yet, it's enough to scare you all to death. Biro grabbed his head in confusion and asked, Garbage? Nothing? Are you kidding me? Latia quickly spoke up. My king, this time the demon coalition is serious. It's definitely not just a threat, she said, fearful. According to current intelligence, the enemy has deployed 3 demon venerable powerhouses, 9 demon lords, and over 100 high-level demons. The number of low-level demons is countless as well. With that kind of force, it's truly terrifying. She compared them to their own guards. Look at us. Even if we count Loyo Bella, Olin Bella, and the newly appointed Lord Du Hai, we only have 5 people with true Lord-level strength. Plus, the sheer number of coalition soldiers dwarfs our army, and there are those 3 demon venerables who are almost impossible to deal with. We really are at a huge disadvantage. He turned to ask Lord Liu Hido. Baha. He replied respectfully. I am the champion of the National Martial Arts Tournament, having taken over the position of Lord Carlos. My strength is quite formidable. Hearing this, footsteps came from below. The purple boots added to the mystery. A person with hair covering his eyes clenched his fist. My king, this is our first meeting. I am Liu Hido. I am willing to dedicate everything for the king and the kingdom to repel the foreign enemy. Yun Shen stroked his chin. You seem so confident. Are you not afraid of the demon coalition? He thought to himself. This guy is interesting. I'll investigate him more thoroughly later. Liu Hido remained firm. But I fear the destruction of the kingdom and the suffering of the people even more. No matter how terrifying the enemy is, I will never surrender. Everyone was moved by his spirit. They placed their hands on their hearts and shouted in unison. My king, please mobilize the forces to fight. We will never surrender. The noble demon descendants and others tried to stop them. No, you can't. Don't sacrifice yourselves in vain. Currently, there is a fierce battle with humans on the front lines. We should try to avoid internal conflict. We are all demon descendants. Don't damage our unity. Rana Chen. I think this is still open for negotiation. We don't have to turn against the other demon clans. If we cede some territory, we might be able to maintain peace. If that doesn't work, surrendering wouldn't be a loss of face, either. Yun Shen glanced down. He remembered this name. It seemed to belong to a high-ranking noble. The people beside him were also nobles or wealthy merchants of the nation. 2 sides with conflicting opinions. What nonsense! Surrendering without losing face. And giving up territory. What are you people thinking? The other side wouldn't back down either. We can't win this fight. Do you want us all to just throw our lives away? Even if we miraculously defeat the allied forces, we'll offend every other demon clan in existence. Death wish? You reckless fools never consider the consequences. Watching them argue, Yun Shen weighed the situation. It was clear now. The demon lords on the side of the demon lord supported fighting, while the demon noble faction pushed for surrender. Yun Shen stood up, raised his hand, and commanded, Stop arguing. 7 days from now, I will finish upgrading the magic cannon. Whether we fight or surrender will be decided by me. Inside the office, he leaned back against his desk, discussing things with Xiao Yu and Xiao Lang. I never expected that even lords as cowardly as Puro and Patea would be so insistent on fighting. This is beyond my expectations, Xiao Yu replied from across the desk. Because they have no other choice, my king. Do you know why one must kill the former successor to become a lord? Yun Shen voiced his thoughts. The Demon King's artifact. Once it's used, it binds to that person. Unless you kill the user, you can't seize it. And even if you do, you can't use it. Xiao Lang agreed. That's right. If they surrender, the Demon Nation will surely have its territory seized and its Demon King's artifacts taken to cultivate new lords. After all, a lord is a crucial existence. They would only feel safe using members of their own clan. Yun Shen asked skeptically, but the Dark Knight's King's artifact can only be used by Dark Knight demons. Is that so? Xiao Yu laughed. That's simple. Arrange for members of your own clan to find a Dark Knight demon to mate with. The next generation will definitely possess the corresponding bloodline. By the way, the reason you, Mr. Yun, can use the king's artifact despite having no bloodline is because your innate talent ranking is higher than any bloodline. Yun Shen was stunned, so that's it. At the same time, Xiao Lang added, those who are pushing for surrender are essentially nobles or wealthy merchants. Even if the nation changes hands, they only need to pay a little money to be perfectly fine. They can still go on living comfortably. Xiao Yu suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right, Mr. Yun. Since you've already decided to go to war, why not just announce the result right away? And instead, wait 7 days to make the announcement? Yun Shen replied, if I said it outright, those nobles would just take their money and flee in the middle of the night. We need time to get everything in order first. After saying that, he turned to Xiao Lang and gave her an order. Xiao Lang, I'll leave the nobles and wealthy merchants to you. She bowed, accepting the command. Don't worry, I will handle them properly. The door opened. A tall figure entered. It was Baha. The eyes of everyone in the room turned toward the doorway. Baha, Monarch, Lord Ludohi has arrived. Yun Shen had a question. Ludohi, I investigated your background. You were just a step away from reaching the demon sovereign level, a bright future, and then you suddenly went into seclusion. Can you tell me the reason? Ludohi bowed, silent and hesitant for a moment, appearing as if it were difficult to speak. He raised his head, his expression solemn. If the Dark Knight Empress asked this, I would refuse to answer. But if it is you, I will tell you everything. The two stood facing each other. Why? He continued. Because you refused to hand over war resources, cut taxes, and abolish forced conscription. You did the things I wanted to do but couldn't. Naturally, this brought about great trouble. Ludohi, I am higher ranking than you, but my power cannot compare to yours. We are the enemies of humanity. Isn't hating humans and contributing to the front lines just natural? He said, at first, I thought so too. Ludohi remembered his family. Back then, he had been dragged into military service. But I realized that forcing people into military service is wrong. After all, I had never encountered humans. To me, humans were very vague, existing only in history books. But the horrors of military service were always right in front of me. Images of the past flashed by. I couldn't change it, so I could only choose to leave my homeland and wander the world. While I was running from reality, I also hoped to see the brutality of humanity with my own eyes. To prove that the Dark Knight Empress was right, he recounted in detail. The images of human believers appeared throughout his 25 years of wandering. I did indeed meet humans. They called themselves the Sacred Believers, coming from the Advent organization. They were stubborn, cruel, and insane. But everything they did was no different from robbery, as if they did evil just for the sake of doing evil. Their minds were ignorant too. He observed it all back then, but still couldn't understand. I found it hard to imagine that a race without intelligence and such mediocre power could actually threaten the dark world. Ludohi was deeply frustrated. Just when I was at my most confused, I suddenly received news that war had broken out in the nation. I rushed back, but I was one step too late. The humans had already departed for another nation. Everything was over. Remembering, he recounted. Everyone was drowned in grief, but I discovered that those who died in the battle were demon combatants. The civilians and children, though miserable, were mostly still alive. This proved their war had a specific purpose. It was not purely for slaughter. If it had been the Sacred Believers, they surely would have killed them all. You had been observing them from above. Perhaps the Sacred Believers don't represent all of humanity. I carried this doubt and began to secretly follow them, discovering that the human soldiers had discipline and logic. It was completely different from what was written in the books and very different from the Sacred Believers. This made me even more confused, wanting to find a soldier who had been to the front lines to investigate. Suddenly, I discovered